What's going on, Dragon Ball Super card game players? I am Scott Sedman, joined by Loki Smith, and you are watching the Dragon Ball Super card game European Finals.
In Rijswijk.
It's an amazing time to be here.
We have a lot of players coming in.
Mm-hmm.
We have 256 players registered for the tournament. There is a lot of familiar faces to us, a lot of brand new faces. We have a lot of exciting decks and games coming up for you. And all of that is possible thanks to our lovely sponsors or organizers. We have Jokmok and Raid and Trade cooperating together to organize this amazing tournament. And we have a stream support by Card Sport League, which are known to support a lot of card games. And we're very happy that they are here supporting us on this amazing tournament.
Indeed, and yes, this is the European final, so we can expect the best of the best, featuring some of our favourite Dragon Ball Super characters. We know for a fact there's going to be Sin Shenron and Gogeta SS4 lying around on those tables waiting for people, but we do know there are some surprises in store for people, and I can't wait for people to see them on stream.
Yeah, we have a couple of very interesting decks going around. We have Gotenks, of course, from the starter decks. We do have a Beerus laying around somewhere in the tournament that I do hope we're going to see. That's a ramp Beerus. It's a reboot version, but it's a reboot of the set 1 Beerus, which was my favorite leader, if you guys remember.
Yeah, and to maybe no surprise for the people in the UK, but for the rest of Europe, there is definitely a Soul Striker around, which is, I'm hoping for good things from that. We've also seen a green Metacooler, which I'm very interested in.
And we also heard about the green Raditz coming around.
Yeah, so there's potential for quite a few different matchups that you may or may not expect. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how this meta unfolds. Obviously, we are not playing with Fighter's Ambition, but the Anniversary Box is live, and the Anniversary Box did give a bunch of old decks a bunch of brand new tools in which they can use and, in some cases, really utilize in unique and fun ways.
It's, yeah, like we talked about in the past, we have the Vegeta, which got a lot of support in that one card from the Z deck that you can very easily use to awaken and Z awaken on turn 2. We've already talked about that one, how that can be achieved. There's also the Beerus support with Whis, and there is tons of other. We have the Black Broly Z leader to support it. We have a lot of very interesting cards and a lot of very interesting strategies coming out of that Anniversary Box, and we're really happy that it's here. As you mentioned, sadly, we don't have Fighter's Ambition. We do not have that Magenta deck. We don't have any of those cool new cards we've been reviewing recently. But that should still prove interesting. We do have a new ban list. We do have the new ruling on the time procedures as well.
Yeah, which, do you want to run through that just for the folks at home?
So if you guys haven't heard, in the past, if the time was finished on the additional turns and you were in the middle of the attack, that's it. You don't finish that attack, the game ends there, and then we proceed to the normal end of time procedures. End of time procedures. And now, if you're in the middle of attack, if you already declared that attack needs to resolve to the end. So you do get to drop your whole hand and hopefully win the game on that one attack. Or at least draw a game.
Yeah, and I think it's a change that, honestly, I think it needed to happen, and I'm really excited that we were able to get it implemented for this tournament. Really exciting stuff. And again, as you mentioned, there was a ban list that dropped with Fighter's Ambition and did change up the game, at least for defensive red. So we saw hits and erratas to things like Violent Rays, Broly Crown, and of course the big one limiting Yamcha to 1. So could it affect how Sin and Gogeta perform? We will find out throughout the day, and I'm excited to see what happens and what people really. It's a meta that people know and to prepare for. So the people who are trying to counter that meta, I think it's going to be a very interesting day for them.
It's very interesting that they limited the Yamcha at the same time that they clarified the ruling that Yamcha can actually remove the evolve targets.
Yes, very strong card indeed now, especially with the, like we said, with the Vegeta from set 2, very much needing stuff. So I'm all for today. I think it's going to be very fun. And as I say, there's a lot of people from a lot of European places. So we've got people from the UK, we've got people from Poland, we've got people from all over the Netherlands, Germany.
We have Sweden, we have Spain. One of our judges is from Mallorca.
Yeah, so really a multicultural event, and it's a really good blending of players from across Europe, and it's really nice to see.
It's definitely very nice to see, especially this is a first finals we have since 2019 in Coventry, which we were also streaming. You were also a caster there.
Yes, it was a lot of fun. We saw Gurjita take that. Can fate intertwine and see another Gurjita take finals for Europe?
Yeah, it's nice to have again. We had a spell of course we couldn't play in person. There was a webcam tournament that kept us afloat with a game, and it's really nice to finally be in person, see those people again, or meet those friends that we made online during those trying times. And now we get to play with them, we get to talk to them, we get to meet up, we get to play colorful dragon cards.
Yeah, I mean, just to come back to last night, in the hotel lobby, the lobby was full of people just playing Dragon Ball Super Card Game, and I think a lot of those groups were mixing, talking, and I think that's the spirit of Dragon Ball, right? Everyone coming together for a shared mutual passion of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game, and I think we're all here for it. I love it.
We all building that Genki Dama.
Yes. Share your energy with us, people, because we are here at the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Finals in
Rijswijk.
Thank you very much.
To learn this.
I will learn Rijswijk by the end of the day.
Close enough, close enough.
Yeah, and one other thing to mention just before we get ready for round one is the Z format, the Zenkai deck, the Zenkai leaders, all of that good stuff. It's going to impact the game.
It is already impacting the game, right? Because the two best decks in the format at the moment are both decks that heavily use the Z deck. Because you have Sin Shenron with its Z leader, and you have Gogeta with his Z leader with 100,000 power. Which is
absolutely, like, on paper, crazy levels of power. It's Gogeta. He deserves that level of power. But yeah, it's a very big game changer. Forces people to play very tactically against that deck.
Yeah.
And if you're not prepared for it, that is a very large number that there are ways of comboing out of, which I think is incredible when that does happen.
Yeah, but then, you know, to stop the 100,000 power, you do need to pretty much dump your hand, and then there's the age drop coming at you.
Yeah, there is that. But yeah, I'm a massive fan of the Z energy, all of that Zenkai energy coming through. And as you mentioned, the starter decks did introduce a rebooted version of Pan, Gotenks, Goku, and Trunks Future. And I'm sure we'll see some of that representation there, because those decks are, in and of themselves, a very good entry point for people to pick up the deck and then start playing with a very viable deck, especially in the Gotenks' case.
Yep, as I was mentioning in the past as well, the Z deck is an amazing way to support the old archetypes. Is, like we said, the Vegito is a really good example of that, because that Vegito is supported by, in the anniversary box, it's supported by 2 cards. Both of them go into the Z deck, so you don't need to worry to draw that one-off card that makes your deck really strong when you draw it, and really mediocre if you don't.
Yeah, the Z leader mechanic, I think, is vital for the future of the card game. I really love it. It reinvigorates old decks, like we said, with Set 2 Vegeta, and other favorites like the Janemba one. The Janemba one is very exciting to me. Hopefully we'll see some Janemba mill going around today for those who weren't terrified by it way back when the game started. Well, got to set 5. Yeah, when it started at set 5, yeah.
That was the very first, like, regional tournament or massive level tournament that we had, officially organized by Bandai. That was the Salford, which had the mill, with Sandy Cater taking a 3rd place, I think. It was, or 2nd place.
Very exciting time. Yeah, so can that make a resurgence here? There's rumors of it around on the floor, so we'll see how that performs.
It did get a support in anniversary box.
So guys, we are just going to take a short break, but we will be back with round 1 in no time at all.
So you grabbed us
And we're back. Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals in Rijswijk. I am Scott Sebin, and I'm joined by Loki Smith.
Hi guys, welcome to round 1 of Europe Championships. We do have a bit of a technical difficulty, but we are getting your game to you as soon as possible. We have confirmation that we have 220 players, and we're going to be playing 8 rounds today. So there's a lot of very cool Dragon Ball coming around.
Yeah, lots of Dragon Ball action. 8 rounds, like I say, high impact, Zenkai boosted fighting going along. Not with this, but with cardboard. And then as we are going into day 2 tomorrow, there will be a top cut of 16 players.
Yes, we're going to have the best 16 players after today's Swiss that are going to be duking it out, fighting it in that European martial arts tournament to try to get that champion trophy.
Yeah, round 1 is underway. We are just waiting for our players to enter the streaming area. Then we will give you the best commentary for European finals. I'm very hyped up for this. I am excited to see what throws down and what comes out on top. It's going to be a very interesting round 1, and I can tell you that.
Yes, I mean, every game that we're going to see here today is going to be very, very interesting because we have the anniversary box legal. We do have the Dawn of the Z Legends, which is maybe not the newest set because we are on the weekend of the release of Fighter's Ambition, but it's still a brand new mechanic of the Z decks. We have the Z battle cards, we do have the Z leaders, the Z energy. All of that is making the game way more interesting. There's going to be way more exciting plays, and we're probably still going to see some players probably forgetting about the Z energy charging.
It is one of those things, right? Like, I know we were doing it in the lobby the other day where we were just testing and we were like, oh yeah, Z charge.
Yeah.
So it is a very sequence your card players correctly and you will end up dominating. It's gonna be. I'm really excited to see which Zenkai leaders come out. I think that's one of my favorite new additions to the game is the Zenkai leader because it does give you that enhanced boost on new leaders, yes, but also those old fan favorite leaders like the set 2 Vegeta. Janemba Mill got a very nice upgrade in the form of a Z leader.
We got the rebooted leaders as well with their Z leaders, right?
Yes, exactly. In the new starter decks, that is true. 4 very good competitive starter decks. You got the green Gotenks, which hopefully we are going to see later on today.
Yeah, Green Gotenks is one of those fan favorites because for a very long time it was one of the stronger decks in the format.
Yes, very true.
When it came out with the green support. And now we have the reboot on that, which made it even stronger.
Yeah, and it's also... Okay, so we have got confirmation our players are ready and we are going to head over to them. There you go. We've got Richard on your left and Mirko on your right.
Yep.
Playing Red Sin.
Nope.
Oh, nope.
We don't know what they're playing just yet. We're going to be adjusting that for you as soon as possible.
Oh, no, it's Gamma versus Reboot Vegeta.
Okay, so we have Richard on Vegeta, which is actually correct. And then we have Gamma.
Yeah, so Mirko is on Gamma, so the Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. Very fun red ribbon based deck. As you can see there in his energy charged is the very infamous cell that does a lot of good things and it can be played from the energy. You had fun experimenting with this deck a while back.
Yes, Gamma is a very interesting deck, being able to play stuff from your energy and then get the cards back in. And also it has that, after it awakens, it has that very, very powerful effect that lets you just put 3 cards from your energy to your hand. Sorry, draw a card, put 3 cards of your energy in your hand and then put 3 energy in active mode, most likely, in your in there. So you do get the old SS3 effect, but you're not limited to 6 energy.
True, and I think that's what opens up the floodgates, essentially, right? So it does not leave you limited in what you can run. And I just saw there in his hand is that Goku Rose from the anniversary box, which is one of my favorite and possibly underrated cards. It's absolutely beautiful when it can be pulled off, and hope we see it go off. But we are playing against the red Vegeta, as we've mentioned quite a bit in the intro there. It is the set 2 Vegeta, a fan favorite card that was asked for a reboot many times. Bandai in fact gave it a Z leader, which is a different way of going about it, but it gives it some life.
Yeah, it's a very interesting approach to that because the leader on its own was always very solid. It was very strong and it had its place. It's just, it was a bit too slow. Now we are getting the brand new Z leader and Z battle card. We're talking about how you can Z leader very, very quickly, but in here We can see Richard being a bit slower on the Z energy. He's not trying to force Awaken. Maybe because Gamma has all those board wipes available, or maybe he's just trying to play it slow until he can kill in one turn.
That is a possibility with Red.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the benefits of the Set 2 Vegeta leader is, of course, that Goku may look blue in his energy, but it's not, right?
I mean, it is blue.
Yes.
It's also red, and it's also green.
Yes.
The only color that you don't get from that leader is yellow, but that's why there is some yellow cards being played in there, because I think that this deck is also going to be playing, and just to not lie to you, but we do expect Strength of Legends in here.
Yeah. Yeah, Strength of Legends is a really powerful card. You also have Almighty Resistance as well when you open up that with red and red-yellow, which is a really powerful counter-counter.
Oh, in this deck, I actually don't see Strength of Legends.
Oh. So there we go, there we see the Anniversary Box Vegeta come down. So he used his 1Z energy, paid 1 green, which of course, that Goku is a green. And yep, it gets thrown down and enables the plays.
It enables a lot of plays. It's a very strong card, which I think we actually have available for us. So we can show you guys what we're talking about.
So the Vegeta just added to his hand is quite a powerful tool. It lets you get the Goku and the Vegeta on board if necessary for 1 energy, allowing you to fuse into them if need be. But I think he's just going to sit on it, right? Keep that 1 red energy up.
Yes, because the materials you get go to the drop at the end of the turn. So unless you get a free Union Potara, it's not really a point.
So we just saw the Vegeta get removed from the game, as Z battle cards do. If they leave the area, it is actually removed from the game.
Yeah, so you can't bounce them back to hand or back to the Z deck. So, yeah, you can't reuse them. They're very powerful. You only get to use them when it is necessary for you to use them, but you can only use each of those cards once, and you only have 7 of them total.
Yeah. So we are on the backside now of the Set 2 Vegeta leader, while Gamma is still on its front.
And we do need to catch up on life.
And there we go, everybody. The Z Awaken into the brand new creme de la creme. Beautiful, beautiful Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, which is all why this deck is now being seen in the finals of the Dragon Ball Super Card game for Europe.
So Gamma is down to 6, which I kind of missed there. My apologies.
And we're seeing the Gamma swing into leader.
Is that already a Z leader? It is a Z leader, yeah. Because there's no requirements for that, is it? You just need to have the Z energy. It's what we were talking about, right?
And be on your back.
Yeah. You need to. So you do use the 1-drop Vegeta for that.
Yes. So in the energy there for the Gamma player, we do see the Android 1718, which does negate its energy exhaust, so it's a very powerful card to get into your energy.
Yes, because that gives you the access to green and blue cards, isn't it?
Yep, which if you know anything about the Androids, there's a lot of very good blue-green cards in there. One of my favorite cards is the Bad Omen Android 21. Yeah, absolutely love her.
Bad Omen is a really scary card.
And then we do see the yellow charge there from the Vegeta player, which does very much indicate that the counter is a possibility.
Yes. The counter we are talking about is, of course, the Almighty Resistance, which requires you to also discard a yellow card, and then you can stop a counter attack when you're going to go for the final attack. And for the yellow cards, there is a Beerus Super Combo. Oh. And I'm looking at more. There we
go. We saw the Vegeta resolve there. So he plays out the Son Goku and a Vegeta, which very much indicative of a Union Fusion, Union Potara, Union Potara play coming through.
Union Fusion is from hand. Union Potara is on board.
One is earrings and one is a dance.
Yes. One gives you a Vegeta, one gives you a Gogeta.
But yeah, you alluded to it earlier, but with her being a blue player, the Z deck is very much stacked because there is a very gnarly cell that can be hiding in that Z deck, and it will deal with a board.
But we still haven't seen the Gamma player be able to awaken, which is an interesting situation for the player. I guess it's because there's lack of that unison that's necessary for awakening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Otherwise he needs to get down to 4 life. And I think Richard feels very comfortable in this situation when he sees that his opponent doesn't have the unison. He's just getting in there slowly, and we can see just by the Richard's camera, we can see the new Z leader, which has a built-in double strike.
Yeah, very, very powerful. Some of these Z leaders, and there's a Z charge as well.
Yeah, so we will expect. We do have Oolong in that deck, I think.
Which Oolong is one of my favorite Z battle cards to come out in, and it came in as a promo in the decks. So it requires 1 yellow energy and 2 Z energy, I believe. So Richard, Mirko is down to 4 life.
Yeah.
He took the double strike from the Vegeta. Well, meanwhile, Richard is still standing strong at 8 life and having his Z leader out. So yeah, so that yellow energy essentially is very useful because not only is it yellow, it is also red, blue, and green. It also enables the almighty resistance, as we mentioned, but it also can bring out Oolong if necessary. And we're actually seeing the Vegeta Z battle card again.
Yes, because it can find you from the top of your deck a Vegeta card.
Which yeah,
is useful. And if you have 3 or more colors in your Z energy, which putting, I think, any of those cards, any of your Goku or Vegeta is going to fulfill that, it gets barrier.
Which is really good in this format. There we go.
There is the card that we're waiting for, the free Union Potara. There we go, we are ready for this matchup.
I think this is one of our like highly anticipated things seeing, because the set 2 Vegeta, as I mentioned, is a fan favorite deck, and to see it resurge in such a way is very nice and very vindicative.
So this one to Union Potara, you actually get to draw 2 cards, but only if your leader is a red Vegito.
Which it is a red Vegito.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we saw the token negate there, which you can take life. Which I don't think he did. I think he paid the 2 energy for it, and then it puts out a blocker on board.
Yeah.
So it essentially helps with 2 attacks.
Yes, it negates 2 attacks, right? Unless they can remove the token.
Red does have the ability to minus power, and also that leader does have a very nasty bounce something to hand.
And there we go. There is an 8-drop.
Whoa.
This is one that we did not actually expect.
Yeah. So this blue 8-drop is from all the way back in set 10, I believe.
I believe so, yes. It's a set 10-1. It's set 10. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta Paralyzing Prowess. So it has Deflect, Triple Strike, and Barrier. And that's it.
Yeah.
All the other effect is only if your leader is a blue Trunks feature. But you can X-Evolve into him by paying 4 blue on top of any Vegeta with cost of 5. But I think in this case it was just brought out differently. It was brought out by a Vegito. Was it a Z battle card? No, because that one.
So now it is Mirko's turn, and are we seeing the cell? I think we're going to see the cell.
I think so, but yeah, there's the big cell. There's a Papa cell being played.
And he is in the position to awaken now if he wants, and we are going to see the awaken. So now the Gamma deck does kind of come online. It does have that energy manipulation, as you mentioned earlier.
And then we will hopefully see some push from Mirko here.
Yeah, he needs to catch up on the life, right? Richard has just been sitting at 8 life very comfortably, so he needs to start getting some damage in here, I believe.
This is one of the scary bits about the Vegito, isn't it? Because you do get to sit on that 8 life and still awaken.
Yeah, the Z awaken for the Vegeta, all it requires is being on your back, which obviously...
And that is achieved by your 1-drop from Z deck.
The Z battle, yep. So the cell is
2
swinging
energy.
And will we see any combos? I don't think, unless he wants to charge up his Z energy here. Oh, and there is the Whis. So
He's going to take the life.
And basically remove the keyword on it.
Yeah. So the dual attack is still going to work because that starts the moment you declare the attack. So you can remove the multi-strike, which I think Cell is a triple strike.
And then we've got the Gamma going in. And there is the Android 18 combo, the Super combo, the very nice collector's version of it, which forces a card from hand from Richard.
So that's one of those initial multicolor super combos, isn't it? Oh, those were very strong cards when they came in. Many players were underappreciating them, but they are really, really strong.
They found their place. And then, yep, taking the damage. So Richard is now down to 6.
Yep.
And then we're getting a leader swing with Gamma, and I believe this is also going at face. And he's just going to take the damage, so down to 5 for Richard.
So Gamma is suddenly doing a bit of push, but I don't think the Vegito player really minds in this situation because he gets more cards in hand to play with, isn't it?
And there we see the energy fixing at the end of the turn. So 3 cards back to hand, 3 cards go into the energy. So very nice, well defensed, a wall you could say for Richard to climb over, but I think it's doable. I
mean, of course, blue is known to be not very defensive deck at all, right?
No, there's no powerful tools for defense in blue. But yeah, so we do have his triple striker on board, and with Mirko on 4 life, any damage he takes, no matter how incidental, puts him in the lethal range, and that is a scary position to be in. But as we mentioned, there is the paid for token blocker. So it will go to the drop, and then he will get a token blocker, which will be represented in the form of a dice.
Yes.
So it's saying tokens on board, but one of them has blocker.
Yes, because the blocker is only until end of turn, isn't it? But they are 5,000 power and 0 cost 5k combo.
Yes. So they are potentially useful in other ways other than the blocker. And you know, if you just need a swing to get a Z charge, not the worst idea in the world now.
Yeah, that is true. You can do with a super combo. Or maybe if you have to, you just go 2 cards. Or if your opponent has a smaller unison, you just go into unison.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. Like it is the play here is to try and get Richard Mirko down to 3. Sorry. We'll see. And
so you can get Mirko down to 3 or less. It's 3 or 2 because his leader has built-in double strike.
Yeah. But then you come into the card, right? Like, do you want to give your opponent that extra card, which could be something that saves them in that situation?
Yeah. Yeah, it's that one card can be, you know, it can spell the doom. Ideally, you want to just deal 1 damage and then finish it off with a triple strike.
But we are seeing the swing in here. So this is now a decision for Mirko, right? Because he knows if he does go below the 4 life he's currently at, there is a Bean. So Bean did get an errata recently.
Yes. So now Senzu Bean can only be used during your opponent's turn, either to get the power or to get a restand of your energy, switch your energy to active. That can only happen during your opponent's turn. You cannot use... So beside Kaioken Secret Rare, blue lost all of its aggressive extensions, I think, during their turn.
Outside of ramp, right? Because the 6-drop SS4 Vegeta does.
But it doesn't net you energy.
No.
Because you spend 6 to get 4.
Yeah, true.
So you lose 2. You pay 2 energy for it.
Oh, and there is the Android negate, which essentially acts as a floodgate. We're seeing him pitch the Saiyan Instincts there, which, as we are familiar with, Saiyan Instincts in the drop is a very good player. You pay 2, you get 2 cards from your deck.
It's really powerful, especially for the deck that might struggle with the hand size, which I don't think that Gamma is going to be struggling with a hand size. At the same time, that 2 energy doesn't cost that much because at the end of a turn, he gets that energy back.
Yeah.
So he does get to use it again. But it's an interesting spot to use the Flatgate at.
Yeah, not on the first swing, but on the leader swing.
No, that was on the swing from the blue Vegeta.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
That's a third swing.
Yeah, so he rather than take it and go down to 1, he took,
But he could have done
it. Oh, and there is Red Sin.
Yeah, that is such a powerful. That's a such powerful card, and I'm actually a bit surprised to see. Ooh, that's the wrong one that I've done.
So when this card swings, it's going to also have the activated battle ability, which is going to be...
More players playing Omega Shenron now.
Yep.
There we go. So whenever there is an activate battle window, it will be able to
clear the board, which we do see he got rid of the cell because, so he's defending hard against this because, you don't want to take this and end up in a mirror situation, which I think could be a potential right now. Like if he takes his triple, he's down to 1. That leaves him open to a mirror and then a new long follow-up on top of that.
Yeah, it's a very powerful card.
But nope, it's past 10.
The fact that the Omega Shenron can be used if you have a red Z leader that easily is just so strong with this Vegeta.
Yeah, and like I say, if Mirko doesn't clear this up now, if he swings, he's going to lose more cards on board.
Yes. Because it's going to be minus 30,000. If Richard gets some Z energy in the meantime, it's also additional minus 3,000 power for each to another card.
And there is the way of getting rid of it. So he played the Android 17 and 18 from the energy, which is a really nice little thing, right? So you can put it in your energy with its energy exhaust negated and then play it at a later date to help get rid of a problem, which we just saw.
Yeah. This is one of those really, really fun things about the Gamma deck is that you don't need to worry about your cards anti-cap in your energy because majority of your best tools you get to use.
And then we see the Beerus.
Yeah. That's a super combo, isn't it?
Where you get the top card of your deck. If it's a red card, it gets the extra 5 power on top of it.
And if it's a yellow card, it minuses something by 5,000 power.
Yeah, really good super combo.
So it has a potential to be up to 15,000. In this deck, even more so.
Yeah, because if you pull a yellow card, it's red and yellow.
Yeah.
Because the permanent affects
every area.
Yeah.
Permanent affects every area, which makes a lot of cards that require, you know, red, blue, or green, really, really powerful. It does not affect the Vegeta cards. It only affects Son Goku and Vegeta.
Oh. So he's choosing to add the super combo. Yeah. I think that's a smart move, right? You deny your opponent some cards from hand, you get a good card. And it also does enable a rival players if he does play a rival in the deck.
Yeah, if there is an arrival. Question is, we should check what is the secret of his deck. Because that is a question. What did he choose as his secret? And the answer to that is Hachiak.
Yeah.
So we're going to see baby Hachiak for Gamma as a secret, which is fair. I don't think you do need Kaioken in it.
No.
Because I think Kaioken also restands only mono blue energy.
Yeah. So we're seeing the swing in here now into the triple strike because you don't want that on board. He's using the super combo, obviously forcing a card from Richard's hand to the bottom of his deck. Going to combo the Android on top of that as well, just to try and get as much damage in as possible. But we're seeing a pay 2 here for the Vegito effect.
Yes, so the Vegito effect is indeed an activate main or battle. So you can pay 2 to play up to 1 Vegito card with cost 7 or less from your deck on top of this card and shuffle your deck. You pay 2 red for that. And there is the Hyper Rush, the set 3 7-drop Vegito, which gets to remove a card from hand, a card from the battle area, then gets to draw 2 cards and take up to 2 life.
That was a really cool play there. So obviously swings in, combos up to try and deal with that Vegeta. Obviously Richard knew it didn't have barrier, so brings in his Hyper Rush to deal with it, and then also gets a card from hand and gets 2 cards back. So after putting a card at the bottom of his deck, I mean, theoretically, if he had that Hyper Rush in hand, putting that to the bottom of the deck and then playing into that, that would have been a really good sequence of events.
Richard only plays actually only 1 Hyper Rush Vegito.
Oh, wow. So yeah, the Android 18 could be helping Richard in this situation.
Yes. In this situation, if he was stuck with it in hand, that would be scary. But then that Android 18 just helped putting it back to the bottom of the deck.
And then we saw a Z charge of that Android 18 there, if you were just wondering what was happening. So the Gamma is now swinging in.
So Richard decided to not take any life in that situation, which I think in the current game state is fair.
And there's the Beerus. It's a yellow and a red Goku.
Oh, so that removes the token. I think. Oh, not? Did he minus Gamma instead?
I think so. I think he just comboed out the attack.
Okay.
There is the debate now, which is, does he play that Rosé? Which I heard. Does he have? He does not have it. This is a tough sort of spot for the Gamma player to be in.
Yes, it's definitely. This Vegito deck is definitely way more aggressive than we expected, and okay, so this is the reset of the energy. So Mirko is just going to be passing the turn, and he's going to be trying to turtle up.
I think so, right? You have to keep on the defense here. You're facing down a triple strike.
Yeah.
You've got the hyper rush there as well, so it's double, triple, right?
Yes, both Hyper Rush and the H-Drop Vegito, the Super Saiyan Blue Vegito, are triple strikes.
Yeah.
And then the leader is a double strike.
So there's a lot of.
And Mirko is on the 4 life, which means he can technically take one of those attacks. Ideally, he would take the triple strike, because that's more cards in hand to defend with.
Yeah.
But I think this is going to be a situation where we need to see that Android 13, that floodgate, and we see it in hand.
But again, all that energy up is the Almighty Resistance coming.
Do we have Almighty Resistance? Because we do know that... Oh no, the yellow card that came from Beerus is charged. So I think we are not seeing... Yeah, there's no Almighty Resistance.
You're just letting it through. Fair enough.
So we do have a floodgate effect now, which makes attacking so much more difficult. Yeah, he's putting a card from hand on the bottom.
And what are we getting here?
Oh, that's the Vegito leader effect, where you get to bottom a card to draw 2 cards.
I'm just wondering if it opens up any more plays for Richard. He's definitely thinking.
Because this is a situation where he needs to think, does he play through that floodgate? Because if I remember correctly, it's 2 cards, isn't it?
So we've got the energy here. I think we're going into the Z deck. We are indeed, for the 3rd time, the Z battle card of the Vegito, which
gets to check for the Vegito in the top 7 cards, and
we found another one. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So even scary position for Mirko to be in.
Yes.
Knowing your opponent has that, so even if he somehow manages to deal with that, like there's another one ready to come at him. Yeah.
There's another one coming, and it's the inevitability. Oh god, that's a difficult
inevitability.
Word. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a difficult word at 10 AM in the morning.
And
there's the secret.
The power of Patara. Wow.
Okay. I mean, it is a Vegito card.
Yeah. It's also Kefla and what was the other one? Zamasu?
Yes.
Because
that was from the set of the fusions, isn't it?
Oh, it's been a while since we have seen this card.
It's a yeah.
Opting for even more cards in hand.
Because the more is better, right?
Yeah.
It's just getting those 8 drops on and on and on.
I mean, it is really lovely to see Power of Patara back on play, right? I mean, it's one of my favorite secrets. Those design secret rares were some of my favorites in the game, and yeah, we are seeing the Power of Patara swinging here.
And he has a book in his hand, which we haven't seen in a while.
So he can get through the floodgate effect. That is in effect.
Yeah. So for the rest of the turn, if he wants to attack, he does need to bottom 2 cards from his hand. Oh, he's thinking.
Yeah, you've got to, even though it's there is the DMAC. So he's taking the sparking on this to then restand 2 blue. So not only are you playing it, oh, nope, because he's going to Almighty Resist. There it is. There it is.
So he needs this to connect.
Yep. The Almighty Resistance, counter. So no retap for you. You've took a life off that sparking. So now you're in triple strike range, and it's
Yeah. And for people who are wondering how those 8 drops keep on being dropped on the board, it's the Z leader that lets you play an 8-drop Vegito on top of 1-drop Vegito Z battle card.
And then we're seeing the combo come down here on the Power of Patara.
Because he's, yeah.
And that's it. That's game 1.
So that is going to be game 1. So players are going to proceed to sideboard.
Yes. So very interesting game there, showing off what Vegeta Reboot can do. I think Mirko got a bit unlucky with some of the cards he had in his hand. He was, you could tell he was trying to sequence it, and I think when he got that sell out, it was a really good play. But once that sell was dealt with, and then that follow up with the Android 17 and 18 and losing it to the Hyper Rush in your turn, really did impact the flow of the game.
I think that's one of the things that people keep on underestimating, is that that Hyper Rush can be dropped during your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Interesting choice by Richard is that he's only running one of those Hyper Rushes, which means that he only needs to pull the trigger on it once, and he doesn't have that option again, which means if he does it once, he hopes that's enough to swing the game in his favor.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're doing it like that as a powerful power play, where you deny something in your opponent's turn, I mean, I think the one of it makes sense. Also, we got to highlight the Almighty Resistance play. I mean, it's the reason why Red Yellow Sin's also viable in this format, is because it is such a powerful card. I mean,
And
if
it's
you have
viable for Sin as well, right?
yeah, that's what it says no, you can't stop me doing this powerful play.
It's interesting that he didn't use it on the floodgate effect.
No, but I think like
I guess he
full sense of security.
he reckoned that he had so many cards in hand that it didn't really hurt him.
Yeah, if he knew he had the secret, if he knew he had the Vegeta, it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, you floodgated me, that's fine, but I can then proceed through that and then use it like he did there, where, okay, you're at 4 life, if and you're tapped out and I swing, okay, you're probably going to smack and demagic it, which he predicted. He counters that, stops any energy coming back up, stops that, also puts him in triple strike range, which he had 2 bodies on board, which were also triple strike as well. So even if this one attack from my secret rare doesn't land, my 2 follow-ups will.
Yeah, there was a lot of triple striking there, and I think I underappreciated how powerful those 8 drops are, realistically.
It's a really cool interaction. Also, seeing the Sin come into play, or the Omega, really changed the flow game.
I think it just helps reading the card carefully, isn't it? That it doesn't require a Shadow Dragon Red Z leader.
Nope, just a Z leader.
Any Red Z leader.
Okay, we are back with game 2, everybody. It's Vegeta Reboot versus Gamma 1 and 2. The superheroes.
Yes, those are the superheroes, definitely.
So we did see Gamma charging Z energy throughout the game, but we didn't see him pull off the cell, which I thought we would see, because even though it might not have dealt with the board, it's still a good bit of pressure to put on.
Yes, but you do need to have, I think, 4 cards underneath.
Underneath for the activate, but yeah, it's still another bit of pressure.
The blue 8 drop has barrier and triple strike. So that card is really scary.
But I think Richard was like left at 8 life for too long.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That was happening for way too long.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. I'm assuming Mirko is going to get the energy advantage by choosing to go first here, because the losing player does choose in Dragon Ball.
You would assume so, right?
I think you need to against Vegeta. Yeah. So he is, and we're seeing the energy exhaust negated charge there. Brings out the Gamma. Very smart player.
Gets to draw a card. And I think that's going to be it, right?
Yeah, I think that's you past 10 there.
So I'm going to have a very quick look at the Mirko's deck. But he does run the Unison, and he has 4 of them. So he was just unlucky to not see it in game 1, and I think that's what stopped him from...
Are we starting off with a very strong Vegeta player here? It looks like it.
Yes. Oh, so we're going already into a 5 drop, I think. Because there's no point playing them if you don't
have something to
do with them, right? Yeah. And the 5 drop is a free Union Potara that also nets you 2 cards on top of that.
Yep, so there's the Vegeta. And where are we seeing the Son Goku?
Which Son Goku we will see?
The yellow, probably.
Probably.
I think the yellow Son Goku is the shout in the deck anyway.
Yes, because it gives you those
all the colours other than black, right?
I just need to double check. Doesn't... Oh no, they need to be of course 2 or less. So yeah, he can play the vanilla.
Yep.
And then he's probably going to go into that 5 drop Vegeta.
I think so. I think that's a safe assumption.
I mean, there's no other Union Potara he could do in here.
Unless he just really wants cards in his drop.
Overrealm? Nah. There's the Potara.
Yep.
Why wouldn't you draw 2 cards, right?
I think so, right.
And on top get a barrier on board. which next turn he will be able to just activate the effect. And I think he feels safe that Mirko is not going to try to attack and combo his hand to get rid of it. Because if he does, Richard is just going to be happy, right?
So Mirko took the damage there, going down to 7 life, and then now we're seeing the swing in here with the red Vegito leader, and he takes the life and he's down to 6.
Down to 6 life, so Gamma does need to see a certain amount of cards in hand, because he needs to have a choice of what he's charging.
So
we see that Saiyan Instinct again in his hand.
So that Android 18 he just charged there, I was a big fan of it for the longest time. She just really puts in the boots, which, you know, if you look at the artwork, she is kind of standing tall as well. But yeah, so
both her and Android 17 were really strong, because those are the ones that you play from the energy for 1, and then you get to swap something from your energy for an Android, right?
Yeah, sequence into them right, and it's a nice little flow.
Yeah.
And yeah, it can create those openings, and we do see the Unison in hand now.
No,
didn't take it.
I think there is one in hand already, but he opts to go for that
floodgate.
Yeah. He doesn't want to risk, because the problem with that 5-drop Vegito is that if you attack and it's not negated, you can do it in activate battle.
Here we see the Unison there, so it was already in hand, so yeah, that makes it even more obvious why he didn't choose to take it from the deck.
So the Unison is the important one to get here, because that lets him awaken. But I think, yeah, we're going to get a draw in here.
And then
we're going to awaken.
Yep.
Oh no, we're getting a combo first. No, there is the awaken, because I think Gamma, after it awakens, it does not draw a card.
We'll bang that on the screen.
Yeah.
So he's comboing off the Gamma as well. So he really wants this hit to land in on that Vegito. He doesn't want it there. And yeah, I think that's a safe combo as well with the Sun Goku.
Yeah, Gamma on the attack after it awakens doesn't draw a card. It draws at the end of a turn when you swap your energy.
So a really cool sequencing, and then we do see the super combo Beerus. Ooh, only red. So it is a
it still saves, right?
Yeah, and then both choosing to Z charge there, with the monkey going to the draw.
Because it's 35 versus 30. So he was trying to remove it, but he was not trying to commit too much to it.
No, you don't dump your whole hand on that. Yeah, especially he's still got his Unison as well if he really wants to try and push in on it.
He does need additional 10k on this, because Unison is 15.
I think he's pushing in on face.
We're actually going to see. I think if he was pushing it on face, Richard would just snap take it, right? Because he's going to awaken next turn. He just needs. Oh no, he does need one more energy.
Richard does take it.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's going to use the function of placing another copy of the Unison underneath it to gain a marker. So the Android 1718 duo is at 4 markers. But it does prove a target to punch into if Richard doesn't want to give Mirko more cards.
Yeah, but he does need to also get him. I think the double strike on the Z leader might go into the Unison, but the triple strike, seeing as Mirko is exactly at 6 health, at 6 life, I think the triple strike might be going face.
I could see it. I also see a worldview where Vegito punches in, gets him down to 5, Z leader gets him down to 3.
No, because you see what the problem with this one is, if Mirko doesn't negate here, in activate battle, Richard is just going to play a triple strike there.
Oh, so
the attack continues as a triple strike.
So yeah, very true.
So there is the Android. So there's no negate, because we're already in the auto window. So are we going? Oh, no, he's thinking of the negate, but yeah. So he's going to take 1. Richard decided to not activate the. So he's going for the play to awaken.
Yeah.
Okay.
So brings out the Vegeta Z battle, which we've seen earlier.
Yeah. It's going to be top 7, finding a Vegito. And then he's going to remove it from game to flip his leader. There's the scary 8-drop.
Yeah, really powerful card. And like I said, like this is the power of what the anniversary box brought to the game. So not only did it bring back into fruition these set 2 Vegeta, it brought in the previous anniversary box support, as well as a set 10 card. It's really a smart way of building into legacy support.
I think this is by far the best support we had for one of the fan favorite decks.
Yeah.
Now let's do Wish.
Wish one day. That is a wishful thinking.
My wish is for wish.
And then
So
we'll...
there is the remove from game,
Mhm.
flip the leader, and draw 2 cards. So essentially a free awaken, right?
Yeah, but at 7 life rather than 4.
Yeah, you can do it at 8. You just need to have 1 energy. No, you need to have 2 energy, and you need to pay 1 energy and 1 Z energy. And now he just needs 1 more Z energy, and he gets to Z awaken.
Yeah, so we're seeing a swing in here.
Yeah, which is just going to net him a card. For attacking, it's not going to get a double strike here, because there's not enough cards in the drop for that. Oh no, he's going into unison.
Interesting.
That is an interesting choice, yes.
Maybe just trying to keep on top of the markers whilst setting up for a more explosive turn. Maybe not.
Because, okay, so this is specifically against this deck because it's going to be stopping. So he didn't combo, he didn't try to Z awaken here. I think that's going to be the next turn because he expects some attack coming his way or coming into his Vegito. He's fully rested, so he can't use that Vegito trick again.
Nope.
Also doesn't have really a good target. Because that Vegito can't hit Unisons because Unisons didn't exist back then.
So we see him adding the floodgate to hand.
Another one. So the second one we've seen him add.
So really building his defense up.
Really getting ready.
Now that he's awakened, he can do that though. Like he can basically play freely in his turn and then just be set up for the next turn.
Yeah. Especially he's just getting to free energy at the moment, so he is in the safe spot. And he is attacking into that Vegito.
Yeah, really wants it off board. Really wants it off the board. And I don't blame him.
I mean, Android 1718 also keeps on building markers, because every time an attack is declared, the first time on each turn, he gets to combo and gain a marker. So,
combo.
Oh, he's comboing it. That's interesting.
There's a Z charge.
Yeah. So I think that was more of a threat. He didn't really plan to use it.
Oh, here we're seeing... Yep, the cell coming out.
There's cell, but does cell ignore barrier? Cell doesn't ignore barrier, does it? Yeah, we do have cell on the database here.
And then we're met with a Whis combo.
Yeah, cell does not ignore barrier, and that 5-drop Vegito has barrier.
I think it's just trying to land in more hits on it.
Yeah, it is a critical at 25k. And yeah, as you mentioned, there is the Whis.
Which is a really nice tech for the deck, to be honest. Being able to freely use it.
Whis is a really nice card. I was always a big fan of Whis and Beerus. My favorite characters, I think, at the moment. Hopefully we'll get to see some Beerus plays. Fingers crossed
we can only hope. There is at least one in the tournament.
Hopefully he does well.
Yes. And I think I just espied a Broly Crown there.
Ooh.
Which would be kind of scary. Because he
is.
has free active energy.
That's one of those things. You play against Gamma and you know they're going to have that active energy, so you know your Crown is going to be live. Pretty much always. Yeah, you can't play it with skills, but you don't have to. Also, you have enough energy now. There we go. So he's going to attack, get to draw a card, and then probably he's going to combo step. He's going to see awaken.
Yeah, so that's the extra marker.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, this one is going to the leader based on the position of the combo card. So are we expecting here? I think so, right? Because it's just 1 Z energy and 1 red. Yeah, there is a Z awaken. So there's no other requirements on it. You need to be red Vegito with its back facing up. You need to pay 1 red and have 1 Z energy. Such a good leader.
And there's a super combo.
It's a yellow one. So it's a yellow and red.
So it is now that differential of 15 as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a 25 to 15 on the double strike, and now
in the danger zone.
Yeah, now we're in the danger zone.
Yeah, so Mecha going down to that free life where you just do not want to be against this deck.
So the question is, because that Beerus was charged now, right? So we either expect, yeah, we expect here to play the 1-drop, because we know that the blue 8-drop is already in hand. So we know that barrier triple strike is going to come down on. Oh, there's a secret. Oh.
Everything's lining up for Richard right now. And we do see in Mecha's hand a baby Hatchiak.
Yes, there's a baby hatch, so at least this turn is not going to finish. But you don't want to. I mean, there's no energy for. Mighty resistance.
Oh, it's 2, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only 1.
That's true.
So there's no energy for that. I don't think this is a turn where you want to pull Hatchiak. Because there's going to be one attack that threatens lethal here. Because again, there's no enough energy. Because Senzu Bean, like Vegeta would be so much better with Senzu Bean. Because in here, before the errata of the Senzu Bean, you would use the Senzu Bean, get that 1 energy back, and then you would be able to threaten the second triple strike.
Yeah.
But I think Mirko already learned that painful way that he can't let in that Vegeta 5-drop.
Yeah.
He needs to be very careful when that 2 energy is open.
So we are seeing the counterplay here. Oh, no.
Oh, no, because Vegeta taps.
Can rest stuff.
Yeah, rests the energy.
Ooh.
So it needs to be Hatch.
Yeah, or yeah.
If it's not Hatch, then he needs to hope to be able to out-combo, but
there's the Hatch.
There's the hatch. And there's a Saiyan Instinct going to the drop. That's the second Saiyan Instinct in the drop. Which I don't think he can use at the moment, because he needs to be able to create the pressure as well. He will need to try to remove that Vegeta from board.
Without a doubt. I mean, there is the option that he's probably running more than 1 cell in the Z deck and maybe tries and forces it that way.
I'm quite sure that he does run at least 2, if not 3. You can check quickly. And there we go. And there we go. He runs 3 of them, and he runs 2 of the Vegetos.
Yeah, that Vegito is nasty if it lands. Yeah,
can we get there? Because that Vegito is 5 energy, and we seem to be struggling to get to that point.
So he is his Z leader as well at the moment.
Yes, and the Hatchiak has been removed. Oh, yes. Sorry. Hatchiak has been removed from game with that Z leader.
So 4 into cell. Yep, deals with the secret rare, which of course you saw it get removed from the game there. And that is because of the new ruling that was applied to the ultimate keyword, which if it would leave the board, the battle area, it is removed from the game instead. And that is retroactive to all of the previous secret rares as well.
I think that's also one of those things that's very... We need to remember about the Vegeta Z leader. They let you bottom a card from hand to draw 2 cards, and then bounce anything, ignoring barrier.
So we saw the imposing presence Vegeta there, which basically like if you want to swing your math to -5.
Yeah.
But he is going to push in there, I think, with a cell.
Yeah, the inspiring presence. Yeah, that doesn't go into Z energy. Richard was trying, but no, it doesn't go
No,
into
it was a
Z
judge
energy.
looking at the card.
Okay.
So that is not a red or yellow card. That is unfortunate for the Beerus.
That's a blue.
Yeah.
That's a problem in running this. Like, you only run 3 of them. But, yeah, leader does not change Vegito colors. It only changes Son Goku and Vegeta.
Just comboing into it to use the Z energy, and then the Vegeta goes to the drop. I mean, that's the best you can do in that situation, right? Unfortunately.
Vegeta goes to hand because you do draw a card.
Oh, no, use the Vegeta to combo. So he's put Beerus in the super combo, Z energy, sorry.
Yeah.
And then the Vegeta's gone to the drop.
Yeah. And the blue one goes to hand. So you want the blue one in hand because there is that 1 Z energy there. Which means that the next turn, this one is asked to be on board to represent the state.
So the effect is in play,
To make sure that the players do not forget about that one.
So America's got a tough decision here. It's not a floodgate, but it is a factor to consider when you're swinging.
Yes. Everything is just getting smaller and smaller.
Yep, so we're seeing Cell going now. I mean, and this is a critical.
Yes, but Richard is also sitting very safely at 5 life now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's not a critical anymore.
So he's going to swing in with the androids. He's got to try and make something happen, right?
He needs to, right?
Which I don't blame him, right? You've got to create that space, right? You're at 3 life. You're facing down a deck that has a few triple strikes that can come out at relatively any moment, and yeah. So there is the block from Luis as well. Yep.
The next turn is going to be really scary because technically he can drop second one of those Vegetos.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not expensive, and he's also going to be dropping the 8-drop blue Vegito.
Yeah, which we know is now in his hand.
Yeah. Although we did see him discard or use in combo the.
So it takes it and goes down to 4.
I mean, he feels that he's comfortable, right? Because Hatch is gone.
No.
Hatch is gone, so.
So we're seeing the hand get redone, and
there is the free energy.
And now back to Richard.
So I think Richard is going to be trying to clinch the game here, right?
I mean, you can put the pressure on for sure, right? You know there's not a hatch, right? So your turn's not just going to end when he uses it.
Even if there is a flat gate, I think you're somehow fine. Because again, he's going to have that big hand because he can drop the Vegito at any point as well. Question is, how do you bait that negate? Because if there's another one of those 4-drop Vegetos that grabs you materials, then very easily you just play the 2 materials, go into another 5-drop, and then you threaten the second one of those.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Z energy.
And then there is a Z energy, yeah.
So we're seeing pair 2 here. Is this for the Vegito effect? Vegito effect, I believe it is. Oh, no, it's for Sin. It's for Sin.
Of course, there is also that play.
That is a lot. Oh, and we're met with Day Best.
Okay, so Sin can't attack. None of the big Vegito cards can attack, but
really good.
There is a trick around that. You attack with that 5-drop, which can attack, and then you play a 7-drop on top of it.
Which, yeah.
Yeah, you're already in the combo step, so it just becomes the attacking card.
And gains triple strike.
Exactly. Out of nowhere. It has the same power, but, you know.
Yeah, but becomes a lot scarier. Which, so yeah, if we do, are we going to see the counter here? You kind of have to.
We need to see a counter here. Question is, what's the counter we see?
Although, even if he does counter, there is the energy for All Might use. Ooh,
Yeah.
but that would put him out of the play. Interesting.
So he's just comboing. He's not countering.
So then we're going to see the Sin effect.
It's battle, yeah.
Removing the cell from the game. And removing the cell from the game.
I think it's minus 6,000 to the cell from Z-Deck and removing the 9-drop. And that was an attack to the Unison as well.
Oh, interesting.
It's an interesting choice. So he was not trying to threaten lethal.
Oh, but then you're just going to clear up the Unison here with the double strike.
I think that's the...
Players are just trying to communicate through something. Okay, so now the swing and
attack. Yeah.
there is the negate.
There's the negate.
There's no point in Almighty resistance as this because this seems like it's going at the Unison.
And yeah,
Restands
so
2 energy
back. So do we see him try to play an 8-drop here? Or do we see him wait? Because another option is also Oolong. But Oolong is just single.
It should be fair single.
Yeah. I don't think there's a point in that. I think we're going to see the... Oh, no.
Oh, the Bond Sun Goku. This is very nice. But we are seeing the 18 counterplay there, which does bottom deck it. Yeah.
It's fine. Do you want to remove them? If he doesn't have a removal for a Sin, and he needs to attack, then that's fine. So here we see... Yeah, that's the leader.
Bye, Cell.
That leader is really powerful against the Z-decks. But the fact that it can, also against ultimate, the fact that it can remove anything by just putting a card at the bottom and drawing you 2 cards, I suck.
So we're seeing the energy get reconfigured here.
Drawing more cards, 5 energy in the opponent's turn. This looks like a dream for any arrival deck, right? Because you want to play during your opponent's turn there.
And then he's going to bring up here too. No? Oh, to bring out the androids. Ah, okay.
And then he's adding the energy with his leader skill. And bottom deck the Sin. He's pushing in.
Oh.
Oh yes, because that Goku is all 4 colors.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, 4 out of 5 colors.
So Mirko's still on 3 life, Richard's still on 4, but now the presence of King Vegeta is now intimidating the androids. It's a tough one, right? Because you've lost your bigger cards that can swing into that.
Yeah, and he just comboed another cell, right? That he's charging.
So I
think he's building up for something from the Z deck. I think so is Richard. I think we might be seeing...
Oh, there's the ape.
Oh, there's the ape. Okay. So we might be seeing Mirko trying to pull off Vegeta next turn. Is that another Unison? Oh.
Oh. So it's going to go to 4 markers.
Yeah.
Using the effect of that Android 18 to ditch it.
Try to find in top 5 another blue Android. There's another Floodgate.
Oh, goes for the Android 8.
So he still has 1 more Floodgate. But is he not worried about Almighty Resistance?
I mean, you've kind of got to play into it, right? Like, if you don't do it because you're scared of Almighty Resistance, then you're just going to get stumped by a big scary voice.
He has 1 in hand. But to be fair, if 1 Almighty Resistance is there, then you're done. Because at the moment, every attack is threatening lethal.
With the triple strikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
but there is that lovely target for the leader to attack, which is the Unison. Which means that it can A, bait the Unison effect, and B, just bait some negates.
And we do see, I think, maybe 2 beans in hand. So there is that possibility. I mean, obviously the 30k triples are big, but Senzu Bean will go a long way on top of...
I think the blue Vegeta's 35.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah. There's at least 1 bean in hand, we've just seen.
Yeah, so they're just checking over the Gamma.
And another important thing is that the players have only 15 minutes left on the round. And then they will go into the turns, which Richard feels very comfortable with.
Yeah, so I think it's a very safe position for Richard to be in right now.
There's the Gamma coming in.
Yeah, it's coming in and it's going to swing in, but it's obviously going to lose the attack power because of King Vegeta.
And we see 2 Saiyan Instincts in hand.
Yeah, it's rough, right? I mean, he's already used one, and there's another Z charge.
Ooh, so I think Richard might be building for something powerful there.
Are we seeing we are seeing 10 past there.
So we're going to see a reset of free energy.
Oh.
And well, no, the most expensive Z card for Richard is that Cell, because he's also running Cell.
It's going to be
the Cell here wouldn't be actually that bad. It's only 2 cards, but...
Free.
Does it Cell take the Unison as well?
No, Gamma 18,
oh, there's Gamma
18
as well.
and 17.
Yes,
yep.
Sorry, because Gamma is in the... Yeah. So not just those 4 cards that would give a Cell the triple strike.
No, but a crit is a crit.
Yeah, that will put him within the range of the leader.
Yeah. So it denies him that and then puts him in lethal range.
Yeah.
I think they're still just discussing something with Gamma.
I think it's something about the leader.
Okay.
I think it's just checking what cards need to be brought back in and what cards can be put down, because there's a requirement for the androids there. So he needs to, that's the only thing that he needs to be careful about what he's charging, is that he needs to have the android cards.
Yeah, having all those Saiyan Instincts in hand, like, in one format, that would have been a really nice thing to have, but right now
you can see Mirko's face just...
Because of the free energy inactive, right? Yep. Broly Crown comes down, he gets to see that hand, he gets to remove a threat from it, and now he has the knowledge, right? I think that's one of the key aspects.
And I think that's another thing that's going to be painful, because now he can remove that Floodgate.
Also true. But knowing what your opponent's got in their hand, especially in a defensive deck like Gamma, right? He can easily now predict and prepare for anything he comes at him. Yeah, we're seeing the Flood do it, get gotten rid of.
I think he doesn't play a drawing super combos.
No, it looks like it's 18. Yeah.
Yeah. Which means that hand is not going to change this turn at all, unless he does. No, he. I mean, unless he decides to use the chilled negate by taking life.
Oh.
Oh no! But
well,
what, you take super combo here, right? Because I think he has the Android 18 super combo in hand.
He does have the 18 super combo in hand.
I think that's what you take. Oh, Android 8. Because yeah, Android 8 also draws card. I think it was that.
Just literally
taking it apart. Are we going to see a third one?
No, maybe. Oh, no, maybe we are.
No, we're going into the Hydro. No, he only plays 2.
Okay, so then there's the Vegeta though.
Yeah.
Which then sets you up for the triple strike.
Yep.
Which
and he's also finding another Vegeta in the top 7, hopefully. And then he still has the 2 energy open for his 5-drop.
All the Almighty Resistance, which he does have in hand. So this is rough.
Question is, does he have a yellow card to discard?
That's a good question.
So we are definitely going to see here, put a card to the bottom, draw 2 cards. Will he be bouncing something to hand? I don't think so. Oh no, he's putting card to the bottom to put the 8-drop on top. And then bouncing. He's bouncing it to hand. Looks like he has another yellow. Yeah. So first he put one bottom to play the 8-drop, and then he's
got the Beerus combo if he needs it to use as yellow.
Yeah. Okay. That's... So he should be fine. So it's going to be attack with a triple strike.
Going to attempt to Turk negate here.
Yeah, he has energy for that.
And he's going to be met with the Almighty Resistance.
Yeah.
He paid the energy for it rather than take the life, because obviously if he took the life and somehow got out of it, he'd be in double strike range.
Yeah, the leader is a threat, but then you have...
Oh, so he kept
blocker, right?
Yeah, he kept the Beerus combo, decided to get rid of the Vegeta, which is a reason why this Vegeta promo is actually so great in this deck, is because obviously it is the other colours, it's a Vegeta, but for instances like this with the Almighty Resistance, it acts as a yellow. Yeah. And then there is the combo, he's just going to combo.
Going to drop everything there.
And Mirko he's going to see if he can meet it. They're going to drop.
So it's 35, 40, 50, 65, 75. 75 triple strike. Can Mirko survive this? I don't think he can.
With the cards in his hand, I don't think he can. Yeah. So he's going to use the 17, 18.
So that's 30, 40. He puts the last card from his hand at the bottom. 45.
I don't think it's enough.
45, and Senzu is 50.
And that's GG's there, guys.
And that's in one swoop.
Richard taking it 2-0 with Vegeta Reboot against the Gamma 1 and 2, the superheroes. So that was our round 1 here at the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals in Rijswijk. Rijswijk.
We'll get there by the end of the weekend.
By the end of the weekend, I will be able to pronounce Rijswijk. So yeah, really cool. Exactly what we talked about in the start of the show, with what the anniversary box added to the game in form of support for the leader, support for the Z deck.
And we've just seen how powerful that Vegeta support was, right?
Yeah, a really good display of controlling what your opponent did.
Yeah.
Added in with the fact that they had help from the Shadow Dragons.
Yeah, well, didn't you know that Vegeta and Shadow Dragons are close friends?
Yeah.
They have each other's numbers.
Yeah.
It's like Gogeta and Shadow Dragons that don't like each other.
But I do really love the synergistic element of the Red Ribbon and the Gamma. And it is nice to see Gamma on stream. Unfortunately, I feel like Mirko did get a rough hand.
The game 1, when he didn't see his Unison, I think that hurt him a lot, because he couldn't early awaken, and he was... the whole game was decided by Richard's pace. Game 2, he was a bit better, because he actually managed to push Richard fairly low, but then Richard had everything he needed, because the problem is that Richard wants to close the game fast, but if the game goes longer, he also gets advantage because he gets to see more cards. He gets to find his Crown Broly's. He gets to find his Almighty Resistance. He gets to find his counterplays.
Yeah, and we saw how devastating Broly Crown is, even after the errata where it cannot be played by skills.
I think that it was because it was abused in one specific deck. That's why it got that errata, but the card is still staying strong because all the other decks were always hard casting it. There was the Unison that let you play it, and I guess that would have been a bit too powerful. But even spending that one energy, especially in a deck like Vegito, which we're going to see probably a lot of right now after the anniversary box, because all of your Gokus and Vegetas are always going to be red.
Yeah.
You're always going to have access to that. Your leader's red.
And in a matchup like this, where you're blue, so you've got Senzu Bean.
Yes.
You're Gamma, so you've got free energy active going into your opponent's set. So literally the first thing you can do is gain your knowledge from your opponent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly the situation that Mirko found himself in, right? He was playing his game state, and that was punishing him because his opponent was Crone. So that was round 1 at Dragon Ball Super card game Europe Finals in Rijswijk. So all in all, Vegito, strong show.
Strong showing, very strong showing. Really happy we got Vegeta round 1 just to show off the power of what this anniversary box brought, and just how it can how the whole Zenkai mechanic can revitalize all the decks.
Well, for now we're going to be finishing. We're going to try to see what decks we can see for round 2, and we will be back with you guys later. Thank you for tuning in, and stay in because there's more games coming in. We have 7 more rounds happening today, so there's definitely more exciting games coming your way. And welcome back to Dragon Ball Super Card Game Europe Finals in Rijswijk. My name is Loki and I'm joined by Scott Sedman here. And we are going into round 2 with our 2 new players. Both players won the round 1. And we do have some very exciting deck that's very close to my heart. And also the deck that made us meet each other.
Yeah, true that. A re-envisioned version of it, which we won't give away just yet. We'll want to let those players get seated and then we'll surprise you. But yeah, our round 1, just for those tuning in right now, we'll give you a catch-up. It was set to Vegeta with the new Z leader and anniversary Spock support in general versus
Gamma, the Gamma brothers. A deck that was very powerful when it started off, and then it fallen off a bit, but it's now still way more powerful than we expected. We have seen quite a few Gamma decks going around actually, and I know a few of them won.
Yeah, it's a really solid defensive deck, but as we saw in game 2 where it was crown after crown because of the Gamma's altar, where it was just like, oh, I have energy inactive, and it's like, oh, you have energy inactive? Well, have you met Broly Crown?
Yeah.
We are going to our players now, so we will reveal that we do have Peter Dance versus
Diogo Gallerino. So we have a player from Portugal and player from United Kingdom. And yes, we do have it correct. So Peter Dance on Sin Shenron as our player on the right, and player on the left is Diogo Gallerino on Beerus, on the blue Beerus ramp. Are we going to see Hakai? I'm taking the bets now.
Yeah, I mean, if we do see a 16 energy Hakai, I think we'll all lose our collective minds here on day 1 in round 2 of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals. But yeah, Peter Dance, a well-known player within the UK and the Dragon Ball community at large.
Very good player from Manchester.
And Diogo, I mean, he won his round 1, so fingers crossed. I mean, I think we're both very fond of the Beerus leader, so I'm excited to see what happens with these two.
We have not seen many players bring Beerus to this tournament.
No.
But we do have a really powerful support for the Beerus, right?
Yeah,
we have the anniversary box Whis.
Yeah, the anniversary boxes have kind of been low-key supporting Beerus for a little while now. We've had the Whis in one of the
Distractions Aid.
Yep, and then going into this new one, we do have the Z battle card as well.
The Z battle card being really strong because it's essentially an objection that you always have access to.
Yep. So again, obviously Sin is the deck to beat right now. Sin and Gogeta, they're the two red menaces, as you could say, of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game format. We do have the Beerus and the 1-star ball for you. And yeah, I'm excited. So do you want to run the folks home down of this Beerus for those who might not know what it does?
So on the front side, Beerus lets you draw a card or KO a battle card with cost 2 or less. But if you have 4 more energy, you get to awaken. You untap 1, you draw 1, and then you awaken into this Beerus, which doesn't do damage anymore. If he would deal damage to a leader, instead you charge a card. And on attack, you get to either draw or KO a battle card with cost 3 or less.
So we're seeing the set 1.
Original quadruple strike card.
Yep, that gets you another 10 if your leader is Beerus. Goes straight into the energy, and then we're seeing another set 1 card, which was actually in the first start deck as well, the tempting God Tempter, where she's just like, oh, go and find a Whis, and we do see that Whis Destruction's Aid.
4 or less. Back then you were looking for a Whis with cost 4, which when played ramps you. But in here it's going to be finding the Distractions Aid, which is additional ramp, which I guess makes it faster. Fun fact about Whis Judge of Gods, it's the only non-ultimate card that has 40,000 power.
Oh, there you go. That is a fun fact. So we're seeing the 1-star use its effect to find its cracked Dragon Balls. We also see the Wolffang Fist, a really powerful card in this format, in the energy.
I don't think it's going to be powerful in this specific matchup. If you think about it, if that Distraction State is going to hit the board, it's going to hit the board on the turn that you can use the effect and go to 4 energy and then use already Awaken with your leader. So you won't let it sit on board. You will make sure that there is no targets for that Wolffang Fist. Yamcha might come in here, but Yamcha being freshly limited is not going to be that helpful here.
That is true. That is true. I mean, no, I think it'll clear up some weenies, but yeah, it does not.
And as Dragon Balls can't attack, so Peter ends up not doing anything on turn 1 at all. See, he didn't find Oceanus. And he's charging that Distraction Aid.
Interesting. So Beerus is going to swing in here.
Yeah, so he gets to draw a card.
And I believe that's comboing the Bulma, right?
Yeah.
To go into the Z energy.
There we go. And because of that,
Peter takes the damage, going down to 7 life. And and there it is. There is the new Whis from the anniversary box.
Yeah. That's a card that I got really excited about, and as soon as they spoiled that there's going to be Whis in this anniversary box, I called it. It's going to be a ramp support, and it's such a powerful ramp support. Because as you have seen, you just combo out the card, which net you another card as well, which is worth to mention. And then you play that Whis, paying that energy, and then you get to charge it immediately. And then if Whis stays around, which might not, you get to remove him from the game, and they choose one of your opponent's battle cards with cost 4 or less and put it on top of their deck, so you fate seal them with their own battle card. There's 6 balls already.
So
he's playing 6 balls at once.
And then we saw some very scary cards go into Peter's hand there.
This is...
It's now a hand. Thankfully, Beerus is tapped out, so and then we are seeing the Nova come down here.
Yeah, there's the Nova.
There's the Awaken.
Which is untap 1, draw 1.
Oh, and there's the double striking 4-drop rare. So we're now going to see what red does best. Puts in the aggression here.
Yeah, faces the place.
And Nova goes in. And takes the damage. It's going down to 7 life. And then now it's the double strike.
And of course he's going to
minus
move
the power.
That Nova. Nova is going to come back in, draw a card. There's going to be double strike going to the face. And then there is going to be another attack from Nova coming in.
Yep, so it takes the 2, goes down to 5, and then leader's going to go in at face here. So yeah, thing about that Whis is now it's removed from the game because it is a Z battle card.
I mean, it already did what it's supposed to.
Yeah.
And another one can drop in next turn.
That is true.
And then another one. Question is, will he be able to survive that long? Because he's down to 4 life. And that's second turn of the Sin Shenron. So all the players coming into this tournament were expecting Shenron to be Sin Shenron and Gogeta to be the proper
and we're seeing the Vegeta
antagonist.
super combo here. So put 1 on the bottom of the deck to get the draw 2. It is you do get the 0-10 if you even
if you have 4
Yeah.
life or less. Yes, you don't need to place the card at the bottom.
and then we are seeing the Z charge there.
Yeah, but he still didn't awaken.
There you go.
There we go. Oh, so now we get to see the leader, which we didn't get to see earlier.
And another
there's a
Nova.
second Nova. Well, Nova has a limit 1 skill. Which
On the auto.
On the auto, yes. On the playing from hand, that's fine. But the auto, oh, there's another one. So he wants to awaken during his turn on his own terms. But that also helped Diogo, didn't it? So now he has 2 cards in his Z energy. He gets to play 2 Whis during his turn. He's going to be on 6 energy next turn.
Yeah.
If he has Kaioken, no, Kaioken works when your opponent has 4 more energy. So that might not happen actually here.
Yeah, so we're seeing the pair 4. Is this the Goku? I think this is the Goku from the newest set. Oh no, it's Boonison. It's Boonison. Good, reliable Boonison.
Yeah.
So this card is well known within the Dragon Ball Super card game. It's a 20k unison. That's a blocker. It also has a ±0 that allows it to restand, so it gets the double strike in on the leader if it wants to. It also has the minus ability to just get rid of a card.
Beerus being very powerful in here as well because it gets to remove those Nova Shenrons with his own skill.
So it doesn't proc the Nova skill.
Yeah. And now Peter is set to awaken, but he's not Z-awaken rather, but he's not at life yet. He's at 7 life, and he's not going to go down in life now.
No, I think that Beerus, this is the advantage Beerus does have against these Z-awaken decks, where it's like, okay, you can keep that life because my game plan doesn't involve getting you down to that low number. And it also can keep off some of the super combos, right? Because most super combos in this game, you need to be at 4 or less life. So if you can keep him at this relatively healthy number, it shuts down a lot of Peter's deck.
A lot of card advantage, definitely. It's going to be very difficult to get there. We can see that.
And there's the crown.
There's a crown, and I think that's fine. Diogo's hand is big enough that it doesn't matter. But we do see We do see a main decked, very interesting card, and we see that Peter. We can see the smile on Peter's face. He recognizes the card because he's a veteran player. So
Yeah.
he recognizes that Pilaf.
Which we will talk more about when
There's
it
the
does come up.
Kaioken we were talking about as well.
So it's a pretty solid hand. He's got his secret rare, which is good.
I think Pilaf is going to be it, right?
You've got to, right? Because you don't want to, like, anything that denies you that triple strike, gotta go. Gotta go.
He's reading that Pilaf, but it needs to be Pilaf. There's two of them in hand as well. This is such powerful play. So for people who don't know what it does, we are actually ready for this.
Yeah, so it's a set 2 card. But there, yeah, it's a counter battle card attack, I believe, right? It
needs to be battle card attack. You play this card, you don't negate the attack, but you choose one skill on the attacking card and negate it for the turn.
Yep, so we saw Infinity Shift there, a card that you don't really see like too often. So I think it's a nice little thing there. It is a negate, which gets him out. And
gets him out of that double strike, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the Nova Shenron has 15,000, which means that Bunison can just block it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we have the attack trigger first.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah,
getting the minus on the Bunison, yeah.
And he's using the Nova Shenron to come back. Now he's going to be reducing the power of Bunison using his Sin Shenron.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Sin is down to 15, Bunison is down to 5. So Sin is, both Sin and Bunison are down to 5,000.
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to use Bunison, and now Bunison is back up to 20.
Yeah, so when the marker is removed, the card is essentially reset to the point, so he's back to being 20k.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, so now we're going to see what Peter does here. Is Broly's going to go into the Z energy again, obviously, because once you Z awaken, it's 6 thing, and then you want that extra Z energy to push Fitbear, either if it's into Vegeta or anything else he wants to push into.
There is the Rush attack.
Yeah.
Vegeta. There is some good cards, some good red cards, and Sin, of course, can play yellow as well. So there is Oolong.
And here is the big boy, which now, of course, because he's used the Infinity Shift, he's now down to thingy. But obviously, Peter knows and is very well aware of the group leader Pilaf in his hand.
Yes.
And
so Omega Shenron, we're just on the round 2, but this Omega Shenron has been already a powerful card.
yeah, so what we're seeing here is on swing, Pilaf is activated. It removes the triple strike, and then he used the Bunison
to return it.
Yeah.
Did he need to remove that triple strike there?
I don't know.
If he used Bunison to remove it either way?
I'm not sure.
Because it doesn't have barrier, and the best combo you have with that group leader Pilaf is that you remove barrier and then you resolve Bunison.
Or maybe, oh, sorry, Oceanus is in his drop. It did have barrier.
Oh, it did have barrier with the. So that's how
it got removed.
That. Yeah. And I think that's a really powerful.
Yeah, so it removes the barrier. That's on swing, removes barrier, and then uses the Boo auto to bounce it to hand.
Yeah.
Which sadly got rid of the Boo, but I think it did what it needed to do. It got rid of a triple strike on the board. And then, so we are seeing the overwhelm into the Bardock, which is draw 2, pitch 1, I believe.
Yes, although the player is mixing his warp and his removed from game, but there we go. Our judges are ever vigilant. Because removed from game and warp are 2 different zones. One of them existing since set 2, which is removed from game, and then warp existing since set 3. So
this Goku is basically what deals with a scary board. A really cool card from Dawn of the Z Legends. Gets rid of that 20k double strike that minuses things. It's a really nice utility card to have.
And I assume here we're going to see Bardock attacking into Nova Shenron. Trying to remove that engine because that draws way too many cards, because suddenly Sin gets to draw 3 cards a turn. Yeah,
and then it clears the board. So, you know, like, Beerus doing well to manage what Sin can throw at it. Yeah, and Goku, of course, giving back that 1 energy. So we might see another crown. It's a very interesting situation because on one hand we have that group leader Pilaf being main decked, and on the other hand we have crown being main decked. Yeah, both typical side options in general, but like, yeah, in this format, it is actually a wise choice to main deck them.
Yeah.
As we've
There's
seen.
the Gogeta Unison.
Yeah, so this Pilaf has more use than just outside of the Omega, right? You look into the
Yep.
Vegeta matchup, you can get rid of the Triple Strike on. You look into the Gogeta matchup, you can get rid of the Triple Strike on the game promo. Lots of utility on that group leader Pilaf.
Yeah. And SS4 Gogeta Unison, another very, very powerful card because it lets you look at the top 3 cards of your deck and pick any red card there. It can be an extra card, Unison card, it can be battle card, whatever they're going to create in the future, and it also doesn't even need to be a mono red card. So the moment we're going to go back into that multicolor series, it's going to be a really powerful search tool.
So we're now seeing the D-Magic.
To stop another triple strike and get 2 energy back. We have not seen a charge of yellow by Peter yet. So I'm actually going to... Do we have? We don't. So Peter is playing actually mono red.
Which is it is a viable way of running the deck. Like,
Yeah, but you stop yourself from having an access to that very powerful counter. And I think that's the biggest hit in here.
I think it's okay. So he took the damage there.
Yep. So Diogo is down to 3 health, which is getting scary because there's a triple strike coming one after another, and we know that Peter is going to be trying to find more than one Omega Shenron. You can only play it once per turn, but they're not unique.
No. It needs to find ways to deal with it, really. Yeah, switches his card to active.
His opponent is at 4 energy though. So if we see SS4 Vegeta here...
It's a re-up of the entire energy.
And then we know he has Kaioken because we've seen it with Crown.
So the Beerus is going in.
He's going at the Unison rather than the leader. We do have Z energy, so technically it is a possibility to go into Vegeta, charge 4, play Whis, and then play Kaioken. Because Peter is tapped out, he might have Yamcha, which is not going to affect anything in that play. And Diogo could finish here at as much as 15 energy at the end of this turn.
Yep, so
he would need to survive 1 turn and he would win.
Hits in on that triple, and I think we're seeing the Bunison come down again. Yep.
We can still see Kaioken here, but there is no SS4 play, which is sad. I think that's what he was looking for. He's looking for that SS4 Vegeta, and I don't think he found it.
Yeah, 6 energy, you bring it out, you can look at the top 4 cards of your deck. If they're blue, you can put them into your energy.
Or into your hand.
Or into your hand, but it's going into the energy.
It's going to. It needs to go to the energy.
Especially in Beerus, it's going into the energy. So yeah, we're going to see the Bunison go in and clear off the Gogeta. Just forces him to pay another 2 energy if he wants to get it back on the board next turn. Yeah. Which, you know, we can move it. So then we're seeing from the Z deck, we're seeing the Whis come down. Whis is obviously going to do what Whis does best.
So we up to 7, but he does need to...
Oh, and there's another crown.
Oh, that's just painful.
So it gets to have a look, gets to have a scoop.
There's the Bergamo. Is that the Bergamo? Looks like a Bergamo. Oh wow, 3 of them. There's a super combo, there's a Kaioken.
Oh, 3D magics and a finisher.
Oh. So he knows he can stay in this game for a while. The super combo goes, obviously, this is the choice for Peter. But this is a very stacked hand. If Diogo wants, he can take life, just to see more cards. And he still is sitting on that Kaioken.
Yeah.
But as mentioned, he has not seen the SS4. I think that's a crucial situation here. He needs to dig for that SS4.
But those crowns been doing work for Peter in this game.
Yes.
So we already saw they just use the Bunison to get rid of the 8-drop. You just don't want it on board.
Yeah, no, that's true. Problem is that 8-drop can still come. That's another crown.
No, here we're seeing the hyper rush. Yep.
Yeah. Oh no, that was the crown from the
Z energy.
Z energy.
Yep.
Yeah. And here I thought there's another one. There we go. Rush attack.
Rush attack, not hyper rush.
Yeah. Hyper rush is the Vegeta.
It removes the Vegeta, the Whis, but it's Whis, as we mentioned, Whis has already done what Whis needed to do.
Yeah, it can potentially bounce something to the top of the deck, but you don't really want to give your opponent crown again.
Yeah. And then the Vegeta gonna try and push in here.
Yeah. And as Peter does have 4 more Z energy, he gets to restand this
and finish
Vegeta.
it for real top card. It's a battle card, so he gets to restand his energy. Yeah.
But yeah, this Vegeta is going to restand as a 25,000 double strike barrier. Unless, no, I think he gave it barrier first. So no, because Bunison was already used, wasn't it?
He swung, and then he stopped it, and then it's on the second swing, and that's when he used Infinity Shift.
Yeah.
And then
There's a block.
So literally, Beerus being the wall right now.
I'm surprised at how well he's dealing with that, but I'm also worried that he's not progressing his game plan.
That's true, but I mean, in a game where you're getting so many attacks leveled at you, I think you kind of have to adjust that game plan and go for a more controlled route. And we have seen Nova come back down, and Nova going in now, try and put in some pressure. There is the block from the Bunison still available if he needs to.
I think that's what's going to be done here, because then there's a threat of.
So
oh yeah, so he's doing
combo the crown up to take. Yeah, okay.
And then he's going to do his leader to remove Nova. And Nova is going to come back inactive, and he's going to draw another card. That's a third Nova Shenron we've seen, isn't it? Which means that Diogo will be able to remove it with the Beerus next turn, but he still doesn't get to do what he needs to do. He's taking
and takes the life going down to 2.
And I think I agree with this one, because he needs to see that SS4, and you don't know where it's hiding. You need to take your risks. You do have 3D magics. You have not seen your opponent charge yellow yet.
I wonder. So we've now seen the 4-drop come back down. Obviously,
it's a double strike.
But we're seeing a very nice history of version saying no to that.
That was Protector of the People, wasn't it? It's a Flatgate Negate, which is used a bit late, but it also means that he's playing some black cards. He's seen the SS4.
Okay, so we see a D-Magic go into energy, which is a brave indication.
I mean, he hasn't used any in last turn, so he still has 2 in hand. And he's up to 8 energy now. If he's going to do SS4, he's going to be up to 10. No, 12. 12. My math.
So swings in.
What is he swinging at? Decides to draw, so...
Oh, no.
It shouldn't take a life.
It doesn't take life there.
He shouldn't take the life in there.
The judge should catch that.
I think yes.
The judges should have caught that.
We'll see. Okay. I guess the game moved on now. But I'm quite sure Beerus doesn't do damage, instead it charges.
Well, we'll just clarify that. It could be us.
While opponent life is 4 or less.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So it does deal damage. That was our bad guys. Sorry about that. And there is the 6-drop Vegeta, as we mentioned.
And he adds 1 to hand and charges 3 cards, which I think is correct, because now we're going to see Kaioken.
Which...
The Kaioken is a very powerful secret in set 1 that they forgot to print.
Well, it's not out just yet, but... oh, no. He's not bringing it out just yet. Never mind.
No. Because he still has 3 other energy he needs to use, right?
So the Vegeta, it does restand at the end of the turn, so you might as well get the swing in while you can. We do see the negate there. So now Peter is down to 4 life.
So Peter is finally hitting that threshold. He won't be able to go below 4 unless he takes the damage himself.
Yep. And there's the Bergamo.
Just going to cycle him some cards. There's another Bergamo.
Yeah, just really just getting that utility.
Because we've seen 3 of them in hand. So I assume there's going to be one more, and then it's going to be Kaioken.
Yep.
And play that second Vegeta.
And there's the Kaioken. So run the people through at home. Why this card is absolutely amazing.
So Kaioken is an 8-drop, 40,000 power card. Ultimate, deflect, triple attack. It costs 3 less for each card in your opponent's energy, which we see at least 2, and he goes down to 2 energy. 2 energy, 40k triple attack is scary enough on its own. You can't evolve on top of him, or you can't union Potara on him either. And if your opponent has 4 or more energy, when this card is played, you switch all of your mono blue energy to active mode. So in this case, he got back all of that 12, 13 energy.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
A lot. And now we got another SS4 Vegeta.
And is he gonna? He's gonna keep the 10 inside.
Yeah. Is he actually going to play it here? Because that's not a bad play.
So 1, 2, 3 extra cards in the energy.
So that's 8, 13. He has 13 energy, I think, at the moment. He could. Oh wow.
Overruns into Bardock, so gets to see more cards.
And then he's seen another one. But I think you go into the Android one.
He drops the bean here.
Yeah, because I think he has 8 open energy. He has Dimension Magic. But I do think you're going into Android 17 here, because then you stop him from doing anything. Oh no, he's not.
Bulma.
Bulma to find
a Whis.
Distractions aid, yeah. I mean, he can, but it is going to be.
And then there's a 7.
That distractions aid need to be shuffled back into the deck as well, because it's added to the hand. No, his opponent just
gave up. Game up.
Oh wow!
So what we saw happen there was the android came down. It forces the hand back into the deck. All of the battle cards in Peter's deck go back into the deck. It's also a critical, and yeah. Then you got the triple attack of the 40k, and he had so many swings on board. Yeah, Peter just chose to go. Let's go into game.
He would lose his whole hand. He wouldn't be able to build it up. And he seen that his opponent is already at like 14, 15 energy.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter.
Yeah. Okay. So just while they side out, we're going to come back to us. And yeah, what a fantastic game that was.
To be fair, I wanted to see Beerus because I assumed Beerus is going to be a bit of a meme choice because we didn't expect Beerus to do so well. But we've seen it controlled Sin very well, stopping him from taking that life and then eventually going in when he needed to find those cards. Even though it took him so long to find the SS4, when he finally found it, he made the correct choice, putting another one in his hand. It also helped that he found that Kaioken early on.
Yes, that when we saw from the crown the Kaioken was there, the game plan was kind of obvious. Like, it's like, I need to maximize that turn. And it is a very explosive turn that you can do. Like, the ability to go from 6 energy to 10 and then start messing around with that. Yeah, and again, that Android 17 just shutting down any defensive options Sin could have. You lose your hand. You hit him with a crit, you bring them into that triple strike range. Yes, you might not finish with a triple strike. I think he might have had the Goku up, which is a triple strike. So he could have done it that way, but then there's the 40k.
It doesn't matter. The amount of battle cards he had on board, he had a triple attack Kaioken. He could remove his board, then attack with the Android 17 to his life, put him down to 3 life, and then he could keep on attacking, and then finish up with a triple attack Kaioken. And what would Peter do? Diogo could win on that turn by attacking, or he could win on the next turn by charging, doing 16. So it was inevitable. Even if Peter could defend it with all the cards he got from his life, what then? He would lose his whole board. He would have no cards in hand. He would only draw what's for the turn and what's for attack with the leader. And his opponent just had combo on board and plenty to spare.
Yeah, and I think, as we saw throughout that match, right, the perfect timings on those Whis to get that extra energy when it needed it. Really well sequenced, and yeah, like just throughout that. Even though when it looked hairy, every time we saw Sin come down,
I was
answered.
I was really worried about that early turns when he took so much damage, but then he was just sitting there in control. He wanted to be down to 4 life.
Yeah,
I think that as much as it's Peter's strategy, right? To go in to just hit. But that might actually backfire a bit because he couldn't clinch it in the end.
In that awakened zone, right?
Yeah.
So now we're going to see them in the sideboard, and I think the sideboard is key here for Peter.
Yes, so we can quickly look. He has another Broly Crown of Retribution in his sideboard, so he's maining 2, and there is another one here. There is Super Saiyan Blue Spirit Mentor, and Pilaf. Yes, Pilaf the Cunning, yes, that's the powerful one.
Yeah, the powerful one to stop the untapping from the encounters. So it's like, those D-Magics, while good, they become a lot scarier when you've got a Pilaf the Cunning around.
No, because Pilaf the Cunning only affects the turn player.
Oh, right, okay.
So it literally only affects Kaioken.
But that's still a big...
You only need to play it once, and we've seen that Diogo is very open with using his Overwhelm, right? Because he gets to draw the cards. So we can see we are back with the players.
Game 2 here. Now it's an interesting, like, does Peter take the first and get an energy advantage, or does he try and go in second, start smacking it, and look in his opening hand, as expected, Pilaf the Cunning straight there.
He needs to take first because he needs to resolve that Pilaf if he can. Also, we need to mention that Peter had an amazing opening hand last turn.
Yeah, it was a really well.
Because on turn 2 he had 6 balls in his hand.
Yeah, and it was a very powerful turn. It saw a lot of utility, and it did force Beerus into a more careful line of play.
Yes. But it also helped Diogo a lot because then Peter started being aggressive.
There's the Pilaf the Cunning. So you get the draw, and then it basically puts the limit on the...
Kaioken is not that good anymore because you need to warp 5 cards from your drop for every energy you want to restand.
Yeah.
Suddenly you can't do that.
Oh, and charges the day best.
That's
so
scary.
So we're going to see Beerus go in here, probably clear up. No, he wants to draw, of course. Why would you clear up the Cunning?
Cunning already did what it's supposed to. In the worst case, it's just another Z energy, and that's that.
Yeah.
So we can see he moved that Pilaf the Cunning to the side. So that makes me think that he does have a Unison here that he wants to play.
That's about to be a second. Oh my god, 2 Oceanus is charged.
Oh.
I mean, he knows he has Group Pilaf, and oh, the SPR version of the Unison comes into play. I absolutely adore this artwork on this card. I think it's majestic. And we're seeing the 4-drop added to hand. Yep.
This one.
The 4-drop gets added to hand.
And then 2 balls as well. So I think Peter got lucky again and no balls in life.
Which, you know, helps.
It helps. Every little helps, right? I just missed that Diogo was the aggressive player. Yeah, he got in on the turn 1.
Yeah.
With that.
With the Beerus swing,
with
right?
the cheeky damage.
Yeah.
And Peter is in a situation that, yeah, I need to take it.
So it brings out the hairs. With the +2 ability of that Go.
Yeah.
The Go GT Unison.
Gogeta Unison, again, it's a very powerful Unison. It's on a +2, it gets to play a battle card from your hand with cost of 1 in rest mode, but of course all of the Shadow Dragons cost 1 less. All the 2-drop Shadow Dragons cost 1 less if your leader is a red Shadow Dragon.
Yep, and obviously that is why Broly got the errata.
Yes.
From the being able to be played from this Gogeta.
Because otherwise you would be able to just loop the Broly in some weird way. Or
so
just being able to free play it.
As you awaken. And then
there is the 4-drop.
Yeah.
So he will be able to use that haze on board to give the 4-drop critical. And this is, I think, something that Diogo can't afford.
Oh,
wow.
Blue. Wow. So I think this puts a limit on him where he can't attack with X or less, if I remember correctly.
We will quickly check.
It's been a long time.
Yes,
the auto does get it to minus, so it doesn't stick around.
You have too many cards with that name. This Mr. Boo the Mischievous. This is not Majin Buu, it's Mr. Boo. When you play this card, your opponent has 2 or less energy. Your opponent can't attack with battle cards with cost 2 or less for the duration of the turn unless they discard a card.
Yeah. So, you know, it stops out like Nova and stuff. Always Nova 4.
Nova is 2.
Yeah, so
No,
basically, yeah.
Nova is 2. Yeah, stops haze. And also important, it negates the attack.
You don't want to take that double crow.
Yeah.
Double critical.
It's good against certain aggressive decks, but in here I think it's because Diogo wanted more negates.
And I don't blame it. And combo power in that as well, right?
Yeah, but the combo power was not sticking right because we had the 4-drop
No,
attack trigger and we had a leader.
You compare it to something like a D magic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good negate. Yeah, as it should be.
Oh, there's a crown. Ooh.
But we do get to see the hand, so there is the Realm of the Gods Beerus there.
And he doesn't have many cards he can hit. Well, there's a super combo, and it is going to be a super combo, isn't it? It needs to be, but there's Realm of the Gods, there's Bunison, there's D-Magic. Oh yeah, Diogo just charged and passed.
Interesting. So there's the Infinity Shift, reveal top card of your opponent's deck. If it's a battle card, you restand that energy. So it's almost like a Whisk coercion.
But you need to be lucky.
Yeah.
You also get to reshuffle your opponent's deck, which I think is important because you have cards like Whis that can put cards on top of your opponent's deck. Although that's only during your turn, so they're going to draw it immediately.
Oh, and another one.
Oh wow, no. No, that's painful. Because it also draws a card when it's played.
Yeah. And now Peter knows what's in the hand, right? So he can...
Yeah, it's definitely safer. And there's DD Magic. Both players... No, so now we see in this game that Peter is actually taking it back. And it looks like we might be actually going to game 3 with this pressure. I don't know how Diogo would need to come back from it now. We see that we now in his most comfortable position. He's in 4 life.
And he has got... So it goes into 3. He's got the untap if he needs it.
Yeah. But what can he do here? He didn't charge any Z energy.
No.
He didn't see his good plays. Oh.
Oh.
Oh no. It's a counterplay if you have a unison and the card being played is 2 or less.
Which is actually amazing against some of the Z battle cards.
Yeah. But that's why they have deflect, right? Shu
so
is a powerhouse.
So forced into the Overrealm here. I mean, it does help because he gets a card in a drop. So he's going to try and get some more hands. But yeah, this is a rough hand.
Yeah, this looks like a game that's not going Diego's way at all. This is definitely not going Diego's way. And
yeah, and then
I want to see how he wants to come back from this.
And there is the Z charge, and then he goes into the Whis, which then puts it.
Yeah, if Whis also doesn't have deflect, does it? So if there was another counterplay, there we go. Oh, Shu is a counterplay for battle cards with 5,000 or less power. Yes, the 2 or less was Dodoria.
And we'll see in the Awaken. Just to try and extend as much as he can here, because he needs to.
Yeah.
But I think the 2 cards
did he put a card with his Whis to his energy?
I think he missed up on the sequencing. I could be wrong. So it's got removed from the game.
Because he still has 3 energy, and he should be up to 4. Unless he stacked his energy in a peculiar way and we can't see it.
No, I think it's still 3. So then we've got the double strike coming at him.
Yeah, and this looks like it's going to be really difficult for
This is going to be a tough turn. This is
Yeah.
going to be a tough turn for sure.
Especially those that cunning from turn 1, which both players need to remember about, because the effect is not active as long as the cunning card is on board. It's active for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so now this is a double crit with now the super combo on top. He's going to put the Broly on top.
So it's 35 double.
Cunning.
Oh yeah, 40 double crit.
Which, I mean, puts him in double crit, right? It goes from 4 to 2. You lose that any advantage you would gain, and then you're now in double strike range, which is lethal, which the Sin Z leader, which we won't get to in this game, he has double strike built in. You've got the 4 drops, which are double strike. Champa can make things double strike.
You have, of course, the triple strike Omega.
Triple strike Omega now threatens lethal, and yeah. And so we're going to get to game 3.
As soon as the card comes down, it's up on a second. Yep, nope.
Oh, yeah, the Royal Camden. Yep, Vegeta.
Yeah, nope. I'm out of this game.
Yep, so really, really good comeback performance there from Peter Dance. Yeah, as we... Now what it is, right, like both people kind of seen what you've sided in against me. Okay, that's how you're going to play this. Diogo's got a tough uphill to climb here.
Yes, but Diogo has now an advantage because Diogo is going first.
That is true. So that 1 energy can make a difference in this format.
Yes. Especially if you're playing a ramp deck. And we can see he's actually siding in some additional cards.
I think
there was a couple of cards that he probably thought is going to work better than it did.
Yeah, I think you need to, right? You've got to really look at it and be like, oh, well, he has this now. I know he has this. And it's like, okay, well, this is going to shut down my big play at the end of the game. I need to be prepared for this.
I also want to point out how fast both of those players are playing. Because Beerus is a deck that stalls and is generally taking slow. But we only took about 40 minutes of our round time. So we still have half an hour to play that important game 3. So now they can, on this decider, they can spend more time. Because this one game has a possibility to last longer than the other 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game for you, right? It depends on, obviously, the draws. You've got to draw a good. Yes. But we do have the partial mulligan here in Dragon Ball, so it does help a little bit.
It does help you to fix the hand. It does help you with making sure you have a higher chance of getting your tools as needed. And one of the really nice things is you do your mulligan before you put down your life, which also increases your chances of actually seeing your ultimates.
So it keeps...
Do we think Diogo took out the ultimate, the Kaioken, after seeing Cunning?
I don't know, because it's still a really good ender, even if you don't untap.
Yes, it's a triple attack 2-drop, right? And you don't have to untap if you don't want to, because Cunning essentially puts the cost on it. You can decline, so you can keep your drop.
So it looks like the players are just preparing their boards, ready to get into game 3, which, you know, Beerus is really taking it out on Sin. You know, like, Sin is the deck to beat. Like we mentioned at the top of this matchup, right? Gogeta and Sin.
Yes.
Those are the 2 big bads of the format. They're the red menaces that people want to take down. People are trying to actively come against it. And Beerus, to put up a fight like it did, took game 1 by surprise.
Beerus is doing amazing. And we can see the charge of the Dirty Burst again on turn 1 and no other play. He did not find a 1-drop.
So it's rough. It's rough.
Now, question is, did Peter find the Cunning? I think I've seen it in his mulligan hand. Question is, did he keep it?
And then there's the 2 balls.
So one card we haven't actually talked about because we were so enamored by Beerus is the Cracked Dragon Ball, which is a brand new Dragon Ball card that came in for Sin in set
10?
10? No.
Well,
no. In
18.
Z 18.
18.
Set 18.
It's because I always confuse Rise of the
Unison Warriors with
Dawn of the Z Legends.
Yeah. So.
And there's the Oceanus ready.
Yeah.
To give things barrier.
So it's a very interesting card that goes to your Z energy, but can only be used for Shadow Dragons in Z energy. So usually you use it for your leader. And when you play it, you draw a card and you put it into your Z energy from the drop. And it's of course a Dragon Ball tag, which means you can have up to 7 in your deck.
But the leader limits it to 6.
Yes. Because the leader itself is the 7th.
Which it's really nice thematically. I think it works really well. And so we're seeing a very early defense here.
Yes, because we do need to see that Z energy, and I think that's...
And that is the play, right?
Yeah. I think it was also offensive.
Oh, yes, so as it gets a combo and puts it in the energy, you're up.
Yeah. And then he's going to remove it and he's going to Fate Seal Peter.
Yep, so no more barrier, at least not right now.
I think that was a bit of a mistake because the problem now is that he gets to replay Oceanus and he's going to get another Cracked Ball from the deck.
Oh no, goes into Unison.
Okay. He still gets to go into Oceanus.
Not true.
And also one thing I missed is that Peter took the damage. Peter is down to 7.
Mm-hmm. The energy is up there, though. And to add the crown to hand.
He's going to add the crown, but he can't play it. Because he doesn't have energy at the moment.
Nope, and obviously the Unison is not allowed to play because it can't be played with skills anymore. Also, playing crown right now when your opponent's tapped out.
I mean, he's just sending a message, right?
just I've got crown. Just be careful of that.
I mean, the whole thing that he added it to hand is like, so you know what's happening. You
Do you-
either lower your defenses or you let me take a part.
Mm-hmm.
You let me have a peek.
And I think that's something to okay.
Yeah, it's the turn 2 again. He collected 5 balls
Mm-hmm. Because there's already one in his Z energy.
because he played Oceanus the turn earlier.
Exactly.
So we're going to see the awakening of the Sin Shenron.
Yes.
We have not seen, and we're not going to see in this matchup. There's no way we're going to see in this matchup the Z leader.
No, because Beerus just doesn't want to let him get down. So took the damage there from Diogo. And another damage. So he's down to 6.
Yeah. And that's fine. That's what Diogo wants to do, right?
Yeah, more cards in hand right now.
And yeah, Peter's not coming at him with critical. Peter's not coming at him with anything really properly threatening at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And there is the double striker. So I assume this one is going to be trying in. There's the cunning, peel off the cunning, but he decided not to play it turn 1 because he had Oceanus.
Yeah, which I think is a better setup.
Yeah.
So the double strike's there, and he takes it.
No criticals. There was no haze.
So he's Diogo's down to 4, but he's now in his awaken zone.
Yeah.
And there is the barrier just to protect.
And it's just being played.
Oh no, from the
Yeah. It's played from the Gogeta, and I think after that he's going to use it because it still draws you a card and then shuffles the deck.
Yeah.
And then he gets to use it from the board to give the 4-drop barrier.
Yeah. Which, you know, keep it safe from being bounced, keep it safe from...
Oh no, he didn't.
He's just going to opt to have it on board.
Interesting, because I think he wants to tempt Diogo to not draw cards with his leader.
Could potentially be there. So we're going to see a 4-drop. It's Boonison.
It's Boonison.
It's Boonison.
It needs to be Boonison, right? Because Boonison threatens that 4-drop.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, you get to do the leader.
Untap 1 and awaken into the Beerus.
Yep. So the question is, what do you do now? Do you attack with Beerus to Oceanus? Or do you attack with Beerus to the... Yeah. Oh yeah, it attacks to Oceanus to draw a card, yeah. Because Peter was nice enough that he gave the target to Diogo. So why wouldn't you...
And God Tempter.
Oh, nice. We don't see any counterplay here. We don't see Yamcha. The problematic one would be if there is Wolfang. But beside that, I think this is fine.
So adding the destructions adds 2 hand.
I don't think Diogo will be trying to go for that again after seeing that shoe.
No.
After being punished so badly last time.
It was a brutal shoe.
The Boonison is going to go, and then there's no negate.
And it combos it.
Yeah, so that's going to be a Z energy for the next turn.
Yeah. So 25 into the 20. Does he force Peter to combo? Does Peter really want it to keep around? I mean, there's arguments for and against, but no.
Yep. That's
keep that hand.
That's fine.
Get that Z energy.
And yeah.
And so, yeah, this is actually a precarious position though.
Now
you do get the untap, but
and he made sure that he's outside of the range for the crown.
That's exactly what I was gonna mention. Is he's got 1 energy up. Crown, you need 2 energy active. If he's got things like Infinity Shift, it keeps him at that 1 energy.
Yeah.
As soon as I mean, D magic, right? Like last case scenario right now.
As soon as he gets to force his opponent to either combo that crown, which, you know, if Peter is going to draw another one, we might see him try to tempt it by comboing one off, just showing off that he has a weaker hand. But we might also not. Problem with that Gogeta is, we have Omega, but the problem with Gogeta is that now it's starting to grow way out of proportion because it was not contested at all.
Yeah, so the Omega has barrier, but then we're going to see the Pilaf come in, remove the barrier, minus the boo, bye-bye, bottom of the deck you go, triple strike.
That's so... That Pilaf is...
Group Hug Pilaf, man, it's a set 2 card.
Even group leader.
Oh, is it group leader? Group? Did I say group hug?
Yes.
Oh, well, you know, we all want to hug a Pilaf.
He looks like he wants a hug, right?
Yeah. And then we're going to just see the block on the leader swing.
Yeah, because why wouldn't you, right? Will Peter actually combo here? No, he's doing that to... Oh, no, he's actually comboing. He's trying to remove that marker.
Get a
And that's fine. You got a card out of him. He drew a card, but you got a card out of him. And I'm fully expecting Diogo to have another Bunison in hand. When this one goes, he's just going to play another. Why not?
It's a testament to how good the Bunison is, right? You see last game where Peter was able to just go freely.
Yeah.
Bunison stops Sin and says, I'm a threat and you need to sequence around me.
Group leader Pilaf stops that barrier giver. And I think that's why it's in the main.
It's such a good call to put in the main.
He's going to combo. Because the Unison went into the leader and just going, I'm going to combo this Pilaf. I have another Z energy.
Yeah.
Are we actually expecting to see here 2 of the Weezes from the Z deck?
I think it's plausible. I think it's a plausible play.
It's a very, you know, the game state is not threatening. Peter is actually not threatening anything here.
Yeah, so he's +1, -1.
Yeah.
Zeroed.
+0, -0.
Yeah.
The 0 skill.
So he's got an energy coming back at the end of the turn as well.
The start of opponent's turn.
And then he's got the Boo to swing in. And
I think that's going to go at the...
Unison, right?
Yeah, just because you don't need to go face.
Control those markers. You don't want that Unison being able to pop off.
You don't want it at 4.
No.
Just to show off why you don't want it at 4. We're going to put it on the screen very quickly for you guys. So there we go. On -4, it gets 15,000 power and the double strike on activate battle.
Oh, so we're seeing the after image there.
Yeah.
So it's not actually a negate. It doesn't stop the attack. The attack still goes through, but you get plus 40,000.
And you give -10,000 to something.
Yeah, so... But it's important to know if you wanted to combo, get some Z energy, it is actually relevant.
I've seen people actually do that.
Yeah, right? You might not be going for the damage, but if you want to... And so there we go. Untap, untap.
Free energy. He does let him have that crown.
But he's got 2 blockers on board.
Also, I'm surprised he didn't play Whis in here. Is he saving for Peter to go wide and he's trying to go for Cell?
That could be a possibility. That is actually a very good possibility. He is playing blue. The blue Z, the Z deck has a lot of nice surprises for blue. Oh, and we're actually seeing the winner Vegeta promo come down here. And I think it's going to KO. Yep. Nope.
Is this the Rush one? Is it the Rush attack from the Z deck? No.
No, it's a promo from the tournament packs.
Ah.
And bye-bye Goku. And so it's now going to go in. I'm assuming at first because he just wants to get rid of him or force the Bunison to do something.
I think we...
Oh, pair 2. Oh, he's paying 2 for the token.
Which is very smart because Peter did not play Crown.
That is true. Like, he's off sequence now. The Crown isn't just a freebie. Yeah.
He doesn't get to look. That was very interesting because we know that he has Crown and I'm surprised he didn't go for it.
Oh, and then it's that's why he went for the Cunning instead. Okay. I mean, maybe that's a forced into that line of play now.
I mean, that is perfectly fine, but I have a sneaking suspicion that Diogo just took out Kaioken.
It could happen. It could happen. I mean, we are going to get a follow-up winners interview after this match, so hopefully we can find out some answers about what they decided, what they thought about, stuff like that. And yeah, charged it. So down to 1 marker on that Bunison, which, whilst it's active, it's like, do I take the block or do I try and spin something? That's a problem.
That depends. Does he have another one in hand?
Oh, it's back to Diogo. So I mean, he does have another Bunison, but he's charging it.
Maybe he has way more than one. Because that's the problem with Unisons, right? They don't have combo power.
That is true. But that puts him at 6, so he can, in theory, go into the SS4 Vegeta if he wants to.
Now we're going to see SS4 Vegeta.
So the double strike into the Unison, you're not really wanting to stop that. Again, into the Unison with the leader, get the draw. Yep. Put it back down to 2.
So it's still in that safe
And
margin.
there is the SS4 Vegeta.
Yeah, He did actually see it.
1, 2, 3, 4. All blue. He does have a Pilaf here, though, which he might debate adding it to hand.
I mean, there is that Bunison, right?
Yeah, so whilst that's there, that threat of Pilaf into the minus is really strong, actually. Also, the Vegeta is a blocker as well.
I think he took the super combo.
Yeah, so he's got the free active energy.
Yeah. Is he going to do something with it, or is he going to let him have a freebie again? And is Peter going to use that freebie? That's the question.
Just keep pushing into... Oh, he's going to go into the Vegeta. Yeah, clear that Vegeta while you can, right?
Yeah, because the Unison at the moment is not really a problem.
No.
He's not doing anything with that Unison.
Here too.
There we go. There's the Whis. So he's going to be up to 10 energy this turn. There's no way he's using Kaioken, because 10 energy is you need to warp 50 cards.
Yeah.
There is no way for that.
And end of turn, blocker, and an energy is stood.
And there's 2 energy, so he does have a crown, right? Peter can use a crown in here.
But now is he going to be gun shy about it? I mean, is it for 4 energy? So
Is it, Peter's at 5.
You're right.
And we can see that he has a couple of Nova Shenrons.
And there's the crown.
That he didn't want to play so far. So there is a crown. And I think Diogo is like, yeah, sure, you can have it. I know you have it. 2D Magics, Senzu. Yeah.
There was another bonus in there.
Yeah, there's another Bunison. I knew about that one. There is a Realm of the Gods. There's Dirty Burst. There's a Bunison that those cards can't
be hit. Yeah. So
there's 2 super combos. There's another SS4. There's Judge of Gods.
If we see Judge of Gods,
I think if we see Judge of Gods come in, then Peter's just going to not let him have it.
You want to see it though?
Yes, we want to see it. Does Peter want to see it?
That's fair. So yeah, the crown here is more information gathering, I think. Like, yes, it hit the super combo. That's great. It's a hit you want to take from the crown. We're going to see the block on the leader there. Just basically wait until last minute to use that remaining stuff of the Bunison.
Yeah, I think at the moment he's just trying to force use on the Bunison, or he's just going to try to reduce its power and just go in with maybe his own Unison to remove it. I think that's the first one. Because I don't think at any point Diogo would bounce Crown.
No, you don't want that back in your...
No, because it's not a limit card, so... He gets to play Oceanus, so... that's a draw another card and shuffle your deck. So he can give something barrier. So... do we see one of the big Shenrons? Either Sin or Omega?
It's a tough call. It actually kind of doesn't look like he has Omega in hand, though.
No, it looks like he's missing his... Yeah, he's just minusing it. He didn't even play Nova Shenron.
Wow.
He was scared of playing Nova Shenron, and he's attacking with Crown to Bunison.
Top card, it is a battle card.
So he gets the energy back, and he gets the battle card back. That is really scary.
So 2 blockers still standing, and they're not insignificant blockers either. Bunison,
20,000 and SS4 30, yeah. I remember when SS4 Vegeta came out, and people were like, it's not that good, it doesn't have deflect, it can be easily stopped. And yeah, for a while it didn't see any play.
And now you've got people still running around Rogue with SS4 Vegeta the leader, but decks like...
Beerus, SS3, even Dende.
Yeah, lots of different decks can take utilizing of it of blue, and I think that kind of leads into why Senzu being got the hit, right? You don't want that oppressive pressure on top of that, but you still have big hitters like Kale and Android 17 if need be.
Peter is thinking very carefully on what to do. We have Nova Shenron attacking, and then we go to the D-Magic here. And Diogo is sitting pretty on that 4 life.
4 life to 7. Again, Peter's life is probably not going to move too much.
Yeah, I don't think with that Gogeta. I think that's one of the reasons why Diogo doesn't remove that Gogeta. it creates a perfect target for him.
Mhm.
He always has something to attack. He always gets to get value out of that, and he always has a yeah. There is the 4-drop. So I guess he's going to use that. He's going to attack, and his auto is going to resolve first, which means he can minus 20k on Nova Shenron and minus 20k on Bunison.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Nova dies, but then it returns because of the limit 1 auto.
Yeah.
If it's minus by one of your skills, it comes back, and you
Yeah.
get to draw.
And then he blocks with the SS4.
Yes. Oh.
Where is he?
Or is he? You're seeing Diogo just saw his hand out. Like it's so just comboing into it. So no blocks, it seems. Oh.
There's Realm of the Gods. So this one is going to the bot.
Get rid of.
He gets to choose, but
yeah,
let's be honest, it's going to be Nova.
Yeah, it's an attack that's waiting. You get rid of it, and it's also going to combo you out because it's plus 15.
Yeah. So that's up to 30 versus 25. So that looks like the game is actually swinging towards. I think Realm of the Gods is plus 10, so he needs.
Oh, so then it's the extra 5.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So why did Shenron die? Why did Shenron die? I think Peter might be a bit surprised that he's playing against Beerus, and
I mean, it's not a deck you expect to come against.
Yes, I don't think
there you go.
More than one.
I think they figured it out.
Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, there you go. Everything's happy.
Yeah, everything is there. I think Peter is not exactly happy, but
I mean, people have had to travel to get here as well. You know, it happens. It happens.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's not out of the run either.
Oh, now he's got his Omega in hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that was a case of he just didn't see the Omega there.
Now he has his Omega, but
there's free energy standing, and you know that you can just probably run into a negate here.
Yeah, there's no way. He knows that there's another dimension magic at least.
And there's also a blocker there.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really want to block that attack because
that's going to get minused from the activate
exactly.
battle. Yeah.
So you don't want to let him go into a battle, but the problem is there is still that unison that can do it.
Mm. Oh, no, it goes in for a crown.
Crown, okay.
Information gather.
Nothing changed. He hasn't drawn any cards.
I mean, he's just, I guess he's going to get rid of...
Another super combo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, why wouldn't you?
I don't think Diogo actually used his super combo this game.
No.
Oh, wow.
So just trying to pilfer, yeah.
That's a third one. So he's trying to reduce the resources. But we know that there's another SS4 blocker, and as in the SS4 Vegeta, and we know that there's another Bunison.
So I think he's going to swing and try and get some charge here, maybe?
Yeah. Like I can see him swinging in here, because that makes sense, right? You try to push some damage, and you try to get some Z energy.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, Peter's tapped out.
He takes it, goes down to 3.
Yeah. Peter's tapped out.
Yeah, it's a really scary position to be in. And yep, so there's the pass turn back to Diogo here. And he's got a lot of energy to work with.
And he has also a lot of targets on board, right?
Yeah, that's a very defensive hand as well, looking at it. Sheesh.
I know I used to play the deck, but it's like 11 energy. It just looks so ridiculous on the camera.
It's a lot.
It's a block. So what is happening here? Beerus is attacking in, I think, Broly in the crown.
No.
Oh no, it's into the Gogeta.
And then it's going to go into the Sin, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. The Vegeta needs to go into Sin, right?
I mean, free fair to push.
Oh no.
No?
It's going into
Unison? Oh, then.
Oh,
I mean, Whis is still around, so why not try and clear up with Whis?
It's a 9k. And then what? You remove Whis to bounce that Sin to the top deck? Just so he can't drop another one, right?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Another blocker.
Another one.
Let's see what he hits. Yep.
Super combo, of course. D-Magic, another SS4. So he's at 11. That's going to be 15. He charges all 4, right? You can see him counting. Oh, he's keeping 1.
Because he can go to SS4 again if he wants.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
And then what? He plays another 1. Now first you attack. Are we actually going to see him remove that unison?
Mm-hmm. And there's the other one.
That's a promo.
It's from the collector history of Vegeta.
Mm-hmm.
Blue, 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 blue.
All blue. I think the only black one.
Uh,
Yeah, he keeps the rest, right? He only needed 1 energy because he's 15 now.
Unless he's going to plan out some more.
Well, he doesn't need to. He needs to survive a turn. He only charges 1, and then he needs to survive a turn.
He charges 2.
Oh, he's charging 2. I guess that Boo doesn't really do much. And you've already...
He's charged it all.
Okay. So he's what, 18?
And then clears off that unison finally.
And then he has 3 blockers, all of the negates in hand, and a dirty burst.
Yeah, it's,
that's dirty.
That's a lot.
I think Peter might just see, you know, writing on the wall here.
It's a tough thing to stare down, but, you know. Oh, and going to go into that awakening.
Sure.
You've got the play, you might as well. Draw. Oh, no.
The Kaioken doesn't do anything, right? Oh, he's going to try? No. Okay.
Goku. Triple strike.
Goku.
Yeah. But also block.
There is one major misplay that Diogo could make right now and try to play Kaioken now.
Yeah. Because he's got nothing in the wall. And Cunning was played.
Yeah. Cunning was played and... Oh, is he going to attack? No, he's just letting it go. He's
turn.
ending turn.
Yep. Perfectly sequenced there by Diogo. Not going into the Kaioken because he doesn't need to.
No, exactly. He keeps that 2 energy open. If it wasn't for the Cunning, Diogo would win this turn.
Yeah.
You would play Kaioken and... Oh no, because you need to... Do you still need to rest your leader? That is a good question. Because you used to need to rest your leader. And you don't. You just play 16.
So to Peter's credit, if he didn't play Cunning, that game would have ended that turn with a Hakai.
Yes, but now Peter needs to close it this turn with 3 blockers on board, 4 I think.
It's a rough 10.
And quite a few negates in hand because we know that there is still after image technique, I think. Not after
yes, in the blue deck there is after image. There's D magic. There is infinity shift, which also can have the potential to restand one of those blockers. So paying 2, we're going to go into Hyper Rush Vegeta here, I think.
I think so, because what else can we go into?
So he's just going to try and push through with that, obviously.
But you can see that he's not exactly happy with this.
No.
He knows it's not going to do much. And what do we see here? Are we going to see a negate? No, we're probably just going to see a block.
And there's Realm of the Gods. Just to combo out.
There's the rush attack Vegeta.
And
it's not only to combo out, it removes that Vegeta from board because it's a 2-drop.
Oh, it's a 2-drop, which removes it from the game, yeah.
Yeah.
These cards may have the flip, but they don't have barrier.
Yeah, a lot of the cards that remove 2-drop or less, which used to not be that good, suddenly became way more powerful with the Z-decks.
Yep, so Hyper... Rush attack.
Rush attack, yeah.
So
the same thing, and it's just going to
kill
remove
off
one of the blocker. And I think that was a D magic.
Yeah, so
restand with a barrier. So now it can be put back to the bottom of the deck with Realm of the Gods.
But it's just going to run into a blocker, I think.
Yeah, I think in this situation, it's just...
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, you just block with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just let it die, because what else is he going to do?
It's served its purpose.
Exactly. You can see that Peter is not happy. And Diogo is keeping well. He's not letting himself go crazy.
No, you've got to be...
Yeah, he's letting it go because
there's bigger things to come. You look at that energy, you know there's bigger things to come.
it's 2 energy left, so Omega maybe.
Yeah, I mean.
But in here it's 15 take 1 damage, or he can combo out easily. Oh, it's 25 at the moment.
So minus on the
25 to 10. So do you actually take it? Do you go to a double strike range when your opponent has only 2 cards? You do have Dirty Burst, so if it's Omega Shenron, you shave. You shave, save, even. Yeah, he takes it.
Yeah, he's taking it.
What do we see now? Is he trying for another rush attack?
I mean, that would put his energy there. I think you got to go for the Omega.
Yeah, but Omega is the problem. He knows that Diogo is running Dirty Burst.
Dirty Burst. He's got blockers.
Yeah. And he can't remove those blockers because Diogo blocked with the blocker that got its power removed, so the leader never got the value out there.
Oh, he's got, okay, just going to try Death Fire 1,000 cuts, which I think's fair.
But it's only 15. Even if you can get another one, no, he's not taking the chances. He's not taking the chance on the Champa.
No.
Because Champa right now is threatening, isn't it?
Yeah, Champa double strike, yeah. So he's minus the Nova.
So he's using his leader. He got some value out of that. And then what? Do we have a negate? I
mean, you go for the Infinity Shift here, right? No? Okay.
Now we have another blocker. I don't think that deck has any free plays at the moment. So even if there was a Champa, there's nothing. It was a very good turn to remove.
So it goes. So he is in double strike range.
There's a double strike, yeah.
There
is a Dirty Burst just to negate the attack. And he knew that the Dirty Burst was there. You can see him smiling.
And that's GG, boys.
We didn't get to see Hakai, but
that was a Hakai for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, Beerus is actually 2-0 in here.
Yeah, in terms of score, but this was a 2-1.
Yeah, sorry. It's a round 2. Beerus has 2 wins. This match, Beerus won 2-1 against Sin Shenron.
Yeah, so there you go. The Hakai was there. He had the energy to do it. He also had the ability to play Whis. Both things, like, Whis would have let him take another turn, which then he could have Hakai.
I think that's the thing. That's why Beerus is such a powerful... Because Blue has very good engine for ramping.
Yeah.
And it has a win condition there.
Yes. Okay. So yeah. So overall, Beerus, a card that again got more support in that anniversary box.
Just 1 card, and that's all it took.
Yep.
And we've seen what Diogo did with it. We'll see if Diogo manages to keep the win streak.
I hope so. I mean, like, coming into this format, as I've mentioned time and time again, red is the deck to beat. Yeah. You have 2 very strong decks in red. You've got the Vegito in the corner. You've also got the Gogeta BR, which we haven't seen yet today, but I'm sure I'm sure it's lurking there and waiting to surprise people who aren't prepared for it. And yeah, as I mentioned, the Beerus and the way of just coming into this format and being like, there is those decks, you know those decks, you know how to sequence against those decks, and the Beerus did it perfectly. Yeah.
Well, that was round 2. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to have an interview with Diogo, with our winner on Beerus. So that's going to be exciting. Thank you, guys, and stay tuned. We have an interview coming. Hello guys, and we are back after the round. And we have our winner here, Diogo. That was an amazing match.
Thank
You
you.
brought Beerus, one of my favorite leaders, one of the first leaders I ever wanted to build. And you won, and you won 2 games today, right?
Yes, both against Sin.
Both against Sin.
Yep.
Has it been, I assume it has been in your mind, but have you been preparing against Sin and Gogeta specifically?
It's the core of this meta. You need to you are either playing those decks or preparing against them. So I had to make sure that my main board at least was really strong going onto the matchup. And as you could see in the main board, some random cards, but they made sense against the matchup.
Not random cards at all. We actually knew about the group leader Pilaf beforehand through our common friend. But we were excited to see it, and we were excited to see it in your main board.
Yeah.
It worked magically. It's clearly an amazing choice.
Yeah, it's great against Barrier when Sin decides to waste the resource of Oceange. It's good against Vegito because you can also remove Barrier. And it's great against the new Exodia deck because you just remove the Triple Strike.
Triple Strike, yeah.
So even if they have the Broly, they can only take 6 life at least, at best.
What was your thought process behind choosing Beerus as the deck for this event?
So I'm a blue guy, so I've been playing this game like since set 4, I think. I always played blue, and the strongest blue thing can do for a while now. It's playing blue units in at 3. So that made my choices be either SS3, SS4, and Beerus, because these 3 are the only decks that can consistently ramp. Trunks has variance, and Reboot Q also has variance on the ramp.
So why Beerus? Why in the end Beerus?
Beerus has a guaranteed ramp on turn 2. That comes
with the Wish.
From the Z deck.
Yeah.
And the only condition you need is like having a cantrip on turn 1. And even if you fizzle, like I think in the game 3 I fizzled, you can just throw something and play the Wiz. And now that's their clock. They need to punish you as hard as they can. Because as soon as you are able to drop either Boo or Blitz, deal with the board, awaken, and you're just fine. Because now you can use the efficient Blue Negates and try to win more average.
Yeah, the Boo Nissan is the Mr. Boo Negate as well, also very interesting choice.
Yeah.
And we were watching here at the edge of our seats in game 1 as you were waiting for that SS4 Vegeta. But yeah, thank you very much, Diogo. Congratulations on your win. Hopefully we're going to see you here again. Hopefully we're going to see you tomorrow as well in the games.
So.
And we are going to go on our short break, and we're going to be starting round 3 soon. So we're going to be getting another match for you guys very soon. And please stay tuned, and we will see you after this break.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mirko. I'm from Germany. I'm here at the DBS Nationals in the Netherlands, and it's a wonderful day. The hall is full of people. We are, I think, 220 players at the main event. I hope everyone is having a good time after the first round. And yeah, I just had a feature match right over there. It was kind of rough. Didn't do my Unison for my Gamma 1, Gamma 2 Awakening. The second game took a bit longer, but in the end I didn't win. But I'm hopeful for the next round. There are still side events, so even if I lose, I think we are all winners. The side events here are plentiful. I think there are 8-player KO tournaments every time 8 players meet. And there will be 2 big side events each day, today and tomorrow, and I'm definitely planning to attend 8-player KO events. I'm here with my friends from Germany. We are all playing together at the same local card gaming store in Oberhausen. Shout out to Oberhausen. We are all loving Dragon Ball Z. We are loving Dragon Ball Super. It's just Dragon Ball. It's our childhood and now Super, and I think we all can't wait to follow the card game further with, I already saw the Senkai 3 promo of Kamba. I can't wait to see the matching leader. And one of my better friends Theo is here with us. He also adores black decks, and the black doesn't have the best time in DBZ card game right now, but the spoiled card gives us hope. Everyone out there, enjoy DBZ, DBS, DBGT, and have a great weekend with the Dragon Ball card game.
And we are back, ready to go into round 3 here at the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals. We've had 2 amazing rounds, round 1 and round 2. We saw round 1 taken by the red set 2 Vegeta, and round 2 was taken by the Beerus reboot.
The blue Beerus, yeah.
Yeah, incredible stuff. But we are going into round 3 right now. We've got a different little matchup for you. We've got Joe Dunthorne versus Sven. We've got Trunks Jeter, a yellow Stalhawk, right? Like standing tall, literally, because of how tall these cards can get. And Sven on the red-yellow variant of Sin.
Yeah, so last round we've seen mono-red version of Sin. This round we're going to have red-yellow.
Yeah, and we saw how powerful red-yellow works with the set 2 Vegeta. Yeah. So this is like the combined forces.
Yeah. And you might also recognize Joe's name, because Joe has been a very prolific player before the whole pandemic happened. He has been a really good player on the finals in Coventry. He has taken the 2nd place in the Brussels European Championships when we had French, Italian and English cards played together for the first time. He took a 2nd place there. He's well known for playing his stall strategies, his mill, his Trunks Gogeta. Sorry, Trunks Vegeta, not Gogeta.
I mean, we could throw another Gogeta in there, right?
Probably, or a Vegex, right?
Yep. So, I mean, I'm excited for this matchup, honestly. Trunks has, like, the real potential there, right? Like, there's a lot of cool synergistic things, especially with that Vegeta promo that we saw utilized in the set 2 Vegeta deck. It allows you to restand that Trunks. And obviously it's a Vegeta, so it helps, again, really synergistically with Trunks Vegeta.
Yeah. Trunks Vegeta being able to just get a lot of that free value out there from the deck or from the drop and just keeps on drawing more and more cards. And the important one is he gets to choose it as he attacks, if he wants to play a card or draw a card, as the auto resolves. So if his opponent wants to counterplay, they need to do it before he decides. That's a scary bet here, because if they're going to counterplay, he's going to be like, yeah, I'm not playing anything, I'm just going to draw a card.
Yeah, and then with the red-yellow version of Sin, right, I mean, it opens up the door, yes, Almighty Resistance, but the one key piece here is Dragon Thunder.
Yes, the Dragon Thunder is a very powerful card that you can use for free, but you can also use it by paying energy. And we can see that the players have already started.
Yep, so 1 energy charge for Sven, and yep, it looks like he is just checking his life now for the balls. Seems like there was no energy there. No energy? No balls or no cracked Dragon Balls in his energy. In his life. There we go. We got there in the end.
We can see the infamous now counter already in his deck, but it was at the bottom of the deck, so that this reshuffle is going to be so helpful.
Very much so. But I mean, Trunks getting to go 2nd with the explosive power Trunks kind of has. Like, as much as aggro as so that's 4 on turn 1 there. That's actually quite impressive. So they go straight into the Z energy, paying 1, I'm assuming. Yeah, okay, Haze, okay. I thought it was going to be Oceanus, but no. And also, if
both of them do the same way. They find you the cracked Dragon Ball, put it in your Z energy, and first draw your card and then do that, and then shuffle your deck. So it is perfectly fine. Although it is very risky to try to get rid of your critical in here, because this is critical giver that you put in harm's way, quite literally, because yellow is known for resting cards, and this Haze doesn't have any protection, and it's 9,000 power.
Love seeing that SPR pan from the I love it so much. But yeah, there we go. We're seeing the Trunks, and then we get to go
into Vegeta.
Like father, like son into Vegeta. Really powerful setup. Also noting that Sven's running the Natron Shenron. So we see a lot of people opt to cut it.
To cut different.
For more just generic good red tools.
Although now that we have less of those generic good red
Sven
things.
takes the damage goes down to 7.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice. So he's actually got, I think that's the energy exhaust version where it can get the energy exhaust. It's the Angel and Destroyer rare in his hand. So very cool.
So the one that needs to warp.
He had 2 in life. Oh no.
So he goes down to 5 now.
That's oof. Off of 1 leader swing, he's now at 5 life. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. So we're going to see the 2 cracked Dragon Balls there.
And I think that puts him up to 6. So he is able.
The Gogeta Unison comes down.
Gogeta Unison again making a comeback. We have just seen a Sin being played. And now we are curious on how Joe will try to manage against Sin, right?
So he did add the 4-drop to hand now, so we know he has it. The area is the Awaken, so I'm assuming we're going to see a crit doubles come out this turn.
Yeah. There's the crit double. He still has the crit on board. Yes, that's very important. If he has, that's the neutron. Okay, so he's going to be trying to find a Shadow Dragon. I guess he's playing it for different type of consistency, and he has not found one. And we've seen a lot of really good cards in there, right? Because we've seen Wolfang Fist.
Yeah, I mean, the deck is very powerful, and Sven's obviously doing very well in this tournament. I mean, it's a powerhouse of a deck. There's a good reason that it's done what it does. But yeah, just unfortunate on that hit there, and unfortunate with the 2 balls in life. And there's a massive
stopping the leader. Stopping the leader, Z charging, there's a Masu.
Resting the leader, just denying any aggression this deck wants.
Sven decided to not attack with the Unison. That's an interesting choice.
Maybe just flustered, and
I think it might be that he just wants to push strong with that critical.
Yeah, deny your opponent.
Yeah.
Any.
And then there is the Awaken.
Sergio took the life down to 6.
Yeah. So it's a very powerful Awaken that you can do as soon as you have 2 energy and you have Vegeta on board.
Yeah, and now that he is in his awakened state is where the deck really starts to make the playmakers. So we're seeing the leader swing here, and it's going to be met with a token negate, which he's using to pay life. So now Sven is down to 4 life.
That's one thing. I don't think we've seen Sin run the token negate so far. Have we? No, because we haven't seen it from Peter. I guess it's not that useful against Beerus, but even in game 1 it was not there.
Yeah, because in order to not have to pay the energy cost for the card, you need to be at 5.
Yeah, 5 or less.
Yeah.
After image technique technically does the same thing, but you need to be at 5 cards in your drop.
And there's the evolution into the Vegeta.
Yeah.
I think he's going to clean up board here.
I mean, you need to, right? And there's the block. Yep. And then he's going to KO the card in rest mode, which is again very powerful skill that the yellow has access to.
And then past turn 1 yellow up, which obviously Power of the Super Saiyan is live with one like you can activate the battle, and then as long as you've got the energy, it's free. But even then, you can use it as a negate if you want to pay the energy.
Yeah.
So those Neutrons just going.
But Power of the Super Saiyan is limited to 1, isn't it?
It is limited to 1, yes.
Yeah. So let's see if Joe has the skill to actually draw it.
That is a way of describing that.
Joe seems very comfortable in this position, doesn't he?
Oh wow, straight into the Omega.
Oh wow. Yeah, that is scary, but what do you, so what? Okay, he's going to give it barrier. So here we're not in blue, so we don't have access to remove barrier, but we are in yellow, which Final Flash! Exactly.
Is also a very infinite attack rare that requires 1 yellow energy, which Joe has up.
Yep. And that one is not limited.
Oh, interesting. So using the set 10 SR, that also stops things from responding if necessary.
Yes, and also negates the skills. So no critical, no barrier, no triple strike, but he does go down to 5. Which I think he's perfectly fine in doing so, because he needs to be at 4 to get to the point where he can use his super combos, right? Oh no, he's running Zamasu as some of his super combo. What's his other super combo? Well, let's quickly have a gander.
It's probably Krillin, right? Yeah, it's Krillin.
Yeah. There's 3 Krillins and 1 Zamasu.
So he saw that Zamasu off the rip and just...
And the secret of choice is Pan.
I don't hear that. Don't hear that one.
No, nor do I. But we can see there's a lot of counter attacks there.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of ability to stop decks like this. because we do have the Mecha Freezer that forces opponents to rest a card if they want to attack for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, and just seeing it in Goku's hand. In Joe's hand is the Goku, which is a very good counterplay card indeed.
In Goku's hand, we can see a Joe card.
Yes, the Joe card. And there we go, we get the Evolve on top.
That's a barrier blocker, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's a scary card to be staring down at, because that Activate Battle suddenly can't touch it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we're going to swing into the Oceanus here.
And will we get to play a card? I think he's going to opt to play a card and then choose. Is he playing another one? No, he's drawing, because he has access to both of them already if he needs to resurrect them.
Yep, and we're going to see. Oh, wow, okay.
That's a very shiny card.
Yeah, it's the Realm of the Gods for yellow, I believe.
Ah, so that's. We actually do have this one, don't we? Nope. Oh well.
And then adds the Vegeta to hand, which you can evolve on top of that Vegeta that he has on board. Very good, very good, very consistent. Trunks Vegeta doing what Trunks Vegeta does best.
So yellow doing its stuff. Are we going to see? Yeah, because now he can evolve into that Vegeta. Question is, does he want to?
It's.
No, he's just passing here.
You keep that one energy open for defense, right? I mean,
yeah, you need to, with an aggressive deck like this. You do need to. So both players being at 4 life, it's a very difficult situation for Joe, because, oh wow, and now there's another Shenron. Because the Sin Shenron can just dish out so much damage.
But Trunks' effect brings it in rest mode, so I mean he can. So what we saw there, leader effect gets rid of the rested Nova. It comes back in, he gets to draw a card, and then now he's swinging with it. But that's not what you want to be doing with your C. Like, I mean, you already. Oh, and
wow, yeah.
Mecha Freezer comes down and says, "Oh, if you want to attack, you're gonna have to rest some more stuff this turn." And the later this gets, the more and more it favors Trunks Vegeta, because they can just keep building on that defense.
And the question is, what does he sacrifice here? Does he sacrifice energy, or does he sacrifice?
And then just combos Jiren into the Z energy,
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't rest anything for his Gogeta attack. Or is it just for battle cards and leader cards?
I believe it's battle cards.
Or he just rested for the leader card as well. So I think Unisons are safe under that. He's just going to combo that Mecha Freezer and just put it.
Yeah, Freezer's already done what he's done. And so.
Auto resolves, right? And there is the Oceanus.
Yeah, +2 brings out the Oceanus in rest mode.
Give barrier to the Omega. Is he going? Yeah, there's an attack with Omega. There's no energy open, so can't do that. But there is the block and a gate.
Go down to 3, but brings out
a token.
Oh, very nice. On theme.
We actually have Freezer Army token.
Very nice.
There was a moment when we actually got those tokens before we got a way to generate them.
Yeah, it was really cool. I really hope we get more of those tokens in future as well. Mainly just because I like tokens.
We need
They're
to get
fun.
foil tokens.
We do have some top foil tokens.
We need to get SPR tokens.
SPR tokens, that's where it's got to go. And then there is the evolution from Daddy Vegeta into Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta.
Both very scary.
I mean, it's quite a predicament.
What do you attack here, right? Haze. Yeah, you need to remove Haze.
Nova.
Sorry, yes, Nova. So he's attacking Nova and he's removing the
Omega, because
yeah.
the Omega barrier only lasts until...
No, it lasts until the end of Joe's turn.
Oh. So why did Omega get him?
Didn't Vegeta ignore barrier?
Oh, does it?
I'm going to tell you in a second.
Okay. So there is the swing from the token. The token's actually going to swing in here. And does work.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so the Vegeta ignores barrier. Okay.
That's why the Oceanus doesn't do anything against that Vegeta. That's your way of removing stuff. So Oceanus is essentially a -1. You just remove your own resources here to not do anything.
And
which is scary if you think about it.
Yeah, and if they just need to get attacks in to get draws and stuff, you've got that unison there, which is a nice punch and target really.
Of course, we can't forget that the Vegeta and Trunks do have another effect, where in the battle they can remove one card from underneath it to the drop area to get 10,000 power and double strike.
Yeah.
So that 2 life is actually very dangerous, because then suddenly at some point they can use it.
I mean, Joe just sitting quite comfortable here again. Now he's got 2 energy up, so Crown is a potential.
Yes, do we actually see Sven playing Crown in the main deck like we've seen with Peter? But I don't think we do. No, there's no Crown in the main.
It is in his side, so
we're definitely going to see that coming in from his sideboard.
Yes. And so, yep.
That Gogeta is just growing.
That is a Gogeta with a lot of markers, but he's just used the marker skill for this turn to play that, so we know he's safe from the down tick. Yeah.
Which is understandable. There's a lot of blockers on board, so it would be difficult to use it.
Yeah. I mean that Trunks, the key thing here is Sven needs to find a way to deal with that Trunks, because that is a card that has essentially put him on a clock, and when Joe's ready to pop off with that, he needs to either be ready to answer it or get rid of it now.
Oh, there's another Omega Shenron coming down. Joe seems fine. Yeah, he's just like, go on. What do you want to do with that card?
And there's the counterplay. There is the Goku in Joe's hand.
Yeah.
Or the Joe in Goku's hand.
That's a Joe in Goku's hand, isn't it? Joe is playing into Goku's hand.
So there we go. There's the no
skills. Which means that Omega Shenron just came down to be taken care of by Vegeta.
Yeah.
The Vegeta is going to swing into Oceanus again or into Gogeta, and that Omega is going to go.
It's rough. It's rough.
Isn't it like a second or third Omega that he's going through? I think it's the second one. The first one was the 4-drop. But this is a second Omega Shenron that's going to go through. And it's a second Omega Shenron that did not achieve anything.
Yeah, at least if you're going to play it, right, you want it ideally to push, at least you give you something, right? And Joe's been able to
consistently. You essentially just give them... Joe kept on giving one card to remove it.
There is the final flash.
Yeah, oh, that's a nice artwork for the final flash.
Yeah, I think that's the final flash he uses against Topper. But yeah, let's run down the final flash because it's a powerhouse of a card. I love seeing infinite attack rares.
Yeah, they were very powerful when they came out, and then they just got more powerful when we came away from that monocolored energy. So from that multicolor energy. So first effect is very simple. You pay 1 energy, and if your leader is yellow, you choose up to 1 of your leader cards or battle cards, and it gets 15,000 power for the battle. It's a very powerful combo in its own right. But then auto, if your energy is, if all of your energy is yellow, when you activate this card, you choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards, ignoring barrier, and negate its skills for the turn.
Which is huge against Sin, right? Because
you ignore barrier, you can turn off any skills, and then
that triple strike becomes a single.
A single strike, and then you also get 15k power to stop the attack.
Which normally people are going to combo on top of that Omega.
Yeah.
Rightly so, because it is a big boy, but you've got to be prepared for that, especially against yellow.
And the final flash is just one of those cards that is going to stay around as long as yellow is in there. And then we have another evolve, and it goes into active mode because they do switch themselves to active mode when you evolve on top of them.
And
he gets to draw a card with his leader. When he X-evolves and he swings, he's going to remove that Omega Shenron.
And another token again, choosing to take the life here.
That is fine. I think I know why he chose to take the life, and that's perfectly fine. Because now he gets to Z Awaken, right?
True.
He gets to put himself behind that wall of 20,000 base power.
Yeah, that is also a very good point there. And it might be the first Z Awaken for Sin we see today.
Yeah, definitely.
And obviously, because the token got played, Trunks says, no, you get played in rest mode.
Yeah. And what does Joe do now?
Oh, the tails.
Oh, all too easy.
Wow.
Isn't that also limited?
I don't think so.
Isn't it? It's still a strong card.
Yeah, so for 2 energy, this guy can come in
Yeah.
and really put the pressure on.
Mm.
And there is the Wolffang Fist there. Nope.
There we go.
Discarded it from hand.
Barrel's all too easy. We can just quickly put it on the screen for you guys. When it's played, you choose one of your opponent's battle cards in rest mode and KO it. And then you choose one, either draw a card or do the same thing again.
Yeah. So like it can replace itself as well as
Yeah.
removing bodies, and then obviously as you see here, he just used the token to swing into the token because why not?
Yeah, it's a 2-drop, double strike. It's just a strong card.
Tails is a very good at making space there for yellow. So now it's switched from a control, which he can still control the board. Do not get us wrong, but
I mean, he still has trunks, right?
yeah. But now there is a lot of pressure there with what that board is building.
And suddenly that he's on 3 life, which is fine. That is a bit awkward. So you ideally want to hit it with critical first, or generally single strike. We see charge of yellow finally.
Just in case he wants to push through and try and get in for that lethal.
But it's also, I think, first time we've seen Sin charging 6 energy.
So interesting to see what's happening here.
We're going to see a lot of plays, hopefully. But there is the double strike.
Yeah.
There's a 30k double strike on that Gogeta.
Yeah. And then a combo from Oceanus as well.
So it's 35, isn't it? Yeah, it's 35 double strike.
And I think we're going to see a final flash. No, another Realm of the Gods.
Okay, so that puts Joe at 25.
And then
That's
removing
35.
and
that's
combo
40. Yeah.
into the Z. The combo's out. Well,
one of the things that's... And one of the good things that just happened for Sven, Joe only gets access to that double strike once. Once through the whole game, because he can't put another card underneath his leader.
Yeah.
So he won't have access to that snap double strike. At the same time, it feels like Joe feels like he doesn't need it. It looks like he's trying to push in without using that double strike from the leader.
And here
And
we see the Z Awaken into
Omega Shenron.
Omega.
Actually, first time we see it today. So it might be worthwhile actually talk a bit about that.
It gains an additional 5k just off the bat. It's permanently 20k. It's got double strike built in. And then if you want to run through the rest of the effects.
So whenever it attacks, you draw a card. To be able to play it, you need 7 Z energy. You need to have 3 or more energy and have 3 or less life. And it goes only on the red Sin Shenron. And then on activate main, you can choose one of your Shadow Dragons, Shadow Dragon battle cards, and up to 1 battle card or unison. The chosen cards get -20 power for the turn. Additionally, you may remove 6 Dragon Ball cards from your drop from the game. And if you do, you play up to 1 Shadow Dragon card from your hand.
And Sven has quite a lot of energy open. So I think this could be a very extensive turn, potentially. And of course...
I think I missed there was a double strike that was taken by Joe.
From the leader.
Yeah.
And then replacing the Gogeta with a Gogeta to try and get more swings in.
Because Joe is on the 1 life, so... Can we see the 1 life Hail Mary? There is a super combo. That's added to hand. And I think that's going to be used on the attack. No, because the Gogeta is played in rest mode, isn't it? Because of the trunks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now Gogeta is going to be used to play something.
Yeah, so he's just trying to find more pieces, I think.
Oh no, he just +2 to do nothing.
Yeah, get the markers.
Yeah, get the markers, keep it protected, but I think he missed on that opportunity. He has 4 energy and he didn't do anything with it.
He might not have the players.
That's a bit worrying, isn't it? He managed to Z Awaken and...
Because if you see there, there's Almighty Resistance, there's 2 super combos. It doesn't lead to a more extended
Yeah,
aggressive
he doesn't have
play.
another Omega. He kept on losing the Omega Shenrons early on.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation to be in, but still quite a bit of defense there just in case he needs it. So we are going to see Trunks swing in here. No, we're not.
Because he's checking if he has one drop still in the drop.
Mm.
He's checking if he has targets for that.
And yeah, off he goes.
So there's the attack. First we're going to see the negates, and then he's going to decide to play a card from the drop.
Which is another Vegeta.
So he does get to draw a card or play a Trunks. No, he's going to
more cards in hand, yeah.
draw a card, yeah. The nice thing would be if he gets to play another Trunks and then he can evolve both of them.
Oh, and
There's
Pan.
Pan. Pan goes to
forcing that damage in.
So now Sven is still in a very dangerous place because he is at 2 health.
With obviously that double striker tails there and a loaded energy full of potential.
All we're seeing negate there is that.
And it's paid for with energy because you do not want to go down to 1 life. The Trunks says, no, you don't have that blocker though.
Yeah. I mean, the Trunks is a really brilliant counter to those negates. Question is, do we see another one? Or is he worried about Champa?
That is also a potential threat, right? So what is going to happen here?
We do see Dragon Thunder. Yeah.
Yeah, so extra 5k for the 10. Which is actually kind of scary when you think about how it's a built-in 20k base leader.
Yeah, it's 25k and suddenly how...
It's going to force Joe to combo into it.
Yeah, how do you hit it? Joe's hand is a bit bigger than Sven's, but it's not much bigger. And he also needs to make sure that it's a double strike, right?
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And he also opted to not pay for this, so this is essentially just a Senzu. There is a second Vegeta coming in, and it's going to be another attack.
And I don't think we're going to see any counters here, and I think... Okay.
Oh, he just found the Krillin.
And this obviously can lead into many things. Oh, we just saw him draw Swift Retaliation Cooler there.
Ooh.
And then there's a Beerus super combo. It is red and yellow.
Yeah. So he does get to protect against this attack. But Joe also has a surprising amount of Z energy. Just looking at his deck, I'm wondering...
He also has Kai in hand.
Oh, wow.
So after all of this, he could tap out and do everything and then still drop Kai.
You mean Pan?
Yes. Yes, I do. I do mean Pan.
We're not that late into the day yet. We're just on the round 3 here in Dragon Ball Super card game European finals in Rijswijk.
Yep.
And we're also on the game 1 here. This game 1 is really back and forth because at the beginning it seemed like Joe has the advantage here. Then it felt like Sven has the advantage, and now Joe seems to be in control again.
Yeah, I just think it was an unfortunate last turn for Sven. It seems like he was just missing anything to just put in that little bit extra and force Joe into a more defensive option.
I think there was also a problem with him burning out through the Omega Shenrons very, very early. Because he burned through
and there's the overwhelm. Into the Vegeta. It's a 30k. It forces a card from Sven's hand. Yep.
It doesn't matter what the card is. It's just 1 resource left.
Puts the boots in. It's a 30k swing.
Yeah.
Is
Sven going to take it?
I mean, even if he tries to counter, I think Joe's got Swift Retaliation and can force it into it anyway. And then because he's definitely got more than 6 cards in rest mode at that point, he's going to draw 2 cards off of it. So we're going to get combos here. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, that's a Beerus super combo.
Oh, okay. And then we're seeing one, I think he's going into the Z deck. And we're seeing Oolong. Let's go.
Oolong's such a powerful card.
So run the folks through at home. It may seem like it's a gag, but Greed is Good Oolong is actually a very good card.
It's a 1-drop yellow Z battle card with 2 Z energy cost. It's a unique card for a very good reason. 4000 base power, but activate main, choose up to 1 battle card in play, ignoring a barrier in case it's your opponent's. This card power becomes the chosen card's power at the time you chose it with this skill, and at the start of your opponent's turn it reverts to 4000. Which means you can choose it to become one of your big things, and one of the famous combos is with the Creator Absorbed Mirror.
Yes.
Which gets power for the turn, and it becomes like 80,000, and then you drop Oolong if they negate the Mirror, and then you copy Mirror's power.
I mean, he's literally just forcing anything out of Sven's hand here.
There is a combo.
Like, all Joe needs to do is get 1 damage in, because then Pan can come down.
Yeah.
And just.
But he also has 4 energy open, and he still has more Z energy. There is more cards in his Z extra deck.
Yeah.
Or Z deck.
Yeah, I think the
There's
Gohans actually from the superhero, which is just a dual attack, which you can use, is going in with the Trunks, right? So literally using everything before he can get into that. And then there's the final flash. So it's now getting over the Sin. And takes the damage. Okay.
Oh, that's very dangerous. Both players down to 1 life. We are down.
And comes down. He's got Swift Retaliation. There you go. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No, because it's going to be the attack. Is there a negate?
If there was a negate, it's getting Swift Retaliated.
But if there is a negate, there's also, you know, a card lost from hand. If there's a Swift Retaliation, the Swift Retaliation is another combo / attack. Nope. We're just going combo in. Oh, that's
interesting. So what does this do? This is one of the attacks for the Shadow Dragons. I think this is a Xeno one, right?
That's the Xeno one, yeah. Which I can't. We have it. Ultimate Dragon Quake. There we go. It's a activate main or battle. If your leader is Shadow Dragon, choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards with cost greater than the current energy and send it to its owner's warp.
Wow, what a
At the end of the turn, play any card sent to the warp by this skill. But it's not.
It's removed from the game.
It's removed from the game because it's the ultimate keyword.
Yep, really good play by Sven, honestly. Like, that got him out.
And now we see a Unison.
The Unison does come down.
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting, that Ultimate Dragon Quake is a very interesting card to have in your main deck.
And then there's the combos just because you've got to.
Yeah.
And unfortunate for Sven there, because he really did play that well. I must admit that seeing that Quake, didn't see it coming. I think it caught Joe off that card as well.
Yeah, because this is not a card that you see
often.
Many Shadow Dragon players playing, right?
Like in main, like what a nice little snipe to have. But yeah, honestly, unfortunate there for Sven. But yeah, we're going to go to game 2 now. They're just going to side, and I think this is actually a very important side for both players.
Yes. So what? We don't need time magic. We don't need time magic. We don't really need Swift Retaliation either, do we? Oceanus might be a good shout in here.
Yeah, I mean, you're red, you're going to go be through your deck a lot, so Oceanus forces you, if you want to be aggressive, you're going to lose more cards.
Yeah. And also, it stops those 2 attacks, right? Because you negate one and then block the other one, and you're full of blockers, so even if they want to attack, you have more blockers.
Yeah.
I think Oceanus might be the shout in here.
It's definitely good, right? I mean, I think, yeah, like you said, especially if we end up in that scenario where we were before, where Sven has the energy, and unfortunately he didn't have the cards to make use of that energy, but if in the hypothetical where he did, Oceanus would shut that turn down, because you're not going to want to lose 4 cards from your deck on every one of your swings that you're going to perform.
Yeah, definitely not, because you get low on your deck as is, because you pull out those 6 cracked Dragon Balls, and then you draw 6 cards out of them.
And then you've also got the Nova Loop.
Yeah.
So that's a card every time. And
then you start with 14 cards, then you draw another 12, so that's 26. That's over half of your deck gone.
Yeah, so
in just first couple of turns.
Into an Oceanus, where typically you're going to be attacking with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards potentially a turn.
Yeah, that Oceanus I think is going to be the main thing. On the other hand, if we look at Sven's sideboard, we definitely expect the Crown to come in. After Image Technique, I don't think it's going to be that great, although you can remove the evolution target if Joe is going to attack before evolving.
Yeah, it clears up that Vegeta. Yeah.
Omen of Awakening, Violent Rays are not that good in this deck anymore.
I mean, it's good, but not for this matchup.
Yeah, not for this
'Cause
matchup. But we might see another Ultimate Dragonquake.
I mean,
Oh no, because that's only on the secret, isn't it? Because Joe doesn't play big things. He plays
Nah.
free drops.
it's nothing's really coming out until like not.
And he's
not
ready
anything
to win.
With, yeah.
Mm.
Maybe the tails, but again, that's probably a 10-3-4 play for Joe. It's not an immediate. Oh, I've got.
And also Tails is going to always come back.
Mhm.
So I don't think that's going to be
So
great.
we're back with the Oolong leader.
Yes.
I wish.
Yes.
I mean, technically,
used to be.
there was a Wish Oolong
Yeah,
leader.
there was.
But a yellow Oolong deck would be really fun.
Especially that if it could use that card well.
Yeah. Oh man, that'd be super fun. But yeah, I was kind of hoping we got to see the Gohan from the anniversary box come out, but we didn't get a chance to see that. So maybe this game. And we're seeing the multi-energy charge turn 1. Unfortunately, there is not a red and yellow card in his drop to keep it negate the energy exhaust.
You can't do it on turn 1, God bless, but yeah.
Yeah, so we're now seeing the two crap balls.
None went from life.
No, but it could be a situation like last time where Sven did unfortunately have 2 in his life, which
he just decided not to take on turn 1, hoping that Joe would snipe 1.
into him. But yeah, it's when you see more than one ball in life, it's always a
Yeah.
ooh. And so charging Realm of Gods.
Realm of Gods, really powerful series of cards that came out quite recently. And then we see the Vegeta setting up the Trunks.
Yeah.
And then next turn, Joe is set for Awakening.
I think so.
That's the power of Trunks. After you can awaken very easily on turn 2, and after you awaken, you get to always get back the materials for your X Evolve.
Yes.
And then every X Evolve, every turn, one X Evolve is going to draw your card.
So
that's 3 balls, isn't it?
That's something we didn't see last turn. Was the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken Goku, the red one, which is a really good, useful tool to remove stuff.
Because that's in his sideboard.
And now it's in his main deck, because it's in
his hand.
Which,
yeah. That's the board wipe removal, isn't it?
Really strong card.
I remember when that card was good.
Sets
and then we're going to see Gogeta. Is he trying to find that last ball?
I mean,
he
can add any of it.
Well, he has 2 of the counters, and then Super Saiyan Blue Goku.
Yeah.
That's a bit painful, isn't it? Oh, he decides to show the Goku. I guess that's a better choice, but I'm not sure if I wouldn't go for the
Almighty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Almighty might be just a bit better. Oh, did he actually draw the last ball with that?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
He should still be shuffling the deck, but yeah, he did draw with that haze. He drew the last ball, so he couldn't put it in the Z energy from the deck.
Yeah.
And then there is the Awaken.
And is there not the 4-drop? Was there not the 4-drops in there?
I don't think there was.
That's unfortunate.
Sven is clearly having a bad luck.
Yeah, which it's unfortunate to see. It is unfortunate to see.
Especially, it's an interesting take for the deck, because he does have the natural Shenrons, he has the ultimate Dragonquake.
He just played another haze.
Aye.
Looking to go wide, I think. Just try and...
Possibly, but is that a generally good option?
If it puts more swings on Joe, maybe. You know what I mean? Just to put him in that. So Joe's now awakened into Trunks and Vegeta. And yeah, we're going to see him have a nice little father-son attack into Sin. Or possibly the Unison here, actually.
Question what you're going to do. Whatever you're going to be attacking, you're going to be getting a card from the drop, right?
Yeah, which is that Trunks, which is why...
Which is going to draw you a card.
Yeah, which is why he got rid of it.
Yeah. And yeah.
Yeah, down on the marker.
Oh, we'll find it. And there is the Evolve.
Yep, so restands and then stands tall.
Yeah, stands tall. Draws more cards. Discards Bulma, gets to find more cards. Joe gets to draw anything he wants, clearly.
Mm.
He always has the cards that he needs.
Yep.
And there's another Trunks in case he feels that Sven might have some removal for the Trunks on board
So
at the moment.
What's really cool is we know there's that Trunks, and yes, there is ready for removal. But I also clocked in Joe's hand there was the Bagama.
Oh, wow.
So when Joe has the right amount of energy, and once
Yeah.
that Trunks rests something, that Bagama's going to come in and it's going to wreck house.
Yeah.
It is limited to one, but he's got it in hand.
Yeah, but being able to see it, it might control the game, especially with the Trunks on board.
I think it's going to be a very scary thing if it
Yeah.
hits. So Sin's going in.
So that's a 15.
And are we going to see any combo on there?
That's the thing, I don't think we will, because...
Nope, Joe just takes the damage.
Yeah, so Joe goes down to 5. And Sven's still sitting at the comfortable 7.
Mm.
So we see a repeat of the last game, where Joe is just taking all the damage, and then he slowly starts to get the...
The advantage being Sven doesn't lose 2 of his life to his Dragon Balls.
Yeah, well, that's a huge help, isn't it?
And we're seeing it again, the replacement.
And again into Trunks.
Mm.
I think he's just searching. Oh, he found the 4-drop finally, and there's an Omega Shenron as well, I think.
Oh, he's gone for the Nova. Just for the loop.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it's not the worst idea. You get the Nova out. It can now swing.
Yeah. So Joe is going to read it just to make sure that he knows how it works.
Which, if you're ever unsure, read your opponent's card.
Reading a card explains the card, right?
Yeah.
Of course. Oh, we can see that actually Joe brought in the time magic.
I guess just in case.
Like a sparking negate, just in case, isn't it? When he loses all the energy.
Yeah, right. It's got a, like, I'm not tapped out. I have options.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I think that's 2 or 3 Mecha Freezers in hand. So he took the damage there.
Yeah.
And from that rip, he just hit Pan.
Oh, wow. No.
So Joe is down to 4 life against Sven's 7.
Yeah. Yeah, Sven still just took 1 damage. Because after that, Joe started... It must be a good feeling to be Joe, right? Oh, Sven actually also, they both have a libraries in their hand. They're going to take forever to make the decision what to do, right?
Yeah, very much so. So now turns past to Joe. The one thing about this board being wide from Sven's part is that really helps Pan.
Mm-hmm. Because the pan costs less based on how many cards your opponent has on board.
Yeah, I think it's battle cards, but yeah, so Joe might only have 1, but the enough is there for...
Yeah. There's plenty there to make it cheap. But Joe is also going in, and he's going to bring back the Vegeta, or bring in the Vegeta, which means he has a 3-drop in hand.
Mm.
So we're going to see that 3-drop, which is going to probably, my guess is going to go into Unison and remove that Nova Shenron.
Yeah.
There it is,
Yep.
yeah. So he gets to draw a card with the leader. He gets to draw a card for the X-Evolve, which is an enormous amount of card advantage.
It's just a great synergistic play in the deck.
Yeah. Oh, there was a Wolfang Fist to stop attack into the Gogeta.
Mm. So trying to protect that Gogeta, then obviously, yeah. So he's already swapped it out. So
it doesn't negate the attack, but it reduces the power.
which is enough to get it out. Yeah.
I don't think Joe would want to combo up.
I don't think there's need, right? It was mainly there to swing in, get your advantage and kill the Nova.
I mean, it also did what it was supposed to, right? It took the card from your opponent's hand.
That too.
Because it got that Wolfang Fist. And now Joe knows that Sven has that SSB, the Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Do we see that being dropped in here? Because at the moment we see on board 2 hazes that don't have anything to do.
Yeah, so 1 energy, and we're going to see another evolution.
Yep.
Which is more cards.
And we're going back to Sven.
Ooh, okay. Good card to draw into, especially when we know what Joe's got in hand.
And there's 2 of them, I think, in his hand now.
Ooh, charging the token. I mean, I guess you're not going to be at 5 life anytime soon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. It looks like the game is way more being pushed by Sven now.
Mm.
I guess not having 2 balls in life is the important skill here.
We do know he also has the... Oh, we do
Oh,
see the Vegeta.
wow. Wow.
The Vegeta secret.
It's not the God Rare, but it's still a very nice card.
Very shiny, very nice, very powerful.
It's, at the moment, it's just triple strike.
Mm-hmm.
But Joe being at full life. Why is it under the...
Yep, so he gets to ban.
Yeah. Oh, because it has been used to... Okay. So Joe goes down to 3.
Okay, interesting choice.
So he decided to not attack with it. Is that what I'm taking out of? Yes, because there was Trunks on board, wasn't it?
Rests it,
Yeah.
but then you want to get the ban right.
Yeah, so you remove it from the game. That's why it's under the leader, just to show that it's removed from the game.
Yeah.
You choose one of your opponent's battle cards and unison cards, ignoring barrier, and put them in the drop, and then place one life from your opponent's... one card from your opponent's life into the drop area, which, funnily enough, can actually close games. One of the very few burn cards that can.
Yeah, and also dealt with all those Trunkses.
Yeah.
Joe maybe got a bit too overzealous and had 2 on board, and paid the price for having 2 out. So yeah, like, although the Unison didn't get its triple strike swing, which is unfortunate, you had to tap the 4 energy to do it, so there wasn't much Sven could do in the way of baiting the Trunks into resting it.
Yeah.
So rather than that, he just played into it, got a bit of damage on Joe, and yeah.
And he's still pushing in.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and get him into a very uncomfortable range.
Because now we're getting in a position where just 1 damage, and we know that he has a 4-drop in hand.
Ah, there's the Mecha.
There's the Mecha Freezer.
Oh, are we going to see... Yeah,
He has 2 in
yeah,
energy.
so it's on about the so this card is only reduced for extra cards in your energy or in your drop, but obviously Joe has it in the energy to reduce it by the 2, paying the 1 energy to bring out the...
Yeah.
And now it's Joe's turn.
So those 2 haste Shenrons still there.
Yeah, I mean, they're still combo potential, right? If
They're
nothing
combo
else.
potential, they crit potential. The blockers are out of the way. 2 of them are already gone from the game.
Mm.
So they're not going to be coming back, because I don't think Joe has a way of recurring them from the drop.
Charging a
Question is-
final flash.
Yeah. I think that might also be in a consideration. He didn't want to attack in case there was a final flash, and the skills were negated. Then he couldn't burn.
Then he couldn't ban. Yeah, I think in overall, right, I think it was the right call for Sven to
Yeah.
make. Yeah.
Definitely not attacking there, especially against yellow that has 1 yellow energy open.
We see another Trunks, but do we see the evolution?
Has he
Oh,
another?
he
Wow.
don't have it. Oh, man.
I mean, with the amount of cards he's drawing,
That is true.
I wouldn't want to be Joe playing against Mill.
No.
Because he draws like 3 cards a turn, 3-4 cards a turn.
It's a very different matchup when you're against Mill. Like,
Yeah,
you have to change, you have to adapt your playstyle or die.
quite literally. So the question now is, I want to know if Joe is actually playing the Oceanus here.
I mean, we've not seen it. I don't think it is. I think he opted for the time reversal to, like you said, like have something prepped
Real
ready.
time magic. But the Oceanus, especially with if Sven is going to go wide, but he's not going wide really, is he? Because he only has 2 cards that can attack. Because Haze have 9k. He would need to combo 10k on those Hazes to be able to hit.
Mm.
So there is a 15 swing coming.
And then,
Oh no. Oh no.
which,
I don't think it's that bad actually.
looking at the cards he's got the hazes to rest if he needs to.
Yeah, and also there's this.
And there is the Kaioken.
Oh, he's using its effect from hand to just remove 1 card.
Yeah, I
Which is
mean,
fine.
I don't think it's a bad call when it's the whole deck does kind of need that card.
Because that's the 3rd one gone.
Yeah.
There's 1 left.
It's not a position I'd like to be in.
You can see Joe sitting back a bit. You can see that he stopped being so comfortable.
It's not a comfortable positioning, right? Your deck is a deck that has a specific engine it wants to work with, and you've been denied that not once, not twice, but now a third time. And it's the same thing we saw with Sven in game 1. Your Omega has been dealt with, but your Omega is...
Now we have the Omega, and now he was careful with it. He waited with an Omega as long as he could.
This is potentially very scary, so he's going to rest
This is a threatening attack, but there is a negate.
Has to pay 2 for it.
Can't take it, yeah?
But now Joe's tapped out. I mean, the cards Sven has left to rest for an attack. Oh, no, he's just going to pass, which... But I mean, the activate battle is live unless you can get rid of it.
Yeah, and there is that, but there is also a... there's also a situation that Sven was still under Mecha Freezer.
Also true, right? I mean, there's only so much you can push.
But Omega Shenron seems to be a powerhouse for this weekend, because we've seen Vegeta also using that as a deck that can very quickly become a Z leader.
Yeah, I think like I said, I think it is a really good card. It really does favour those decks with the Z leaders, especially red. And so as the Zenkai series continues on, the more red Z leaders we get. Sin does just have that option of being a nice little tech tool to come in and change things, and I think it will catch some people off guard. Because you assume, oh, well, Omega's just played in Sin, and it's like, well, surprise.
Yeah, surprise, yeah, reading a card, right? It's just the fact that the Vegeta, who can be a Z leader on turn 2, can play this card is just scary. But there we go, Trunks, and Vegeta playing the...
Does he have? Does he have
a 4th one? Here's Vegeta, definitely. So that Omega Shenron goes away.
Yes.
That Omega Shenron is gone. Going to attack to the leader, I think. Oh no.
No, he's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna punch into leader until he's ready to kill him one turn.
Yeah, that's actually a fair shout. Or unless he can hit with like criticals, I guess.
I don't think the deck is running too much crit.
I don't think yellow has that much crit, you're right. So Joe has all those options. Oh, he left it with 4 energy. Do we see Crown? Because Crown here would be really scary, but I can't tell. There is quite a few negates in Sven's hand, and I think that's the problem with the version of the deck he's running. Because he has those blocker negates, he has those ultimate quakes. So he's running a lot of removal, and because of that, he's sacrificing a lot of his consistency on being aggressive.
Yes. Oh, and there is the one of Yamcha.
Oh wow! So now we have also one of Yamcha.
Yep.
To worry about.
Which actually would be kind of devastating.
Yes, because you declare X evolve and Yamcha removes your target.
Yeah.
And then you're sad.
Although I do think the one drop has barrier.
I think you are right.
But I mean, it'd clear that token.
That's another thing that makes this deck so strong, is that the cards have barrier. It's very difficult to remove them. It's very difficult to, you know, they're very sticky. So he's actually comboing the haze.
And then Joe's going to use the super combo. Why is he going to bottom deck that? I'm actually kind of curious here.
So what do you choose, right? You do need to keep the token negate, or also any sort of a negate, in case you see another Omega. And he's Z charging again. There we go, there's pay 2. Oh, we're going into Z deck.
Are we going to see the Vegeta?
Yeah, there's the Rush attack, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta.
Yeah. A very, very good utility tool for all red decks.
Yeah.
Not just...
The problem with it is, oh, he already gave it barrier, I think. I think pretty immediately he gave it barrier. Oh, there is Crown. He decided to not play the Crown.
So adding the minus in there.
Yeah. So are we going to see, because we have seen the Final Flash in Joe's hand.
Mm-hmm.
So are we going to actually see Final Flash popping in?
I think the last thing Joe wants to be doing is using energy right now. So as it grinds down and he starts using energy, that's when it's going to be a bit scary, I think. And now, oh, there is the Vegeta as well to give him the extra boost to get over that. So he's got rid of the Vegeta from underneath the leader.
Yep.
Replacing the Gogeta with another Gogeta. We've seen it seems to be a
theme here?
yeah, a tactic of Sven liking to do that, which, you know, no reason he can't.
No, that is a perfectly reasonable tactic. But, well, I mean, this time he actually didn't play into Trunks, right?
That's true. So now he's got an extra swing on it, and obviously he can now re-tick it if he needs to get another 2-drop. Sorry, 1-drop.
1-drop, yeah. The reason he can play some of the 2-drops is because they cost 1 less, but he had no target for it. He just upticked it for uptick.
Okay, we'll see what Joe does there.
That was time magic.
Mm-hmm.
Negate the
So
attack.
just a straight negate. Doesn't necessarily need to worry about the restand on that Gogeta.
Yeah, that is true. Also doesn't need to use the sparking in here either.
No, the last thing Joe wants to be doing right now is taking life.
Yeah, definitely. He doesn't want to make it easier for a double strike to hit him. But we can see this hand. 2 Quakes, 3 of the token negates, and he keeps all of them in hand.
And the one thing that, as this game keeps grinding on, is becoming very apparent is Sven's still on 7 life.
Yes, but on Joe's place, I would start looking at the deck size.
Yeah, just you got to go for the grind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think that's actually a terrible idea.
Because here, definitely what's going to happen is Vegeta is going to attack into Unison, and that's going to get rid of...
The rush attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's definitely happening, right? Everyone knows that that's happening. That's Turles charged.
Yeah, so I think that isn't more indicative of what you just said there, where it's like, I've got to go for the grind game here.
Yeah. Because Joe has better grind game, especially as he sees that Sven keeps on ending his turn on 2 energy and doing nothing with it. There's no another Omega coming, so Joe feels that he's safe. And Sven also does a very nice thing for Joe. He keeps on removing his own Unison.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's only 4 of them in the deck, and I think we're on the 3rd one.
And I think the 4th one's in Sven's hand.
Yeah, it's... Oh, we see the last Trunks as well. So this is last of Joe's tricks.
He's got one more with the new the black counterplay, which gets rid of a 3-drop. But yeah, I think that's a very niche, but a nice inclusion from the sideboard, because obviously it hits most of the Shadow Dragons.
Yeah.
Well, most of the ones that enable further players.
Oh, we're going into Z deck, and we're going to see...
I think it's going to be the Gohan.
It's going to be the Goku.
Oh, it's going to be Goku. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, because he paid 3 energy for it.
Oh, I missed the free energy.
Yeah. That's a helpful one, isn't it?
Yeah. This one, yeah, I think this basically signals him setting up for the, I'm going to go for the grind game here.
Yeah. I think that you might be... you might be right in there.
So just having a quick look at what they do, discussing it with each other, and then now...
It's a deflect barrier 25,000. When it's played, you choose one of your opponent's leader, unison, battle cards in rest mode. It can't attack until the end of your opponent's next turn. So I think that's going to be a leader, right? And then if it's in the rest mode, when your opponent plays a card, you may place one of your Z energy in the drop. If you do, you choose one of your opponent's battle cards or unison, switch it to rest mode and negate the skill for the turn.
And obviously he has a valid target, and not like he's got that unison. I can attack into that. I can get it in rest mode, and
is he attacking with the token to the unison?
Yeah, the token just took out Gogeta. Frieza's army took out Gogeta.
Yeah, that's clearly canon now, isn't it?
So I think he picked the leader then for the you can't attack next turn.
Which is fair, because that's also going to stop Sven from drawing additional answers. So I think his idea, Joe's idea right now is to try to burn through the cards that Sven has in hand already. And that Yamcha bites the dust.
Yeah, I think at this point it's...
Okay.
Z deck. To take the life. To take the life.
Yeah.
He needs to start getting cards in hand, and that's one way to do it other than through the deck. And obviously gets a card at the bottom, so it gives him a bit of extra time.
And it comes in rest mode because of the trunks. Yeah, a leader can't attack. He's just reading, making sure that the Son Goku actually says that.
It's not like the set 10 Sin where it like stops you from untapping.
Yeah.
Like this does switch to active mode, but it doesn't. It's not able to attack. And paying 3 for the Kaioken. Oh, paying 2, sorry.
Paying 2 to remove the... Oh, he removed the Goku.
Oh yeah, because it's while
25.
Yeah.
Minus 25 to a card ignoring a barrier.
Yeah, so those Gokus are coming in very handy actually.
Yeah. So those 2 very good spot removals, and I think there's one more Goku left, which he put back into the deck, which Sven put back into the deck, so we might not see it this game.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate, because if you get it, it could get got rid of that Trunks, and that would have been...
Yeah.
Yeah, then that's a really key defensive corner. Oh!
There is the Omega. That's a 3rd Omega Shenron, isn't it?
That's...
Oh no, that's second this game. This is huge.
Now,
do we have...
I've got to follow up with the Sin as well.
Yeah. Do we have an answer to this? Because this one threatens lethal. If there is no negate, we know that Joe has an... I think Joe still has a negate. Question is, I think...
He can pay 2 for it?
He has Final Flash.
Ah, he's going to go for the Final Flash and make it single?
No, that's the power of the Super Saiyan.
Oh.
So he negates
it just
attack.
Negates with power, yeah.
And he's going to play the double strike, which is not just there yet.
No, but he could also use it to minus power off of
Omega.
I mean, you get rid of the Turken because it's potential combo power as well, and then you can swing into Vegeta, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, which he's gonna do, and then.
Oh, he's using this effect to remove Vegeta. I think at least he declared that he wants to. And that Sin Shenron is minus 20,000, so.
Yeah.
Omega goes 35 until end of 10, but I don't think it matters.
Mm-hmm.
Question is, do we see another Vegeta? Because that's your answer, isn't it? We also haven't seen that Bergamo being used.
No, because he's not been able to switch anything to rest mode.
Well, the Trunks.
Yeah, but then to use that energy and not have your... It's just not a viable...
No, definitely. That's not why the card is limited, is it?
Did he just charge?
A black card.
Yeah.
I think that might be... Because it looks black, right?
No, the card is black. It's the counterplay.
Yeah.
It's it's
which means that his super combo is turned off.
Yeah.
Because Krillin requires all of the energy to be mono yellow.
And I think the Realm of the Gods does as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think he's just going to swing the Turken into the... I mean, this Turken's been clearing house.
Yeah, it's cleared 2 cards now.
Yeah, it's, you know, there are utility options for those Turkens outside of them just being a blocking target
or a
and
combo
dying.
power, right?
Or just being combo power, yeah.
Oh, there we go. I think Sven's deck is smaller.
Hard to tell, hard to tell.
They just counted, but I couldn't count both at once.
Looking at his Z deck there, just making sure he has something.
Because he has another Goku in his Z deck.
He's got Goku, he also has Gohan.
Yes. 2 different Gohans.
Yeah. Well, the Gohan dual attack would be nice for some floor clearer. Yeah, I think you just do not punch into his face right now, right? You do not want to give him any more tools than he has.
You don't want to give him more cards, you don't want to give him more options, because you can see that his hand is clearly not that great. And he's still at 6 life, so his block and negates are not live yet. He needs to pay for them, and he only has 1 energy. Sven at the moment has only 1 energy. Whereas Joe has a lot of options. Joe, I think, also has his Unison in hand.
He has the Trunks.
Yeah.
Which is a good clear, if need be. And then there's the Evolve. So there is going to be the removal of a Mega.
Yeah. So this is going to go into Sin Shenron, and that's going to remove the Omega Shenron.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then.
I don't think he's going to combo here. Is he?
Oh, okay.
Oh, he
just
doesn't
gets
need
the
to.
energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he protects his double strike,
Which I think makes sense, right?
but that Omega is gone again. It's again that Omega didn't really achieve anything besides getting a card from Joe's hand. It's also a singular card.
It did remove the Vegeta as well and force him to go into another Vegeta line.
That was a sin.
Was it?
Yeah.
Ah. Oh, and there's the overrun. So forcing a card out.
Card from the hand again. I think in this situation it needs to be Quake, right? Yeah. Because those are going. Those are getting more and more dead.
Oh.
No, I don't understand why you would keep it.
Okay. I mean, maybe just on the off chance of Pan, right? Like, he's just like, I've got to just keep it ready.
But Joe is at the moment at 7 energy.
Yeah, Pan's 8, I think.
Yeah.
Mm.
But Quake only hits a card that costs more than you have.
True. And I don't think he's going to... Oh, is he going to go? Oh, are we debating the Gohan here?
We are debating the Gohan. Oh.
So this is another card from the anniversary box. Overwhelm has ended, so it's going to go back to Sven's turn?
Yeah. So we opted to not go into the Gohan then.
No. So we're going to have to see a very aggressive turn from Sven this turn. And I think we're going to... Oh, nice. Okay. Might not be the birth differentials, but it's still an Omega in hand.
There's another Omega.
Yeah.
Question is there an answer for the Omega?
I mean, he has to bait the Trunks first.
Yes.
Cannot play into that Trunks.
Not with an Omega, right?
So Joe takes the life.
Ooh.
And... Oh, no. He's going for the Hyper Rush.
For rush attack.
Yep. And then...
Hyper Rush is the Vegeta.
Yep.
The Hyper Rush. I'm becoming like you now.
I know, right?
Rush attack. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta is going in again. And it comes in rested because of that Trunks. That's how he baited it.
Yeah.
That's...
Costly
He gave
bit,
up a very powerful card for that.
But I think this works out in the long run, right? Unless, does he have anything for it?
That's the question.
He does have a negate. He does have a negate.
Of course he has a negate.
None of the... Is there... Yes, Sven does have yellow.
He has yellow, but I think those cards are still at the bottom of the deck.
Ah.
So remember, he shifted them to the bottom with Gogeta.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he thought he won't need them. And Joe is still here.
I mean, Pan's technically a counter attack as well.
I mean, does it negate the attack?
There's the Mecha.
It's the Mecha Frieza. Do we have it?
Don't think that's some Dragon Thunders, I think, at the end there.
Yeah. He has too many defensive options for the aggressive deck. I think that's the problem that Sven is facing here. There is a crown.
I mean, giving it barrier, fair enough.
Sure. I mean, yeah, you give it barrier, but then the Vegeta is still on board. Are you removing that Vegeta?
Yeah.
There is crown, okay. But what then? Oh, there is a counterplay. You don't get to see my hand.
You know what? Credit, I think, yeah.
You don't get to see my hand, friend. I think at this point, information is crucial. Because Sven needs to know what he's threatened with, what he's playing against, and he doesn't.
And he just got denied, yeah.
Yeah, he was denied information, and I think this was crucial in here. Yeah, the super combos are dead, and that's a bit of a problem. Because they don't even give the combo power now. But I think Joe doesn't want to draw those cards.
No, I mean...
He has more cards than his opponent, and he wants to mill.
Yeah, if you keep drawing cards off of your super combos now, it's... Yeah.
You can see Joe's nature coming through, because he was primarily a Mill Nemba player in the past. And then
that's what he came second with, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Cooler Mill as well.
Oh my gosh, there's... Yeah, neither player have got many cards in deck.
Yeah. We're going in. They have 9 minutes left on the round.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be very, very close. It's... Oh boy. I am on the edge of my seat, even though there's almost nothing happening in this game because everything is stopped by Joe.
Oh.
It's a question.
There's Goku.
Yeah, there's a second Goku. So leader can't attack again. So he's stopping him from drawing even more cards. But is he going to be attacking as well?
I mean, it's a tough call. It's a really tough call.
No, he's not attacking.
No, I think he's just there to say no.
Yeah, he just wants to stop the attacks. He can stop that. That's the counter. But does it do anything here? He has the super combos, but he doesn't want to use the super combos. He also doesn't have anything to attack with. He needs to play from his Z deck.
And I don't know how much the energy's there.
And he can't, because he has only cracked balls left.
Yep, so that was just a past 10. Wow. That was...
It's back to Joe, because he only has the cracked balls left,
which is
only
the
Shadow Dragon. And there is no Shadow Dragon battle card. It's only leader.
And he's not at free life.
Yeah, so he can't use those cracked balls. Even though he has 6 Z energy, he can't use it.
That's rough. And then we're seeing Oolong come out here?
No.
Oh, Gohan's up. Wow, Oolong just suddenly turned into Gohan. I blinked and it was Gohan.
So this is a 2-drop Gohan with 10,000 power, gives Trunks Future Barrier. Itself, it has Blocker. And when it's played, you may place 1 card from your hand at the bottom of your deck. If you do, play Yellow Trunks Future with cost of 1 from your deck or drop. Then shuffle your deck if you look through it.
Yeah, nice.
Which means you can resurrect it from the drop. Which means you don't need to lose the cards from your deck. Because then that Trunks can resurrect a 1-drop Vegeta from the drop again.
Yeah, and
so you build up the cards in your deck.
He's literally just setting up his blockers now just to defend.
And it lets you double block with the 3-drop Trunks if you have it, which Joe has it on board.
Yeah, so he's gonna swing in with leader now.
No, he's going to swing in with the...
And then get blocked.
Oh yeah, so I think Sven is doing exactly what Joe wants.
Yeah, Sven's just drawn into his last Omega, I think.
Yes, I think that's the 4th one now, yeah.
But even if he plays something, he's going to walk into the...
I mean, there's all the blockers, right?
I mean,
Oh, no.
That's a good rip for Sven.
That is a good rip for Sven, but that draws him another card, because that Sin draws cards.
I mean, you're at this point where you've got to try and go for broke anyway.
You need to win this turn.
Yeah, you're going to mill out or you're going to...
You need to win this turn, or... Yeah, and he's just protecting it, because that 2-drop Gohan, when it activates a blocker, it can choose a card, use 1 card from underneath it in the combo, then switch the chosen card to active mode, so he can combo out with that.
So there was the bait with the 4-drop, and now Big Daddy Omega going in, but he does have a blocker on board.
Yeah. He's going to block.
I mean, the activate battle is going to go off, and
is he not activating the Gohan's effect when he activates blocker?
Yep, so it kills the Vegeta.
Of course it has to, but yeah, there is the effect. There is the effect to give plus 5k power. And there we go.
Oh.
The players still have 5 minutes to play their game.
And, yep.
There is another rush attack. Is he going to immediately give double strike? No, he's going in with the first strike.
I think he's just trying to get him on 1.
Yeah.
Like, if he's on 1...
It's easier.
Yeah.
But it's also not, you know... In here, if there's a final flash, rush attack doesn't get the second.
And clears off the board again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
there is the final flash.
Yeah, there is the final
so there's
flash.
not going to be a second attack there.
No.
Question is there a second, another Vegeta in hand?
I don't think so. Oh, for Joe?
Yeah, for Joe. There's a 1-drop Trunks.
It's good. It's getting down to the wire.
It's a question, can Joe force Sven to draw so many cards? Because suddenly, at some point, those super combos are going to be detrimental for Sven.
Oh.
There we go. There's
Yeah.
the attack.
Yeah, I mean, Joe has to clear up the board, right? He can't
Yeah,
just
of course.
pass and leave.
No, no, of course. But also he wants that Goku in the rest mode, right?
Mm.
There's the leader clearing the rush attack.
There is the Vegeta in the trunks.
Yeah, and he decides not to draw because he just gets the bodies. And is there a Vegeta in hand? I don't think there is.
I don't see a Vegeta. Oh, no,
There's
that's the
another
trunks.
Trunks. No, there's no Vegeta. I think he went through all of them.
It's likely.
But Joe is very careful not drawing. And he's checking. I think his opponent has like 3 cards in the deck.
It's not many. It's not many.
I think I can count as many on fingers on one hand.
So we're going to see an oolong.
Yeah, there's an Oolong. Oh, so Oolong is going to take the power from...
Oh, Oolong takes Sin's power, Omega's power,
Yeah.
and swings into Omega.
Yeah. Omega is going to use the effect to remove Oolong, though.
Yeah.
But then we're going to see a second Oolong.
What? Oh.
Because it's unique, but if it's going to be removed...
They brought it back on board. I was wondering if it was maybe for combos or something.
Yeah, Joe gets the combo. If he wants more... Oh yeah, because Oolong has 2 cost in Z energy. And Joe at the moment has 1 Z energy.
Mm.
So I think you combo here the Trunks, because you don't have any more Trunkses. So it's been ages since I've seen someone go through their whole Z deck.
Yeah. No? Oh, no activate battle? I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
Okay. I think Activate Battle just didn't kill it.
Oh.
Because he's not the Z leader, he doesn't get to get the second choice, and he only has 7 cards, which is 21.
Yeah.
So Oolong was at 9,000.
Yeah. So, but obviously it doesn't kill it because, yeah. Very good, very good call.
0.
Very good call, yeah.
See, so far we've only seen the Z leader Omega Shenron once. And even then, Joe managed to get it back. The players are going down to the wire. There is, I think you can't attack with a leader now. Because attacking with the leader, I think, spells you doom.
Yeah, because if you end your turn, Joe, just pass it back and you lose.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how many, if you have less than 3 cards in your deck now, you can't just attack with your leader. Oh, he's double.
Yeah, so he's giving the boost with the Dragon Thunder.
Yeah. I have no clue what's happening because the Dragon Thunder was dropped, then it was back in the hand.
Back in the hand, yeah.
The players have 1 minute left.
Oh.
No. Oh, he's playing the Dragon Thunder? No? Maybe? Today? So many options and...
So
there is a combo.
And then resting in leader. Which then brings out Bagama.
Which is going to rest some energy.
Mm-hmm.
There's the yellow gone.
Gets the yellow gone. Automatic resistance cut off.
What's happening? Bagama's on the board, isn't it?
Activate battle, I think.
But it stays on board, right?
I'm not in
There's a Gogeta Unison again.
Oh,
he has 1 card left in the deck. It doesn't matter. We are in time now for the players.
GG, yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. And Joe takes it.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That was
a game.
That was a game. Considering what happened in game 1, commiserations to Sven there. He really took Joe to the wire on that second game.
Oh god, yeah. But that second game, Joe seen how the game is going, and he just slowed down.
Yeah.
And he just decided to.
It literally. Yeah. That's how you can see stuff like that. Is like you have one game plan and then you pivoted completely to a different game plan, right? You could reasonably look at that and it's like, he has 7 life, I have to start winning. It's like, or I go for the long game.
And you check the deck, and then because you have an option of getting that combo power without drawing cards, because you keep on you bring your Trunks, which then brings from your drop Vegeta, so your deck size actually doesn't change. You don't draw that many cards. You run out of your evolves either way, and then your opponent will always be drawing during their turn when they attack with the leader. Yeah, you will stop the attack here and there, but you have everything in here, and your opponent already proved that majority of their hand is dead, because they had that turn that they had so much energy and they didn't do anything.
Yeah, it was like, it is there, but it's like that's part of the build, right? If you've let it go to that long, and it's like you sacrifice part of the aggression of Sin for that more controlling element on having that access to the almighty resistance.
Which I think is an interesting take for the deck. I don't think this is the take for the deck you should have.
I mean, it's worked in some format, in some tournaments, and it's not worked well in this game. But you know, it's all about what you see in your hand and when you can use it, right? It's a tough matchup against Yellow because, like, Yellow has a lot of barrier. Yellow has a lot of ways of dealing with things. Like that Trunks being able to stop their players coming in. So even if they come in, but yeah, that was like our game. Congratulations.
Round 3. Congratulations to Joe Danton. He proves that he's still the champion. And yeah, thank you guys for watching here. And we're going to be taking a small break before next round.
Which will be round 4.
Yes, and let's see if we can grab your interesting decks. See you guys in the next round.
Hey, this is Mateusz. I'm over here at the European Nationals in Rijswijk, The Hague-ish. And this is my first really big tournament in anything. I've played card games for most of my life by now. But I always played them off and on, off and on. And with Dragon Ball, why I would recommend new players to just like give it a try in any case is that it lets go of the step-by-step thing which most other card games have. The phase system in Dragon Ball is actually just 2 phases. You have combat phase with each of your cards, and then you have just one big main phase, and then that means that order of operations becomes a much more dynamic thing. You can win or lose games by the order in which you played your cards in the turn. And it just feels like there's more decision-making, more opportunity for creativity within your turns, which is something I always found kind of lacking, because in other card games, you get a good enough deck, you're always doing the same thing every turn. And in this one, I've seen sometimes if you get stuck in doing the same thing, you're gonna lose your game because you didn't adapt to it. So yeah, I'd recommend, frankly, anyone to give it a try. It's not the easiest card game around there, but it's just a ton of fun. So as far as starting decks are concerned, I have recommendations of what not to do. You can start with anything, but take a look at the meta. Unless you're committing to the bit, like I did, build something around the meta. Don't just go, oh, this looks cool, I'm gonna build it. You can, but if it's really old, you're gonna suffer. It is a ton of fun. But if you play in a place where a lot of people play competitively, then you're gonna feel that. And that can, if you're not used to it, to losing, or if you're not good with losing, or if losing makes it less fun for you, that's gonna be a thing. I hope you guys have fun with the rest of the live stream. Enjoy it a lot, and this was me signing out.
And welcome back to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals. I am Scott Sedman, joined by Loki Smith, and what a tournament we've had so far.
Yes, that last game has been absolutely amazing. Round 2 was amazing as well. Round 1, we've seen so many interesting decks, and something we were worried about is seeing so much red. But every time we've seen red, the other deck won.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a weird kind of day. I mean, we've seen both variants of Sin,
Yeah.
but we've also seen highlights of what the anniversary box actually brought to this meta, and it has in fact changed quite a bit. It brought Set 2 Vegeta back into relevance, which is what we saw take round 1. We saw in round 2 what the new tool added to Beerus really helped and take it there. So that was amazing. And then in round 3, again, we saw the use of that Gohan from the anniversary box. Again, another great tool. So we are just prepping our next round for you all.
And we need to wait to see until we have the table. I think the decks are a bit wrong.
That's all right. But yeah, I'm looking forward to another high impact round. And this time it's something a bit different. So we spoke last round of Joe Dunthorne and his
Mill strategy.
and we are going to actually feature Cooler Mill.
Yeah, Cooler Mill is one of our players, and we're going to see the table in a second.
And boom. Oh, it's against
There we go.
Bulma.
Launch.
You're right. That's not Bulma. That's Launch. So yeah, interesting deck choice. Launch is you know what, I would say a fan favorite kind of deck, right? Like a very unique mechanic that is very reminiscent of what she is in the anime, where she sneezes and changes her character. So this leader has her flipping back and forth between both forms. Or
The
both
leader doesn't
states.
awaken, which is an important part of the mechanic.
Flipping over. And Cooler Mill is what it sounds like on the tin. It's a cooler, often seen as red-blue, and it will mill you, which is obviously sending cards from your deck to the drop.
So the strategy for the cooler is to remove the cards from your opponent's deck. And here, Dennis is clearly helping Diogo here by drawing a lot to start his turn.
Yeah.
You do see it, because that's what the launch was known for. It's a small leader, because on the front side she has 5,000 power. On the flip side she has 10,000 power. So she's on the gimmicky side of the leaders. And here we see, Cooler going in, just drawing a card, and then he's making it careful, trying not to play any battle cards at the moment. Here we see Beerus super combo in live.
Which is unfortunate, but when he does get it, it allows him to restand the multicolor energy in his drop.
And it's also always worth remembering that as a player, you get to choose which card you add from your life to your hand.
Yeah, very true. And it also we obviously see Denise Everett playing the Ultra Divine Presence Goku. It's such a powerhouse of a card when it comes up, and I'm hoping we get to see it get utilized. I mean, it got an awesome reprint in the Summer All Arts as well. Yeah, I'm just really excited to see.
Oops, that's the wrong one.
And yeah, so Launch doing what she's doing best, flipping back and forth. Okay, and obviously seeing the beautiful artwork from the collector's selection there of that Launch, which I think is probably one of my favorite artworks in the game.
Yeah, we do get some cards to show.
And so I think Cooler's already taken some life. Looks like he's down to 7.
Cooler is down to 6.
Oh.
There we go. Catching up now. And that's a rush attack Vegeta on turn 2.
Yeah, rushing in.
Yeah, clearly. But yeah, as I was saying, as a defending player, when you take damage, you choose which card from your life to add, and flipping those cards up and down lets you help decide which cards you want to take, which one you want to leave in there. That's why we see Dennis slowly going through his life and flipping next card over and next card over until he sees everything, and then he can decide which one he wants to take.
Yeah, that information is vital, right? So we know he's got a super combo in life.
Yeah.
And there's the launch.
It's going to see another super combo. Oh, so we know that there's 2 Beerus in there.
So just as you mentioned, it's important for Denise to get that information. Diogo also has that information.
The information for Diogo is important, but the fact that Dennis gets to decide when he adds the card he needs at that point, it's not a situation that he needs to rip something of life now and it's at random. He has 2 life and he needs to choose which one is going to save him. No, he exactly knows which card is going to save him.
Yeah. And now we're seeing the baby unison.
Yeah, the baby parasite. Yeah, because Kula is all about minusing power. Every time you minus a battle card's power, you get to send cards from your opponent's deck to the graveyard.
In drop area.
Yes, sorry, even drop area. Oh, sorry, to the drop.
Oh, yeah.
So here we can see...
Charging Realm of the Gods, which is actually the artwork on the map they're playing on.
That it is, yes. Is it just me, or is Dennis keeping his hand upside down?
He is.
Okay.
You know.
I'm just checking.
Maybe he's just really skillful at reading cards upside down, which is impressive.
Yeah, that's an impressive skill to have.
I wish I was that talented. So we're going to go into the Z deck once more.
And pay 2 and 3 energy. Oh.
So this is the Goku from the star deck.
Yes, yes it is. I think it's this one.
Yes.
Nope, here, right? No. This one. There we go. Sorry. Confusion arose. So. Why not sure? No? Okay, this one. Okay. Confusion arose. As always. So it's deflect, double strike. For 2 red energy when it's played, you play up to 1 Saiyan. Place up to 1 Saiyan card from your drop under this card, and this card gains barrier for the turn. And if your opponent has 4 more life, deal 1 damage to them. So that actually put Diogo down to 4 life already.
Yeah.
And launch, even though it's such a small leader, is still sitting pretty on 8. I guess it's because Diogo doesn't really care that much about dealing that damage.
No, his whole game plan is mill.
Yeah, and here we see that Beerus super combo, Cooler to remove the battle card and mill card. And then there's 1 milled from the Cooler.
Yeah.
And he also gets to draw a card in the process, and he's reducing the power of that SS4. Then he gets to awaken because he's at 4 life.
Yeah, that Cooler is very scary.
So, you know, I like Frieza, but I think his brother is cooler.
And there we go, we're seeing the other one come down to clear that. And then obviously, because it's a Z battle card, it's removed from the game.
Yep. The energy still gets to be charged, and there's another 2 cards
hitting
the
IAR.
drop.
Hitting the IAR is quite a big hit.
Yeah, so this is primarily red launch. From what we can see, there's a couple of multicolor cards being charged. Oh, sorry, 1 multicolor card being charged, but that's only the 1.
And he has many ways of untapping that if necessary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen the 2 Beerus in his life, right?
And he's got 1 in hand.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So launch going in.
Yeah, we do see the Shin, East Supreme Kai in hand rather than Champa. So that one is the optional double strike, in case you don't want to do double strike.
Yeah, you might just want that combo power.
Yeah. I think that's an interesting choice, because not always you want that double strike, right?
No, but you might need that 110. And, you know, I get... Everything has its, like, merits, right? Like, it does. Like, it could come up, and then, we're seeing a Topper getting comboed in there.
Just to hit that 15, so launch can actually threaten the damage. And we see the group leader, Pilaf, making a comeback. So, Diogo and the Diogo we've seen earlier today actually test together.
Yes.
So they both came up with that.
Here we go with the Dark Broly. It's an Overrealm 6, and on play it gets to warp, but oh no, it's run into with a Videl counterplay.
Oh.
Oof.
Oof, oof.
So.
And that's a minus power, and that's another mill.
Yeah, it's... I mean, whilst it's good, it gets rid of the cooler, right? Because the cooler can put on pressure.
But that cooler did what it needed to already.
And got that minus, and which in turn got a card from his deck. So yeah, it's a rough situation.
Cooler on its own also mills a card and draws a card. So Cooler does it all for this deck.
Yeah, and the Videl, very nice.
Yes. Videl was one of the cards that we thought is going to be way more playable than it ended up being.
But I think both players are actually playing Videl, which is it's a nice change of pace. I am a big fan of the Videl counterplay, and now that Yamcha got limited, I think it's even more.
But it is very specific usage. Still a good card, and yeah, Red still has tons of options that have not been limited yet. Question is, will there be another color taking over it? Because as much as we were talking about, there's a lot of decks that are not red, but there is a whole slew of new red decks suddenly.
Yeah.
Because Launch is around now, Cooler is around now, Vegito is now, which is technically a red deck as well.
And so as we've just seen there, the Beerus allows for the red-blue arrival, and in turn allowed him to play his Cooler and his Hercule and Boo.
Yeah.
So these decks aren't the same, but they have similar packages in their deck. And then
Yeah, they're trying to be very, very. They have similar game style. It's just one wants to draw more cards, one wants his opponent to draw more cards.
Yes.
And it's just trying to get into that. So that baby Parasite is also sitting there and being just generally scary.
Yeah, just constantly, like, feels like there's no real threat to remove it. Which I don't know if Launch's game plan right now is just to try and get him down and out.
It's also a very scary unit on its own because it has 20,000 base power.
Yeah, it's again, it's in that like that Boonison range, right? It's a 20k unison that does what it does well, and it's tough to deal with.
Yeah. And we do see a cooler on the other side now. It's a different cooler, but oops. And so he's just used Mecha Freezer in the combo. And then brought out, he brought out Chilled. So Chilled is a recent addition to the game. Yeah. So this is from Anniversary Box, isn't it? Some brand new cards, a deck that we totally did not expect to be here. It's really exciting to see this, but...
Oh, and he just drew into another one.
Oh.
So then that's more mill. Oh, the Android 18. That's interesting.
So Chilled, again, as we've seen, looks at the 5 cards and finds another Frieza clan with cost 5 or less. It can find itself. And then minuses upon its battle card, ignoring Varia. So it can find Cooler, it can find Frieza, it can find itself. There's so many different good targets in that deck.
Yeah. And yep, I'm just going to block. 20k blocker. Does go in for the flip. Oh no! That is the third Beerus super combo we have seen. And
oh no, and the last one was used, wasn't it?
So all 4 of those super combos have come up now. For
so that's a huge information for Diogo because he knows he's not going to be hitting him.
Yeah.
So he knows that super combo are not coming in. And now he gets to bounce that Chilled into the hand.
The one thing he is doing is now filling up his drop area, so I think he still has another Broly in hand, so he can go into the Overrealm if he needs to.
I mean, that's perfectly fine. That Broly is not... I mean, it is hurtful, but it's not that problematic.
Not when you can minus the power, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's never going to realistically hit for 30k.
Hmm.
Oh no, he's playing his own Baby Unison. Dennis is playing his own Baby Unison.
Just thinking about which energies he's wanting to use there, and that's fair. And then so he's taking the cooler, putting it underneath the baby.
Mm-hmm.
So baby has a cooler, and baby has a cooler.
Yes, both of those babies decided to absorb cooler.
Yep.
They just want to be cooler so much more. Such a strong card, and with the game slowing down a bit now, at least those players can afford to slow down the game and actually play that Baby Unison.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh.
the damage is taken, and then that turn is passed.
So the Diogo goes down to 3, and it's Diogo's turn now. And let's see. What can we see here? So Dennis is still sitting at 8 health, at 8 life. I don't think there's going to be any major hit, especially that he gave this juicy target right now with Baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's got 4 markers, so it's going to go down to 3. But yeah, like, cooler can freely swing into this now.
Yes, and any other battle card that is being played, you just get to remove power from it, and then you get to mill your opponent. Oh, wow.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, I remember that card. 2020, it came out on the championships. This is such a throwback deck that we really did not expect to see this, but it's clearly doing well, because it is in the upper brackets.
So yeah, the cooler he just played is basically a ticking time, a ticking time mill.
Ticking time mill, yep.
And the longer it stays on the board, the more advantage it's gaining.
Yes. Question is, can Dennis remove it?
I mean, I would have thought, looking at what he's got. Ooh, interesting. And then charging the topper. I mean, you don't really need the floodgate here. You know your opponent's not going to be swinging into you. So those counters are more of a good choice for energy than just sticking them in hand as 0-5 combo power.
So Baby does kind of go around the barrier. Oh.
That's nice to see. So a key card that Diogo is very familiar with, because it's a key cornerstone of his deck, is the Freezer, the red.
Oh, that's
blue.
a 5-drop Freezer, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes,
And,
that's a scary one.
Yeah.
So both players are pretty much playing the same deck, isn't it?
It's almost there, right? It's just a different kind of take on it.
Here we go. That Freezer is a scary triple strike. That's his removal for barrier. It did get an errata. It doesn't hit any tokens, because there was the whole combo with the clone.
You put all the tokens, and then it's like, okay, yeah. I think that was it was one of the Android decks. I think it was. Where it was
yes,
like,
18.
Yeah, you just keep getting tokens, and then I'll play this, and then I've minus all those tokens, and you get to mill. But yeah.
And then I will mill you out of your deck.
Yeah.
But it also increases your mill.
Ooh, and Dennis just drew into his secret rare as well.
Oh no. I think Dennis might be having enough of pushing that, because he's pushing with a triple strike now, right?
Which
And there was no negate.
Which Diogo is on 3 life, so
yeah.
Freezer is a threat.
Freezer is definitely a threat, and it definitely looks like. Also, Dennis has that Senzu Bean he can't use, because it's his turn. Oh, he's just doing this. Just 30,000 triple strike.
40.
Oh, 40, sorry, yes. It's 30 base.
So there is the Beerus.
Are we going to see some arrival? Because I think that's...
Have to, right?
I think that's why he didn't...
Call and boot, and I think it's going to bounce it back to hand, right?
I think that's why he didn't... that's why he didn't want to...
Oh, no, he went for the minus on it.
Yeah. That's why he didn't want to commit to this. Because his opponent is playing cooler. They can remove 30,000 power very easily.
Yeah, that's true. And then you've also got the swings in with it too.
There's the chill that he bounced back to hand earlier.
And then, yeah, so it's just one of those things where it's like, all the things he can arrive here are going to hurt.
Yeah.
And always chipping away at that. So yes, 30k power is nice, 40k power is nicer, but you don't dump your whole hand in because, yeah.
Because then it's going to be removed.
And then you're left with nothing to defend you.
Yeah.
Well, not defend, but you know what I mean? Like, all your offensive options then have been,
Gone.
Yeah.
Do we see another one? No, we don't.
So there is a Z charge there?
Yeah. For both players did Z charge here. And yeah, I think there's another overwhelm here.
Yeah.
There's another Broly.
And then I think you're just going to get warp.
Double check.
Oh! So
There's another Broly, there's another Videl. When there's Broly, there is Videl.
this is a dance. I feel like these guys are just dancing around. It's actually really kind of a really nice flow. Yeah, it's a nice flow to this game. It is. Oh.
Is the Videl on the Videl?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. So are we sure that Dennis didn't just put the wrong leader out?
Yeah, are you actually playing? It's Bulma Mill. Nope, it's not Bulma. We've done this.
Not Bulma. Why are you doing the same thing as Toriyama-sensei, who forgot that Launch is a character?
You know. But yeah, that was a really cool interaction there. So obviously, Broly comes on board.
Yeah.
Hits it with Videl. Videl is hit with Videl.
And that Videl is also gone. So that's a mill, yeah?
Yeah. And then Launch is going to swing in. He also has the Secret Rare in hand, which is potentially a very scary next turn. As a follow-up to the Freezer. So you got the Freezer.
But we see that the deck is in single digits.
It's close. If Diogo can pull off a big 10, i.e. maybe having the Freezer, we'll see.
Yeah, hardcast the Freezer attack with a Freezer. That's mill.
1, 2, 3.
No, because he's actually going to be left with one card only on board. Because Broly is overwhelm.
Yeah.
Are we having another? Yes.
Oh.
There it is. So that's mill another 3 cards. Yeah. And get rid of that Freezer.
That's a huge player to do it in your opponent's turn.
Yeah, because there's one on the leader for each. 2 Senzu Beans went. There's 3 cards left.
Oh, 3 cards left in deck. I mean, we need to change this life counter to have a deck counter.
Yeah.
Oh, and then
there's a Senzu, because it's not his turn, yeah? He can do this. So are we seeing another Chilled? No? Okay.
I think it was just a defense there, so he could go into the Turk and negate if there was an extension on top of that. But yeah, better to be safe.
Oh yeah, because Dennis has all the energy rested. I don't think Diogo needs to do here anything.
No, I mean he draws for 10. He's going to go down to
2 cards.
Yeah.
I think you do attack because A, you want to draw a card, and B, you want to force your opponent. Oh, he attacked into Bunison. No, Babyson.
Babyson.
So he's going to be trying to remove the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. And I don't know, because Dennis didn't take a single point of damage this game. I think he doesn't have any self-awakening in the deck.
No. I mean, it's a tough matchup to prepare for, right?
Yeah, because again, it's like us. We did not expect the mill to be a thing.
Not to be this potent at the very least, right? I mean,
we were expecting more of a Janemba than Cooler version. But of course, Cooler also got some love from the anniversary box.
Yeah, in the form of the Chilled, which we've already seen. So yeah, I think the real story of the day is the anniversary box.
Changed the meta.
Yeah, whilst the meta is still strong and still heavily
We have a main deck Oceanus.
No!
Of course we're going to have a main deck in the mill deck, right?
Yeah, but I mean, just running into it is...
When you have 2 cards left in the deck.
That's unfortunate for...
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's just using this to clear up.
I think there's going to be no auto then, right? Oh no, but that's part of the counter skill.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
No, she's here. She landed. It's in effect, but just get rid of the blocker, I guess.
Fine, but you can't declare an attack. You can't pay the cost.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in for Dennis. I mean, but
Can he declare an attack here?
no, I'm fairly certain it's autos live.
I don't think it was an auto on Oceanus, that's the thing.
We'll just double check.
Yeah, we're just going to quickly double check this. And yeah. Oh, if you play the card.
Oh, so it must have been a counter.
Yeah. But yeah,
okay.
it doesn't matter because there is a cooler there. And that's game one for Diogo, who just took the beating and then took the win.
And then gave him his cards back. Yeah. There wasn't much Dennis could do in that final, like, 2 turns there. It was all the controls ready.
And he was already past the no return point. And that's what I said about, you see that cooler leader, I don't know why you would start your turn by drawing 4 cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough thing, right? Because you are a deck that is like that. But we also saw the launch is a variation of the mill as well. So
In a way, yes, but none of those decks actually commit to the board that much.
yeah.
And the problem is that cooler gets to play off way more of opponent committing less, because it doesn't depend on milling using that freezer.
No. Whereas,
And
yeah.
we've seen the main deck Oceanus, we have seen all the coolers, all the chilled, even the 1-drop freezer, which is not a great card, but it's also very useful in that deck. We've seen the Majin Buu and Hercule. We've seen all of those cards that can hit 1 or 2 targets, and you can, out of 1 Beerus, you just get to restand 1 energy, and then you get to start arriving the staff one after another, and then you just mill your opponent for every time your opponent's battle card is minused.
Yeah.
In the worst case, you just remove something huge that was attacking you, because combo power doesn't change the power of, doesn't change the base power of the card. It just adds the power on top. But if you remove the card, if you remove the power of the card, that card is gone.
Yeah.
So all that combo power you dump. That's what we were talking about in that attack with Frieza, right? Dennis was really worried that it might just drop.
Yeah.
It's if he's going to drop a whole hand to try to go for the game, and then Diogo is going to actually have a removal, which we've seen down the line. He had the removal for it. He didn't need to just stop the attack.
Yeah, no,
he could remove
have
it.
removed it, yes.
But he was waiting to hit those 2 targets with cooler. And I think that was smart, because that attack stopped being threatening. And then when the opponent played another battle card, he just cooled it. But if his opponent dropped his hand there, he would just remove that freezer. But here we go. We are going to game number 2. And so the players still have over 40 minutes to play another 2 games, hopefully. So now we see Dennis has a bit better, because we can see 2 super combos in his hand.
And he went for the Koitsukai.
Yeah, Koitsukai is really good, and he's only keeping Koitsukai, so he is taking the risk of putting another 3 super combos into his life.
Yeah, I mean, the Koitsukai is actually kind of a really good play here. And I think, I mean, we'll see how the game plays out, but there is a reason he's keeping them.
Yeah. I think that is definitely on the turn that you know you want to push, you use the Koitsukai.
Yeah.
Question is if he will have enough to push. And I'm wondering if he put in some self-awakening cards. Well, I know it doesn't work for launch, but just to get additional cards, right?
Just to try and get, like you said, like that more advantage if he can. More cards in hand, more options.
Just so he can also, you know, see the because he's going to see the cards, but there's no point in that if he doesn't get to draw them.
And it throws a violent raise into energy, and plays Bulma. There you go. We actually have got Bulma on board now.
Interesting that he kept the violent race here. It negates the attack, but there's not many targets it hits. It can only stop Frieza.
Oh no!
Oh no!
We're playing the game again. Yes, there is a Beerus super combo in.
There's another Koitsukai.
Oh.
So there's 3 Koitsukais in hand?
I think 2. Or is there a third? Oh. No, I think 2. I think 2.
Okay.
Oh, and a crown. Which
Yeah, crown is also a good shout, because you get to remove... Because Kula, 5-drop, is 20,000.
Yeah.
Or you can remove the super combo, so there's no...
So we see a Hercule and Boo.
Yep. A really powerful card that lets you bounce your own cards back at the end of a turn. The problem is that both Boo and the card you want to bounce need to be on board.
Yes.
And you can't bounce another Boo.
That is, yeah.
Infinite loops.
Oh, and then we're going again early into the hyper rush. Nope, rush attack.
Rush attack.
I'll learn. And yeah, just going for as much damage as you can right now, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah. Put the pressure on, get as much in as you can. And then also restacking is the energy. Yeah, so cool.
Building up that Z energy, hopefully getting in and having more to do.
Well, I mean,
But that Vegeta is also not very... Oh, he decided to take a card he doesn't know. And there was actually a damage here.
so he's down to 7.
Damn. The first damage for Dennis.
And Diogo also on 7.
Oh yeah, Diego's on 6.
Oh. So he is.
So he is.
I can count cards.
And there is the...
Broly. Oh, no.
Oh, but there's a counterplay.
Oh, no.
He has a multicolor card in his energy. Oh, God.
Wow, throwback to set 7 much. So they're just doing off the interactions, but obviously this counterplay,
Yeah, because it's minus 15,000 and minus 5,000. Oh, the minus 10,000 and minus 5,000, something along those lines. So the Vegeta is just about survived, but that crown is gone, and also
the energy is rested, so yeah.
So the auto doesn't work.
That was a really nice play to get around crown.
Yeah. I remember when max speed was actually a good card. I remember when Vegeta the Crow was really good card.
And so we're seeing the flip of launch.
So both players thinking very carefully of what they want to do.
So I think he took it there. Diogo took it down to 5.
Yeah.
And
Diogo's doing his previous strategy of, I'll just take damage, give me cards in hand, so then I can remove your stuff.
although if you can set up the, I mean obviously you can't this turn, but if you can set up the Goku, I think it's a really strong play. He's just got to avoid the Videl.
Yeah.
That Videl.
That Videl, yeah, the one that they're just comboing out.
And
That's a 15, isn't it?
mm-hmm.
So what is happening? We do have some sort of a judge interaction here.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a forgotten draw.
And then takes it down to 4.
So he is within his favorite range. He gets to awaken. He has essentially a free arrival in that, if he can find something to combo, but...
Boom, there's the Goku.
Yeah, there is the Goku we've seen the last game.
A much more aggressive.
Oh yeah, because there's also a burn in that Goku.
Yep, so down to 3 for Diogo, and now it's getting swung at with that. And then
there's a Koitsukai.
Yep.
And because he's
he's set
tapped
up.
out,
Yeah.
is he trying to push in?
I mean, this is just set up for Koit, right? I mean, you get them both in the drop, you know they're there.
If you manage to force out some removal here, amazing. If he's going to take it, even better.
So there's going to be an arrival play, right?
Yeah, because you only have 4 of those in your deck, so you want to make sure that you use them when needed, right?
And so it removes the Hyper Rush, and there is going to
the rush attack.
Yep. And
Look at that.
And so there is going to be a mill.
Yeah, 2 cards, because there's 2 targets.
Secret rare.
2 cards, because there's 2 targets, because there's also the Goku.
Mm-hmm.
So he essentially negated the Koitsukai combo right now. There's the Awaken, so we have another energy coming in.
He did force the Awaken in Denny's time, which is good though.
Yeah, but that's usually how you want to do it as a cooler mill, because then it gives you a place like this, because each of those coolers draws cards, mills additional cards.
Yeah.
And there's one big problem with those Koitsukai being in the drop.
He's charged one of them, but yeah.
Yeah, he can't overwhelm really now.
No, because he needs them specifically in the drop to use, yeah. This could now switch into a Diogo going a bit more aggressive. He has a very nice board going into his turn.
He has 2 double strikers on board, and then his Awakened leader.
And his energy.
And Dennis is tapped out, and we know that at least one of the Beerus is in his life.
Yep. So, I mean, the game plan could be still stay on mill, which is very fine and totally fine. But yeah, there is no board there, so
He opts to not get the Beerus. He moved that Beerus out of the way and took something else.
Yeah, very interesting strategy there.
I think he's looking for something very specific.
Possibly, but we've just seen that the secret rare is now in his drop.
Yeah. So he's definitely not looking for that.
Which actually would have helped on the next turn when he could drop it. And yeah.
Yeah.
But,
oh, there is another super combo. So we know that he's not stuck with all the super combos being in life.
okay. So there's the launch. This is a.
Oh, he's taking it.
It's double, right?
Yeah, it's
Yep,
double
so
strike.
taking the 2 damage there, and he hits the baby unison.
So Diogo changed his, and he's attacking again.
Oh
Now
my.
he took that Beerus.
Gone down to 2 life.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you win on 1 life or on 8 life.
Yeah,
You
that's true.
still win. As long as your life is not 0, you get to still win.
Oh, we are Universe 7. Nice.
So he brings back that super combo. Yeah,
Yeah, really nice little.
yeah, because it lets you reuse that, and it costs you 1 energy to bring it back, which then you can use actively with your super combo.
And so yeah, essentially it's just a nice recurrence of your super combo. Very nice little play.
Definitely very scary for Dennis, because Dennis is down to
2 energy.
life.
Yeah. So he charged the cooler, so it does have energy exhaust, so it did come in rest mode. But obviously on the defense, Beerus.
We know that there is that Beerus, yeah.
And I
There
think,
is Crown.
yeah.
We do have max speed again. Are we going to see it used? Yes.
Oh my god, we are.
We
Yeah.
have to. We have to. And the mill 1 card.
Yeah, I mean, I think Diogo made a really good call with that max speed, honestly.
Yeah, you don't want to. It's the same thing we've seen with Joe, right? Where he just denied that information from Rolly.
It's super vital and it's super valuable. And yeah, I think.
And we know that he also has Beerus in hand.
Yeah.
He's going to show the same Android 18.
Yeah.
And he keeps on drawing a lot of cards. And I think Diogo is very happy deep inside, because now he creates double pressure.
Yeah, so you've got your life and you've got your deck, and both of them are now under threat.
If you stop me from the life, that's fine. You're losing your resources. I will eventually get there. Or if you don't play your resources, that's also perfectly fine with me, because then you don't threaten me.
Exactly, and then, yeah. So comboing off, comboing out. I think Diogo's very comfortable just staying at that 3 life now. Like, there's no real need for him to go lower.
And that's pass.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a card gone. There we go. That's a topo. So there's 2 energy open for Dennis. Diogo is just
pushing in, right? Like,
I mean, it's
this
a double
is
strike, right?
lethal, yeah. You have to negate, and we
there
are
is the
seeing the
topo.
floodgate. Yep.
Do we see an answer?
I don't think there is an answer in the hand by the look of it. And then, yep,
No.
so pitches the launch, so now the floodgate is in effect.
So he needs to discard 2 cards to attack.
Paying 3 for the unison.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think.
And then he eats the topo.
And draws a card. That's
Right.
all he needs to do. He doesn't need to push in here. Again, he used 2 resources from opponent's hand, and we see 2 other topos being charged, which means that there is
One more,
one more at
potentially.
most.
Yeah.
And we see that East Supreme Kai in hand again, and we see that baby
Charging it, baby.
charged. I guess it's not defensive card, is it? And you don't want to give. You've seen what happened if you give Diogo a target that's not your face.
Yeah, he'll just swing into that instead. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't. We seen that Diogo did opt not to start attacking with a leader to make sure he gets that draw, because he doesn't need it. But if you give him that target.
And here comes the kite.
Yeah.
So removed from the game, can choose up to 2 cards in his hand, put them back, and then draw this however many he puts back.
Again, Koitsukai, that used a card that used to be played a lot and then lost its place recently.
But it's nice to see.
It's coming back, and it's clearly very good at this specific matchup, isn't it? So you pay 1, you remove it from your drop from the game, so it doesn't go to warp. It goes with your Z battle cards. Then choose 2 cards from your hand, up to 2 cards from your hand. Draw the same amount of cards from your deck. Then for the turn, if your opponent plays a battle card with 20,000 power or less, they need to warp 2 cards from hand.
Which
And
it does hit nicely in that range of cooler.
yeah, because Cooler is 20,000, Boo and and Hercule are 19. Chilled is 20,000. It hits all of those for the turn.
And there's the arrival into the cooler.
Yeah, so we can see that.
Trying to force the attack through.
Yeah,
and
and
you
mill
mill
one
card.
card.
Oh, and
the
there's
second
another one. Ooh. And there's
That's
a Videl.
Videl.
Yeah.
And it's going to be minusing those two. And yeah, you need to remove the coolers here,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah, they're threatening and lethal. You need to get rid of them.
Yeah. And I was going into the Babyson. That was offensive. That Beerus was offensive. Beerus doesn't do anything as an offensive super combo. It's only during your opponent's turn that you restand your energy.
No, but he needed the enable of
For
the
the
red
arrival.
blue for the arrival, yeah.
He was trying to threaten lethal, but then Videl stopped that.
Yeah.
Oh, and he needs to draw to warp 2 cards from hand. Because Koitsukai and Videl has less than 20,000 power.
Oh, yeah. And I think he just did that. Yeah, because there's that, the Turken blocker. Yeah, really good catch on that, yeah.
Because that's the reason you play Koitsukai, so they can't that easily do
yeah.
something like that. But he got so much value out of that, right? Because there was the mill that came from Videl. There was the removal of the bodies.
So I think they're just talking over something.
Yeah,
and
we can see in live there is that Boo and Hercule for Dennis.
And the Android 18, which...
Yeah.
It's cool.
So we know all the cards in Dennis live.
And then we've got Rush Attack Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta coming out.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I'm definitely going to say Hyper Rush before the end of the day.
Definitely.
So...
He is already not that young.
Clears off Videl. Oh... Okay, okay. There could be... So if you get some in here, then Restands gets the double.
Yes.
This could be quite scary. He's tapped out.
Yeah. And yeah, there's a question to count the cards in the deck, but that seems like way a lot.
That's a 10 at least.
I would say that's close to 15. If not over 15.
It's not a kill from Mill next turn.
No.
So he's just
this is definitely way further than the game one.
And yes, so takes it
Oh,
goes
he
down to
takes
2.
it.
And then I think we're going to see the Vegeta restand here.
Yeah. I mean, we need to, right?
Oh, no. Oh. Just passes.
That's interesting.
Interesting.
So what do we see Diego do here? So there is that very tempting battle card that you can either absorb with, try to absorb with Baby, and then it's going to cease to exist, I think. I'm actually not sure what's the rule on that.
So
Because technically it's changing battle area from one to the other.
which would then get removed from
Yeah.
the game. Yep, so swinging in the leader, reveal the card.
Revealing the same card, because we all know what's in there. There's draw 2 cards, flip. That's the thing, it's also, launch draws a lot of cards. And it's very grateful whenever you, and the cooler is always going to be very grateful whenever you draw cards.
Yes.
And it's worrying, isn't it? There is another Koitsukai in the drop, and we've seen Broly in hand, which means that Koitsukai is going to be used first.
Yeah.
Before Broly.
And then into the crown to make sure he doesn't get... Yeah, so up and
There is a cooler.
So the ticking time mill engages.
So that's mill 1, and then at the end of the turn is going to be mill another.
Yeah.
And it has barrier, so it's very difficult to remove. Are we going to see... There is that Frieza again. So we do see removal for that again. And it's also threatening lethal. We can do Koitsukai into that Frieza, which would be scary. Or we could go Crown into Frieza. Question is, which one is going to be more likely to hit?
Yeah.
Oh, he took the...
The life down to 1. So
he's planning to... Dennis planning to finish this next turn.
I think so. No. And then, so yeah, you might as well swing with the cooler, right? You've got to...
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're definitely swinging with cooler. Question is, do you combo here? Do you go for it?
Yeah, combo, and then he's going to bean up.
Yeah.
If need be.
I think it was just a combo. Because Diogo did not combo anything there.
Mm.
But he did get the super combo out of there without any arrival.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, the freezer comes in.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine. So let's
And
see
we're coming down with...
Cause
So the launch is trying to connect, and we have a nope. Nope,
yeah.
you don't get to do that. There is a counterplay in hand, though. We get to see it.
Mm. No, I think it's landing. Oh. Nope, he's going for the red-blue. Nope, nope. Yep. Thinking about it hard.
Yeah, it's a question. You do need to stop this, but if you stop this, can you remove the rest?
Mm.
Because the attack is still going to be negated.
Yeah.
It's a question, can you stop the rest? Because if you stop this here,
Mm-hmm.
what do you do then? You had 4 energy, I think, or 3 energy, and you don't get to do anything else in that turn.
Mm.
You could potentially go into Dark Broly, but the moment you go into Dark Broly, you lose the Koitsukai.
Yeah.
He
So,
did let it resolve.
and then we are seeing the kite. So kite is removed from game. We're seeing how many cards get put back.
Are we trying to actually push through Oceanus here?
Wait, what?
No, he put 0. You can put 0 cards.
All right. Oh, and then just and then overwhelmed. And
Yep.
yeah.
And then he's attacking and he's milling 4. That's what I was thinking. There's 6 cards left.
Oof.
Oh, it was about 17, 18 last turn. So yeah, he's trying to push through and he's trying to finish the game, right? He has 2 attacks. Oh no, he has the Kai.
Yes.
Ah,
That's
okay. So now you essentially need to put everything you have in there, right?
Yeah, 40 double, yeah. And he has got the Realm of the Gods if he needs it.
And then you need to hope that your opponent can't mill you out in the process of this combo.
Oh, infinite attack rate and a Realm of the God. This is going to be nasty. Yeah, this is a lot of power gaining here. So 10 from the Kai, 10 from the Realm of God, 10 from the Beerus.
But it all ultimately doesn't matter. If that Broly is removed, that game is finished either way.
Yeah, exactly. So he's got to go in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If do we see a Beerus there in his hand? I'm trying to see. Oh, there is one.
There is
there's a few.
2. Do we see any arrivals? That's a question.
There was a chilled, but I don't know if that's enough.
That's minus 20. I mean, they're counting. That's fine. Yeah, they're going to minus the power. Both players know that in this situation, it's a question, can Diogo remove that Dark Broly?
Yes.
It's not a question of how much attack power there is.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, possibly it might come down to that, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
It is going to be a question, is there enough arrival in hand?
It's going to be close.
We can see Diogo thinking very carefully about that. There is chilled. That's minus 20,000, and that's mill a card, and then he's trying to find another arrival.
He needs to. As Boon Hercule?
That's a Boo Hercule. That's not a Frieza clan. He can't grab it. He whiffed.
And that's it. So he's going to have to go in full defense mode now.
That is really scary. There's one more Beerus. I don't think there's another.
No, there's 2 Beeruses. Oh.
There's Cooler.
Yeah.
Oh no, he needs to warp because there's Koitsukai used.
You're right. Oh, man.
Oh wow, are we actually going into... Oh.
This is close.
This is close.
He also has another chilled on the end as well.
But he doesn't have enough energy because chilled is 2.
Oh, you're right. Is Beerus on tap only 1? Like, you go Beerus on tap 1, Beerus on tap 1.
Oh, he has 2 Beerus.
Yeah.
And he has 2 multicolor, yeah.
Yeah.
If he is chilled, because chilled is minus 20,000.
Yep, there's this. Yep, there's the.
Oh, that's a cooler. Is Chilled? Oh no, Chilled is I think minus 15.
Yep, so
Just 5 short. So this is a game to Dennis, isn't it?
we'll just confirm. We'll just get that confirmed, hopefully.
I mean, players are getting ready for game 3.
Yep, so we are going to game 3. That was 1-1, so that was a really hard fought. Like Dennis, like just literally was like, you know what, I've got to go all in, and he did it. So yeah, Diogo and Dennis, like, both obviously seem quite familiar with those decks, with what they do. And yeah, I think, like I said, that kite, really good inclusion.
Yeah, the Koi was. It's not a card that you see in the sideboard that you expect to have in the sideboard.
No.
And you don't expect to face against it. I think that's why that Cooler Mill was doing so well. But then we see Launch that actually does run it.
And run straight into it. Like yeah, game 1. All right, cool, fair enough. But I do again have to come back to Diogo with that max speed inclusion, right?
Yeah. The max speed is such a good card, especially he's still playing on the multicolor energy. And seeing all of those old, for us it's nostalgic cards, but they're about 3 years old, 2 years old, 2 years old. Because they just went out of rotation at the end of 2020. Because that's when the Unison Warrior started.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, it was a really fascinating throwback, and it also like just completely shut down the Crown player, which was huge.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're getting ready for game 3. A Clash of the Titans. Launch versus Cooler. Who'd have thought we'd see this?
Who would have thought that it's going to be so entertaining?
And really close.
Yes,
Like,
it is.
Dennis took himself down to 1 life and pushed back, and then also like lowered his deck to uncomfortable levels. It was good.
Yeah, we seem to have a bit of a technical difficulties. We have no internet on our laptop. We'll see if we can get that fixed. And in the meantime, we're going to go into the game. Okay, well, we are back in our connection. So we just need to...
Okay.
Yeah, we see everything. We just couldn't control anything.
Yep.
So the players are getting ready, and let's see. That's a charged Beerus on turn 1.
Charge multicolor for both players.
Yeah, but it's a Beerus. It's a super combo.
Yeah.
He gave up one of his super combos here. And both players are going very, very fast in here.
Yeah.
And both players are down. I think even the launch player is down. I think Dennis is down to 6 life, but I'm not certain about that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be the way he spread the life out.
Yeah. So Diogo is definitely down to 7, but I'm not sure about Dennis. We'll see. Oh, there's the 1-drop freezer in.
Yeah, really powerful card, so you just keep paying 1 red until you remove something.
Yeah. It's 1 red for 5 or 10,000. I think 5.
5, yeah.
Whatever amount it would be, it's just I pay red and I mill you.
Yeah, pretty much. Really cool card.
Yeah, there's an attack by launch and we're removing the freezer. It's fine. It was a cantrip. You pay 1, draw 1.
Yeah, you don't lose out on anything by having it, but you also do tell your opponents, like, if you play anything, I'm just going to mill you with it.
And Dennis is not comboing that much at the moment.
Did we see selling Dennis's Z deck there?
It's possible because he does charge multicolor.
Exactly.
That would explain it.
Yeah, that'd be actually a really cool player.
Diogo is taking damage like no tomorrow.
Yep,
Yeah.
so about down to 5.
Because he wants to get down to 4 as soon as possible, right?
Yeah, he needs that awaken turn.
Because he doesn't have alternative awaken. He doesn't have an alternative awaken if your opponent has less than half of starting deck, for example. We see that Kula that gets to.
1.
Oh, okay. So there's 7.
No,
No,
no.
8.
Yeah, so now he's down to 7.
Now he's down to 7.
Yeah.
Okay,
It was just a raw clump together.
that is fine. Diogo down to 5 very quickly, and Dennis being at 7.
And the time is ticking away here on round 4, so it's something both players I think are cognizant of.
And I think that's kind of why Dennis wants to push. I mean, we've seen him in both games. He is charging another multicolor. I think he might be going for that cell.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that sells.
He's going to be waiting for Diogo to drop again, like 3 bodies, 4 bodies, and then hit cell.
Up, and then he's going to hit triple critical. Triple critical.
Well, he's going to first hit for 1 critical, and then triple critical.
Yes.
Hopefully it's not going to get removed.
Well, he just scoops up all of the board that he's been trying to remove the rest of his stuff with. So Divine Presence going into.
Yeah, that Divine Presence has not been played, but we do see. Are we seeing?
Oh, Brother Crown, and are we
do we have a max speed? Nope. Oh, there we
this
go.
Is huge. This is huge for Dennis.
Oh,
is this the first time Crown's resolved in this game?
In this match, yes. There's 2 token negates. There's Wolfang Fist. We see Kula. We see Chilled. We see the Kula that bounces cards. There is Boo. There is Senzu and 2 Beeruses. What do you take here? Oh, there is also We Are Universe 7. So that's essentially another Beerus, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's actually kind of a tough decision. I
think you take Beerus because that's a enabler.
Mm-hmm.
So you make sure that there is 1 less enabler.
And you force them to use the energy to get it back if they really want it back.
But on the other hand, it doesn't really cost anything because then you use the Beerus to restand that energy.
True.
But yeah, the fact that both players can play the blue and red cards in the Z deck is very, very cool.
Because Z energy has no color.
Z energy has no color, even though on the card it does.
And so swings in with Kula.
Yeah, because Kula, even when not awakened. Oh, also, Diogo's down at 4 life.
Yeah, combos off the Broly.
And that's perfectly fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's 1 less target for him.
Surprised he didn't Z-charge it, but... Does he need cards in the drop now? Is he yeah, he has the overwhelm.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem with those big overwhelm cards is you telegraph that you have them.
Yeah.
Because at some point you stop charging Z energy, and the Z energy is just too strong at the moment.
And so he's taking the damage, going down to 6.
So slowly, I mean, Diogo doesn't have time now to run it like he ran game 1.
No. It has to be a bit more fast-paced, a bit more... Yep, so there's the Mecha Freezer, so just
That's
comes in
free,
without energy exhaust. Yep, comes in active.
So he can go for that cell now. There's launch. We're going to see another card in live, and that's a Dark Broly.
Interesting.
Okay, so that's not something we want to see early, and there's a Koitsukai. There's a Koi. But unlike the game 2, when he's seen 2 of them, here he only has 1, so it needs to be very carefully measured. Ooh, Diogo goes very low.
Yeah, down to 3 this early. Ooh.
I mean, it's 10-4. It's going into his turn 4, right? Or going into his turn 5. Yeah. I think that's fine, but it is also scary.
He also has kept himself on the front. Hasn't decided to awaken yet.
That's also very worthwhile mention. He wants to make a good use out of that awakening.
Yeah, you don't.
He doesn't need to awaken to hit.
No.
Because launch goes at
10
biggest
5.
10.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a combo. That's
Violet Rays.
Violent Race, yeah.
Yeah. Original art.
I still don't understand what Violent Race does in this.
It's for the other matchups.
I guess,
And
but then would you keep it
negate.
here?
Yeah, keep it as a negate against the triple strike freezer.
But that's assuming your opponent plays triple strike freezer.
We saw it in game 1.
No, that was Dennis.
No, Diogo has it in hand.
Is it?
Yeah.
But we don't know if Dennis seen it, because I know Diogo didn't play it. There's a dirty burst just as a negate. I think you might be right, he's just playing them as an additional negates, because dirty burst also doesn't hit anything. Although we have not seen a negate, sorry, a secret for Diogo.
No, we haven't.
Do we even have a secret? We do. It's a Vegeta.
Yeah, it's just not come up.
Yeah. We did see a secret for Dennis twice.
Once in drop, once in hand.
We haven't seen that many secrets making play. Oh no, we have seen the fair shout, because Joe also used the pan, right? And there's the Koitsukai. Koi. Is he going to change some cards in hand? There is 2 coolers in Dennis's hand. Yeah, I think that Dirty Burst goes.
And drew into Bulma, which is nice.
That's fine. We do not have East Kai yet, though, do we?
No.
So we don't have that scary.
And launch going in.
Just
And there's a
Dirty
Dirty
Burst.
Burst, yeah.
That's fine. You don't want to give launch opportunity to combo, because you want to stop that arrival, right?
Exactly. You want to stop the arrival. You don't want to be in that
You don't
danger
want
zone
to-
of double strike.
Or you also don't want to allow that overwhelm that easy, right?
Also that, right.
Because there's only 2 cards there at the moment.
Oh, and we're seeing him go into,
That's going to be rush attack again?
I think. Thinking about it though, it could be, yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's got to be rushed.
But
No?
you are right, there's a cell in there.
Is he going to go for Goku?
Oh, he's going for free,
Yeah,
and
he's
going
going to go
the
for Goku. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
It
more
doesn't,
damage.
It doesn't burn anymore.
No, but it gets the double strike, right?
Yeah.
And then Wolfang Fisted.
Yep. And there's a Miller card, and it's still going in for 10,000, I think. Which means it can be removed with pretty much anything.
Mm. And there's a combo.
Flip the same card, draw 2 cards.
Ooh,
Oh, there's a
another
second
koi.
koi.
That's actually really good, beneficial right now.
Yeah. Are we going to see a combo of koi here?
I mean, you've got to know, right? But also, I think if you can force out that cooler here, I think it's not the worst thing in the world.
I mean, bear in mind, Diogo is already under koi. So he doesn't want to arrival here. But I think he has to. Oh, it's chilled.
Yep, so...
So that's going to remove the Goku.
Oh, and it's Broly, Crown, and a Baby
No.
Unison. Oh, no, it's
No.
Goku Hercule.
Goku Hercule, yeah.
Nope, Boo and Hercule.
Something in Hercule. Okay, he found a cooler, so he did find a Frieza clan this time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's minus 15 on chilled.
Yeah, which removes it from the game.
So that combo just gets charged.
And then a mill card.
And the super combo gets charged as well. And what do you do now if you're Dennis?
I mean, you can extend. Oh, he does have 6. Oh, that mill pushed him into it.
Oh, it's 7, yeah. That's why he didn't want to combo
The
the
koi,
Koitsukai.
yeah.
Because he already used one this turn. He's
Yeah,
going to
so
use it
save it,
probably
yeah.
defensively.
So get the 30 and push into that double.
But Diogo still has not awoken.
No, no, I think this is actually smart Dennis's thing to just keep trying to tap him into that. It's like, come on. If
You
you're not
need
going to
eventually.
if you're not going to awaken, I'm going to keep pushing into you.
And he keeps on doing big pushes on the turn with Koitsukai, which is exactly what he
No,
needs
he's
to
not
do.
going for the Beerus here, is he? Oh, he has a rival players.
Yeah, because he has 2 coolers in hand.
Yeah.
And then that pushes into threatening.
Yeah. So there is, yeah, there's the kite as expected. So
For the
35.
next turn. Because overarm was already used this turn.
Mm-hmm. And there's the
just
awaken.
35. Just 35. He's
There's
not
the
going
awaken.
for the
No, but
rivals.
forced the awaken.
Yeah. Are we going to see some arrivals?
I mean, it's tough, right? This is actually genuinely a very tough position for Diogo, right? Because it's like,
Yeah, what do you do in here? Because you are under koi.
Yeah, that's the thing. So even if I go in and try to rival this down, I'm losing cards from hand. Oh, so he's just paying the 110. So not using the super combo.
And he's planning to... Oh, no. Oh, no.
So that's a cooler from hand.
And what?
Maybe Senzu at this point. No, Oceanus.
That's another... That's -10, and that's 35-35. Well, 25-25. So it's 5 more. Is this the Senzu? No, that's just the Frieza.
Oh, Z charging it. I guess it
keeps it safe from overwhelm in case he wants to
can
overwhelm
push
again.
into rush attack and then it already goes into drop anyway, which I think is what we're going to see here. Yeah, goes into the rush attack. So Koi ends up in the drop anyway. Yeah, really good use of the Z charge there.
That's 15, and that is scary.
Yep, get minuses on that. Combo the Bulma.
I think that might be spelling...
Forced him to take it. Forced him to take it.
That might be spelling doom on Diogo.
It's not a position I'd like to be in.
Oh no, he passed the turn.
No, but it sets up for such a powerful next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a scary next turn, but...
Because Diogo's going to try and attack into him. The Beerus combo is going to come down. The arrivals are going to start hitting.
Yep.
And then it's basically...
There was nothing to bounce back with Hercule and Boo.
In Diogo's turn, it's basically going to be, oh, my opponent's just set up their kill board. And then Denny's is going to have his full energy to do what he wants with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to protect that rush attack Vegeta and put 2 double strikers on board with it.
It's going to be a very... Diogo's got to be played.
Oh no! He's also comboing out that Videl. That would be the answer to the 2 coolers. No, there's only 1 cooler that can come down because there's no energy. Oh no, there's Senzu. Oh wow, no, there's going to be 2 coolers coming down and then some. But is there? Because Baby can just remove that Vegeta.
Oh, and the secret rares in hand. This is going to be very okay.
So both players are giving up on the Videl.
Oh, and he's got the Kai as well.
Also, I think Dennis went down to 5 life here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
And then? So Diogo needs to be very careful. The fact that he got rid of that Oceanus, he probably seen that Dennis knows how to play through the Oceanus. Oceanus is amazing to buy you that last turn.
Yeah.
But if your opponent still has resources to attack through, they're just going to take it as a signal flag that, okay, I win now.
Yeah.
There is his rush attack.
2 Z energy.
1, 2. So it removes...
From the game.
Yeah. And then there is the attack. And the time of the round has been called for the main game, but we have 3 more minutes on this round.
And we will see. Yeah. Yeah. And then... Honestly, I feel like... I know he's just going to take it. Yeah, why not, right? So down to 4 life.
Yeah, I mean, he might as well, right? He is in such a commanding position at the moment. He's threatening. He knows what he's threatening next turn, or what he's going to be threatening in a second.
Yeah.
But the problem is he can't really do it during Diogo's turn, right? Because Baby can just absorb. Or has no? Baby already used its ability for the turn. So the players have 2 more minutes in this round, and it's definitely looking like Dennis's game at the moment. Can Diogo flip it around? Can we get there? Both players are thinking very intently on this.
Yep, here's the Beerus, so this is the beginning of it, and I'm feeling Senzu.
Yeah, Senzu needs to follow. I think both of the Senzu need to follow. Because you can't use Senzu during your turn at all.
No, so
With
tap.
the current ruling, right?
Wait,
With the current.
did you just restand red with it?
Why not?
Is it just restand to energy?
Yes.
No.
It always was.
I don't know why I thought it was mono blue for a second. Well, not mono blue, just blue.
No.
Oh my gosh.
And the color is arrival on blue or red.
And then, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so he's not going to keep the other Senzu for even more extension, but that's fair.
I mean, his opponent has 4 energy. What are you worried about with 4 energy when you're on 4 life? So opponent is not on yellow or green, so we don't see Celzino, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Nor is opponent on blue, so we don't see Wisu, Judge of Gods.
Yeah. So yeah, now we've got the 2 lethals threatened on board.
What's Diogo's answer? Because there's another Koitsukai, isn't there?
I think it's still in his drop. It should be still in his drop.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to his drop, so I think that's what he's going to find. Yep.
There's Koi Koi.
That is quite... And then obviously filter out the cards that aren't going to come in if he wants to.
You can choose 0 again. It doesn't really... His opponent's hand is so small that enabling arrival and then doing 2 arrivals is just costing his opponent whole hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Because doing something like that costs you 9 cards from hand. 9? No, 7.
So yeah, he just chose 0 again.
Yeah. You just go in for 20.
And that is... We are now in overtime for our game. That time has ended, so it is 0, 1, 2, 3. This is the first time we've been into time
yes,
today.
we were very close to getting to the time in the last round, but now we've actually hit it. And what will the players do? So it is the attack by Dennis, and the players have 5 minutes to play their 4 turns. 3 additional turns.
And there's a bean.
Okay. So that's 20. Is there a second bean? Essentially nullifying the attacks by... Nope, there's just a combo for 5k.
Cooler into the Z energy.
So he's planning... I think he's planning to not use any arrivals this turn. Because you don't want to under Koitsukai, right? And you've seen the majority of your opponent's deck last game, so you know that probably there's only 2 Koitsukais there.
Yeah.
If you play through this one and you can survive, and I think Bean is a crucial part of that survival.
Yeah, it adds up the...
Adds the power for the turn, make sure that you're way more defensive.
It's going to be interesting. So he does have the roam option as well, so it could be... he's making... okay.
Yeah, there is a Kai, and you can't reduce the leader.
That is... Yeah, so
you can't remove the leader from the game.
This is great, and I think we just saw the Freezer Infinite rare there, and we did.
Yeah.
Oh, this is powerful. This is a powerful turn right
And
now.
all of the energy is still red.
And
I think this is going to be the attack that's going to end it all.
So, yeah.
Here you can safely drop your hand, because you know that this...
Can't be minus.
This card can't be removed.
Yeah. So you can't get it to... Like, it's just like, okay, no, it's cool. This attack's going through. This is going to be based on the power.
The power reduction still works, right? Because there are cards that can reduce the power.
Yeah, but it's not going to get removed and the attack stops.
Yeah. But I think he is flipped to the weaker side of...
He is on the 5k side of launch.
Yeah.
But we're seeing super combos come down. I think we're going to get a 110 here.
I think so. There is a...
And then the 110 for the...
Yeah.
And I think he's just gonna, he might as well just use the...
Are we seeing the secret as a combo power? No, he's using the last cooler. Can Diogo do it? Because if Diogo can do it... If Diogo can survive...
Oh, survive, right.
If Diogo can survive, then does he have a potential crackback? I don't think he does.
I mean, it's going to cost him a lot of hand. Like, if he arrives, he loses 2 cards from hand. So this has got to be purely defensive play.
Yeah, but sometimes that arrival is also defensive if he can remove something that doesn't give him combo power. That is a massive combo power. But there's a very small base. Okay, we're starting with... Is it me or is there a couple of negates in Diogo's hand? He did have a couple of blocker negates. Is it me?
No, I think they're Beerus's.
Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
Oh no, there was a block negate, he just chose not to do it. There is a Cyberman there.
I think he was keeping it for cooler, which was actual threat.
Yeah, that was a
cooler you can remove,
so
right?
the sequencing way of
Yeah, there is the token, yeah. And he also seen that East Kai last game. He just lost to it, so he should have known that it's a possibility.
Yeah.
You negate in here, you get the blocker, he attacks and you block. And he had an energy to do that as well. But then, of course, there would still be the...
I don't think it's enough, and that is Dennis with the win there.
Dennis managed to clinch the win with launch.
The front side of launch.
Ah, that was a really good game.
Really good showing from Diogo in game one. Dennis keeping cool.
Yep.
Took that sideboard and really used what he could.
Yes.
The Koitsukai, I think, 100% clenched him that game, and it's just a great understanding of what my deck might be weak to, and then implementing it into the side strategy. And as you saw, every time if you wanted to make pressure, it's going to lose you cards from hand, which in a deck like that really does hurt.
We've also seen Dennis adjusting his playstyle after the game one. After game one, he's seen what he did wrong. He probably got unused to playing against Mill, because Mill hasn't been part of the meta for a good few years. So it's nice to see it coming back. It's nice to see the cooler Mill coming back. Geneva Mill was a tiny bit more oppressive.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. Yeah.
So we are going to quickly get ready for our next round, have a short break, and then we'll be back with round 5 of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals.
Hi, I'm Mirko, I'm from Germany. I'm here at the DBS Nationals in the Netherlands, and it's a wonderful day. The hall is full of people. We are, I think, 220 players at the main event. I hope everyone is having a good time after the first round. And yeah, I just had a feature match right over there. It was kind of rough. Didn't do my Unison for my Gamma 1, Gamma 2 Awakening. The second game took a bit longer, but in the end I didn't win. But I'm hopeful for the next round. There are still side events, so even if I lose, I think we are all winners. The side events here are plentiful. I think there are 8-player KO tournaments every time 8 players meet. And there will be 2 big side events each day, today and tomorrow. And I'm definitely planning to attend 8-player KO events. I'm here with my friends from Germany. We are all playing together at the same local card gaming store in Oberhausen. Shout out to Oberhausen. We are all loving Dragon Ball Z. We are loving Dragon Ball Super. It's just Dragon Ball. It's our childhood and now Super, and I think we all can't wait to follow the card game further with, I already saw the Senkai 3 promo of Kamba. I can't wait to see the matching leader. And one of my better friends, Theo, is here with us. He also adores black decks, and the black doesn't have the best time in DBZ card game right now, but the spoiled card gives us hope. Everyone out there, enjoy DBZ, DBS, DBGT, and have a great weekend with the Dragon Ball card game.
And we are back with the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals. I am Scott Sedman, joined by Loki Smith, and we're entering round 5.
No break for the wicked, is it?
I mean, it's been a very exciting day. Lots of anniversary box action, and I love to see that.
Yeah, it just shows how important of a product this anniversary box has been. Compared to the old versions of the products, this one is impacting it so much, impacting our meta so much, because we are not picking up the decks just because they're interesting. We're picking up the decks that are interesting and do well.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
we have seen all of the decks that we wanted to see doing well.
Yeah, case in point, Beerus and Vegeta set 2.
Exactly. And then we've seen in round 3, Trunks and Vegeta still being strong in the right players' hands.
Yeah.
And
throwing out that Gohan from the anniversary deck again, anniversary box again. Yeah, just really good. So we are here in round 5. We have Gogeta GT versus Sin Shenron, the 2 decks to be in this format. So it is going to be a battle of the best. It's going to be great.
It's also our first Gogeta match.
It is our first Gogeta today. That is true. So let's see what happens. So we have the Sin player already set up, charged an SPR version of his Omega, already gone for 2 of his balls. And yeah.
That's an interesting choice, because if he has another one, which I assume is the case, you know you're not going to resolve that many of them in a match against Gogeta, which is usually a fairly fast match. And we can see that both players are Spanish players, so probably know each other.
And yeah, so they're going to... I mean, the goal here is get your cracked Dragon Balls as quick as possible, right? Like,
in here, you need to awaken as soon as possible, because then there is that Gogeta GT, which can just run you over. Oh, there's 4 of them total. On turn 1, 4 of the cracked balls. Because there's 1 from Haze, and there was 2 found with the leader, and then 1 that was in the hand. Didn't manage to draw another one. So we don't see a turn 1 awaken, which is possible for this deck.
Now, the Sun Goku and Vegeta leader, since we haven't covered it yet, I mean, it's such a powerful powerhouse of a leader. I mean, it can combo with its cards in rest mode. When it does, it can get a card from the top of its deck. It's just value town, right? So you can swing in with these pieces and then get use of them on top. The hand size...
pieces that get to play themselves in rest mode.
Already seen the SR Gogeta get added to hand there, which tells the Sim player, it's like, you've got to deal with me because now I have an ace in the hole.
Yeah, and that Gogeta is scary because it's unaffected by anything that's not Gogeta GT.
And obviously, if you when you're on the awakened side of this leader, if you activate Union, you become a Gogeta GT as well as Son Goku and Vegeta GT.
And because of that, you do get to apply the skill of your leader to that 8-drop Gogeta, so it can just run all over the battle cards that are on board.
Yeah, it's really devastating.
Reminiscent of that Gogeta BR from set 6, 7, something like that. The old one.
Yeah, where from set where we just come in and start attacking all of your bodies and just like, oh, I had a board once.
So here we see Sin player Yoga playing the Gogeta Unison, which we have seen quite a few times today already. It's a very powerful Unison. The reason why Crown has been changed to how it has, right?
Yeah, because normally you'd have been able to +2 and then play a Crown and then see your opponent's hand. That is no longer the case.
So now you do need to spend that 1 energy to get all the information, right?
Which, I mean, 1 energy to see your opponent's hand and get rid of something is still objectively a very good thing, but there are ways around it, and as we saw last round, Max Speed Goku.
Yeah. No, I was about to say that all the decks that are hurt by that know exactly how to play around it.
Yes.
We've seen Beerus playing around it. We've seen Trunks Vegeta playing around it. The moment you know it's there.
And that is 7 damage on both players. Well, both players at 7 health.
Well, we're down to 1 life on turn 2? Oh, okay.
That is an unfortunate looking hand for the Gogeta GT player.
Yeah, that is a bit heavy hand, isn't it?
So we're seeing the Vegeta.
Yeah.
And you're going to, oh, look, you've comboed with a card. Let's
look. Let's replace that card you just used to combo, right?
Yep. Adds the Goku. Makes sense.
Exactly. And the fact that that leader gets to combo with the cards in the rest mode as well is is very, very
So
scary.
took the life and then he threw it into the Z energy, so he's down to 6.
Yeah. And I think it's within the Awaken Rage now, isn't it? Because you need to have 2 or more energy and both. So as soon as it's going to be Debbie's turn, he can Awaken. Because he used both Goku and Vegeta in his combo. He has them in Z energy. But that requirement of having 2 energy, I think that might be problematic if you are against such an aggressive deck as Sin Shenron.
Oh, going down to 5.
Yeah, that's Nova Shenron. Nice foil. And we see that Trunks that goes into the... we see that Trunks that increases the power on the combo. It's essentially a super combo for red battle cards.
Yeah, really strong card.
And now we see the other player also playing Gogeta. Which I think that Gogeta was...
Ooh, oh, adds the Reddit super combo. Yeah, makes sense, especially when you're only 1 life off of it being live.
Yeah. The question is, do you Awaken now?
Goes for the 2, throws something in rest mode. Why? Because it doesn't matter.
Yeah. You play the 1-drop in the rest mode, and because of that, you can combo with it when it's in rest mode. It doesn't need to be on the leader attack.
And that's what we're seeing right here.
Yeah. It needs to be mono red, and it needs to be Saiyan.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no. It's like saying, come on, attack me. See what happens.
Yeah.
See where I can take it.
And then charge it, obviously. No real reason for them to be in the drop right now. And there is the Awaken.
There we go. We are going into...
I love these dynamic duos of them both in SS4. I think it's such a cool looking leader.
There we go. We keep the same first permanent, still can combo with cards in rest mode, but then your Gogeta GT cards can attack your opponent's battle cards in active mode, and whenever it attacks, your opponent skips the defense step. So essentially turns all the battle cards into unisons. And when you activate Union Fusion, becomes Gogeta GT, and whenever you attack, you draw 1 card, then play 1 red Saiyan card with cost of 1 from your hand in rest mode.
Yeah, really good leader, really effective leader. Utilizes all of the pieces within the deck super well, super efficiently, always getting advantage off of it. And yeah.
And all of the 1-drops that you get to fit in that deck, anything that can grab you a red Saiyan from the deck is just going to be amazing in here, right? Because you play it. You don't have that ability from the front side anymore that you get to grab from the top 3 a red card. But you still get to, you draw and you free play cards, then you get to combo with them. And then, of course, I do hope we're going to see the Z Awaken on Gogeta in this game.
I mean, yeah, there's something to say about a printed 100,000 attack is definitely something to stare down. Yeah, definitely something to stare down at, right?
Because 100,000 used to be that used to be the limit on some of the attacks. It was like, I attack you with Victory Strike for 100,000. Can you stop it?
And so, just both players choosing now to opt in on the Gogeta, because it is like, rather than give my opponent resources, I can denial them.
Oh, definitely, you don't want to attack Debbie now, right? Because Debbie is on 5, and you know that there's 2 of those Raditz in hand.
Yeah.
So unless we're going to see some sort of a self-awakening.
And there is the activate battle to minus off the power.
Yep. And that's Omega Shenron again, isn't it? Omega Shenron doing splashes in so many different decks.
And so what we saw there was the Nova, so the Nova getting minus, then coming back, which is why he drew. Nova going to swing back into the Gogeta Unison.
So just trying to remove that.
And that's a Wolfang.
Yeah, so that Nova is gone. We're not going to see that Nova.
No.
That specific one we're not going to see again, but there is more where that came from.
I think it does him even more in his hand.
And there is the attack with a triple strike. He's going in.
Yeah, it puts him in double strike range. Oh, it makes it critical.
That's the thing. It's a triple strike crit. That's why he's going in, because if it was just triple strike,
3 cards to your opponent's hand, you don't want to do that against, especially.
But there was that haze on board even, so there was no surprise really that it's coming.
Yeah.
But you get to combo with cards in your rest mode. That is a powerful one. And then you get to play a Vegeta from hand because you have a card in your combo. There is a minus power there. What do we do next? Do we have more?
There is one energy standing. Oh, there is more combo.
Yeah, with the reduction of the power.
And Z charge it makes
Yeah.
sense.
Getting ready for that Z leader for the Gogeta. But first, we do need to also find the 8-drop Gogeta to play. Although we have found it, right? It's already in the hand. We know
It's already in
hand.
hand, yeah.
Oh, and then we have the double strike one.
Mm-hmm.
So are we going to see an attack in here? Because I don't think we see Haze, so I think it's going to go...
Oh, and another Natron. You don't like
Naturon. So it's the second player we've seen today that still plays Naturon, just trying to find some additional... There's the counter attack.
Mm.
But he's not Z leader yet.
No, you have to be the Z leader for that.
Yeah, I learned that very painfully.
Yeah, and so yeah, I mean, I think we're probably going to see her maybe sin into the Unison and try and minus off power on the Vegeta.
Yeah, I think that is kind of the play here.
Yeah.
But what do you minus on your own? Yeah, it's going to be Naturon, isn't it?
Yeah. And then get rid. Yeah, so you get rid of the Vegeta, you get rid of the Gogeta,
and you just clear the board. And I think that just shows how powerful it is to go first in those aggro matchups, because you do have that one more energy than your opponent when you go in for your swings. And then your opponent, yes, you don't have the first attack, but then your opponent is on the back foot.
Yeah.
Because you do get the bigger attacks early.
Right, yeah.
You do get your Unison a turn earlier. You do get to plus of it a turn earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It just shows how important it is. Okay, so there is free energy here and
oh! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's over on 6, isn't it?
No.
Or is it over on 5? Oh my.
It's a 5.
So yeah, warps, Mr. Sin.
That's a throwback.
Literally to the first. Wait, yeah.
Yeah, it's the first championship.
Oh, so he's gonna Yamcha it.
Yeah, he still gets to Yamcha it. Yeah. So technically, he gets to Yamcha it before it.
Yes.
But you would still always get rid of the Omega Shenron.
Yeah.
There's no way you leave that on board. And we've seen everyone being so ready for the Omega Shenron that it is a scary threat, but it rarely does anything.
No, but it forces your opponent to answer it.
Yes, but I think that's how all those best players that we have in here, that's how they're ready to play.
Yeah.
Because they expect a lot of Omega Shenron coming around. They're expecting a lot of Gogeta coming around. That's what everyone here is ready for, right?
Yeah, and I think so. And I think, like you said, on the stream, we've seen it time and time again of how they have utilized their ways of countering it.
Yeah.
In the yellow, or now we just saw there with 2018, I think it was when this card was first came out.
2019, I think. Or maybe 18.
Yeah, and along with the others, including the skills Goku. So yeah, it's a really...
That skillless Goku, which was also Goku GT in the yellow.
Yeah, yes it was.
Because it was so everyone was mostly interested that, oh, it's a yellow skillless that you can run in Vegito. Nope. There is a Unison coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So there is minus 15,000 power on that Bardock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, add the token blocker, yeah.
In this situation, suddenly Yoga doesn't really want to attack. Because you either attack with a single strike, which Debbie is going to take, or you attack with a double strike, which Debbie is going to negate. And get himself in that range of super combo being valid.
So yeah, goes into 5, but uses it as a combo.
And that's a single strike.
I mean, it did everything it needed to do, so
of course.
the market damage on top is just a bonus.
Yeah, of course, it removed the Omega Shenron.
Mm-hmm.
There's one energy still up, and of course, Overwhelm doesn't stick around.
No, it goes to the wall. But it was nice seeing SS3 Bardock. I'm very happy now.
Yeah, that was definitely a throwback to the past.
And just shows how well designed that card is, because it's come in and out of the meta a few times.
Yeah, because it's a removal, right? That's how majority of the black cards were played initially. You use them as a removal. Here we go. Both players are just reducing those unisons. Both unisons at 2 markers right now. I know it's difficult to see on the Debbie's dice, but it's on 2 markers. It came in last turn. And now it's going to go down to no markers, because that's a double strike. So Jorge decided to sacrifice his turn here just to remove it.
Oh, no, he's gone for the... Yep,
Nope.
so he's took the life to bring out the token
You do
blocker.
want to keep that unison on board. We do have meta token.
Meta token!
But he wants to keep that unison on board, probably doesn't have another one, or doesn't want to spend a turn playing it.
That,
Because next turn, Debbie has 4 energy.
that, and his super combos are now live.
Yes. He definitely wanted to use the negate, so I think he took this opportunity to take the value, because if he didn't, there was a chance that Jorge would just pass the turn.
Okay, and then we're seeing the rush attack, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta come in. Yeah, and I think it is, again, just to try and force some things out here. But there is that real threat of, oh, well, now there's a blocker token,
Yeah, exactly.
which has just got minused. Because he's minus his Sin, and then also...
Oh, yeah,
the
so
blocker
he's using
token.
his leader, yes.
Yeah, so now it's clear.
And now it's the rush attack, and rush attack is going, I think, to unison.
But if he defends this heavily, I think it's signaling that he wants it to stick around, and I think that's a good push for...
That's also a very interesting negate that's in there.
the free one?
Yeah, the awakening.
Yeah, which gives a Saiyan leader a beam.
Yes.
Red Saiyan.
Yes.
Or was it Red Goku?
No, Red Saiyan, because Pan was running it. Oh, we see Crown. Crown in the main deck.
Multiple crowns. Okay.
Oh, that's another Omega Shenron.
Yep. Yep.
There is...
Unending Awakening. I think that's what that card is. Unending Awakening. But it gives
Yes.
him the +5. But yeah, forced that out of him. Forced that out of him.
It needed to be forced. And now there is a barrier on Omega Shenron. You gotta love those tokens.
Yep.
Those counters, rather.
Those barrier counters.
Yeah, it's clearly a barrier counter, right? We're going to see a Gogeta in here.
And that play there to play Omega just shut off Crown.
Yes. I don't think Crown will do much in this specific matchup.
No, but it's always good to get a look at your opponent's hand.
Yes, it's always nice to know what's happening there, but I also don't think in this matchup Crown is going to be anything beside combo fodder. And I think this is going to be one of the first cards you look into siding out.
Now both players just thinking it through.
Yeah, because Debbie needs to very carefully plan his turn, because he needs to keep the materials in to be able to go into Gogeta GT.
Yeah, so we're seeing the super combo Raditz here. Bottom decking the Broly, because it is, yeah.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it's only a combo power. You might find more useful cards in there.
And then
That's taken.
Yep, so it is down to 6 now.
Yep. I'm magical like that.
And didn't Z charge the Raditz by the looks of it?
Maybe
Oh, and there it
needs
is.
it in the
Union Fusion.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I was waiting for. SS4 Gogeta triumphant together. It costs 4 red. That's why I said it's very important that we're going into turn 4. You draw 1 card and then you fuse Goku and Vegeta GT. And it's not affected. His opponent just sees what's happening. He's not going to try to defend this.
Yeah, so just for those at home who might be asking what happened, Gogeta just swung into all of those and killed them.
Yes, so essentially Gogeta restands whenever an opponent's
And then down
card
to
is KO'd.
4.
Yeah.
From the swing
Because
instead.
it is a triple strike blocker.
And then we see the Overrealm. We see the Vegeta Xeno come down. The only red card with Overrealm. The only non-black card with
Overrealm.
Overrealm.
Isn't it?
Yep. So this is incredibly scary now.
There we go, that's the secret.
Because
the red Overrealm
it
card.
gains quad strike.
Yeah, and Yoga is on 3 life. And it also looks at the opponent's hand. If you have 4 or more mono red energy, when this card is played, your opponent reveals their hand. You choose up to one battle card with 35,000 or less from it, and your opponent discards it.
And
Then
so
choose up to one of your
he just
mono
took the
red
sparking.
leaders.
So sparking for after image here. So he's down to 2 life.
Oh wow. So he needs to survive this attack, right?
Yes. So minus 10k on the Gogeta. Sorry, the Vegeta.
Vegito, yeah.
Plus 40k for that.
So it's 55 versus 30. So it's 30 attacking into 55 at the moment. So what will we see?
Nope, that's it. It's the end of the turn. Vegeta goes.
That's perfectly fine.
Vegeta technically should be removed from the game, right?
Yes, it should be removed from the game because the card is, even though it's an overrealm, it's also ultimate.
Yeah, so it should not be in the warp.
Yeah. I don't think there's going to be any interaction with the warp, but yeah. I don't think that's going to be that important in here. And important thing here is that the leader at the moment is 25,000 for Debbie.
Yes. And also, Sin can now go into Z Awaken if it needs to.
Yes, Sin is in that range. It can Z Awaken. It doesn't cost energy, it just requires 7. It just requires 7 Z energy, right?
So we see the Sin get played for 1 here. So he didn't opt to go into the...
Yeah, there we go. The judge has caught,
awesome.
Caught that it's removed from the game. Oh, no?
No?
Just read something.
Okay.
Oh, it's for the power.
Oh, right. Seems like they're just going over something with the Gogeta.
Yeah, Gogeta has a very peculiar situation there.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't let your opponent really combo.
Not against it, no.
Yeah. So there is the attack for the double strike with the Sin. And I think that's pretty much what Yoga needs to do, right? He needs to try to close it in. And that's a critical, I think? Yes, it's 25 critical. And that's, yeah, that's 30. 30 for the turn. I don't think Yoga can reach that high without a Omega Shenron on board.
No, it's going to be tough for him. It's going to be tough for him to reach that. But the question is, does he have a defensive turn? Like, I mean, all those battle cards are going to go bye-bye. And, yep, so Hyper Rush comes out.
Yeah, that is fine. So he's not going into... Oh, no, he still can go into leader because he's going to attack with not Hyper Rush, Rush attack.
Yep.
Which is going to give him a combo from the drop, which is going to go into... So he can still Z Awaken.
And then just throw in Broly into the Z energy. And then throws that into there. But yeah, now we're going to see it.
Now we see the Z Awaken. We're going into 20k double strike.
Mega Shenron, merciful negativity. Merciless even.
Yeah,
merciful. Yeah, that's the round 5 there. But yeah, so it's a 20k base, which, you know, any little will help right now, right?
I mean, 20k base is a lot, but what do you do if your opponent has a 100k base?
Yeah, that's the.
So one thing about that, Gogeta is very powerful, but as we know, the fusion dance only lasts for a limited amount of time, and because they exert so much power, it doesn't even last the full amount of time.
Exactly. So the Gogeta has now.
At the start of the charge phase, at the start of your turn, it just goes to the drop. There is a cool trick with that after you Z Awakened.
Yeah, because you skip your charge phase, right?
Yeah.
So you technically won't.
You never get to your charge
that
phase.
checkpoint where you would lose it. Yeah.
Exactly. So you get an additional turn with that 8-drop Gogeta.
But that's not what happened this time.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
We still have another turn. We can pretty much see another Gogeta coming in here, right? No, we're going into the Z deck. So it's a rush attack Vegeta. It's going to the leader.
Yeah, I mean, you're at... Oh, and that is Wolfang.
Wolfang.
Yep.
There's still combo going to be happening on the auto.
Yeah, that gets rid of.
That auto still happens, and the Z energy goes in, and the Vegeta is removed from the game.
Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking for. So he actually does have the Prismatic Goodyear in his deck as well, which is very interesting. So he's playing the Goten.
Just trying to find more cards. I mean, he can easily combo with that Goten, right?
Mm-hmm.
When it's in rest mode as well. It seems like Debbie is in way better situation here. Jorge needs to negate because he never knows when a double strike might be coming in. Because of course that East Kai and Champa still exist.
Yeah, and so we do see that he's paying it with the energy because he doesn't want to go down to 1 life.
No, of course you don't want to go down to 1 life. Oh, that's a cute token.
That is a Cyberman if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, of course. That's how they look like when they grow, right?
Yeah, I think so. You plant them in the ground and then poof.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You get the Nanya.
Yeah.
And yeah, to the leader.
And then block.
Blocking.
I mean, you might as well get the use of it out before it goes bye-bye.
Yeah, there is that, but there's also a situation that you can see that Debbie is clearly trying to threaten that double strike. And Yoga has no way of knowing if it's there.
True, I mean, that is the one thing, like, that's where the information game comes from, right? You've got the Vegeta, you've got the Broly Crowns, and that does let you know, it's like, okay, well, my opponent, oh, okay, cool, that's what's what. So yeah, I think, realistically, you do have to be prepared for it. Like we saw last, was it last round or the round before? Yeah, it was last round because that's how Launch won. If you don't respect the double strike, it will get you.
Yeah, and Launch managed to do it twice.
Yeah.
Even though in the game 3 there was that negate in hand.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just unfortunate, right? You've got the Launch on the backside and you're just like, oh, maybe it's just a bluff.
Yeah.
But it turns out it won. And I think there is the Champa in the hand, to be honest. It looks like it's the anniversary box Champa. I could be wrong.
I mean, you threaten it, right? It doesn't matter if it's there or if it's not there. You still threaten it just to get it going.
I think I've seen that gold swell enough times that I think it is the Champa.
Have you seen it enough, actually, to be certain that it is a Champa, actually?
Yes, yes it is. It's definitely Champa.
It's a shame because I wanted to see the 100k leader. Maybe not this game, maybe next game.
There's always time.
Yeah.
And if not today, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah. But we can see why both of those decks are the dominant decks in the tournament at the moment.
Oh, both very good decks, both very consistently good at what they do, which is why they're very good. And to be fair, it's very nice for someone to come in and just pick them up because the decks are pretty, like, you know what I mean? This is what they do it well. There are some nuances to it, of course, but as a guiding thumb, it's like you can come in and get this game, pick up these decks and be like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, this is your best entry point. I think Sin Shenron is your best entry point to the game at the moment.
It's super player friendly, right? Like all the cards do what they say. It's all the cards are for it pretty much are in the one set that you need to get.
Yes.
So yeah, I think
there's a couple of additional options you might want to run, like the token negates or violent race or something like that.
I mean, we've got like bar in the energy there, for, so there are like obviously player preferences and stuff. But yeah, as a deck, if you want to train someone to get into this game in this meta, especially, I don't think you can really go too far wrong with Sin Shenron.
Yeah, it's very consistent what it is. But here we see Yoga is trying to push in.
We do actually have the Videl negate in Debbie's hand, which I think is absolutely fantastic. I think it was from World Martial Arts Tournament, in fact. Like, that's how far it goes back.
One drop.
Yeah, I think that's how... but no, we're seeing the...
that's a SPR version, isn't it?
So this card we've been seeing all day, but this is the very nice version of it. The blinged version of it.
Bling, bling.
I must admit, like, the SPRs for the Dragon Ball Super card game have just always gotten better and better.
Oh, here we see a replacement. Like, you see, in this matchup, I can see the replacement of a Unison being a good play.
Yeah.
Because here you need to be as aggressive as possible. In a control matchup, you want to keep it, because otherwise your opponent is just going to remove your Unison.
Oh, and we actually see the Trunks here.
Yeah.
So the Trunks is a very good card, especially in Sin. Do you want to tell the people why?
It's a very good card because whenever it's used in a combo with a with your red battle card, it gets additional 5k combo power.
And what does Sin like to swing with?
Oh, I don't know, Omega Shenron?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very good card. Even on the Nova or the Sin,
I mean,
to be fair.
To be fair, even if you just swing with Sin, or even if you decide to swing with Oceanus and then use Haze on it, and then you use Trunks to make it 19,
Yeah.
just that awkward number early on as well.
Really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. So there is the barrier now on the Sin.
But it also, of course, can be used to protect your cards very easily.
Yes.
And suddenly that attack into your Omega, yeah, you use the activate battle, the attack again into your Omega Shenron with Oolong. I'll put 10k on it.
Yeah.
Your Oolong has no power here.
Oolong will not survive.
So what do we do now? Is Debbie going up to 6 energy? That's a lot of Z energy for Debbie.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the toolbox to play with.
Majority of his cards are not in the drop or warp. They're in his energy, Z energy.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually kind of a tough call on the Charger. Yeah, it's like, okay, so maybe he's not planning on the Union Fusion route. I mean, obviously there are going to... Oh, no.
We have one.
He's not planning on the Union Fusion route. Immediately Union Fusion says, that sounds about right.
So we're going into our Gogeta again.
Which, yes, Sin has barrier, but barrier does not protect from being Big Bang Kamehameha times 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's 35,000 base as well. And yeah, when this card is in battle, your opponent can't activate non-super combo card skills and you skip your offense step. So you can't combo, but your opponent can't use any skills that are not super combo. So they can't negate, they can't use any counter skills.
But thankfully we did see a super combo there.
Yeah.
And 2, in fact. Which, I mean, to keep out of it, it makes sense. And there's a Cyberman.
There's a negate. The reason why you do negate in here is because you don't want your opponent to Z awaken.
Yeah, you really
their
don't.
combo step.
You really don't. Like,
Z awaken is very, very, very problematic.
yeah, there's no Pilaf here to save you from a double strike 100 and
No, Pilaf doesn't save you from that because it's only on battle cards.
Oh yeah.
So is Beerus.
Yeah, it's counter battle card attack, right? Yeah.
There's the rush attack.
Yep.
Debbie is just going very aggressive. He's just...
I mean, all he has to do is let one attack land.
Yeah, double strike, right? He doesn't have energy now for Champa, which is interesting. So is this a situation where you let it in? No, because you have Wolfang Fist.
That, or you also does overwhelm. Like I said, sorry, in Debbie's regard, he has overwhelm.
He does not have a drop at the moment.
He's holding it.
He's holding his hand.
Oh.
Oh no, he's holding his drop because he was using the rush attack, yeah.
Don't confuse me, I've only got one hand.
I'll always confuse you. Oh, so we're getting the auto-resolved? Yeah. So it's going to get rid of the... is that one drop dispo? Okay. I feel like we've been in this game state for a while now. That Debbie is at 4 life, Yoga is at 2 life, and we just keep on going.
I mean, it's a testament to the decks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also a testament to the player because normally those are very aggressive decks, and if you play it aggressive as is, you're just going to run out of resources very quickly, and the player who's more careful with it is just going to win. Here, both players are very, very careful.
Yeah, so there's the counter, which is the dispo, and the turn is passing, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, the turn is passing back to Yoga.
Ooh, counting the deck.
Yeah, because Gogeta does draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one thing this leader does do, is generate value.
That's why some people are bringing Mill.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad shout. Again, it's a meta call, right? Like, oh, okay, if your deck's going to draw lots of cards, if I can get you there to mill, as long as I can survive your attack, that's amazing.
We have that Gogeta blocker re-standing at the end of a turn. Let's attack with the leader for 25 double strike.
I think this is more of a ploy just to get it into the Z energy. to enable rush attack.
Possibly. But it's still threatening with the double strike, isn't it?
Yeah, quite possibly. Oh.
There is a token. No?
Oh. Z awaken in the opponent's turn.
When your life is 4 or less, all of your energy is in rest mode and you skip your charge phase during your next turn. Red Goku GT and Vegeta GT. And you can only include 1 copy of this card in your Z deck. So you can only do it once. And when this card is in the battle, you cannot activate extra skills or use cards in combos. So you're locked into that 100k. At the end of your opponent's turn though, you switch this card to active mode and remove it from the game.
I mean, it is the ultimate beam.
Yes, it's Ultimate Fusion. I'm surprised it doesn't have Ultimate Keyboard.
That would stop you playing Secret Wares as well, and that's just not.
It is technically a secret though, come on. You can have only one and it's just like, I just drop it. But it is a very scary card to see.
So we're seeing Pain 2 here for rush attack. No, it's the Goku. So he is going to get the burn.
Yeah. There we go, the Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku, Defender of Life, helping Sin Shenron, Omega Shenron.
Yep.
Sorry, Omega Shenron.
I mean, it's not the wackiest thing to imagine when Dragon Ball Heroes exists.
True that.
That might, who knows? Who knows? Bring Omega
Oh,
back.
he's just going straight in. So, this is what we were talking about earlier, that 8-drop Gogeta sticks around because the charge step is skipped. So, no new cards are added, no energy is restood. That's why Gogeta also switches itself to active mode, so you do have that leader swing.
But obviously it goes away at the end of the opponent's turn. He did it in the opponent's turn, so it doesn't stick around.
Yeah.
But it was the ultimate, no, please, you're not going to combo up to me.
I did miss that, but there was 1 damage dealt to Derby. Derby's on 3.
No, that was the ban from the...
Oh, that was the
ban.
ban. Yeah, that's what I missed. So even though you can't hit...
So there's another token to get?
Yeah. Have you seen the size of that drop?
It's massive. Oh, that's not many cards left in deck.
No, both players are very, very low, and I think it's going to go down to the wire. Debbie doesn't have any energy open, so that crown is not going to give any information.
Ooh, a nice winner version of Wolfang just entered the energy there.
So are we getting ready to hard cast Omega Shenron, yeah?
I mean...
That is 7 or 8 cards in the deck.
Oh, so he's gone straight for the double strike.
I mean, you might as well, right?
True, put him on the 1 and then everything's lethal, yeah.
Okay, so we're going up to a 30.
Yeah, because it's a red battle card.
It is a red battle card.
Is he going to combo any more on top of it, though? That is the question.
There is the Raditz. So it's 25 to 30 attacking into 25 at the moment, so we need 10 more. Do we see another Raditz?
See the Beerus?
Yeah.
No, I think it's a 2-2 split.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because 1 Raditz was already used, and we've seen Beerus from Beerus. Yeah.
So that is the combo out there. But obviously his leader has double strike.
Which is exactly the same problem, right?
And there's a bit of... Ooh, 2 cards left in deck.
Oh, and yeah. He does have the Sin. Oh, he's deciding not to be able to play it. So he's planning to finish it on the Gogeta swing, but 2 cards left in the deck. Debbie just passes the turn, and Yoga can't do much if he survives this. He needs to survive this turn, though.
Is Jorge's secret...
Yoga's secret?
is it the Vegeta?
We can check.
Yep, that's what he's afraid of. If he goes down to 1, he drops the Vegeta and wins.
Yeah. I guess it is a more common secret for Sin than the Vegito.
Is that the
calculated?
I think
and
that's
it's
comboed out. Yeah.
Yeah. He can't be taking that because if there is a secret there, then
What's the minus on the Gogeta again?
-4. There is a double strike there again. Yes, you are right. He goes in. That's 30k double strike. But there is a blocker. That 8-drop Gogeta is a blocker. And I think you need to block here. Wait.
Nope.
I'm quite sure that Gogeta is a blocker. Yeah, I think Debbie didn't remember. Yeah, it's a blocker.
Oh, no, there we go.
There we go. There's a block. Because he didn't know that. Oh, probably he didn't remember. Because he also plays the card. But
And
that's
there's a
activate
Sin.
battle, not activate main.
Yeah, and there's Sin.
And there's one card left in the deck. Can we stop it? We can't stop it anymore.
So you put everything that's not your Vegeta in there.
Yeah. And that's 30. And
Takes
that's
the double.
taken. And do we have a secret? We
There's
do.
a secret.
Oh,
GG.
that was...
Resolves its effect. Burns in for 1. GG. Yeah, there's a shake hand. That was a very well fought match.
Yes.
Right? And this does show the benefit of both of these decks, right? I think that was a really well paced, like Debbie was in a very confident position for a lot of that game. Jorge did not get rattled by that. He stuck in, knew his game plan, stuck to it, went down to 1 card in deck, and managed to get the burn off of that Vegeta.
Yoga managed it brilliantly with the Sin Shenron. He managed to burn up. He managed to finish up the game there.
Yeah.
He was... The fact that he's seen his secret as well, because we need to remember there is always a situation you can see your secret as the last card of the deck or a last card in your life.
Yep.
That's always sad when it happens, but when you see it, and we've seen that it is going to go... He clearly had it in hand earlier on, and he was working towards getting that secret plan going on. Right?
Yeah.
He was, at some point, we've seen that he was trying to get in that double strike. And the moment he started going in double strike, immediately in that last turn, it just gave it away that there is a secret there.
Yeah, so I think like this is a testament to both those players in that match. They both knew what each other was going to do. Like, and I think that's a thing with this format is everyone knows these decks, everyone knows these techs, but it still will come down to your knowledge, your understanding, and your ability to pivot in these situations to then get out of those situations. Like a defensive Gogeta Z Awaken, you know, that stops an array of attacks coming into you. And then obviously we saw it on the flip side of that, being able to stop your opponent from doing what they wanted by dominating that board.
Yes.
That was a very well played match.
Also,
game.
It shows how tired those players also are getting, because Debbie forgot how his own card works.
Yeah, I mean,
on the Gogeta Unison, which is activate battle on -4.
Yeah, that is one of those things, right? It happens, especially as you get into these later stages, later rounds of the tournament. But, you know, I think everyone's still a bit friendly, you know what I mean? It's all a bit like, you know what, yeah, that's fair.
It is competitive, but it was clearly allowed to get the block in going there.
Yeah, which I think, you know, I think everyone's on a bit of a level, right? Especially with the European community. I feel like that's what most of us are like, where it's just like, you know what, yeah, that's fair. I knew you were going to do that. That's fair. And yeah, honestly, I think now it comes down to the sideboard, and I actually think you might be right here. I think we probably see a few of these Broly's go out.
Yeah, I don't think the Broly's are going to be good in this particular matchup, because if we have a quick look, what could we see? Violent Race, this is the Sin Shenron. So we have Violent Race in a sideboard.
Yeah, I think Violet Rays.
Ultimate Dragon Quake.
Also good.
That's a good shout, although you can't activate it when Gogeta attacks.
No.
The crowns are not going to come in. Shu, I don't think it's going to come in. After Image Technique could help.
I mean, it got him out of that attack.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. It got him out of a secret rare quad striker. I think After Image is a great shout.
On the other hand, we have Shin, not really. Mechikabura, the Broken Seal against Sin.
I mean, it is...
Omega.
No, I mean, literally, that is the Mechikabura, you call it. You're like, yeah, okay, well, that's your sequence play gone.
Yeah. Jiren is not this matchup. Crown, again, not this matchup. Imposing Presence, that's not a bad shout.
Yeah, we saw it shut down. You saw it shut down that the aggression before, so why not again?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're getting into game 2 now, with Sin taking game 1, and then we have the Gogeta Energy Charged. And it looks like, oh, charging a Nova. And then let's see what we have with the balls.
So do we have any in life? The question is, would you take some from life if you had them immediately in here?
Not in this matchup, I don't think. I'd be very risk averse with taking as much life as possible, right? Because the lower you get down, the more and more things get threatening.
I guess you hope that your opponent's going to hit it in first turn, because you always want to awaken on turn 2, don't you? When you're Sin player, you definitely want to awaken on turn 2.
And it looks like, yeah.
There's 3 balls in hand.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's Oceanus. That's going to be a 4th ball, and we've seen another Oceanus there, so there's always a Gogeta. But you don't really need to, because you have 3 balls in hand, which means next turn you're just going to find 2. Question is, do you play those balls now? Or do you wait so you don't draw into them? Or rather, you lower the chance that you get to draw them?
It's a good question. Nope, he's going for it.
Yeah. So he's hoping to draw the other 2. So Awakening turn 1 would be really strong.
No.
No, we didn't get anything.
No, but I think he hit his secret off that.
Well, if he...
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so that means that he already knows his game plan. To be fair, last game we had both players playing their secrets.
Yeah, it was a really cool thing to see. I mean, I'm biased. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, character I wanted in this game for a long time.
Not only you, a lot of players wanted that character because it's that iconic situation, right? Iconic moment.
From Dragon Ball Heroes, yeah. Yeah, no, but it is a cool looking character. Yeah, and I think it is just one of those cards that's like, I'm glad it exists. It's in red. It's got Overwhelm.
Oh, you mean SS4 Vegeta?
Yes.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Oh.
This is Gogeta. Which was actually in GT.
They're both fuse.
Yes, but one is for silly dance and it's non-permanent.
One stops from Echikabura, alright? Well, with Trunks. It's a long story. That they've not finished.
We're not here to tell that story. We're here to tell the story between Debbie and Yoga playing Ed, Dragon Ball Super card game Europe finals in Rijswijk.
Yeah, in round 5. So both players are XO currently as well.
Yes. Players are fairly high placed and they have 24 minutes left on their round.
And so more Z energy getting charged there. And again, that is just one of this, like, this is the thing this deck can do super well because it can combo with cards in rest mode.
Yes.
So not only do you get value out of cards getting played, when you combo, you get value because you're going to get a card from your deck. And then also you get Z energy as well on top of that.
Yeah, and we also, of course, have the Awaken on turn 2, just having 2 specific cards in your Z energy and then taking the damage.
And there's the charge of the Oceanus.
There's one ball. And where's the second one? Where is it hiding? None in life.
That's very nice. That's very nice.
And yep, there we go. There's the 2 balls. So we are ready to awaken, but of course first you want to do some plays. So we're starting with the everyone's favorite Gogeta Unison, which we've seen so many today.
Add to Beerus makes sense. You want your super combos.
Card, yeah. The fact that Gogeta can add a multicolor red card is very strong, especially with that super combo of Beerus.
Yeah, and then we've awoken into Sin Shenron. So he's got that energy back. So you I actually think this is a really cool on-curve turn, right? Like you pay 2 energy, you get your Unison, which can then become 4 markers immediately, and then you get your energy back as well to then play up with what you want. I think both decks utilize that really well. So Gogeta is going to swing into Gogeta.
So we're just removing the markers at the moment on that Gogeta. We don't want to be on the Yoga doesn't want to be on the receiving end of that double strike.
No. Because it's nasty. It's surprising and it's nasty. It's like
It's very surprising, yes.
Oh,
there is the Videl again.
There is the Videl.
I'm wondering why it's here, because it's not even a Saiyan.
It's a cheap 1-drop Nugget.
Yeah.
That you can combo with.
Yeah, I guess so, but it's a very interesting choice. I guess for the decks that depend so much on the Z energy, it's a nice choice.
Right, because it's you get to negate, you put it on the board, and then if they swing further, it's maybe you don't block with it, but you put it, combo it, and then.
Although in this case, that Singe General is just going to eat it.
Yes. Wolfang first.
That is fine, but the auto is still going to work. So, okay, and even there. Yeah, the auto needs to be resolved, so it's going to be minus 20 to Oceanus. Because Oceanus doesn't do anything here yet, because the opponent is not on free energy yet.
No. So the double strike hits into the Gogeta.
Yep.
Oh, so he's just going to minus it off the Gogeta and kill the Gogeta instead. Fair enough.
So he's keeping Vidal on board.
I mean, that's probably a smarter play, right? Get rid of that unison, force him to replay it if you're not. And now we've already seen 2 Gogetas. So he's...
Oh yeah, because there's 1 charged, isn't it? So that's 2 gone. And it is a powerful tool for that Gogeta, because it has been, it was designed for that deck, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it allows you to play those guys in rest mode, which you can then combo with. So
yeah. Yeah.
But I think it's just a good. It's like the Bunison, right? Bunison's really good for blue. Gogeta is really good for red.
Provided you run 1-drops.
Yeah.
But seeing as the red is a very aggressive color, I would be surprised why you wouldn't run a 1-drop.
So there's the Goku.
Yeah.
So something like the Goku twins kind of do have in the relevancy is that some offer different effects. So one allows you to crit, one allows you to double strike.
So they have different utilities.
Yeah, and I think that's it's really fun because I think if you look into, it's the BR chain, right? It's the opposite way around. So one gives you
double strike
in the BR chain, the other, and then in the GT chain it gives you critical.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's just extra icing on top of just like nice little design quirks that I think.
It just shows us that difference that one is from the Broly movie, one is from the GT, which are supposed to be alternative futures.
And then you have Xeno.
We don't talk about Xeno. Xeno doesn't exist in the West.
Thwarting?
It doesn't exist in the West.
Thwarting?
It doesn't.
Thwarting the Dark Empire.
It just thwarts your dreams.
I love thwarting the Dark Empire. So yeah. Oh, and there is the Champa on it.
Oh, so he's using Champa here to remove the marker.
So this is going to be about unison control.
Yeah, so he's copying Yogi's book in here, right? He's trying to remove those markers and remove that unison, but he didn't quite manage. And that unison is scary because it's a +2. It's not a +1 like majority of the time you expect. It's a +2.
Which makes it a lot harder to remove.
Because suddenly you don't need to hit it twice more, you need to hit it 3 times. So unisons don't have the defense step, but still. It's an attack you take away from the face, so...
And there's the his, so now those criticals, the double strikes can become critical, or the triple strike can become critical.
Yeah, there is Omega, yeah, you are right, there's Omega in hand, so we are going to actually see Omega here.
Yeah. The nod from David there, just like, yeah.
Yeah, of course, it's expected. There is there is Awakening. Awakening, such a good card.
Honestly, like the fact that we're seeing it again just makes me so happy. Just like it's a negate, but it's also a bean.
So many old cards have resurgence either due to anniversary box or due to certain colors being good.
I think the whole Zenkai, I think that they had a mandate with their Zenkai format, right? And to me, it's paying off plentifully. Like, yes, we do have a very nice top-heavy red meta, but if you look at the room and look at the decks and the cards and the people who are
everything we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, it's brought a lot of things back, and just I mean, look, you've seen cards like the Cunning used again.
It's also a question because this is, I think, the first major tournament after the anniversary box came out. So we might actually see a shift in the meta top.
Potentially,
we might see more of a, for example, Rainbow Vegito.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is the first tournament where that is truly on display.
So we might actually not see that much of a red heavy
Although-
deck, and a lot of players are ready for those decks.
For the future events, Fire's Ambition will be legal.
Yes, for any events after this weekend. I think next week in United States Nationals, it's going to be legal as well, isn't it? So their meta is going to be totally different from ours.
Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting. Honestly, the Dragon Ball Super card game does go through these ebbs and flows, and I'm all for it. I love seeing how things rise to power, and then someone will find something different. Hopefully, we get to show off the Gogeta BR deck. Like, I really do like it, because that's a deck that just came out of nowhere and got put on a lot of people's radars.
Yeah, that's a deck that is very interesting. Oh, there is the Union Fusion. There we go. We're going into our fusion place.
Yep, so there goes the board.
Yeah, there's just nothing else to say, right? There's a 35k going all around. Your opponent can't use the activate battle skills when it attacks. And
he just takes it.
Yeah.
Takes it. So going from 7 down to 4.
yeah. So it's not exactly at 3 life that he wants to be at.
No. And I think that's intentionally why the leader just swung into the unison.
I think earlier the judge was checking. So one of the important differences between Fusion and Potara for the Union skills is Potara uses any 2 materials on board. Fusion needs to use 2 materials from hand with the same power. It's one of the things that a lot of people keep on forgetting about, especially as Fusion, well, before the Fusion came back into play, when they started to give the Fusion effects, you draw cards when you activate the Fusion.
Yeah. So now we'll see what he does. Oh, is he charging a Gogeta?
I mean, he managed to keep his Gogeta on board.
Yep, and then
It's
brings
also-
out his.
Yeah, it's also interesting that with that last Gogeta swing, Debbie decided to go to the leader rather than to the unison and try to remove the unison.
And there is another Omega.
Yeah, that's a second Omega in this match. And yeah, it doesn't matter if you block with a Gogeta here and if you're going to lose it, because it's going to go away either way. At the start of your turn, it just goes away.
Already, is he thinking of combo? Yep, so it's
No, no, he's playing the double strike. And he's going in, he's trying to push in for that damage.
Okay. So yeah, he can make this critical if he wants.
Are we making this critical?
Yeah.
Yes, there we go. There is the critical. So it's 20k double strike, 30k.
10k double strike critical, threatening.
And
Obviously,
we see a couple of the token negates. There's a super combo, so that's 25.
so
10 more. Oh yes, because you can combo with your cards in the rest mode. Ah, it's any Saiyan.
and there's the 10.
Yeah. And we're going to see the Z charge of Vegeta.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's attack with the leader. So we're pushing in for those small damage, and yeah, that one we can take, because now all of the token negates in Debbie's hand are live.
Yep, and it gets him to the 4 if he needs it.
If he needs it. We haven't seen any Raditz yet. So yeah, I don't think there is a Raditz in hand at the moment. Oh no, I think that manga type of card is, yeah, there's one Raditz in hand. So it actually is charging one of the token negates. So rush attack? It needs to be rush attack, right?
I would think so. Oh.
No?
Oh. So
Okay, so
he had a Goku waiting as well.
so I guess he puts Yoga in the area where he can awaken again.
Yep.
Was he awaken?
Oh, has he taken the damage? Yeah.
So now it's, yeah. Yoga is down to 3 life. And Debbie's still at 5. Can Debbie get it back? So the players have still about 11 minutes left on the game.
And there's a
There's Wolfang Fist. So it's attacking for 5, I think, and just Debbie decides to not.
And now because he's at 3.
Yep, he gets to see Awaken.
Awaken.
Drink upon stun.
So he become a Omega Shenron.
We finally see that Omega Shenron, which...
Yeah, so forcing the combo into the
Yeah.
20, but obviously you want to be comboing anyway to fill up that Z energy.
just so you can do more plays from his energy. You still have free energy open.
Mm.
And unlike Overwhelm, your Z deck is not limited to once per turn.
No.
So if there is a rush attack there that is waiting to be played,
then why not? And there's the Overwhelm to remove the Omega.
yeah, there is, we see that again. This is free Bardock is very interesting inclusion.
Especially that was in main board.
Yeah, because we've seen it game 1. Sadly, it doesn't have any other keywords, but then it will just be too strong if it has double strike or critical.
And then we're seeing the
After
image,
image.
but paid with energy.
Of course, you're down to 3 life, you don't want to be using it here.
So minusing the Bardock, but obviously plussing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So there's just a big difference. We still have free energy, so... Oh, I'm getting something played. I think a rush attack.
It looks likely.
Or not.
Thinking it through. Thinking it through.
Trying to decide what to play in here, right? Because Debbie needs to think about this. That is also only 9 minutes left. He needs to win this game, and then they need to go into the next one.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough.
And the Olga is doing whatever he can just to try to clinch it in this game. So both players are very, very careful with.
So I think the option there was the defensive of the Prismatic Gogeta, but I think the call that's going to paying 1.
Oh, paying 1.
Is this for the Goku? The SSB
Is
Vegeta?
the
Black one? Yeah, so yeah. Another SSB Vegeta.
Because we don't have enough of them.
In the Z deck, right? I mean, Bandai just must really like Vegeta in the Z deck.
I mean, it's a good support, right? So it's a unique one, which with permanent it doesn't really matter, but for 1 energy you can run it in any deck, and when you play it you can place 1 card from your hand at the bottom of your deck, and add 1 card from your life to your hand, and then draw 1 card.
Yeah.
So Debbie decided to not take the life. He just decided to play it. So just to cycle a card from hand, I guess. But because there is a Z leader there, there was a negate.
Yeah. Yeah, which is what the oh, it's not a Lek. Natron, right?
No, natural.
No. It turns into a big goopy one, right? I'm trying to remember the Shadow Dragon Saga now.
I mean,
Rage.
Yeah, Rage. That's the one.
Yeah.
The ones that are mostly played are Haze, Oceanus, Nova, Sin, and Omega.
And there's the Omega. Speaking of Omega.
Yep. Speaking of Omega.
Oh. Oh no, going for the rush attack.
No, that's free. That's going for
Goku. So and then get the burn.
Yeah, getting the burn in, putting Debbie at that 4 life. We do know that from early on in the game there is a secret in hand.
Yes. But free
Energy.
Yeah, so it's not.
No, it's not coming down this turn, but doesn't change the fact that Yoga is trying to establish a situation where he can win with that secret very soon. So that double strike has been stopped. There's another 2 double strikes on board. Because there is Sin and Omega Shenron, Omega leader.
Yes, and then he's also got Omega in hand as well.
Oh yeah, that hasn't been played in the end.
No, it was not played. Went for the Goku instead. There's the Raditz.
Yeah. There is no combo, so we... Oh, no.
Oh,
no, Demigra.
And then just charging the...
Yeah, Demigra is good if your opponent drops the Omega Shenron early on. But as that didn't happen here, then
So I think Omega just went into Goku. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain that's what happened.
I mean, it's a possibility because the leader is on 20 right now.
And there's the Raditz. And that combo's out. Paying 1 for Sin.
There's a second sin. Yes, that ability is limit 1, but one of those sins was already on board. So we see another double strike. And the problem is that you can't even take a double strike here because that puts you in the range of a leader.
Yeah, but yeah, a double strike would put you in double strike.
Yeah, and you can see how many double strikes is in here. And you know that there's a triple strike coming in as well.
Yep, so there we go.
Yeah, the second sin is going to be...
And then it's a Z battle card, so it's removed from the game, doesn't go to the drop. Oh.
Oh, he's using the leader skill, removing the 6 balls to play Omega Shenron for free.
This is the first time we've seen this today.
Yes, because essentially, like every Shenron leader, it has its ultimate.
Yep.
By sacrificing the balls, you get to play Omega Shenron for free.
And there's the take the life to use the support, brings out the Turken. I mean, you kind of had to in that situation.
Yeah, you don't want to take that damage, but the problem is you put yourself in exactly the same situation as last game, right? So we are on time on the round. Now the players have 5 minutes to finish their additional 3 turns.
Are we? Oh, yeah. No, wait, no, because it's Jorge had won game 1, right?
Yoga won game 1. Or maybe we are on the last 4 minutes of the round. I might be looking wrong on the clock. Yeah, but we're still going in.
Minus it off.
Yeah.
With the activate battle.
But there's first the block opportunity.
That's true.
Yeah, you block in here. You do block in here.
And then minus
the Vegeta. Yeah.
So removes the Vegeta.
But that puts you in exactly the same situation you had last game, right? There is 3 double strikers staring down at your free life and 1 triple striker, and you expect that secret to be in hand. Yeah.
I mean, you've got to, right? It's the same thing with the double strike, right? You've got to respect it. You've got to anticipate it. So we're seeing 4. Is this another Union Fusion? It is indeed.
So just to show off, that's a secret that we know that Sin has. But yeah, this is a clear the board. You do need to do it in here because otherwise you would die.
Yeah.
And there is a triple strike going to Sin.
Yep, so...
That is at the moment 30 to 35. Yeah, because no other skills can be used.
But you can still combo?
You can still combo, but you can't combo offensively. You lose your offense step.
Yes. So that's why it's just a pure flat...
35.
Yep.
Are we going to see 100k leader? I don't think we are.
Unless it's again on that defense, probably not.
No, because there is a free life there for Yoga. There is the Goku.
There's the cut.
Let's see. I think there is an attack with the leader. And we see a negate here, right? We need to see a negate here, because otherwise it's going to be awakened into the 100k one.
Oh!
There's Violent Race, but I don't...
No, it's not. No, it's just for the negate. But
yeah, it's just for the negate. Because there's no point using it here, right? Because the energy is already spent and the Gogeta already is used.
Yep.
And what, rush attack?
It looks... Yep.
Going in for the rush attack, yeah. It needs to be the rush attack in here.
1 energy open though.
Do we have another negate?
There is another negate. Oh, he's going to take the life.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Bring out the blocker. Oh, and it was going in at the... Oh, no, you used it to minus.
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
use it to minus.
Okay, and then there's turn pass to Sin.
Oh, there is that big blocker again in the way. But can you actually hit it in with a double strike?
I mean, you've got your leader.
And just your leader. Gogeta, no, Gogeta is too low to have the double strike. Because even if you had the second copy of Gogeta to add the marker, that one marker removed with Rush Attack Vegeta is important here.
Okay, so there's no counters there. I mean, technically it's got the block.
Yes.
Didn't block?
No, he didn't block. So he's trying to out-combo. He feels confident in his hand to out-combo because he's seen his opponent.
Oh, okay, going to check to see if he has the sparking. Which I think at this point he does. And then we will see. Is he going to take?
I think it's still. Oh no! We're going for it.
Oh, the defense, because you can't risk taking that damage and getting into Vegeta.
And you essentially buy yourself that turn. That is going to make sure that you don't take the damage. No other attack is hitting you, not with such a small hand. And then you hope to win on the crackback. Of course, there's going to be still attacks happening into your Vegeta, but then you can easily block. You don't have any energy next turn, though. And you do keep your 8-drop.
Yeah, because the charge phase is skipped. Yeah,
That is correct.
so yeah, now we're in our extra time.
Yes. So now the players have 3 additional turns, and it's Yogi's first turn. We have 5 minutes. Can Yoga close it? Or is Debbie going to take it?
And it seems like they're discussing something with the judge.
I think it's just being explained on.
Oh, it's because he was
Yoga
1-0 up, so yeah.
Yoga was 1-0 up, so Yoga wins the match.
I believe that's what's going to be happening here. We'll hopefully just get confirmation.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the confirmation of what's happening at the table. Yeah, and it looks like they're reporting the score. So Yoga won on the Sin General. So I just want to point out that we've seen 3 Sin Generals today. 2 of them lost to a Rogue Dex, and 1 of them won against the other competitor, which is Gogeta. And it just shows you that anything can happen in this game if you pay enough attention. This is a game that rewards highly skilled players.
Yeah, players who put the timing, know their decks, know their matchups, and know how to pivot. I think this is the one thing I wanted to stress so much today, and we've seen it in players like Joe Dunfont and just what we just saw there.
Yes.
People being able to pivot, change their strategy, and adapt appropriately, and that's what's leading to victories here.
Yes, what we were talking about early in the round, right? It's depending on. You know that in aggro, the one who goes more aggressive is going to lose because they're going to run out of steam earlier. And this is what I mentioned. Both players are being very consistent, very good at that. Both of them slowed down the game. And the game that we expected to end very quickly, we went into time on the game too.
Yeah.
This round took way longer than any other round we have been streaming because they didn't finish the whole match.
No. And yeah, it is just one of those things, right? Because it is such a known matchup. And it is, if you're playing Sin, you know you're going to fight Gogeta. And you know you need to know that. And the defensive Gogeta has been huge in this game. But it was just unfortunate, just time run out.
Yeah, the time has run out. If that was a match for the final, I would actually not be upset.
No, that was
really well played.
Very well played by both players. High caliber, really exciting stuff.
And both players still are in running for the finals. Both of those players were 4 games up after round 4. So now Yoga is 5 games up, and Debbie is 4-1.
Yeah,
so if Debbie wins more games, there's 3 more rounds today. If Debbie wins the rest of the games, we can see him again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely not out, right? I mean, and I think that's just, yeah, I think it's just one of those things about this Dragon Ball Super card game. As you mentioned, it is a very skill-focused game. You've got to know, you've got to respect, and we've seen it today. If you don't respect what you're against, it's going to catch you and it's going to get you. And I think that's just one of the best things. So we are going to take a little bit break before we go into round 6, but it has been an epic tournament so far, and I can't wait for future rounds. And welcome back, Dragon Brawlers, to round 6 of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals. I'm Scott Sedman, joined by Lucky Smith.
Hi guys, and welcome back for the round 6. We have 3 more rounds today, and we are getting to the top tables now. We're getting deep into the day, and we're going to be seeing more and more powerful decks, and more we're going to be seeing of Gogeta and Sin.
Yeah, and not just that, we're getting awesome rivalries. So the next match we've got for you is a treat. We have Mert Dalmas, I'm sure everyone knows who that is, and Kandemir, two really close friends in real life. I believe they're teammates. It's Gogeta GT versus Trunks and Vegeta. So it's Vegeta on both sides of the table today.
Yes, Vegeta can decide. At least we don't see the fusion on both sides of the table, can we?
Oh my, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Vegx out of nowhere.
Yeah, Vegx out of nowhere, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Vegx out of nowhere. But yeah, so I think this is going to be a really good matchup for everyone at home. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited.
I'm excited to see so many players bringing in Trunks and Vegeta. Because we have seen Joe Danton, which is also a high-profile player. So is Kandemir. And so we do see a lot of people bringing Trunks and Vegeta. It's still a viable deck in the format, which I'm really happy to see. But then, of course, we have the powerhouses like Mert.
Which is, yeah, used to playing these good decks. And then obviously with Gogeta, it's no different, right? I mean, Mert broke his teeth with the Dark Broly deck, which was fantastic.
Yes.
So this feels like a continuation in some regards, right? So let's get underway. We have the final flash immediately in the energy charged. We've got the Vegeta already on board, and yeah.
I'm trying to find that Trunks and trying to confirm what's in his deck as well.
Yeah.
So we can see that he went through his deck twice. That final flash being charged turn 1 though against Gogeta GT. Well, you can't use any of those skills, right? So it's not very useful against the 8 drop, and on anything else it just doesn't do much. So I guess it's not a card that you realistically need in this matchup. And those two would of course know what you need in this specific matchup, because I expect them testing against each other a lot.
Yeah, I feel like both of these guys are going to know what each other's decks are like to the T. So not only that is it the deck matchup, it's knowing the player themselves as well here.
Yes.
So there is the Goku to get the top 5.
I'm surprised to see that charge of Crown.
I mean, realistically, I get it. Most of the cards in Khan's hand is going to be extra cards.
Why did he just show from his... Is this the... Which one is the top 5 from the deck and which one is his hand? Okay, so that was the top 5 of his... So that... Okay, so that has been added. There's 2 Raditz in hand. That is a very stacked hand.
And then the leader's swinging in. Oh, no.
Are we finding a 3rd Raditz? Do you actually find a 3rd Raditz here? I don't think you do.
I mean, if you're short on one of the components, then you take the component, but I guess...
we see Goku GT and we see Vegeta GT now.
So yeah, fair enough. Then he takes the Raditz. Why not?
I mean, that is perfectly fine. And then Khan just snap takes that life, because, yeah, he needs to take whatever cards he can get, and he gets to awaken on turn 2 either way. So he goes down to 6 life, so it didn't matter if he negated that attack or not.
Yeah, exactly. He knew he was going to go down to 6.
Yeah.
Whether it's through my opponent attacking me or through my own effect, doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. And here we see the bane of so many matches we've seen today, or so many matches. The matches that Joe Danton was playing, that 3-drop Trunks. The first battle card being played comes in rest mode.
Yeah, so adds the Goji as a hand. Obviously the Goku is going to go straight into the Z energy, allowing for an awaken in the next turn.
And it still takes the damage. Is there still a...
Yeah, it's still 15.
Yeah. It's 15 to 15. It was not to prevent the damage, it was just to make sure that it's in Z energy, so it can't be removed by a stray Vegeta, for example. Now we see the playback to Mert, and we have, yeah, that's going to be the unison that is played in rest mode because of that Trunks. So checking the top 3. And what do we find here?
Interesting. I think he's going to go for Goku.
So Mert has very stacked hand at the moment.
Mm.
So what do you find here if you're in his place? Because you have both of the materials in your Z energy.
I think he's going to go for Goku. Oh, he went for the Vegeta.
He went for the Vegeta, okay. Because we know that he already grabbed the Gogeta, right? So that is already there.
And then there's the Awaken.
Yep. So we're getting in.
So down to 6 life.
And awakening into our lovely SS4 Goku and SS4 Vegeta, both GT. So both players at 6 life, fairly early because that's what their awakening does.
So comboing with the Vegeta.
So I assume it's just going to go to Z energy again.
Mm-hmm.
And we still haven't seen the plus on that Gogeta.
No, not yet. Oh.
Ooh. Okay, so let's stop the attack. There's one very important thing I think that we need to remember. That Gogeta, when you plus 2 it after this turn, it's going to proc the Trunks. It's your free way of stopping that Trunks auto, because that's only once per turn, isn't it? It's on the first battle card being played.
I believe it is, yeah. So still really thinking about that uptick on that Unison. There it is.
You need to. Even if you don't play anything, you just need to.
Yeah, you obviously want the markers, but yeah, it was just, I guess it was a case of, do I want to put anything on board, which you can...
Oh, wow. We're actually playing that... We're playing that Vegeta here. One card to the bottom, and he is taking the life. Oh, and we've seen that main deck, Demigra. So that Demigra is actually not going to be good in this specific matchup because Khan doesn't have the targets for it.
That's true.
It's a simple attack to the Unison, trying to restrict that Unison, making sure that there is no second copy.
And that's Wolfang.
Yeah. Do we actually expect to be a second copy of Unison there? To go into 5 markers by that ability and then attack and -4.
Yeah, it could be.
For a double strike.
And here we're seeing the Unison.
How are you seeing?
Because he... Oh, it's the Gohan! Okay.
Oh, I...
Yep.
Yeah, that's... Oh, wow. We're actually ready. So it's a Super Saiyan 2 Son Gohan Z Fighter. It doesn't have 4 markers yet. But on the +1, just draws a card. And on -3, you choose one of your opponent's leader cards. And the chosen card... Sorry, one of your leader cards. And the chosen card gets plus 5,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn. And this card gains triple attack.
Yep. Really cool artwork on the SPR as well.
Yeah, so this card is going to draw a lot of cards probably here. Because every turn you get to +1 and you get to draw a card. That's an interesting Unison of choice, because then if you manage to empower it or you have 4 energy to play it, you choose the amount of cards your opponent controls, where X is equal to the number of yellow Unison cards in your drop. So you can choose a few. I don't think there's going to be that many Unisons played in here.
Not in this one.
No. But the fact that you can still empower it, or if this one is removed, the next one can actually do stuff.
And it looks like Khan is down to 5 life.
Yes, Khan took another damage. Both players steadily moving down to low life, and then we're going to expect the game to slow down quite a bit.
Especially as yellow gets more energy.
Yes. Khan is not as low as he could have been. But realistically, the difficult turn will start next turn, when Mert is going to have 4 energy.
Yeah. And that Gogeta is a very big threat.
Yes. because that's going to clear all of the battle cards and either a unison or is going to deal 3 damage to the face.
Yeah, there's a combo in the Demagra.
Which seems perfectly fine.
Yep, and Trunks is gone. And the Demagra goes to Z Energy.
So you have more charging because Gogeta deck is a very heavy Z energy deck, so we do need to have that good amount of Z energy there, right?
Yeah, and as you can see, as Mare goes through his hand, there is the Gogeta there, so we do know 10-4 can be very scary.
Yeah, the 10-4 is... So we know that Khan doesn't really want to build up his board here. Because Gogeta is unaffected by other card skills, so even if you have Trunks, it's not going to come in rest.
Yeah, and there goes the Gohan.
And the Gohan is gone. We can see another one. I don't know if there would be a point in it here, but...
And there's tyrannical charge, but it only affects 3 or less, and then...
And yeah, majority of the power is going to be on that 8 drop, which is, again, unaffected.
Yeah.
There is a token?
Yeah, I used the token to get.
Ah, okay. Oh, so he's down to 4 life as well. He took a life there. So again, both players very aggressive with the life. I guess in Mert's case, he wants to enable his super combos. I assume that for Khan is going to be the same, that he will be running the Krillins.
He is running the Krillins. We've already seen it in his hand.
Okay.
And then we get the Vegeta back out on board, so there is the option to go into the Vegeta if he so needs to. Which, looking at what's in rest mode, it might be nice to get rid of something.
Yes, because I think that Vegeta is going to be... yeah, so there's attack with Vegeta, removing the rush attack, of course, and probably attacking into the Vegeta. So Vegeta attacks Vegeta to remove Vegeta.
Yep, but there is the blocker.
Yeah, there's a blocker token, which, yeah, we're going to do.
And then Vegeta
we remove the
is removed from the game.
Z battle. The token is removed. And then what? So we have more plays. Is there another 1-drop coming?
Could it? Oh.
Yeah,
oh.
there's a Trunks.
Okay.
Just to draw a card. So are we seeing the greedy play here, where we're going to see another 3-drop?
I mean, you've got to know that the Gogeta comes down next turn.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Especially with this board, yeah. You leave it in, because you know that your opponent is just going to drop Gogeta and just going to board wipe you, and then try to deal 3 damage to you.
Yeah.
So I think you keep as many cards in hand as possible.
I think that's the right play.
And of course, both of those players played this matchup so many times that they are fully aware of the threats.
The ins and outs, right? I mean, I think it is just one of those matchups where it is just like, yeah, these guys have all been testing together, and as well as these decks being quite well known within the entirety of the format.
There's a Mecha Freezer. So there is a floodgate here. So he decided to use to attack first rather than go into Gogeta, and Khan was like, sure, if you want to give me that,
yeah,
I'll just give you the counterplay, the counter attack here. So you're under a floodgate now. So what do you do now? And another thing I wanted to ask, would there even be a point in playing that Gogeta here? Because this is not a board where that Gogeta is clearing anything useful. Yeah, it's removing the Vegeta, but the Vegeta is not a... Oh.
Back-to-back mechas?
In 1 turn as well. So at the moment, you really don't attack.
Yeah, so if he tries to attack with that Gogeta and even surprised with the down tick minus activate battle, like he's losing 2 of his energy.
Wouldn't it be worth it? Because Gogeta age drop is a triple strike. So putting Khan in that...
But he'd have to pay the 4 energy and won't be able to rest.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying this turn.
Oh, right.
You're not doing it this turn. You're definitely not doing it this turn. No, but he is going to be removing... Oh, and also Gogeta is immune to that Mecha Freezer.
Oh.
It's battle cards, leader cards.
Mm.
Yeah, so the one thing that
You're
Mart
right.
wanted to remove was that Vegeta, and that's the only card that was really worth removing.
Yeah.
And that's what I was thinking. It's not really worth to sacrifice your Gogeta in here because you only get it for 1 turn.
That's true.
So I don't think it was worth it to play Gogeta in here, which then makes it Khan needs to create a board state where it's worth for Mert to play Gogeta, but so that Khan doesn't sacrifice too much. So we need to be in a situation where you can, where you want to offer something to your. It's like negotiations, right? You want to offer something that looks good to your opponent, but you know it's not that good.
Yeah.
That's the ideal situation. But can Khan present a threat like that?
And there is the King Vegeta,
Yep.
but yeah, so anything's going to get minus. But yeah, we get rid of that Vegeta, removes it from the game because it's a Z battle,
Yeah.
and then throws in the combo, which I'm assuming is going to be for the Z deck, not Z energy.
It's probably going to be for Z energy, that's one thing, and I think it's also attacking into Unison. No, it's not attacking in the Unison because there is a combo step. So it is going to the leader. So that attack is stopped. And both players are charging. Yeah. So both players charge the Z energy, which I can understand for the Gogeta, which is heavy Z deck. But what about Khan? Trunks and Vegeta is not that heavy on the Z.
No, but it can go into stuff like the Gohan where it does get dual attacks, so it can push through more attacks in.
I guess, yes, that's an option. And there's also the blocker that restands your blocker, isn't it? See, as much as we've seen that Vegeta being a huge threat when you're playing the Trunks Vegeta, that Vegeta being a huge threat if you play against Sin.
And there's the Gohan coming back down.
Yeah. Against Gogeta, it's not a threat because
No.
you don't have anything that can be removed by that Vegeta.
Not really, no.
Exactly. So you're not that worried about that.
So got a +1 there on the...
To draw another card. There was nothing to remove with it, so there's no point playing it with 4 energy. So what do we see here? Mert is still thinking... Oh, Mert is calculating something. What's happening here? Oh, is Mert trying to go for the game this turn?
I mean, he has got the double on the leader, on the Unison, sorry, so that gets him into triple strike range.
Question, can you get that through? There is no, there is one blocker, there's a Unison blocker. That Gohan is a blocker. But you also can't discount the fact that Khan has 2 open yellow energy.
That is also true. So thinking very carefully, because yeah, like you say with yellow, you never know what you're going to walk quite right into, right? There's a few things you could be, and so there we go. We've seen the leader swing here, and yep, Forbidden Power.
Yeah, another good card with an amazing SPR artwork.
Yeah.
Majority of the SPRs in this game are absolutely amazing, and you can see that that Forbidden Power is beautiful. So we see that 1-drop is getting played, and okay.
And then comboed off the Vegeta.
Yep. Just to remove a marker from the Unison. Because I think the Unison blocked the... Yeah.
Yep.
That was a block with a unison, so that marker is removed. We see a Gotten here. So that unison still has not...
And then the
attacked.
Goten is met with the Goku, which obviously brings it rested.
That's an interesting choice.
And then that puts Meh out of the Union Fusion for this turn.
Yes, because that puts him down by 1 energy, yeah. So are we expecting another defensive Gogeta Z Awaken?
It could be quite possible. But I feel like Meh would probably be the kind of player to want to maximize on the 100k.
I think you might be right in there.
Mm.
It's dependent. Will he get an opportunity for that? Because that's very tricky card to use, especially you only have one shot at it.
Mm. And now we're seeing turn pass back to Can.
Yeah, because I mean, there's free energy open. Can can't exactly run a crown.
It's true.
And before we see a sneaky
I
charge 1 red.
I mean, he could charge that champer in his hand and drop it.
First, he would need to also get the crown.
Well, that's also true. just take the one from Mert's energy.
Yeah, they're friends. Land these
Yeah,
up.
can I borrow your Broly crown, bro?
Just very quickly. You're still going to be left with 2 open energy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you
Oh.
have Bulma just finding that free drop straight from the top. Doesn't even bother to look at the rest of the cards.
Ah, just exactly what I needed. Comes to my hand.
And then, yeah, we get to evolve. That's draw 2 cards. 1 for the leader once per turn, and 1 for the X evolve.
And so again, trying to go in at first.
Yeah, so he decides to play the Vegeta from the drop and then gets to draw a card with the Vegeta. And then if there's another Vegeta in hand, we see the Krillin. Yeah, I think that we see 2 Krillins. Still one life too much to use them.
Oh, but it goes for the leader effect.
So he goes into double strike.
Oh, and there's a final flash on top of that as well.
God, that's 40k.
Yeah, 40k double.
40k double strike. And what does Mert do now? Because his super combos are live, so he gets to use it.
Mm.
Yeah, we get to bottom a card, draw 2 cards. Well, we are 30 to 40. So he needs 15 more. He already started committing, so he needs to commit more now, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise you just wasted the super combo.
Mm. I mean, yeah, it's going to have to be. I feel like that was the choice he kind of forced into there. I mean, you don't want to take that double. Like,
No, it's 5 more. Yeah, Khan is just counting. That's 5 more because that final flash gives 15. It's not a 10k, it's a 15.
really, like, and that's the power of the final infinite attack rares in general, right? You can use them offensively, defensively. They're really good.
And here at the bottom of the screen, we can see the standings after round 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that double strike didn't go through. It did get 2 super combos out of the way. Not that it really matters, because they're mostly there defensive-wise.
Yeah.
And there is a token negate, which was used by paying 2.
Yeah, really not wanting to budge off that 4 life.
Yeah.
Oh, and there we go. We see the father-son working together, but it's a Yamcha, that the only one in his deck.
Yeah.
Because it's limited to 1.
Yeah. Do have yeah, that's really also another SPR where you get to see nice scene there.
Yeah, both of them next to each other, just like.
That's from the Zamasu saga, isn't it?
Yep, get rid of that.
I don't think we've seen Joe running that card.
No, I think Joe's endgame is more of the going wide with the the double strike tails here and there, the Bagama, really control,
Or
and then
more of a control, so he can easily switch to that mill strategy if he has to, which we have seen him do.
Yeah. Whereas this is very much in line with how the deck wants to be played. It's got the oh my god, Vegeta and Trunks chain.
Yeah, there's the Vegex chain. There we go. I made it easier for you.
There we go. That's much better. Right, let's talk infusions. And now we're seeing the Vegeta. Is this going to be a take a life so his super combos become live?
I think it needs to be a ride.
I think so. Yep, there we go.
There is the... You do need to do that because you just have those dead super combos in hand, and clearly your opponent is not going to attack until they know they can try to win the game there.
Yeah. Like, it's not something you want to take at like a double strike to go down from 5 to 3, because then you're in triple strike range. Now you've made it on your own terms, you've got options.
Yeah.
And there it is.
So we actually going into the 8 drop now.
Mm-hmm.
Because now you are giving something interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
You give that option that you can use.
And then, yeah. Gogeta just swings into the board.
And it's going to the leader, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So decides to ignore that unison. But all the super combos are legal now. Are live now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you can actually use them to try and stop that attack. And we've seen that there is 3 of them in hand.
Oh, and see, speaking of things that are during Kantan, there is Poutine.
That's always a fair card. I don't see a problem.
Yeah, so they're now matching, so it just needs another 5 to get out. Yeah.
I think first he wants to resolve that Krillin because he gets to put a card at the bottom of the deck to draw 2 more. So he hasn't done the second one yet. And then 5 more he's found a Steadfast Goku.
Yeah. Throw a card into the Z energy, and yep. So Yamcha's going to try and get in his licks.
So I think we might be seeing, if not this turn, then the next turn on the defensive, the Z leader, just to keep that triple strike on board.
And there's the Mecha Frieza.
Yeah, and the Mecha Frieza says, nah, man.
Yeah, it's a really solid shout there. Obviously,
we are attacking with the unison.
So it goes down to 3, brings out another blocker.
That is risky, because you give your opponent that opening on 3 life.
I think it's more of a risk of just if that... actually, I don't know.
Because that Gogeta blocker is a triple strike. The card keeps blocker only for 1 turn. We're getting an attack with a leader by resting an energy.
And then because he's rested a card through a skill, Poutine comes out.
Yeah. And there's a block with the token, which you might as well, because next turn is going to lose the blocker.
Oh, that looked like a very thin deck there.
Yeah. I'm wondering, because Gogeta does draw way more than Sin.
Oh, yeah.
Which we have seen in the previous matchup where Gogeta was... Although Sin was the one that won on 1 card in the deck. But I think that's because he was specifically digging, trying to win.
Oh, and there's the secret.
There is the Vegeta secret. It's clearly the personal favorite for the Gogeta players to play both of the fusions in 1 deck.
Yeah.
It's thematic, isn't it?
Gogeta and Vegeta on board together. Makes sense. It's all good.
I mean, we've already seen 2 super combos being used here, right? And this is a quad strike, and the energy is rested.
Oh, are they asking about Poutine?
Oh yeah, because there's Poutine on board.
Oh.
Nope, he decides not to.
Fair enough, so... there you go, Can smiling there. Allowing him to take it back, I think.
Again, they're friends, so of course they're going to... Oh, we have a check on the rulings by our judge.
Oh, okay.
So there's clearly a question being asked.
Mm.
And you can see the judge checking the notes. So you can see that clearly, no, that Vegeta is not being played. We know it's there, but we also know it's not being played. Also, we're somewhere else. So we're on the attack that has been blocked. Oh, okay, so the Goku is played to proc the Putin first.
Yeah.
So it was allowed to take it way back. And now I assume we're going to go into Vegito.
Well, you can't attack if he brings out Vegeta.
Oh yeah, because he needs to have something to rest. Ooh. So what was that forcing of Putin for? I think that might just been a miscalculation on Mert's side. Again, the fatigue takes a toll on you because we are in round 6 and it's already 6 p.m. We started at 10. So playing 5 rounds in 8 hours is going to be taking the fatigue on you.
Yeah.
So of course those players are going to be making eventually mistakes. Which is what the tournament environment is all for, right? It checks your fortitude, it checks your endurance, it checks how well you know the matchups, because the better you know the matchups, the less decisions you need to make.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point. And as you saw there, it was just like a case of, yeah, all right, fair enough.
I mean, last round we've seen Debbie not forgetting how the card he also runs.
Yeah, he's
works,
a blocker, yeah.
The activate battle.
Oh yeah, on the
on the Gogeta.
And there's a Raditz.
There is one Raditz. It's going very defensively here. But that Gohan is also very scary because it is triple attack.
Yeah. But I don't think he used the effect.
Alright, he needs to use that the effect to be a triple attack. He did.
Oh, he did.
That's why it has 1 marker on.
Is that one?
I assumed it was 1.
So comboing in here.
So he's trying to put Mert into that double strike range. But he already used the leader. Oh wow. Mert's
Big combo. Yeah.
Mert is just comboing.
Just not wanting to take damage at all here.
But what are you worried about in here? What's the huge double strike? I guess Champa, right? Because we've seen Champa in Khan's hand.
There's that possibility.
Okay, so Mert actually finally gives in.
Takes a life.
He takes a life to activate the blocker negate.
Yeah.
So Mert is down to 2 life now. And Khan is still at 3. So there is a token. Is token not being rested by Putin? I don't think it is. I think Putin only works during opponent's turn. There's a swing in with Putin, trying to get the block out. And there is the block. Yeah. Do we want to combo on this Putin? I don't think we do. Ooh. That's the scary thing. Because of course, you attack with this. And there's going to be a block. And then we have Oolong.
We do have Oolong.
And we know that there's Champa in hand.
Yeah. The mirror Oolong play.
Oh.
Are we going to see it resolve on stream today?
I hope so.
There's Wolfang.
Okay, but that's still huge. That drop area was packed. And Wolfang is only -15.
I think they're just counting it out now.
It's 5,000 per card that has been sent to warp. But is currently in the warp, I should say.
125 is what we've just been told. Oh, and there is the super combo. This is very much, I'm guaranteeing I'm getting this through. There's the double strike.
Yeah, there was no block, so this is pretty much, I'm getting in. Mert's hand is also very small. It was whittled down with those early attacks. There's only 5 cards in there, and we've seen majority of the super combos already being used. And Mert's like,
GG.
no,
Yeah.
no,
You can't
I'm not even trying. It's 125. Even if he's going to go into his big awaken, then combo his whole hand, that's 125.
Yeah. So now they're going to go into their sideboard. I think this is where you'll see a lot of these cards that have been in mid board come out.
Yes.
Just to try and filter through into something more tangible, something more helpful in this matchup.
The question is, as a Mert, you definitely want more of crowns, right? But he's running an additional one in his sideboard because he was main decking them. Because it lets you see what your opponent has in hand. You get to plan for that.
The knowledge is there, right? The knowledge is there if you use the crown.
Yes. I'm surprised he decided to charge it turn 1 because I would say that against the yellow deck, it's one of the strongest ones.
Yeah, I think
in your main deck.
I think it's a good shout to have, and I think with the knowledge, I think it makes sense. Violent Rays might be a potential, but again, it depends how he wants to play the match. Because if he wants to try and put in that pressure, get Can down, that's one way of doing it. But if we see what happened here, where Can was equally applying as much pressure to Mert, then he might want to opt for those negates. I think it very much comes down to who will dictate, and with Mert going into game 2, knowing he gets to choose who wants to go first and second, it's going to be his game to decide how they play. And it's going to be, will Can have the cards to decide, can I answer that and make it the game I want to play?
I mean, I can, on Mert's deck list, I can easily see that Pillar of the Cunning, which was one of them in the main deck, and 2 Heavenly Wizards, the Migros, those are the cards that are definitely going to come out because they're not useful in this matchup at all. I
think, yeah, you get some stuff that's on brand for red and just gives you a fighting chance against, especially
I think
against
that third crown is going to be coming in, and for Can, what can we see that would come out easily? You know that Creator Absorbed is absolute. There's only one in the deck as well, so is Champa. So this is that old strategy that we used to have, Mira, Champa, and Battering Laser. So now instead of Battering Laser, we have Oolong.
Oolong and Swift Retaliation, cooler.
It's difficult. I think those Final Flashes, they're a strong card, but you can't use them against Gogeta. It doesn't do anything against Gogeta, it's just a 15,000 power.
It's definitely a tough call.
Maybe the coolers as well, Swift Retaliation coolers.
No, I think you keep them.
You keep them? What, to stop the block and negate?
Just didn't stop anything if you're trying to go for the game. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I think potentially I could think Mechikabura could come in here.
Mechikabura could come in. Release from Evil could come in.
Yeah.
If Mert is going to play his turn in the wrong sequence, you can stop him from getting the Gogeta GT name before he fusions.
That is true. That is true.
Because you negate those skills. Vegeta Unison of Fury is an interesting one. I don't think we're going to see in here.
Yeah.
And we are ready for the game 2.
And there we go. We already see the turn 1 from Mert. Obviously, get that extra energy. Brings out his Searcher.
So we're going into that typical turn 1 start, trying to find something, can't attack, so not really combo going to be happening in here.
Yeah, not worried about taking that life, because you know you're going to go down to 6 when you awaken anyway.
The time magic came in.
Interesting.
It's an interesting choice, especially it does not affect Gogeta. It can negate the attack, but it can't stop it from restanding.
But again, it could be that same methodology.
Also, no, you can't even negate the attack, because the moment it attacks, you can't activate skills.
It could be the same thing that we discussed with Joe. Like if he's tapped out, it gives him an option to answer something.
Yeah, it is a sparking negate, so it's definitely something to look out for. And here we have Vegeta and Trunks already assembled. Kan is already happy. It's very easy to assemble this situation, because you either need to draw a Vegeta or you need to draw Trunks.
And the chances of drawing one or the other, it's pretty high.
You have 8 in your deck.
And then you also have your partial mulligan as well.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you keep your deck size fairly small, it's very easy to see them.
Mm.
So now there's a deliberation. Does Khan want to attack here? And I think no.
Mm.
Because if you attack, you let Mert combo and search the top 3, and then his turn he gets to do it again.
Exactly. So there you go. And we're seeing the Gogeta play.
On top of that, you would also let him charge that Goku GT. Oh, that was a snap take, wasn't
There
it?
you had a Vegeta straight into hand.
You don't want to risk losing that secret.
No. So there's the uptick. Are we seeing something come down? Yeah. So there we go. If you look at the board now, it's...
Yeah, so he's going to attack with a Goku, combo the Vegeta, put it in the Z energy, attack with a leader, combo the Goku, put it in Z energy, and he's going to be ready to awaken.
Mm-hmm. Adds to Gogeta. So Mert looking really confident in that hand now.
Yes. But to be fair, so he did the same in last game.
Mm-hmm.
And that, how did that end?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's to mirror with a double strike.
Yeah, what can you do to that, right?
Mm.
Especially with as much pressure as Khan created back there.
Yeah.
And then we have the awaken and going down to 6 from Mert. And there's the push. In all fairness, you might as well take it, right? You might take that 1 damage. Oh no, there's a combo there as well. Immediately. Played and comboed.
Mm.
You might take it because you're going to go down to 6 either way, so why would you stop the attack here? Unless you want to Z charge.
To bring out more of the things that you can attack with. I guess he's going to go for a more aggressive game. So then, yeah, Khan down to 6.
And I don't think there's... Yeah,
down to 5.
That's a critical, isn't it?
Down to 5.
Yeah. Khan is down to 5.
Yeah. And there's the awaken as well for the Trunks.
So both players, that's what's powerful about those decks, right? Because if we remember the old days of a Dragon Ball, it was always difficult to make sure that you can awaken. And stopping your opponent from awakening was one of the strongest things you could do.
Yeah.
But right now, you get to, on your own, essentially, awaken on turn 2. We've seen the strongest decks can do that. We've seen Sin doing that regularly. I don't think we once seen a Sin that didn't awaken on turn 2. We've seen, of course, the Goku and Vegeta now, the Gogeta leader, the Trunks and Vegeta. All of those decks awaken consistently on turn 2.
Yeah, all of them have their standard kind of awaken that most leaders do for less life. But yeah, a lot of these newer leaders have optional ways of awakening.
Yes.
Or alternate ways, yeah.
It gives you 2 options. You can either meet that life threshold, which was always important, especially when we had the Storm format.
Yes.
That was one of the biggest weakness of the Wish decks. They couldn't awaken on your opponent's turn because you had no way of discarding the balls, even if you've seen them.
Yeah, so we saw the evolve on top of the Trunks, we saw the awaken, and now it's back to Mert.
There is that protection from Trunks, which is a blocker, and also going to be resting some cards.
And
Easy, +2. Gogeta being on 5 markers now. I mean, as if you were a Khan, would you go in on your turn to try to reduce that Gogeta? Because it's starting to become a threat, right?
we see the token to get there, so going down to 4, get the blocker. I mean, it's a tough call, right? Because you want to manage it, but this is very much like what I said, right? Mert coming, he's in the driver's seat. He knew he was in control. He's being aggressive. And the job on Khan to get this game secured is to change the pace of this game to a game that Khan wants to play at the pace he wants.
Yes, that's correct. So we see Khan decided to not block. And Mert's just going to combo his Vegetas out. It's 25. And do we see... So what is happening there? Oh, I think Khan was waiting for Mert to resolve the auto first, which plays the battle card, and then Mert proceeded to combo. Which first you need to give your opponent, because Khan wanted to see what Mert is going to play first.
Yeah.
And Khan, yeah.
Yeah. So swings into the blocker, blocker goes boom.
Yeah, because again, if you blocked first, it could affect what Mert is playing.
Yeah.
But in reality, Mert's auto needs to resolve first, so he needs to play his battle card first. And here we go, the SS4 Son Goku for that 1 burn damage.
Putting him in the triple strike range.
Yeah. And next turn, there's 4 red energy.
Mm-hmm. This is the explosiveness that the Gogeta deck has to offer, right? I mean...
Yeah. Oh, this is the final flash that actually came in useful. It removed that double strike and stopped the attack.
Yeah. Really, really good use of the final flash there. And there's the block.
Yep.
Yeah, because he does not want that Gogeta hitting and then surprising with the double strike.
He already used the marker skill, but I think in here is just not to go down to 2.
Which then you're in the Champa range, which
yeah.
we just saw Champa. I mean, Champa's been ending a lot of games today.
Yeah, Champa, since set 1, Champa is scary.
Mm-hmm. Be it in the form of East Kai or Champa, it's still a Champa.
Yeah. It's always going to be called Champa because that was the first one.
The original, and then we're seeing Tails go into the energy. So it can now focusing in on...
You need to remove essentially 1 marker from it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he gets to play 1, and he's actually playing another Vegeta from the deck.
Oof, that the secret rare at the bottom.
Well, good thing that Khan gets to reshuffle.
Yeah.
Hopefully Mert won't put it back, right back at the bottom of the deck. There we go. So what's happening now? So that's the attack to Gogeta, and yeah, it's like, yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm not going to negate. You can do that. Then that's probably also going to Gogeta to remove that SS4 Goku.
Yeah. Remove it from the game, get rid of that marker, you're good.
That SS4 Goku already did what it was supposed to. It puts you down in that triple strike range.
Which, you know, 4 life, triple strike.
Yeah, and next turn Gogeta is coming down.
Oh, and there is the Unison. So a different Unison to go on now.
It's a Kappa.
No, it's the Vegeta.
Is it Vegeta?
It's the Vegeta.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's the
history of Vegeta version, yeah.
There we go. That's the one from the Topo, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it's that Unison, yeah.
We've seen that in the sideboard, and I was wondering if that's going to be coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's got its uses. I mean, it does help. It's also a cheaper Unison.
Yeah, it's a cheaper Unison, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps all of your counterplays open if you have them.
Oh. Just drops the Vegeta.
Oops.
Oh, was it a tactful reveal? I mean, you've got to assume people have the Vegeta in his deck, right? It's like...
Yeah. So there is an attack with the leader. I'm not quite sure what the attack is being declared at. At the leader. Okay, so it's trying to put it in a double strike range. I think it's perfectly fine. We're going in the... Gogeta is going into the Trunks and Vegeta. So that's going to be for another damage. Are we seeing the block? I mean, you are scared of Gogeta here, right? And if the Gogeta comes down, it doesn't matter if you have that blocker or not, it's going to die.
That's true.
Because you're not stopping that Gogeta, so you might as well block and stop this 1 damage.
Yeah, it's just combo.
Oh, that's comboed out.
Yep.
Okay, so we're getting to play a 1-drop from the hand. Oh no, it was just +2 for no play? No, there is a play. There's a Goten. And then paying 1 to... Okay, so he doesn't want to do a fusion here.
So are we seeing, yep, rush attack?
Yeah, rush attack, really good card. We've seen it all day. Anyone who plays red is going to be playing the rush attack. It's the same as anyone who's running a red Z leader that doesn't lock them is going to be running Omega Shenron.
True, and again, with like just if you're going to really be running blue, you might as well include Cell in there.
Yeah. Until
the pool obviously gets a little bit more expanded as the Z series continues on.
Yeah, the more good universal cards we get, yeah.
Although I think Rush Attack Vegeta is just a very good card in general.
Yeah, but it's definitely designed for the decks that care about the Z energy, because you do need 4 Z energy to resolve that activate main. But still, on its very powerful auto, when it attacks, you get to combo, so you get to refund part of that cost.
Yeah, it's just a incredible.
And then you give minus 15,000 power to one of the battle cards.
Incredible card, and I think it's just one. It goes to show, right? I mean, it's already had an alternate reprint. Yeah. It's just, yeah, it's a standout of the Zenkai series already.
It doesn't help that the red is one of the strongest colors at the moment.
The red is a strong format, so naturally one of the strongest Z battle cards. Gonna see it, yeah.
Even the decks that play Rainbow, like Vegito, still run this, but they can run this alongside Cell.
Yeah, that's.
And we've seen this Launch do the same thing. I wonder if the Kule also had that. Because those are two very strong Z battle cards.
Yeah, each with their own packs.
Yeah.
Like, it's utility, right? It's like, which one do I want? Which one do I need? Which one do I want?
If you have access to both, why wouldn't you play both?
Exactly.
I know that the Z deck is very limited, but come on, you choose the best.
Yeah.
There is attack. Yeah, that's going to be trying to remove that Goten.
And also knock you off that 5 markers.
Yeah, definitely. You can't let it sit on the 5 markers. Yeah, that's going to remove the Goten. But you're under imposing presence. So yeah, there is a combo of that Goku, and we do see the marker removed. So Khan can breathe, unless Mert has another Unison in hand.
Yeah, that would sting.
But beside that, we also, I'm not sure about this play. Because if we see Gogeta, I know we haven't seen it last turn, but if we see Gogeta here, that's a sacrifice of a lot of resources, and we've seen how much Joe started to struggle when he did that.
Oh,
that's why. So we have Potara with a lot of materials suddenly.
Yeah, that is one hefty stack. And yeah, so even under the effect of imposing presence here, like, you can still swing through, and
but it has a lot of cards.
Yeah.
So the 2 1-drops go to get to draw a card.
Oh, drew into mirror.
Oh god, the true secret of the game. The true ultimate of the game.
So hits, there's the triple.
Triple critical.
Yep. So from 6 to 3.
It's not within the Mirror Champa range yet.
Yet.
But it's getting there.
There's at least 3 swings here. He can even put him in a double onto 1 here if he really wanted to do it that way.
There's 1 energy open, so I think there's still double strike available on leader. I think that's the surprising one, isn't it?
Well, that's why he just swung with it, and Wolfang was used.
Yeah, because you can't let it.
No, you can't be on 1. You cannot be on 1.
Cannot be on 1 because
mirror.
Being on 1, Khan doesn't need that Champa.
No,
just needs mirror. And mirror goes into Oolong, and that's all she wrote. So we can see that, again, the players know this matchup. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it's passing back to Mert. So both players now on 3 life.
Both players within the triple strike range. I don't think Khan only has that 8-drop, which is most likely going to meet its rival today.
I mean, I'm trying to every time. I was going to say every time Mert's going through his hand, I'm looking for the Gogeta. I see the. No, he has the SPR. He has the SPR version of it. I'm fairly certain I see the SPR version of it.
You sure that's not the? Oh no, that's not the. Oh, there we go.
So he uses the Overrealm
to bait the blocker.
Well, yeah, to put it in active rest mode, get rid of the mirror.
Yeah.
Now.
But there's a 3 super combos there.
Yeah.
And the Champa. There's Champa there already.
Yeah, but I feel like if obviously Mert and Khan, friends, teammates, he's gonna know that that was the only mirror in his deck.
Yeah, because they probably built the deck together, right?
Yeah. So that is a very good hit, and yeah, there is a normal version of the Gojira as well.
Yeah, so we're fully expecting Gogeta to hit here. I'm surprised he decided to go in with that Vegeta. I'm surprised he decided to go in with that Vegeta, as in play it into that Trunks rather than go into the fusion. He doesn't have a materials, maybe.
Oh, that could be a possibility. Oh, that actually might be the case.
Oh, that hand is very hefty. I think he would be able to protect that Vegeta and Trunks.
I see the Goku. Oh, and there it is, prismatic for the first time today. I don't even know if it is actually prismatic. It's because it's black and red.
Is it this one?
Yeah. It's Indomitable Might, but it is black red. It has a limit, and then when it comes in for free energy, it also buffs the leader, and it gets rid of some cards on the field, which is really handy.
When this card is played, your opponent sends one card from their hand to their warp. Then you choose up to 2 of your opponent's battle cards, and they get minus 30,000 power for the turn. So it's a different Gogeta than we expected.
And it's a very, very cool looking SPR.
I didn't know it got an SPR.
Yeah. Both Gojitas did.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess it's a Gogeta, isn't it?
And the Koitsukai goes into the combo. Ooh. But he Z energies it, so that indicates, yeah, using that Z energy immediately to get Koit back into the drop.
I don't think there's enough of the... Yeah, there's no enough Z energy, is it? For restand on that rush attack.
No.
That Z energy has been used quite heavily.
But more so just dealing with Khan's board.
Yeah.
Like,
that board has been suddenly broken.
Without use of...
But SS4 Gogeta only has a double strike. So it's not enough to threaten here. And we already know that that big tool of Mira is removed.
So it's gonna be a tough turn for Khan.
The question is, what do you do in here?
You do have your double strike wheel. Oh, so he's going into the Unison.
So he's... Okay. Speaking of which, I don't think that Unison was used last turn. There's no point going to the leader, because the leader is like 30,000 until the end of this turn. Because you got both the Secret and the Indomitable Might.
Yeah, I guess so. Just keep on top of Microtron controls, but there is an argument for going into Rush. Oh, and that's why he's not going to go into Rush attack, because he's going to just go into the Unison and then get rid of it with the effect. And then there is the Wolffang,
which is perfectly fine. It's just not going to hit the Unison, and I think you just let it resolve, because you can't waste resources here. Unison is not scary at the moment, because it doesn't have that required number of markers.
And then there's
another Vegeta.
And you use an effect. Is that why the Gogeta is not coming down? Because does the effect go on the players? Or would it not be still unaffected by that?
No, because I think the effect goes on the player. Because unless the card is on board...
he's charged it, so that'll be why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that another Indomitable?
Which one?
No, okay.
No, that's
it came in untapped, yeah. Obviously it doesn't have energy exhaust.
Yep, can't attack because it's got greater than 8.
Yep.
Yeah, it's got to be 8 or... Yeah, it's got an energy cost of 8. Mare doesn't have 8 energy.
That's why he keeps on charging. And that's where the problem is. I totally missed that Unison. That Unison is absolute... Yeah, that Unison is absolute unit in this match. And you can see Mert very carefully checking the deck. So I think that we're coming into the situation where the deck is going to be important. And that's why Mert wants to remove that Unison so badly.
Yeah.
Or is that going to the leader?
I mean, put you in double strike range. Even if you can't swing on the Gogeta, if you've got Champa, then it's still threatening.
Yeah. But I don't think Mert is running Champa.
Yeah, he is.
He is?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see Champa.
I saw one in his hand. It looked like the OG Champa.
I think that was Khan.
Oh, it might have been Can.
Khan definitely has Champa. I think you might have seen it when Mert was doing the secret, looking at your opponent's hand.
That's what it was.
So you discard this one, and this one goes to my hand?
Yeah, that's right.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah. Yep, and then we're getting a leader swing.
I think also into the leader. So we don't see any negates here.
Combos are off because he's not able to swing
Yeah,
with
he's
it.
not going to be able to swing with it for another 2 turns. Because he needs to charge 7 and only... So not next turn, one after he will be able to swing with it. Is there a point? No. Exactly, you just combo it off.
Try get in the damage you want to get in. Force combos if you have to.
Yeah, because now his unison is at 5 markers again, so it puts that threat. And if you need to get to 8 energy, you might as well try and wait to get the Gogeta fusion. But at the moment, you are threatening with the unison.
And I think Can's very much aware of that.
I think we will see another bunch of attacks going into unison. I think Khan might be looking for another one of those big strikers, the triple strike criticals. But we do see there is still 3 Raditz in hand.
Yeah, it's a lot of Raditz.
Question is, does Mert have enough cards in the deck?
True. That is a scary possibility. There is rush attack again.
Yeah, we're going in there, and there's Mecha Frieza. So he's probably still going to use the rush attack and try to remove, what, the Mecha Frieza at this point?
I think so.
Oh, Koitsukai was used this turn. I totally missed the Koitsukai being used, because Khan just needed to warp 2 cards from hand to play that Mecha Frieza.
Oh.
And I think that, yeah, that's the turn. So Khan gets to untap with quite a decent hand, and he has Swift Retaliation in hand still, and there is Violent Race in Mert's hand.
Just for the negate.
But it's not lethal yet, is it? So are you trying to push for lethal? Because you do have double strike on your leader.
Violent Raise, is he going to use
Do you use Swift Retaliation here? You do.
Yep.
So Swift Retaliation is a really interesting card that has seen play after they banned the Bad Ring Laser. You can just negate any counter skill, and you play this card. And when you play it, you draw 1 card.
And if there's 6 cards in rest mode, you draw another.
Yeah, so you do get to draw.
He got the one draw.
If you have 6.
He's got 1 draw.
Yeah, he has only 1 draw because he has only 3 cards in the rest mode. Oh, he had 4 cards, sorry, because there was attack with the battle card as well. But not nearly enough.
Looking through. And there it is.
There's the token negate. That was by taking life.
So down into the 2. But I mean, he knows he's got rid of Mira now, so it's like...
Yes, but there's still a leader double strike.
That's true.
Is he feeling that safe with...
Well, leader's already swung this turn.
Yes, so is he going to be trying to do it next turn? That Vegeta is still there. It's still going to be threatening to stop the attacks.
Yes, yeah.
It's not that Mert is on blue that he can suddenly ramp.
combo out and then Z charge.
Yeah. He's also...
Ah.
There we go. He's also reducing the hand size of Mert, right?
Mm-hmm.
Each of those strikes, Mert doesn't want to take them. Oh, he takes another life.
Oh, token blocker, let's go.
Yeah,
But down to 1.
down to 1. Any attack is now potential lethal.
I mean, he could.
Khan doesn't have a big hand.
I mean, he's got the blocker. Sounds like he could go into Oolong, but the blocker's just going to stop him.
Yeah, exactly. And it's only like 3 cards in Khan's hand. And Mert has 4.
So he's using the effect.
Yeah. And I don't think you play anything here, unless you play the Oolong. But then it's just, yeah. You don't play Oolong here, you play Oolong next turn. If there is next turn.
Mm.
There's one problem with this situation. That Gogeta has 4 markers on it. It has 5 markers on it.
Yeah.
You can remove 4 and still go in.
Mm-hmm.
The token provides additional 5k combo.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is at this point. Unless he wants to swing in with a 5k for the game.
I mean, he has a super combo. He can threaten that 1 damage, but question is, does Khan have anything to stop it? So all the big things won't be able to hit him. But then we see also not only big things. He has potentially 2 double strike unison attacks, because he has another unison in hand. He can play it for 5 energy and have a double strike out of that.
That's true.
Or he could just go in with 1 and use a double strike here. Are we going to see that? So the players have another 4 minutes only in this round. That's what happens when you have players who know exactly what they're doing and what they need to play around. Yeah, there we go. That's a double strike. That's 30k double strike, 40k double strike. Oh, that's Koitsukai. I think 2 of them.
And the other round Broly if he ends up going down to 1.
Yeah. It's 45. Yeah, just 45 double.
Has to take it.
Yeah, you can't lose the cards in here, especially when your hand is so small. But now his hand is bigger. There is the Broly.
So warp. Drop, drop.
Yeah. And Broly can attack because Med
Yeah.
actually has 6 energy.
Yep.
So are we seeing any sort of a negate here?
Yep.
Yeah, there
Mecha
is a
Frieza?
Mecha Frieza, yeah.
But then leader can swing freely here.
No, he paid the energy for that. It's only Unison that swings freely. Yeah, that's just
Drop hand.
offhand, yeah. And he doesn't even use Raditz to change cards in hand.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't.
you gotta be
can't-
all
you
rested.
can't-
You gotta have
all
energy all
rested,
rested.
yeah. Yeah. You need to have all energy rested to go into that 100k. So he actually does need to use that Raditz now.
But he does go into the rip on
Yeah,
that.
he's still going to drop his hand here, right?
Yeah.
So it's 25, 35, 45, 50. If I'm counting correctly. No. I don't. Because that's 30, 40, 50, yeah. 25, 35, 45, 50.
And
Yeah,
that's GG.
and that's a pickup. But they have 2 minutes to start the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a game 2 for Mert.
Yeah. incredibly fought. Like, it's one of those things, right? I mean, Can tried, Can knew what was coming, tried to get the tempo back into his lane, and he just couldn't do it. Because that is how Gogeta can be so overwhelming. But again, now as we go into game 3, there is not much time on the clock, and it's going to be Trunks who gets to decide.
Can they start the game before?
Or it might just be a draw. We'll find out, I'm guessing.
Depending how long they're going to be siding, because it might be if they don't start the game before the time is called for them, then they're going to end up in a draw.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out as the time ticks down. But yeah, like as you say, if they do start that game 3, it's going to go into time, and then time procedures at the end of that. That favours Gogeta quite a bit. I
mean, yeah, in this situation, you just need to push a lot of damage in the first of your 2 turns. And it's a question, will they be able to do that? And my guess is yes. I mean, I think Mert has an advantage here.
Yeah.
That it really depends how long it's going to take them to mulligan, how long it's going to take them to shuffle, to cut their opponent's deck. And we're down to the last 30 seconds of this round. I can't believe that we're sitting here and counting seconds before the time is called on them.
It's not something you have happen quite often.
No, I don't think we ever come into a situation where it's mere seconds. And we can see Mert is... Yeah, both of them are already mulligan. And they have 8 seconds. I think this considered... as soon as they put life, it's considered the game has started. Although it depends on the judge's interpretation. And this is time on the round. So we need to see what is going to be the judge's interpretation here. So the judge needs to be informed that it is indeed time on the round. And
they're doing 0, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so we are going to be going through the...
So that's an extra 5 minutes allotted to them. And we're seeing Vegeta come down.
But Trunks going first is actually detrimental. Because that means Mert has 2 attacks.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to defend it.
Yeah, you just need to flat out defend it, and that's why this Vegeta is going to be crucial in here. Both players will get to awaken, which is brilliant. But the question is, will someone be able to do damage?
Yep, swing in, combo. Combo off to 15. Get your search.
Try to find something. They have very small allotted time.
And takes the Z charge, and it looks like Kan's going to take the...
Yeah, so Kan is taking the first one. Is he expecting to actually put in more damage?
We're going to find out. I mean, I'm excited. I'm kind of interested to see what happens here.
Because this is Kan's last turn.
And he will be able to work in. So he can extend it a little bit.
Because the thing is, if he can't deal damage in here, that is that. Is he awakening on empty board? He's trying to go for the double strike.
Oh, the double. Is that what's going to happen?
But he does need to take the damage here.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's why. That's what's happening. Is if he's expecting Mert to awaken on his turn, but Mert doesn't need to. Mert can just not awaken.
And there it is. There's a double.
A double strike. So we're going to see the whole hand, none of which super combo is active. But if Mert can defend against this, Mert wins.
This is basically, I have to decide what I need to combo, what I have to commit.
I mean, what is there to decide? You don't get to, you just need to...
Because Mert's going to get his thingy free, his 10. and then gets to, so he has to defend on that turn, so it's got to be careful of what you put in.
No, that's assuming you get to hit.
Yeah, that's true.
If you don't get to hit, Mert is just passing his turn. Because Mert is the last turn right now, and he took it.
Yep. So pair one.
With such a big hand, he...
For Trunks.
And finding another Vegeta to have that combo power, right?
I think so.
Oh, there's no Vegeta in the deck.
No.
Oh no, it's in life.
That is unfortunate. And then
There's one on board and one charged. There's a very quick play from Mert playing
because
2-1 drops.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because if it goes into time, it's going to go on the board.
Yeah. He gets to awaken. He doesn't take any life because he's already at 6. Oh yeah, he also needs to resolve them one by one.
Ah. There you go.
Yeah, he needs to be able to declare the attack. That's the important one for him, I think, in this situation. Because he gets to declare the attack, he gets to declare his combos. Yeah, there we go. Both players decided to awaken. Trunks already used up its defensive as well, because you can't use this defensively. None of players' super combos are live. Yeah, I think Khan is just picking up his cards and it's like, yeah, no.
Yeah, and I think that is a victory for Mert there.
That's Mert's victory. Clearly he would be able to deal that 1 damage in there, combo the whole board. He grabbed additional cards with that and he had more resources than Khan. I think Khan made them...
It didn't even need to do that. Like, as soon as time ends, goes to life and then goes to board.
They might have not been... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They might have not been aware of the time as well, and I think that's why Khan kept the super combos.
Yeah.
I think that might be the situation that happened there. And that was a bit unlucky for Khan.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. And yeah, like I said, time procedures, you went into game 3 going basically into time. It was rough. It was rough.
Yeah, it was down to a judge to decide if that game has already started, and it has been decided that it started, so the players played in.
Yeah.
And sadly, that is the advantage that Gogeta has.
Yeah, and yeah, that is what it is. I mean, puts the 3 bodies out, so even if they draw on life,
yeah,
you've got the more bodies on the board.
He had more cards in hand. He could easily out-combo that, especially that Khan's super combos were not live. That's the important one. They have 0 power unless you have 4 or less life, and there was no way to do that. But that was our round 6. We have 2 more rounds coming in. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back very quickly with another round for you. Hopefully another exciting match, because all of those matches have been keeping us on the
Yeah, honestly, like, real testament to the European players there. Khan and Mert going back and forth. Real cool stuff.
Yeah.
And welcome back to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals. I am Scott Sedman, joined by Loki Smith. We are heading into round 7 after 6 incredible back and forth rounds. And I'm really excited. We're getting towards the end of the day now, so we're seeing those more meta matchups happen. But it's still surprising in how people sequence, how people play, how people come together as a community and just chat with each other and enjoy the Dragon Balling that's unfolding before them.
So yeah, we have seen a lot of the red decks today, and now I'm really excited to see this match that we have in front of us, because I'm curious how the mirror match is going to work. To not give too much away, but we do have a red mirror match coming in here, one of the top decks, and I'm curious because we have seen the match of Gogeta versus Sin. We have seen a match of Sin pretty much versus everything.
Yeah.
Sin was, I think, the most common deck on our stream today. We have seen Trunks, Vegeta playing against both Sin and Gogeta. And now we are playing Sin Mirror.
Yeah, so it's Sin Shenron versus Sin Shenron. And it's Hector versus Giovanni.
The players are still finishing their mulligan. The judge was very handy on cutting there. So we're going to, yeah, the time has started for the players, so there we go. And let's see who has less balls in their life.
Yeah, I mean, that is a real thing here, right? I mean, hopefully we don't see him, but, you know, it happens. It's Dragon Ball. You're playing a Dragon Ball, you got a Wish deck or the one-star ball here like we have.
And then you're going to end up with 6 balls in your life.
That would be very unfortunate. And a very bad shuffle.
Yeah, I don't think we see any here for Hector.
And choosing to start with him from your life.
There is one in life, okay. Yeah, you choose to start with one in life because it doesn't make any difference. Neither player will be able to attack.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a really good point. The one-star balls can't attack.
Exactly, so you need to take it from your life either way. And you're better off taking it from your life because from your deck you can use either Haze or Oceanus.
And
it
also
doesn't bother you that much.
There's the risk of hitting a critical and then losing out on the...
Yeah. But that's a very quick damage taken by Hector on turn 1. There we go. Do we see him play those balls, or do we see first Oceanus?
No, he's just going for it.
We see the judges very involved in shuffling.
And there it is.
There's the Oceanus, so it's a draw 1. And then we get to place another... Yeah. You can't put it face down, especially it goes straight into your Z energy. So the Oceanus is the better start in here. The question is, which card do you value more in this matchup? Is it Haze or Oceanus?
I mean, I think it's the crit.
It needs to be the crit, right? Because you reduce the options.
And that is the very nice version of Broly Crown.
So main deck Crown. We've seen a lot of players bringing a main deck Crown.
Yeah, and I think it's probably the right call in most matchups. I genuinely think it's come in. If not for its real effect, it's just to get in to see the hand.
both players had one Dragon Ball in their life.
Dang, this is a very
This is
apropos,
peak
like,
Dragon Ball.
yeah.
I think both players are expecting for this match to be very tiresome, because I don't think there was that many sins being played. Giovanni playing very carefully here, one card by one card. We'll slowly get there.
And
Oh, he had an advantage. He had 3 balls in hand.
oh,
4
oh my
balls.
gosh.
Oh no! Oh no! Do we have a 5th one?
No, just the 4. But I imagine we'll see a Oceanus or his.
Yeah. There's 3 balls for Hector, and then
No,
we
just
have-
passing, leaving that 1 energy up. I mean, it's true. I mean, to be fair, he could have the violent raise, just to not want to take a triple strike.
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't. He has 4 in there. He doesn't need to use that Oceanus.
Yeah, true.
He can just next turn find 2. He can keep that 1 energy to, you know, keep open for dealing with some threats.
And we do see the Omega in hand there.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Omega is going to come down here just yet, because you are still missing 1 ball. Although I think there is another Oceanus in hand.
Yeah.
Well, if there wasn't, there is one now. Both players playing very carefully, and oh, it's Hayes. So it's coming down with Hayes trying to find the, not trying, finding the last one, because Hector is going to know for sure that there is a last one in there, and I think we're going to see the Awaken in here.
Yep. Untap.
So there is Awaken. We got the.
And then we're seeing the pair one. Oh, so he's going to go into the Sin.
Okay, so it's not going into Omega. I think for Omega you need to have 3 or more energy.
Ah.
But it is
And then it's
a double
crit
strike.
Yeah. Which.
Double strike crit is always scary. What do you do as a...
Combo in it as well.
Oh, nice.
So it's 25. Yeah, he just takes it.
Just takes it, especially...
Loses the only Yamcha.
Yeah. Especially if you know that there is no balls in there, right? Because you can't risk taking that critical if you know there is a ball in there.
No, not at all. Like that would be defense priority number 1.
I think that's also the reason why you always are going to take that ball from life in the mirror. Oh, there is the Nova Shenron.
Yep. So the Nova's going to loop here because so the Beerus.
Oh wow, that's so unlucky.
That does not. Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world because you can still use it from hand, but it's like.
I mean, he's already within the Awaken range. Let's just put it out there. He is at 4 life, which is Awaken range for one star ball. It's not a wish leader. You don't need to have 6 balls to Awaken.
And I think we're just going to go and find the last ball.
We have to, but the fact that we lost on that Giovanni lost on that +1.
Yeah.
Although if this match is going to be anything like the other red match we've seen, where it was Gogeta versus Sin, then it might come in handy that he didn't actually draw that 1 card there. 'Cause it might come down to the last card in the deck.
It could do. It could well do.
Yeah. So there's playing the 2 cracked balls, getting to draw 2 cards, and we are ready to Awaken, and both players are already awakened. Both players awakened on turn 2. Well, Giovanni hasn't declared his Awaken yet.
Well, no, he's going to play something to get the most out of that Awaken. And it is the Gogeta.
Yeah, the Gogeta Unison, we have seen it for the whole day. And we're going to see more of it tomorrow, because most likely those two players are still going to make it to the tomorrow.
Yeah, they're both 5-0-1.
Yes, they both have not lost a game.
Oh,
That's a
hits the secret.
Yeah.
So now Hector knows.
Yeah.
Like he's on check base because like my opponent definitely has that secret. It's not a case of if, it's he has it and he has it in hand.
At the same time, Hector is the one that's sitting cushy on 7 life.
That's true, but that can all change with that secret rare.
But Giovanni is sitting down on 4.
And opting to go in, try and manage that board, and I think that is the best strategy here. You've got right. Doesn't matter if you're hitting in non-life
You
because
can't leave that Nova, right?
you've got your big threat in Omega that you can make critical. That's not a problem. Life is not a problem per se, but that board.
The resources is where you're going to lose.
Especially when you're already on the defense at 4 life.
Yes. That was a very unlucky turn 1 for, or turn 2 for Giovanni when he had that super combo, because I think that's going, still, especially early on, missing that additional card in hand is going to be very important. Especially he opted not to go into Oceanus in turn 1.
Yeah.
If he decided to go for that Oceanus turn 1, he might have been in a bit better state. There we go, yeah. So that Synchron is gone. We're going to probably start seeing more. He decides to give up on his Gogeta.
Interesting.
Hector decided to charge his Gogeta rather than keep it.
Although there might be one on that far left as well.
Yeah, I think there is 2, but I think you're going into Omega here.
Yeah.
And I think you actually threatened the Gogeta. No, he's going into the leader. So, the question, as a Giovanni, are you actually just taking this? Because that puts you in the Awaken range.
That is true. So you would be able to get into your 20k base, which will help.
The 3 negates once a turn. If he's running Rage.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
Yes, he's just going to charge the Haze. Maybe he's preparing for the Rush Attack then.
Could be.
Rush Attack requires the 4 cards in the Z energy, so he might want to threaten something. But that's, of course, provided he can do something. Oh no, I was convinced we're going to see Omega here. But now we see Gogeta. A powerful effect to try and find any red card, and of course all the cards in your deck are red.
So the Trunks he's got there, so he's got the option of a Searcher, but he's also got the option of the Trunks, which when on a battle card, it's a 10k combo.
Yeah. He's just checking what he has in his hand. Does he need that additional combo power?
Or does he want the Search? Because he can play that off of... No, he's going to go for combo power, and I think that's probably the right call, right?
And then we're going for the +2. Or are we going for the +2? Yeah, we have to, even if we don't play anything, right? Hector needs to go for that +2. He needs to build up that Gogeta. He needs to threaten that.
You need to make that Gogeta a force that you want to attack into to stop you getting that effect.
Yeah. There's the Oceanus, which you draw a card and then shuffle your deck. And then we go into 15 to the leader.
And again, comboing out and...
With Nova Shenron, that's a 3rd one. Because there's 1 in energy, 1 was comboed, and 1 is in a drop.
Now he's debating something. Are we either seeing a Sin come down into the crit?
Sin is an option. What else? Nova Shenron? I don't think Nova Shenron would be played in here.
Nope.
There is a Nova
There
Shenron.
is the Nova.
So,
I mean, it forces 2 more attacks to get him into that triple range.
yeah.
Oh.
Oh, he's going to remove the marker.
Yeah, that also works.
Yeah. Hector's going to remove that marker and go into replaying that Nova. I can't tell how many markers are on that Gogeta.
No, nor can I.
It's a nice looking dice, but from camera point of view, not very practical. So there we go, Nova is attacking. I assume you try to go into leader here, right?
I mean, just try and push it down to that 3. I think honestly, because then it's in that range, but do you want to be giving more cards in your hand when you know you're not going to be able to do the Omega this turn?
So while you push for the Unison to reduce the markers further.
Potentially.
That's interesting, but if you're doing that, why wouldn't you
I took
attack
the damage.
first?
There you go, it's down to 3. Yep.
So we are going to see from Giovanni in a second, probably.
Yep, so charging the token nugget.
Yeah, he doesn't need it right now, and if he's going to see it later, that's fine, because he's going to have more energy to play with right now. Early on, he doesn't have that much energy to play with.
No, and you really don't want to go down to 2.
Yeah, that's definitely not, because there's way too many double strikers, and there is a double strike leader.
Yeah. So we're seeing the uptick on the Gogeta. And there is the Oceanus coming down for a draw and a shuffle.
Yeah. So one thing that's important, you always need to shuffle, because that's what the card says. Which is useful when you play Gogeta, which just puts the cards back to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you get yourself a shuffle. So those cards are not actually stuck in the bottom of your deck.
We'll see. So, I mean, again, both players have an Omega.
There we go.
And speaking of...
There is the Omega. The Omega Shenron. Unfeeling Retribution. It's a very powerful card we have seen in quite a few decks today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even the Vegeta, right? Which I thought was a nice little addition to it.
I think that was an amazing addition, especially, as mentioned, that leader on turn 2 will become the Awakened.
Mm-hmm.
And then on turn 3 can start playing Omega Shenron, alongside all the other threats that it has. Because Omega Shenron is not the only triple strike that the deck plays.
No, that's true. So we're seeing that in there. And there's the addition.
So there is a critical that's 45 critical. Because I think that marker means that its power was already reduced this turn. Which means that Omega Shenron actually gained 5,000 power rather than reduced its power.
Yeah, and he's just going to take that triple crit. Loses an...
Ooh.
Was that the secret? Yep. The
That was the
secret's gone.
secret.
Yeah, oof.
Oh, what was the secret?
It was the Vegeta.
Ah. So both players on the same secret.
Yes.
Also, both players fairly low now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of Sin, right? I mean, it's like, okay, my opponent might have that much health, but if my Sin goes through, if my crit Sin goes through, it's way worse. Or crit Omega.
Yeah.
It's because the character name's Sin, and it's thrown me off so much by trying to learn that.
But this is the Omega Shenron.
Yeah, but it's still
The
Sin.
character is still Sin. Because Omega Shenron is its form, like.
Yeah.
Right? There we go. That's a Z Awaken if I've ever seen one. Because there was no negate.
Boom.
Boom.
Into the
Going to
double strike.
Remove. I think that's removing the Unison. I might be wrong. It might be going into. No,
Yep. No, it's clearing up that board. You don't want that Unison around, and it gets the double strike out in the form of the Z leader for Omega.
There we go. That's our beautiful. We've already seen the ultimate being used once. Are we going to see it again?
I hope so. It's a really fun ultimate.
And like the Shenron ultimate that just gives you a triple attack.
I mean, it gives you a triple. It kind of works.
Requires one more ball though.
It does. It does. That extra ball makes a difference.
Yeah,
and there's the
exactly.
crown getting charged.
The crown in this matchup definitely not a card you want to see. At best, it's a card that charges your Z energy. But you can see that Hector is now in that awkward situation where he's at 4 life. And he's waiting for his opponent to decide that he can go down to 3 life and awakened. Unless he's running that Vegeta in Z deck.
And what will we see here from Hector? I mean, you're staring down the barrel of 2 guns here, really. You've got the double strike in the form of the leader, you've got the triple strike, and you've also got the Vegeta, which can then...
Double strike.
Yeah. So no matter which way you look at it.
4 life. So the thing is that Hector is still at 4 life, but he doesn't want forcefully put himself in that range of 3.
No.
Because as much as Omega Shenron is limit 1, it's not unique. If this Omega Shenron is going to survive this turn, that means it will... There is another Omega Shenron. If we get a negate on this attack, that might be huge. Because if this Omega Shenron survives, there's going to be 2 of them probably staring at Hector. Or at least Hector will need to have it in the back of his mind. There's going to be 2 of them staring down at him.
Oh, and there's the after image?
Ah, but after image is not a negate.
No, it's not. So the activate battle will come into effect.
The question is what got the power? I guess that 40,000 power only goes for the attack target, and it's until end of the battle. You decide to minus the power on Gogeta, but in response, that Omega Shenron used its effect.
Yeah.
And its effect can hit minus 30 because Giovanni is already a Z leader.
Yep.
So that Omega Shenron has 2 effects, 2 minuses.
Yeah, it's rough.
So what do we think is going to happen here?
And we're seeing
It's
a Wanderer
one.
into the Sin.
Yeah. By far one of the strongest 1-drops. Pay 1 energy, get 20k double strike, that draws you a card.
And can also become a crit.
And also next 2 cards on the board.
Yeah.
1 on yours, 1 on your opponent's.
And there's
And you can also give it barrier.
That's also true.
I think that's missed opportunity because there is Oceanus there. It should have been used to give barrier to Omega.
Yeah.
So that way it would not die to Giovanni's Omega.
So I think they're just deciding which one it's actually swinging at.
I think it's also the declaration of the effects. Because there's autos on the effects.
Yeah, which one are you trying to target? Yeah, which one you're minusing.
Yeah. If you're minusing.
Oh, and there it is.
Oh, no, there's a negate that he takes
Taking the
life
life?
or...
So going down to 2.
That is very scary. Does he think he can finish it next? Of course he can.
Yeah.
No, he's on... He's only on 3 energy. He can't finish it just yet.
No, but
He has Secret in hand.
yeah, he goes to 4. He hits with a triple strike.
Is Secret costing 4 or 5?
4.
Never mind. So yeah, he's going to put in everything on that Secret, isn't he? No, on the Secret, on the triple strike.
Yeah, and then just brings it in, and then his drop will be big enough and goes for the ban.
Yeah.
Oh, knowing us, he just charged the secret rare as a flex. It's like, oh, never mind.
No, it's just a natural Shenron. There we go, the Secret. You just pay 4, play it from your hand.
Yeah.
You don't need to have anything in your drop. The drop only gives you the dual attack. You just pay 4 to burn. Yeah, so you give barrier to Omega. Just in case. Some after image technique shenanigans, maybe? Going to attack with a double strike first.
I guess if he takes it, goes into the double range, then both Gogeta and Omega are potential killers.
Yeah. I mean, Vegeta is also a triple strike, right?
Yeah, so that was a red card, so it's a 10k combo.
It's 30k double strike. The question, do you take it? Because if you take it, then you have an option to awaken in the next attack. If you survive that attack, if there is a rage in hand, means you can stop the next one.
That's true.
But then that's a lot of ifs, because you need to survive that attack.
Mm. So he's going to attempt to combo all this.
I think he has to, right? Because the 30k is just too much. And he can't go down to 2 life, because then it's just dangerous, because even then a secret has a triple strike, right?
Heck, I mean, even that token could become the double strike that kills.
If there's Champa, yeah.
Mm.
Oh, he combos Yamcha, because there's no Unison.
Yeah.
Okay, so that has been stopped. But I have a feeling that that's Giovanni's plan.
Mm. And
now there's another double striker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's 20 double. And it's just going to be burning through those cards, because all those trunks is in hand. In attack on the leader, only 5k.
Mm.
They're only good when your battle cards are attacking.
Yeah, and... Oh,
wow.
really putting in the effort there.
Yeah, that's another
Really
30k double strike.
We've seen that Beerus used quite defensively today, but yeah, it's there. And then there's a combo.
35.
Yep.
Do you want to stop it now?
It becomes really awkward at that point, right? Because
all his cards are 5k. I think there's one more Beerus in hand. So Hector has a very awkward hand here. I think Giovanni actually does want to finish it this turn.
Yep, and now we'll see the Beerus is going for the defense.
So that's 25.
And there's another Beerus.
Beerus into Beerus. I have not caught what was the last card. Oh, that was Gogeta, wasn't it? Yeah, that's a Gogeta Unison. That's such a bad rip here. So that's 35.
And there's a his, which goes into the Z energy.
Yeah, the token disappears. This goes into Z energy.
Which, I mean, you look at that Z energy, you can know that rush attack is very much a viable option here.
Yes, rush attack is another option. And also one energy has been used to play that Sin, so there's not a secret turn this turn.
That is true.
But rush attack, yeah, very much so.
Here's a Nova.
We do get to pay 1 energy for that. That is, yeah. Oh god, do we have another 2 Omega Shenrons?
Yep, just clear up the board.
Yep.
Bring the card to hand, and then got a free attack if he wants it.
Is he removing the 6 balls? No. Oh, I thought if there was 2 Omega Shenrons in hand, you remove 6 balls to do 1 Omega Shenron and then pay 2 energy for another one. You just break their spirit.
Mm.
Because you clearly know there is no token negate at the moment.
I mean, it's a tough call, right? If he does have the token negate, like
the token negate would be used early on.
Exactly.
All the double strikes, right?
You would stop it early, but also even then, while that Omega is still standing, still active, it's a rough call, and it's a rough position for Hector to be in.
Although I guess that there was a consideration that you didn't want to do the token negate because there was still a leader ability.
There you go, just pass.
Giovanni just passed.
Just
he decided to not give him more opportunity to try and awaken. He's definitely not going in with single strike.
No,
and
no.
As he doesn't feel like he can finish it. He's not doing the double strikes even.
The double will be giving him the least amount of cards.
Yes.
Even though every attack on one would become lethal, you never know what you see off that third card.
That's true, and he's going to have, in either case, he's going to have the Awaken. So you want to keep it to double/triple range rather than put it into single range, because that's way too many cards, unless you can get in with a critical. Clearly has not found the haze, but there we go. He needs to. Hector needs to, because he needs to be able to match up with that 20k base power.
100%. That 20k is just too much for stuff like that on the 15, where you lose cards if you just swing into it.
Nova Shenron is at the moment a threat to deal even that 1 damage.
Yep.
But after Hector Awakens, it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting the rush attack here. Yes, you do want to do rush attack first, because then you still have the energy. The Z energy, so it can restand. So immediately use the effect to give it barrier so the Omega Shenron can't remove it.
Feels like he learned from that earlier interaction there where he forgot.
Are we going in then? So where are we going? Are we going face? We're going face, right? Because it's a double strike now. So we're trying to finish the game. I think this is going face. Player's checking something?
I think he's just deciding if he wants to counter.
Okay, we have no counter. So there is an effect there. We're just going to remove Nova Shenron, which is fine.
And then gets the combo, and then, because the Z battle is still a battle. That is a lot, and yeah, I believe this is going at face. Nope.
Yeah, that's a
boom.
Pickup.
Hector kept his cool. Yep. See, that was like, this is what I mean. This is how it's really cool when it comes down to Sin, right? Like, you can look like you're on the verge of losing.
And then Hector.
And then, if you keep your cool, if you understand your calm, if you understand what your deck can do, you can do what Hector did there. Kept his cool, sequenced all right, got that barrier on to protect away from anything of minusing, got in that double strike, no counters. Cool, here's my hand. And those Trunkses absolutely nailed that.
I'm wondering if Giovanni shouldn't have played it in a bit different way on that last turn. If he shouldn't just try it after those double strike rather than play a Sin. Shouldn't he pushed with Omega, get that triple strike in and get that secret going?
Potentially.
And finish the game?
It's one of those things, right? I mean, you don't know what your opponent's got. You don't know how it's going to play out. I mean, he could have pushed in with more double strikes if he wanted. We know he had the potential to do that. But I think he was trying to play safe, and in the end it cost him.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Sometimes you do need to risk it, and Giovanni was clearly not in a better position there. He reduced Hector's hand by quite a lot, and I think he should have pushed in on that, because he was clearly in the losing position in there. He was on 2 life. We knew that Rush Attack is still a card. Because it's in the Z deck. That's the beauty of the Z deck. You always have access to that threat.
Yeah.
You don't need to hope to draw it. And there was a very smart planning there as well by Hector, because he played it. He gave it barrier immediately and then attacked, because he still had enough cards in the Z energy. If that failed, he would Z Awaken and attack with a leader.
Yeah, and then so either way, that is two
double strikes.
Yeah. And so yeah. All he needed was for one to say no counter, boom, here's my hand.
Yeah.
But again, the better call was try it on the rush attack, because then my Trunks is a 10Ks.
That's true, but even if Giovanni managed to defend against that, how is he going to stop a leader?
He's not going to stop the leader.
Exactly. Because for both players, we've seen a lot of super combos go there.
Yeah, and I think, it was unfortunate, but he chose to try and maybe hold off, see if he could hold off. And was caught out by the rush attack, which, I think that's the purpose of rush attack, is to get in, get under, and
to rush.
Yeah.
The fact that rush attack attacks as a base for 20, because it gets that free combo from your drop.
Yep.
And then it can remove another combo piece from board by putting -15 on it.
Exactly.
Which is exactly what happened in here.
Yeah, took away a combo from that Nova, stopped it being recurred because it was from your skill, not from your opponent's skill, not your skill.
Yeah, exactly. So this was a really interesting match. It was a really interesting showing on how to play the Sin Mirror. Of course, it didn't help that Giovanni probably got a bit tilted when he seen from that Beerus super combo those cracked Dragon Balls.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, that is just with any card game, right? You have that random chance, and unfortunately, the random chance chose to shine a Dragon Ball. Yeah.
To be against you.
A cracked Dragon Ball, nevertheless.
He made too many bad wishes.
Yeah, too much negative energy overflowing. He even got into his not merciful, merciless mode.
He did manage to be in the control of a lot of the game, but then at the end, this is going to be coming back to what I was saying with a Gogeta versus Sin matchup. We were talking about how it's a question of the first person who is going to go more aggressive is most likely to lose. And I think we kind of seen this here, because Giovanni just used up way too many resources early on.
So we are now back into the action. Game 2 here in round 7 of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals. We have Giovanni on Sin Shenron and Hector on Sin Shenron.
So game 1 went to Hector. Giovanni is going first in this one. I think he also went first in the last one. And oh, already down to 7 life again.
Yeah, but like you mentioned previously, right? You can't risk getting hit by a crit and it being.
Oh, this time he's actually using his Oceanus.
Yeah.
And also, no, Hector went first in the game 1. My mistake. Because I remember that Hector was the first one who went down to 7 life in the last game. So that's 1 ball going. Are we going to see more? Is Giovanni not playing any more balls this time? Doesn't look like it.
He's playing, and no, just passed and then goes to Nova in the energy.
I think he's trying to keep safe himself from drawing those balls.
Yeah, so we see 1 ball again for Hector, so both players going down to 7.
Both players again starting with 1 ball. They need to get better at shuffling. They need to level up their shuffling skill.
As it finishes shuffling. And we're going to see the 2 balls. Yep. 1 ball.
So unlike Giovanni, Hector decides to go with tried and true strategy of using all the balls. And then there's also Oceanus. So both players rather get rid of the Oceanus than Haze, which I think is fair, but Oceanus is only good the moment you already have Omega established.
Yeah. Early on, it's the easier option to just be like, cool, come find me what I need, get me an extra card. And there we go, and now we're back to Giovanni.
Let's see. That's a Sin Shenron being charged. Okay, so we're finding 2 more balls here. So that's going to put us on total 3. I don't know why that Omega Shenron was moved. Okay, so when you're searching for cards in your deck, you should not be moving any other cards. The judge is still responsible for cutting and shuffling, apparently. And Gogeta. I assume it's going to be Gogeta for 2, right?
Yeah.
No other card I could imagine that's going to be played for 2. That deck plays cards for 1 or 2. Is there a card that you play for 3 in the free energy?
No.
And then there's a 4 for the secret, right?
4 for the secret.
But that's when you're winning the game.
Yeah.
No, the only card that you play for 2 is either Gogeta or...
Oh, and that is the rest of the balls.
Yeah, that's all of them.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There we go.
You get a card, you get a card, and you
Can I
awaken.
Can I get a card?
So we awaken back into Sin. From a 1-star ball into Sin Shenron.
Sin Shenron, Despair Made Manifest.
And then sets up with the Haze on board as well. And there is the Sin.
There is a second double strike. So we pretty much expecting this to go in, right?
I mean, yeah, tapped out.
Your opponent is on 1 energy.
Yeah.
Of course, there is still the situation with the Beerus, right? Which is going to be drawing you a card and being a 10k super combo the moment you set yourself in the game.
Mm.
That's why all of those red players are choosing Beerus as their super combo.
Ooh. Okay, so this is
30 critical double strike.
and hits the Dragon Thunder. So has Hector sided into the yellow build?
Possibly, or maybe just put in the Dragon Thunders for the
5k.
Yeah. Senzu.
I mean that's also not a bad shout. But very interesting, very interesting.
And there's another attack coming in from a leader. Are we going to see? Yeah. So Hector is down to 4 life. And now I think Gogeta is coming in as well. Yeah.
Yeah, just trying to be as aggressive as I can. Trying to shift the scales back into, hey, this is how I want to play.
I mean, he needs to, right? Because he needs to finish this game quickly to still have a chance to...
And there we go, it's down to 3.
Yeah. Down to 3. So he's putting himself in the scale that he can Z-awaken pretty much immediately on turn 2.
Yeah.
So the positions are reversed now, right? Because that's exactly what happened to Giovanni.
Yeah, this is almost like how the first game went.
Just the other way around.
You just the shoe is on the other foot, as they say. So we're seeing it. He's going to look for the other 2 balls. Finds the 2 balls. No point in having face down.
Add to hand. The judge is going to shuffle, and then we're going to play 2 cracked Dragon Balls.
Boom. Boom.
Oh, that's 5, isn't it?
Oh, pain 2.
There is 5 only.
Yep, 5. So pay 2, get the Gogeta player, and then use plus the +2 to get the
either Oceanus or
which
Haze.
will find you. I mean, it depends. If you're going to go into Sin, you probably drop Haze onto board.
Found the super combo, which I think is going to be important, seeing as he's very low on life now. So Hector does need any defense he can find.
Yeah. Oh, just going for oof.
Oh yeah, because of course you can also awaken by being 4 life or less.
Yeah.
I totally missed that. So is he not trying to find that last ball?
Maybe not.
Of course, if at any point he finds Oceanus that he can play, or Haze, or whatever it is. But this is a situation that he actually didn't find one. We see the secret, and we see the Sin.
Yep. Maybe he must not have seen it.
That is really problematic.
That is not what Hector wants.
It's definitely a difficult situation for Hector. He has exactly 5 balls in his...
Z energy.
Yeah, the judge checked just a second time, but no.
Oh, and he drew into it.
I mean, that's fine. He can still use it, right?
Oh.
He can awaken by just being 4 life or less. I'm trying to work out what is happening.
Okay, so...
Okay. I have absolutely no clue what is happening. I see what happened. For the Synchrono to be played, you do need to have 6 cracked Dragon Balls.
And he had the 5.
There we go. So
Right.
now they're reverting the game state. They're activating the Gogeta ability to play the Haze, which would still draw you that 1 card. And then there would be no balls to be found, because the card that he drew was actually the cracked ball.
Yes.
And the 1 energy should be back inactive, because that Haze was played using Gogeta.
Exactly.
So now the cracked ball should be able to be played, and then the Sin will be able to be played afterwards.
Yeah. Which is what I said he should have done first, but then he went and played Sin.
Which couldn't be played, right?
Yeah. So they've been on top of it, but I think, yeah, they're just working through now what should be where.
I think the players are trying to come into the solution with the judge regarding the ruling that's going to be satisfying for both of them.
Yeah.
So I do assume that our judge...
Yeah.
We're assuming that as the players are trying to converse with the judge, we are probably getting some time extension on this one, because it looks like it's going to be difficult ruling with the reversion.
Yeah, so I think, yeah. So what happened there was a slight misplay on the Sin being played with not 6 cracked Dragon Balls in the Z energy.
The card has been drawn in there, but then Hector was trying to say...
Yep. And so we're throwing back straight to them anyway.
Yeah, we're going back to the
Yep, so
players. Nothing
Okay.
happened. Okay, awesome. So we are getting back to this situation that the Sin is going to be played after the Haze.
Yeah.
The cracked ball has been put in there. Or rather, I think cracked ball is still in hand. Has it been played?
no, it's in the Z energy.
I see 5.
Oh really?
Oh no, there's 6. There's 6.
Yeah, no, because then he won't be able to play Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
so
the 6th one has been actually played. Yeah. Okay, we're back with it. There's a quick question, probably to the judge, if we are getting a time extension for this, because it has been about a minute, but I think we're going to get that clarified.
yeah, so now swinging into the Unison. So taking a marker and then swinging in. So now it's double strike. And he's going to make it crit, Simon shoot.
No, he's going to
Oh,
put
minus it and
20,
then minus
and
it off to kill the
Yep.
Unison. Yep.
So he minused off the Haze to kill the Sin, and then double strike finished off the Unison.
Yes. Which clears things up quite nicely going into Giovanni's turn.
Yep. Clearly, last game, Giovanni was the one who was being a bit unlucky with the balls, and this time it was Hector. It has been a very long day of playing the Dragon Ball card game. We have been here for 10.5 hours, and there's one more round after this.
Yes.
So some players are definitely going to be getting a bit tired, but it just shows their fortitude that they're still here. They're still making minuscule mistakes and still showing us an amazing show of skill.
Yeah, I mean, valiant effort all around, right? And so we'll see what Giovanni does here. I think he's still deciding what he wants to throw into his energy. Or not. Was that only his turn too?
That was Hector's. Giovanni went first.
And so he's not charging.
Yeah, he decided to not charge.
Very interesting.
Oh yeah, he forgot to draw with the... Yeah, the card that has been revealed is going to be drawn by the Sin Shenron. Oh no, they decided that what was revealed is going to be revealed.
Yeah, so 15. Yeah, 25 because of the super combo.
Was that a defense against something?
Yeah, he threw down the Beerus super combo.
Okay.
Yeah, and then combos on top of it. And yep, Z charge, the Beerus.
So Omega can't come down now because Giovanni doesn't have free energy.
And you can't really risk the tapping out to play the Gogeta because you've already awakened.
Yeah. And also there's a situation that Hector will be able to play his Omega Shenron.
Yeah.
Because next turn, of course, Hector is should charge, as I think we can see the Omega Shenron in hand.
Oh, going into the rush attack, but the fancier version.
Okay, so we're going crash attack with barrier. So he immediately gave it barrier. Is he trying to reduce Gogeta, or is he going into the leader? If he's going into the leader...
Oh, and there is the Turken negate, so going down to 2 health.
Very quickly, Hector going down to 2.
Puts the blocker on board, but...
And now the Vegeta auto is going to resolve. Just going to remove the marker from the Gogeta, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going back to Hector.
Oh, wow, very interesting turn too for...
do we think that Giovanni just forgot to charge?
It's quite possible. Yeah, so he at least offers him the token, you know?
I mean, we should use tokens, because if there is any overwhelm plays, it matters that that card is in the drop.
Yeah, but good sportsmanship, giving him the token to use.
Yeah.
Yeah, so plussing the Gogeta, bringing into play Oceanus.
Which draws a card and should shuffle a deck. So the players still have about 23 minutes to play out 2 games.
With Hector taking game 1.
And we, of course, being in round 7 of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals. I think Giovanni is sitting very pretty on 7 life.
I think now we're seeing him start to go in on that, start chipping away at it.
Yeah,
yep,
it looks like Hector.
Snap take.
Should have given Hector an ability to awaken. It might have been 2 cards.
There
we go. There is a Gogeta. Gogeta has already used its marker ability, so it can't go double strike.
Yeah, it cannot become the double strike this turn. Again,
snap take. Yeah, you want to give me cards in hand? I'll take cards in hand.
Yeah.
The question is, are we seeing that Sin? Sin goes in. I think it's going to get the rush attack. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to.
Because you don't have any other Shadow Dragons to minus on your board, so you can't use the Sin's ability.
Could use Oceanus.
Oh yeah, sorry, there's Oceanus there.
So his combo.
Oh, he can.
The token does not go to the drop.
Yeah, the tokens do not go to the drop.
Yeah. There you go.
They're not a fodder for your overall.
Overall, no. But clear up the board, get rid of that Z battle card.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see an Omega here, which is probably why I didn't want to lose the Oceanus, because he wants to give it barrier.
Yeah, that's actually a fair shout.
What he's just done.
And then...
Oh, what? What?
Opponent doesn't have free energy.
Oh, it's both players? Oh.
No, Oceanus is when the opponent has free energy.
Oh.
And the Omega Shenron is when you have free or more energy. So he can play Omega Shenron. That is a legal play. But he can't use Oceanus to protect it. Which means Hector doesn't necessarily want to do this.
I mean, he has another one in hand, though. Nope.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to give that free removal to Giovanni, does he?
No, that's true. So there is now a past turn. It's now Giovanni's turn.
And is Giovanni actually going to try to clinch it? Because Hector's only on 2 life.
He is.
And Giovanni does have... Was it actually planned by Giovanni to not charge?
Do you know what? That actually is a very, really good shout, right? Because it's like, but then again, would you not want to deny the
I mean, you're denying the barrier, and then you get yourself in, right? Because now, if you're going to go into Omega Shenron, you do get to remove that Oceanus.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. If that was the methodology of that, that was very well thought out.
that was like a galaxy brain level.
Like literally, just not. I'm not gonna. Oh, yep. So there is the Omega from Giovanni.
So this is exactly what we expect. Are we going to see? Oh yeah, there's a barrier.
Yeah.
Because yes, it's probably the same reasoning. He didn't want to charge to not give Hector the Omega with barrier, but he waited for Hector to do that.
So now he has the Omega with barrier. Yeah.
So he has the advantage over Hector.
Yeah. Wow.
And then, of course, the leader was used to remove Oceanus immediately.
Yeah. You do not want that.
Yeah, and then you attack with Omega, and yeah, you eat the negate, and that's perfectly fine. But then you can Z-Awaken, and then you have a brand new ability that you can use.
Yeah.
And you can remove that token.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it's just an attack. Okay, so he's not going to Z-Awaken to try to use
he's
that.
not a free life.
Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot that it's not game 1 anymore.
Yep. So clearing off that sin.
And that's just past turn. That Omega having barrier here is
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, I mean,
And the blocker that was used is going to die, right? Or is Hector actually thinking of comboing to save it?
No.
No. Why would you do that? It doesn't keep the blocker.
So
I would kind of understand that if it kept the blocker and you could use it the next turn.
Yeah, so this activate battle here on this Omega, which is really tough to remove. I don't think we saw any sideboard that would help it.
Yeah, it's very difficult, right? The yellow had very easy, the Trunks Vegeta had very easy time to remove that. But Vegeta also had a very nice time to remove it because it just put it back in hand.
Yeah.
But in this mirror match, how do you remove it? Because you can't target it. And even if you could choose it for abilities, the first one that reduces its power just gives it 5k.
Yeah, it's really tough.
And Giovanni is also, of course, on 5 life.
So he can use his token negates by using his life if he chooses to.
Yeah. Of course, there is no really requirement for either of them to be at 4 life or less because of the super combos that they're running. There is Sin coming in. I assume it's coming at the leader, and I assume it might want to go to the... Yeah, there's exactly 7 in Z energy.
Yep.
Oh.
Which means right now, there's no additional Z deck players.
Yeah. He needs to combo at least twice.
Which, I mean, he is now for, going in with a
double strike.
Double strike, yep. And not choosing to combo here, so maybe not planning to utilize.
And that's stopped by the super combo.
Yep.
And Giovanni just keeps on building his Z energy. You might see another rush attack here. And of course, Hector can't carelessly play any battle cards, even if he has Omega and Oceanus again.
Yeah, because
if there's another Oceanus there, it's just that Omega is just going to keep on hitting in the face. Oh.
Possibly just trying to bait it out here, right?
I guess, because the Omega is still there. Are you that worried about the double strike, though? No, but the problem is, if you take this double strike...
Then you're in triple strike range.
And Hector plays Omega and has Oceanus. And there was a hard cast Wolfang Fist.
Yep.
Are we seeing combo? Because, of course, there's no unison, so you can't free play it.
There we go, so the triple strike comes down.
So there's Omega.
And Omega is going to swing in.
Hector on the Omega Shenron is playing Omega Shenron.
And there is the after image. So taking it down to 4.
There we go, just after image to stop that Omega Shenron to not take that triple strike. He can put himself down to 3 life and then be able to Z Awaken, but I don't think Hector is going to attack here. Technically, Hector can still attack with a Gogeta and give it double strike, but would you? Oh no, it's just one drop on the Nova, and then do what? Because you can't attack again. And Omega has not been used yet. Oh, there's a Dragon Tender.
Boom.
That was just like, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah.
As far as I know, the Omega has not been used yet. That was interesting, that Giovanni decided to not use the Omega when he has about 9 cards. Oh, that's only 27,000, isn't it?
And there's a sideman, so going down again. So now Giovanni is on 3.
So now Giovanni can go into that.
Omega on his turn, which will be lethal.
Oh, there is a Yamcha there to remove the blocker. What do we do now? Are we trying to push in with Yamcha? But Yamcha is just going to bounce, right? Especially that Sin Shenron at the moment is 20k.
Yeah, so you'd have to lose cards from hand.
After you Z Awaken, it's going to be 25.
That's true. Oh, so he's
He's thinking of sending it towards Omega Shenron, which would be 30k. So he's thinking of using that.
Okay, so he's plussing it.
Yeah, I think that might be a bit safer.
Ah,
There is an
Oceanus.
Oceanus.
So giving his own Omega barrier.
Yeah, because Giovanni now is at free energy.
Boom. Yeah,
Giovanni sold it very nicely, but now, unless he has another Oceanus in hand and he can snap use it.
Yeah, you can't risk the swing in, right?
Yeah, because then you lose your... Because Hector, unlike you, is actually... Although no, because the first negation, first power negation on Omega Shenron is negated. And it gets plus 5k power instead.
So not the end of the world.
But Omega Shenron has, if you're Z leader, has 2 of them. Depending on how much Z energy you have.
Yeah, that's true.
But at the moment, Hector has no Z energy.
So Omega Shenron swinging in here. I imagine it's going at face, but it could also potentially be going to that unison.
I think it goes in the face in the end, right?
Because right now you're threatening lethal, like you either negate or I'm going to be able to combo on this.
Yeah. He made that Omega Shenron just tiny.
And there's the Wolf Fang.
Yeah, because he used his leader skill on that. And then Omega Shenron will be able to finish that. Because Giovanni's combo offense step comes in before the defense step of Hector. And they activate battle skills.
And
no, he's only removing Yamcha. Oh, I think the dice is just showing a barrier.
The barrier.
Yes, of course you can't choose it. But that Omega Shenron can't also willy-nilly choose the Omega Shenron.
No, because then it's going to gain the power boost instead.
Exactly.
So the effort from Wolf Fang is going to be almost... And there's a swing here with the leader, which I think we can see surprisingly pop up into an Omega.
Yeah, no, oh, surprise. Anyone surprised yet?
Yep.
Yep. In a combo step, of course.
Z Awaken!
You're just trying to catch your opponent unaware, right?
Yeah.
So now both players are in their Z Awaken and they have 10 minutes to finish this game.
And there
I
is the
think-
combo.
Yeah, Giovanni's just going in.
I mean, you have to, like, I think that's a sensible move. Like, you're threatening lethal right now.
Yes.
You've got all your energy up. Okay, there is Dragon Thunder.
That's all. That's actually only 30. So what else are we expecting to see here? A secret? Another Omega? Another Omega would be a shout. There is a Sin.
And then Z charges that.
There is a Z Energy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we stood. Okay, so there is a leader ability, and he's going to free play
An Omega?
an Omega. I assume it's an Omega.
I would have think it's Omega, right?
Of course it's an
Yeah.
Omega. And then if he has a third one in hand, he can still play it, because he hasn't played one yet this turn.
Nope. That was from the effect of the Z leader, not
Yeah.
from the effect.
And the other one was on board from before, because Barrier.
Ah, but there is the Rage.
There's Rage. There's all the Rage.
Rage against the Omega Shenron.
Are we seeing another Omega Shenron?
I mean, it's in hand. It is in hand. Do we see it?
I mean, if it's played, it attacks, it's blocked by Rage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, we see the Sin Shenron.
It can. Omega's still not done.
Yeah, Omega's still not done.
But I think this is just, hey, I'm going to try and get as much as what I can from out your hand.
Yeah. And he's going to finish off his Omega to remove the blocker before the blocker can block.
Yep. And then,
And then we go in.
combo.
And that's 40 at the moment, because the Trunks is a very fair card.
40 double.
Yeah, he should have used that after image technique. But there is another Omega, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's one card left in hand. And of course, that one card, that after image technique, is actually going to stop the Omega. Because it's in just enough to stop the Omega. Because it puts at 65, and Omega is going to be 20. I don't think there's enough cards in. No, it's going to be 35. Sorry, but I don't think there's enough cards in Giovanni's hand to go over that.
I mean, well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, we need to try, right? And the last card is after image technique, and we need to use it.
So he's down to 1.
And Hector is on the one last. He got the Trunks. Oh
Which
no.
is only a 5k in this combo situation.
But Giovanni needs to combo first.
Yeah. So it can.
Giovanni has exact match. So Giovanni should be at 35 now. There we go. Yes, Giovanni should be at 35 triple strike. So that's 40. 265. So he needs 20 more to match.
There's a
That's
20, 25.
That's 25 exactly.
Boom! Game 3, here we come. That was
We have
very,
7 minutes to get into game 3.
very well done there from
Oh,
both
mighty
players.
Giovanni managed to bite back.
Yeah, that was. I think that not charging was intentional, and it won in
And
that
it was
game.
an amazing play.
It stopped the barrier on
Yeah.
the Omega, which stopped your opponent from being able to remove it. It then flipped the lid, changed the script, and
That
allowed.
was such an amazing play. That was such well thought play by Giovanni. He took the risk, and this is what we were talking about. He lost the game 1 because he didn't take the risk.
Mhm.
And now he took the risk, and it paid off big time.
Yeah, honestly, a very well thought out play. It's like, if I do this, I'm going to be able to change it. And he did. From that point, it turned in Giovanni's favor.
Yes, of course. That one play that was so incredible. Because then he got into his turn, and he actually did get the Omega. He did get the barrier.
Yeah.
He removed your his opponent's resources, and then he just kept on doing what I wanted to see for the whole day, is having 3 Omega Shenrons
Yeah,
play.
I mean, it was crazy, right? You got your Omega on board, you've got the one you can play normally, and then you've got the one from your leader, Z Awakened leaders.
It's like, That was exciting. That was really
That's good
exciting.
Dragon Ball. That is good Dragon Ball action right there. As we get ready to go back to the players for Game 3 in Round 7 of the Dragon Ball Supercard Game European Finals. We've got Sin versus Sin, Hector versus Giovanni, 1-1 at the moment. Both players are 5-0-1 in their overall progression through this tournament.
And they both have 5 minutes.
Whew, this is
exciting.
very, very much so.
This is one of the matches I wanted to see because the mirror match always comes down to the skill of a player. Because obviously you're both playing the same deck, and it comes down to understanding what your game plan is, what your deck does, how to stop it. And Giovanni showed it. Last game, he showed it that he understands the deck. He understands how to stop it, stopping himself from charging that one energy because the Sin Shenron is dependent on your opponent having energy.
Yeah, I mean, it shows immense strength as a player, right? Because as we play this game, we're drilled into you always want to charge at the start of your turn. You always want to charge. You always want to charge. You always
don't want to miss your charge.
Yeah.
And then you miss your charge sometimes, and you're upset with yourself because you started playing and you don't get to charge anymore.
Yeah.
And in here, it looks like it was done on purpose. It looks like it was done with a thought behind it.
To deny the barrier Omega.
And you can see that it actually worked with Hector. Hector got frazzled by this because he was just playing his game normally. And then he didn't notice that his opponent actually changed the game plan here.
Yeah. I said, no, we're not playing by your rules. We're playing by my rules.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think this is the narrative of the days, right? You know your deck, right? And if you know your deck and you know your matchup, there is chance for you to pull off some incredible feats in this tournament.
But I think it's mostly, it comes down to a situation, do you know your opponent's deck? Because if you know your opponent's deck, then that's even more important. So here we see Hayes. I think there was no balls from life, but I might have missed that because the life is a bit clumped up.
Hopefully it'll get fanned out and we'll be able to tell the accurate life count. And so Hector charging Nova turn 1, going to go straight in, look into his life.
And do we see any of them coming from life here?
There is at least one.
Oh no.
So.
Oh no, this is so sad.
Did he? I don't.
Oh, he's only taking one from.
Yeah, you just gotta hope.
You gotta hope your opponent's going to hit it, right?
Yeah, I think so. Because you don't want to be down at 6 on turn 1, yeah. Your opponent not having swung in there.
But I think you also shouldn't be showing your opponent that information that there's another ball in your life. So yeah, Hector also took one from his life again.
Oh, and he's got 2 more in hand. Drew into that
secret
rare.
No. So I assume you don't want to play any Hayes or Oceanus here, right?
I mean,
no,
also
he's playing Naturon. Checking the top 5, right?
I mean, the reason for maybe not taking 2 is because if it goes into time procedures, you don't want to be at that lower life.
Yeah, you can match. You don't want to be lower. And yeah, we are 1 minute and 40 seconds away.
Yeah, so there's a lot of factors to consider here, outside of just seeing 2 Dragon Balls in your life.
You don't just snap take them, do you?
No, it's not an easy decision at all.
So both players very early, 7 life. Then another decision, if this game was going full time, you might want to take them 2 immediately because that brings you closer into the Awaken.
That is a good point. But with no way of getting yourself down.
Yeah, but it's always, you leave it to your opponent to control. But if Hector is going to have another aggressive turn.
That's true. So two balls there. Oh, and he rips another ball, I think.
Does he have
or was that the Gogeta?
It's definitely not another ball.
Oh, it was Nova.
Nova, yeah.
That was Nova.
But this is going to be Gogeta. And I think we're not going to see the same mistake here, right? It's going to find Hayes. Okay. And I assume something is going to get played from hand with the Gogeta. Probably that haze. Yes, he didn't find any Oceanus.
Yep, so using
Gets to find the last ball. There we go, and it's last few seconds. And I think, yeah, it's going to be Hector's turn 0. And there we go. This is a time procedures now. So the time has been called, and Hector has turned 0, and they have 5 minutes. Let's see who will win.
And we're off.
Yeah, Natron and Hayes have been removed. And then there's a critical. That's 30. Because there was 2 hazes, right? So one was used and one was negated. So this is going to be a 30 double strike critical. Yeah. And just as going into the time, this is heavy.
Yeah, and he's taking it.
He needs to take it.
Oh no! It was the ball.
Was that the ball?
It was the ball.
Oh no!
That is.
He can't awaken now.
Not without being at 4, but.
But now his opponent doesn't need to attack.
No.
Oh no! The punishment for not taking it.
Oh, but Hector's going to go in anyway.
Oh, Hector went in.
Yeah, so he's down to 4.
I guess Giovanni in a way feels grateful.
If it gets back to him, yeah. Yeah, get that Z charge in.
And that's all.
Yeah.
And that's... So this is going to be turn 1 of the additional turns. Giovanni's first turn. After this, Hector has 1 more turn. But Giovanni can awaken now, because he's on 4 life or less.
Yep.
But he's missing that crucial additional ball in his Z energy. So the biggest problem with that is he can't play the Sin Shenron. Because he doesn't have 6 cracked balls in his Z energy.
That is true.
This is what I was talking about. You do want your balls out of the life as soon as possible, because that critical, especially in the mirror match, is going to punish you.
Yeah, choosing to leave 1 in there really bit him in there.
Yeah. He's going to be falling behind now, I think. And that's not something you want to be doing.
No.
Especially none of the players are going to go high enough. The best card we can see is Omega.
Yeah.
Here we see Oceanus. And just a swing. Is there a world where you actually just take it? Because that still puts you at 6 life. You don't need to win the game, you need to win next 2 rounds. Sorry, next to turn. If you have 1 more turn, you need to survive 2 more turns. After this turn, you need to survive 1 more turn, having more life than your opponent.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, you need to survive 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think Giovanni knows that was just a rough thing to happen.
Can't play it.
Can't play it. Nope, he can't play it.
I think that
Are the judges going to catch it?
I don't think so. But we'll see. I don't think it would change much in here, besides it's going to get a bit deeper on Hector's resources. But very carefully, he's not taking any damage yet. And he took the damage here. He's going to go down to 6. Oh, it's just 6 or more Z energy.
Oh, okay. So it's not. It doesn't have to be the correct Dragon Ball. So that's our bad there.
But it has been caught. Yeah. Okay. So he has at least 6 Z energy, but
Yeah. Yeah, because there is the Sin and Beerus in there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now there is a Sin. There was a Beerus earlier.
But yeah, and then the issue was he only had 5's the energy. And
Yeah, because that was only 5 balls and nothing else. Yeah,
yeah.
That was the problem
Yeah.
there. Yeah, just play defensively, I guess. Play a card, throw a card, pass the turn. But there's also 15 seconds left.
Yeah, this is Hector's game here.
Yeah. It's very clearly Hector's game here. And he's just attacking with Gogeta, I assume.
Yeah.
And that is the time
And
called.
that is time.
And Giovanni doesn't get his last turn. He doesn't get that last chance.
Nope.
So it is Hector who is winning this match, this Shenron match.
Boom. The fist bump into the lightning, yeah. A well fought back to get into game 3 there from Giovanni, but yeah, the luck wasn't on his side, and the decision to keep into that ball in the life really came back and bit him.
But besides that, it's the fact that he wasn't able to grab that game 1, I think a lot in here comes to the fact that the game 1 is so important, right?
Yeah.
You need to be able to grab this game 1, because otherwise it's very difficult to fight back, especially in matches like this, where both players know the deck very intimately and they need to think about all the options. And of course in Dragon Ball, you have about 28 cards in your hand.
Yeah. So
and then another 10 on board, and then you need to think of all the interactions possible.
There's lots of lines of play that they can go down, and yeah, it's just one of those things where sometimes you can account for it, sometimes you were. We did see Giovanni really try there in the game 2, and it did work for him.
In game 2, it worked brilliantly. It's a shame that he didn't have time in a game 3.
No.
I think he would show us some interesting things, but I'll put it down to the fact that that double strike critical should have never been taken, because it's a small chance, but if the chance is bigger than 0, you should not take it.
I mean, we talk about taking risks. That was a risk you shouldn't have taken.
Yes, there are risks that you should take, and there are risks that you shouldn't take.
Yeah, so that was the round 7 of the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals. We will be back after a short break with the final round of today, and Top Cut will be tomorrow again on this channel with the live stream, but we have got one more round for you guys today. So
let us quickly grab the match.
Yeah. And welcome back to the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Finals in Europe. I'm Scott Sedman, joined by Lucas Smith. We are going into our final round of the day, round 8.
And it has been a day.
It has been a day, but it's been a day of awesome Dragon Ball Super Card Game action. Lots of different decks featured on the stream, even though, yes, a majority of it has been red. We've seen different styles, and we've also seen what the anniversary box has done for the meta.
Yeah, the anniversary box has been really impactful, at least through the first half of the tournament. Afterwards, we've seen what we came to expect to see. And now we are on our final table, table 1, which has an undefeated Oliver Simmons on Gamma. And our friend from the last match, Hector. So we do have Sin Shenron versus Gamma. And we can see players being very happy because they both make it to the top card. But we want to see some good, clean game.
Yes. So we've already seen Gamma on the stream today again, but if you want to run through it so people can get a refresher.
So Gamma is a very interesting deck that gets to play cards from your energy. And it's one of the blue decks, and it's very nice to see Oliver being undefeated with Gamma.
Yeah.
It's something we didn't expect, and it has a huge promise, because, of course, he faced against a lot of those red decks already, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you don't get to the top table being undefeated without seeing a few red decks.
Yeah, a few. Definitely a few. So let's see if he can go undefeated into a day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And there's lots of interactions there. We saw it earlier. If you have the free energy active, you're open and susceptible to Broly Crown.
Which we know that a lot of players are playing in their main deck.
Okay.
Yeah, as the players are still shuffling up. What do you think we are going to see in the top cut tomorrow?
I mean, it's going to be red. I feel like we're going to see a Gamma at least and a Sin Shenron. I think that's a very safe bet to make. Probably a Gogeta as well. I'm not entirely sure. We haven't seen the full results of today yet.
I have a feeling we're going to see at least one Trunks and Vegeta in there as well.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
There is a feeling that there's going to be that yellow in there. I would like to see a Vegito in there.
Oh, I'd love to see a Vegito in there. That set 2 Vegito is just such a beautiful, fun deck.
Seeing it again would be amazing. It would be a treat to see them.
100%. And yeah, I think it's. I mean, it is top 16, so there is that variety. And I think it's going to be a fun day. Today has been extremely fun. And yeah, tomorrow I think, especially if Oliver can go in undefeated into tomorrow, that's very exciting.
That's going to be a huge wanted poster for the day.
Yeah, big bounty.
I would like to see him achieve the impossible and go undefeated for the whole event.
With Gamma, that would be crazy cool.
I want him to take the first place with Gamma, be undefeated, make history.
Red Ribbon Army taking the Dragon Ball Super Card Game European Finals.
They're taking their revenge.
Yeah, just in time for the heroic and villainous to return in Fighters Ambition.
This weekend.
Yeah. And we are going to go straight into Game 1, guys.
There we go. And the players are getting ready. And they are already starting. We are already finding balls in live. So a very, very quick start. There we go. Now we have our 2 players with their leaders. So Gamma is going to be having a fairly slow start. I want to see how he keeps up. Because of course it's a blue deck, right? So we're expecting Dimension Magic, we're expecting Senzu. We are maybe expecting Hachiak.
It's a possibility. I mean, it does buy you a turn.
Yeah, exactly. And you need to buy, you know, just a couple of those turns. And then suddenly you have all of the energy on your opponent's turn. If your opponent doesn't drop you with a crown, then you're going to be perfectly fine. If they drop you with a crown,
it gets a bit uncomfortable when you see Broly Crown. Yeah, so adding another ball there with the Oceanus.
Yeah.
And also setting Oceanus up for
possibly giving the barrier. Because Gamma is the one that's definitely not going to skip the third energy.
No.
We don't have those mind games here.
And there's Android 18.
And it's just a swing. Just a very, very simple.
Just reading what the Android 18 does, which is,
suddenly you do need to read what the cards in energy do, because you need to see if they're not going to start jumping at you.
Yep, so I believe he took the life there, going down to 6.
And then we have the Android 18. So that's the one you can discard from hand and check the top 5 for an Android.
Really cool card. Also got a utility if she does get in play, but yeah, mostly just discarding her to get the cards.
I love that they started doing tutors like this, because even Bardock's crew has its fascia. And we started with Super 17, right? Which had discard this and another card, and you get to search in the top 10 for Yellow Android. I'm still upset that it's only working for Super 17 leader.
Then there's the draw. Well, search.
There's another tutor. And searches itself.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah, you always love tutors like that.
And then over to Hector.
So Hector is just thinking on his charge, because this is definitely a matchup. I'm not sure Hector knows this matchup, because Gamma fallen off a bit from the meta. So seeing it here, I wonder if Hector knows how to play against it, or if he's just trying to suss it for tomorrow.
Could be. That's actually not the worst idea in the world. Yeah, so grabbing the 2 Dragon Balls there.
Question is there a Gogeta in there, or is there another 1-drop that can be used to just put him on that 6 count? I think he just drew another Oceanus, which might be a bit dangerous if you think about it. Because that's going to be a 3rd Oceanus gone, right? if he uses it here.
Yeah, one in energy, one on the field. So if he uses another one, yeah, no, I think it's
Oh,
the
no,
haze.
that's a haze.
Yeah.
Okay. So, oh, he drew the crown.
Mm-hmm.
So now the crown is here, and we get to...
Yeah, so that is all 6.
Yeah, not just yet. We're waiting for Gamma to hit the free energy, and then when Gamma awakens and just keeps on replacing its hand at the end of every turn and get that free energy standing, you just drop in the crown.
Mm.
I don't think blue at the moment plays any counter plays.
Yeah, it's the Android 18 if need be.
Yeah,
She works in the deck and on theme.
so there is first damage taken by Oliver here. And it looks like there's no Gogeta in that hand.
Ah, that's rough.
I think
And
it's the first time we've seen the Sin not finding its
and there's the
Gogeta.
Android 19 to get.
Yeah, negative attack, play a card. I mean, how do you stop a double striker, right? You just don't let it connect.
Just don't let it connect. Yeah.
Who needs a combo step, right? We just negate.
No. Hector thinking through what his next move is, and yeah, just passes over to Oliver.
Hector doesn't have as an explosive turn as he would want to, right?
No, I feel like that really shut down a lot of tempo he was trying to build.
Because he doesn't get to create that pressure with critical. He still can't use Oceanus to give barrier.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he hasn't seen that Gogeta, so he can't build up the Marcus on it.
No, that's true.
Oh,
And there's the...
yeah, that's the card that he found last turn, 13 and 14.
And then if he hasn't seen him, he's about
Oh.
to. There you go. So there
There
it
is
was. If you haven't seen your Unison, now you have.
So now he can awaken,
Mm-hmm.
because that's a requirement for the awakening, just having the 2-drop Unison. Of course, it helps if the Unison works with your deck.
That is true.
Oliver here thinking carefully. He's decided to not play the Unison, and he left himself open for the crown.
He did, but I think it's more of a, I need to be defensive because I know what Sin can do. If I tap out just to play my Unison, he can probably get rid of that Unison and also then go in at my
I mean,
face.
the idea is that you play your Unison, and then you awaken, right?
So we are seeing the crown.
And it's like, yeah, sure, there you go. Here's my hand. Have fun.
Oh,
there
there's
is
the
some
baby
chat.
eyes, yeah. And you can see it in the players' reaction there as well.
There is a floodgate being taken without much reading, which makes me think that Hector actually does know some parts of the deck. But yeah, there is the Hachiak, there is the unhappy aggro player.
I mean, it's great to see here, even in here at round 8 of a long tournament, that we're all just here to enjoy the Dragon Ball Super card game, and we can all have a bit of a laugh.
Exactly. You can see the players are happy that they're going to make it to the day 2.
Yes.
And we're getting to see an interesting match, because we haven't seen Gamma versus Sin yet. We have seen Gamma versus Vegito, and that was very interesting match.
It was a very interesting match.
I sincerely do hope we get to see Vegito next on the next round. Well,
On the next round?
On-
Yes, on the next round.
the next round.
On the next round of the Dragon Ball Super card game European Finals, which is tomorrow.
exactly. Which is not that long. It's just about 2.5 hours.
It's just one sleep in. It gets you closer to Christmas if you want to think about it that way.
Every day is Christmas when you play Dragon Ball. There's always something surprising on the top of your deck.
That is really true. That is very true. Yep.
You need to have a very positive outlook.
little bit of a jig there that to know that the crit got through and put Solly down into 4.
So now Oliver can awaken normally, or he doesn't need to play the Unison, right?
And Nova comes down.
Yeah. Oh, so he's using his leader to remove the Android 19 and to draw a card with Nova. Interesting that he didn't decide to attack with a Nova first.
And then Nova goes to the bottom because
that's
of
why,
the
because he has seen the Realm of the Gods, of course. I mean, Nova already did a lot, right? It removed a card, it drew you a card, and then it took another card from hand.
Yep.
And of course, you couldn't let it stay there because it's just so much value.
And I think, are we going to see the multicolors charged?
I mean, we should, right?
Yeah.
So he's still not going to awaken. He's just sitting there. Is he waiting just for Hector to run out of resources?
It's a very interesting strategy. So here's the 2, and I think this is for the Unison.
Oh no, okay, so we're still playing, because I thought for a second that he was passing the turn, but no. There is the Unison. There we go. So we do get to awaken as well. Oh no, he's attacking first.
Yeah, you want to get as much advantage out of the Gamma Leader as you can.
You get to draw on the front when you attack, you don't get to draw on the back. On the back, you only draw at the end of the turn. And there's, of course, the combo coming in. We're going to see the Z charge.
Yes.
It's definitely awakening. And then... You're just reading what the twins do. It's just, yeah. Oh, that was attack to the Synchenron, not to the leader.
And there is the Z charge.
Yeah. So we are building towards that cell. And we're
playing
getting
the 18.
Play the 18, and with leader we're getting to charge another card from the top deck. And then we can swap some cards with the 18.
Oh, there's the counterplay.
Yeah. And we're going to bring back... Yeah, the multicolor goes back to the deck. That's an interesting one. So he keeps the counter attack and he keeps the counterplay. And of course we still have the Android 17, right? So we're seeing Android 17 being played here.
I mean, 18's the crit, so...
Yeah, you definitely want to crit.
And then Wolfang Fist.
Before the card even finished turning, there is already Wolfang Fist. The card is not sticking. And yeah.
Now it's the 17.
Now it's the 17. Oh, that's Realm of the Gods. Well, I think the Realm of the Gods is going to go back into the deck here. That's your way of bringing back the Android cards in your energy, right? From that random charge. There we go. It's another Android 17, and that Realm of the Gods is going back, because that's the one card he can't loop.
Yeah.
So you can only bring back and put down Android cards.
Oh, the jacket is coming off. Hector getting serious.
Getting a serious match here. There we go. And there's a search with Android 18. Again, the top 5 trying to find another Android. Oh.
Found Android 8?
Found the one that he was after. Oliver's clearly doing very, very well.
Yeah.
He's finding all the pieces he needs. He's calm, collected. He takes his time, but not too long.
And there we go. End of the turn. Boom. Boom.
Oh, there's another multicolor.
And then
there's
the cell. Yeah.
Oh, there is the scary cell. And then, so if you're a Hector, what do you do here? You definitely need to hatch or something.
Try and
but
win the game.
yes, but how?
So, I
You
mean,
know there is the baby hatch.
yeah, I mean, you're going to run into that no matter what you do. When you're against blue, you assume it's Kaioken or Hatch right now.
Yeah.
And then with Fighter's Ambition, the Beast Gohan as well. But I think you've just got to try and sequence into this. You've got to try and understand it. I mean, if you're worried about the Z deck cell, I still think you've got to at least try and put some bodies on board. If you can get your Barrier Omega.
Yeah, but Barrier Omega at the moment is maximum of 2 turns.
True. Yeah, he did start off with those 2 Oceanuses, which might come back later on and prove that, now when I actually truly need Barrier, it's...
Yeah, he still needs to find them.
And there's the Omega.
There is a scary Omega, but Omega really has here 1 target. He can remove some markers from the Unison, I guess.
And then he's met with an Android 19.
Yeah, we don't let Omega go into the combo step, right?
No.
There's 1 Haze also charged, and 1 Oceanus, so we know 2 of each are gone. So there's actually not that much left. And yeah, there is a leader skill to try and remove something, so that's perfectly fine. But there's still, that lack of Gogeta is going to hurt Hector here a lot.
Yeah. Normally you want it early to be building the markers if nothing else, right?
Yeah, but you know, it's also a free value, right? He needed to ask, is there a response? Because I would like to play this 1-drop Haze to draw a card.
Yeah, and
You
you do have to shuffle, yeah.
Yep. You always need to shuffle with those. There we go.
Yeah. So he must be digging for
something. I mean, of course, now we see that if that Omega Shannon went uncontested, it will go as a triple strike crit.
Yeah.
And that one you don't want to take. That's why the negate there is very, very important.
Yeah, 100%. Like you just do not want to. You don't want that coming at your face.
Not just scary, but that's also a 3rd Haze.
Yeah.
Of course, attacking into that Omega Shenron is going to be a bit difficult. Because the activate battle is there. Can we find some removal for it?
Yeah, so we're getting paired 2 here. And then we're seeing the androids come out,
Yep.
which will bye-bye.
Yep. Back to the bottom of the deck. Oliver is very unlucky with that Realm of the Gods, isn't he?
Yeah, that's twice it's ended up in his energy. Just like, come on. I mean, he's got the Android 17, so he can.
Yeah, that's probably, but that also depends. Will he see another one? No. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
That's a really good hit as well.
Yeah, because that's a multicolor that he can charge again. And then I think he found another Android 18 to charge. But then do you risk it to hit another Realm of the Gods or something along those lines? And then, yeah, Realm of the Gods is going to get shuffled back. And that's also getting a very small deck. Because with every card you play, you also lose a card from your deck, right? You don't draw it, it goes into your energy, but technically you draw it. For Oliver, the energy is like a second hand.
I mean, in Gamma, that is basically true. Like, because you'll be resetting it at the end of the turn anyway.
You're going to be resetting it, you can play cards from there. Charging energy is essentially a draw extra card. So what do we see here? I think we're getting that.
Nope. Just
picking up the energy and then putting another free energy down. So that Cell and Android 17 make it back. And Android 8.
Just put it all back in active mode.
So do we see another crown? I don't think we see another crown. Because this is a situation where you want to see crown, right? Or I guess it was a turn before. When you had the Omega. So you could actually take that Android 19. I think Hector did pull the trigger on that crown a bit too early.
And that's a rage. That is charging the Wolfang.
Interesting choice, but Oliver clearly at the moment stopped attacking.
Yeah, I think it's blue, right? It can build up to those turns where it can just drop things like Android 17 chair.
Yeah, well, Android 17, notably, is an Android card.
That is true.
I think that might come in important at some point. At the same time, I would love to see Bad Omen, but I don't think he's running.
Or does it need
enough.
to have red ribbon? I don't think it has red ribbon on it.
Or does it have to be a red ribbon?
I think so.
Oh, then it's a bit worse, yeah. You can't use non-red ribbon army card skills to place cards in your energy.
Oh. So there is the potential.
Yeah, so you can still use Android 17 in that deck. And as you're playing fairly defensively, it should be easy to get to 7, right? And as it's an Android card, you can bring it back from your energy to your hand if you charge it by accident.
Yeah.
Or if you want to keep it safe and you just charge it early.
Yeah, that's also a viable option, right? I mean, that's why people don't mind if they charge stuff off of the 6-drop Vegeta.
Because they have a Zeno super combo.
Okay, now we are seeing a bit more of a push in here.
So we're going in, and Hector is already down to
6.
5. I see 5 for Hector, and now I see 4. Yeah, there's 4 life for Hector. Of course, Hector is not that bothered by the amount of life he has.
I mean, he's got all his energy open, so if he really was worried about taking damage here, he could. And yep, so now he's down to 3.
I mean, Hector needed to kind of pass the turn there because that Android 13 just stopped his turn with the Flatgate effect, right? He doesn't want to be getting rid of cards from hand that may come in handy. And 2 cards per attack, it's a bit hefty if he doesn't know he can stop the attack.
And then Android 17, 18 going in again.
Yeah. Hector needs to start getting on the defensive here, I think.
It doesn't look like there's much defensive options in his hand though, looking at it. Okay, combo.
And then there's the attack with the Unison. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that Hector has not seen his...
The Gogeta Unison, right? I mean, although given the way the board's gone for Ollie right now, like, even if he did have that Gogeta Unison, I feel like that would become the prime target for Ollie.
Probably, but you also need to remember that Gogeta Unison would be drawing him an additional card a turn.
Yes.
Because it plays that 1-drop that draws him a card. Oh, there is the Z Awaken. We finally see it again. But it's not on his terms.
No.
It has not been decided by Hector to go into Z Awaken. It has been decided by Oliver. It was a statement, you're going to the Awaken now. Yeah, and the cards keep on getting Z charged. Another one. And this one he didn't Z charge. He did it in the drop. Maybe he thinks he has enough, but I mean, you want as many as possible, right? So the rush attack can restand.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Big boy play. Here we come.
Oh, it's a Vegito.
Yeah.
Ooh, the big boy Vegito.
We actually have the Vegeta, I believe.
Nope.
Oh, and then cause he's now awake and he does have the
3 negate. And still 5 energy open.
and then spins it to the bottom.
But the attack has been negated.
Yeah, so this Vegito, despite looking a bit different, is the one that you will find in the starter deck as well. So again, really, like if you are looking to start building a collection here in the Dragon Ball Super game, picking up any of those 4 starter decks that you like the look of is not a bad place to start.
No, and there we go. Just for a quick reminder, it's a deflect triple strike barrier blocker. The first effect only works if you're Trunks Future, but the second, at the end of your turn, switch this card to active mode and choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards and place it at the bottom of its owner's deck. And your opponent places 1 card from their hand at the bottom of their deck.
Yeah, really gnarly card. Oh, and then we do see the secret land.
But what does... Oh, so just a board wipe, right? Board wipe and burn 1. So both players down to 3 health.
Yep. Which I feel like in that situation, I think that's what he had to do. And the Vegeta is obviously removed from game as well. So, I mean, only 1 energy left up for Hectic, so it kind of means, alright, Omega's not hitting me this turn, but Sin is still a problem.
Sin is still... Yeah.
Which will get him a card.
I mean, there's 2 double strikers going face, right?
3 energy up against blue there. Ooh.
So what do we see here? Do we see D-Magic? Because we can see that Oliver has D-Magic in hand. But that's also... Oliver forced Hector to use that
secret defensively, yeah.
Also shows how powerful that secret is.
Yeah, yeah, and there's the Realm of the Gods.
That's just going to
Just an
defend
extra 10k
and
power.
draw a card, yeah. And it's another double strike. Are we expecting Haze in here?
I feel like he foamed over 1. Oh, there's Android 8.
Yeah, so there was no Haze and we're just going to stop it.
Yep, there you go. Removing the Vegeta from the game there if you're wondering what just happened. Because of the new ultimate description, if it would leave the battle area, it's removed from the game instead.
Yeah.
And that is retroactive to all
the ultimate skills.
Oh.
Oh, the leader skill.
Oh, he used the ultimate.
Oh.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, because you only need to have yourself a Shadow Dragon to do this. You can choose up to 1 of your opponent's battle cards or Unison. So he essentially needs to... Yeah, he needs to remove his Sin Shenron, right? Because that's 20,000.
Yeah. And yeah, we're seeing that now.
Yeah. And there we go. There is an Omega Shenron played from hand for free. And he's trying to go in for the game.
I mean, you have to.
But there's D-Magic. We see the D-Magic in hand. It's just going to be used, exactly.
Yeah, so he tapped 1 and tapped 2.
Paid 1 for the energy and then switched 2 of his blue energy to active mode. And he keeps on that free health.
Yeah,
He
I
died.
mean, you kind of had to force that, right? Like, you had to go in and do it.
But the fact that he needed to use his ultimate for that.
And we all know Ollie's still got the hatch in his hand as well.
Yeah.
Like,
The hatch still hasn't been forced. But the Unison goes to the energy now. That's an interesting choice.
he doesn't really need the Unison now, right?
I guess there's always going to be the 3 cards he gets to rotate. See, we're getting to that level where he can play Android 17?
Is he actually running it?
I don't think so, no.
Because as much as it is good, it's like, it is one of
It's
those
so
things
late.
where it's like, yeah.
It's so late, I don't think he's actually running it. No. It doesn't look like it's there.
No.
There is a dirty burst in the main deck, though.
I guess if he needs to, right, he can start just going into his Z deck for the cell.
Yeah, there's options in the Z deck as well, right? Because Gamma doesn't have a Z leader, so there's 7 battle cards in there. There's the dual attack still trying to come in. Hector just defending on that free life. He knows the secret that Oliver is running is pure defensive, right? So, oh, that's a haze. I think that's the last haze. So there's no more critical coming in.
He's going to use it to play it.
Yep. Oh yeah, because it can be played from the energy.
And Realm of the Gods.
Again.
Just really likes being in energy.
Just let it be there. It likes to sleep there.
Yeah, that's where Beerus sleeps, in the energy. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Then when the time comes, he just jumps in and brings Whis, Judge of Gods, with him.
It is nice though seeing the resurgence of the Red Ribbon just in the general IP of Dragon Ball, like with the superhero movie, bringing them back in a big way, but also as we got teased with this as well. When it's like, okay, you get Gamma 1 and 2, and it's like, oh, but we're going to bring along the Red Ribbon for it. I think it's a really nice little deck that they did thematically well, and obviously, as we've seen here, Ollie's playing it basically on
Oliver has 7 cards in his deck.
Yeeks! But yeah, Oliver playing it basically on theme, right, with the addition of that Z deck to help push it a little bit further, but yeah.
I think his hand is bigger than his deck.
That's quite possible at this point.
He just picked up 5 cards to search them for the energy, and then there was 2 cards left there. And that draw at the end of a turn, I don't think is optional. Oh no, there is a cost. So if he wants to restand his energy, he needs to draw.
Which, against Sin?
I mean, he's down to 6 cards in the deck. Because he's going to charge 1 card here and then shuffle 1 card from energy back into his deck. It's the same card again. You do want to restand energy, right? Because you don't want to...
Yeah, I don't think you can stare down Sin without having open energy, unless you really want to just go in for like that DMAP play with the sparking, but then you're putting yourself even lower.
Yeah, you don't want to go to 2, because that's the leader threaten.
Leader, Sin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can still afford to draw some cards. And I think in here, this is where it's an actual pro, not con, that you don't draw on the attack. Because you actually do get to attack with a leader if you want to.
We see that.
Yeah, there is a draw. So if my calculation is correct, there's 5 cards left in the deck for Oliver.
And there's another cell.
And there's going to be
but
all
also
left at the start of a turn.
Important to note, that left Oliver with 1 more counterplay, 18 in hand.
So what do we say? What do we see here? There is a token negate there, which is interesting. I think Hector is just trying to stall here. He's going to be waiting for Oliver to mill.
I mean, it's likely, right? Unless you can get in. Oh, and
no, there's a hatch.
There you go.
Hatch. You're not attacking anymore, sir.
No more
Oh yeah,
attacks.
he didn't really need to untap, right? He had hatch.
That's true. I guess he's not too worried about the lower deck limit then.
He just wants to see more cards from the deck?
Possibly.
Because every time he plays a card from his energy now, he's going to lose another card from his deck.
Mm.
And he starts his turn at 4 cards.
So playing a Nerva.
That is fine. You can't attack, right?
Nope.
Oh, there's a counterplay as well.
Yeah. And to the bottom of the deck you go. And it's over to Ollie. Now, realistically, Ollie kind of needs to close out this turn.
Yeah. He has 4 cards left in his deck. The moment he plays something from energy, it's just going to be lose another. He's going to go down to 3. End of a turn, probably he's going to draw another one. He's going to be down to 2. Start of a turn, he draws another one. He's going to be on the last card in the deck.
Yeah.
He can't play anything from the energy at that point.
Yeah, and then, I mean, he has got the saving grace of Gamma doesn't draw from the when he swings.
Yeah, but he can't play anything from the energy, which is his main gimmick.
That is true.
He can't really feasibly play anything from energy this turn.
Yeah, so we're seeing the swing there.
And gets 5k because of the combo with a Unison.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 20k critical.
Yeah, because the Z leader for Omega is
20. You need to hit those numbers.
Yeah. So although Ollie does have a big hand here, most of his swings he's going to need to combo in to try and get damage in.
I mean, there's always that hatch, right?
Hatch will do that.
And also, Hector just left all of his energy up.
Yeah.
He's not planning to take any life with either after image technique or with the sparking, or with the token negate. Because he has both. We know that he has both. Well, now he has one.